We're forecasting for a major flood stage for the St. Johns River. Also, some of the Carolina rivers are very vulnerable.
Yet again, right after Ian, it's been, week after week where we've been watching it. You think about St. Johns, it's a slow-moving river, 310 miles. It doesn't move much, so it's tough to get the rain out of there, the water out of there. Also, we don't talk about the winds. You were talking about that, Amy. Boy, that Fox model looks pretty impressive when it takes it up and over Central Florida, then back into the Gulf. Melbourne, Florida has experienced some pretty gusty winds. It's tough to make out the lens here as the rain's been coming down. You really can't even make out the center of the screen where we'd normally be able to see some of the coastline. Meantime, so Melbourne, we've had a 44 mile per hour gust. This is all since midnight, and a lot of them, of course, on the Atlantic side. Lake Worth Pier, 55 mile per hour gusts. Over to Cape Canaveral, 50 mile per hour gusts. Jacksonville, 46, and Freeport in the Bahamas, 44 mile per hour gusts there. For the Bahamas, it's that northern side of the islands as the storm is moving through. That's where the strongest winds are. There's the center of it. But the yellow that you see there is where we're experiencing some winds of 40, 50, up to 60 miles per hour. Extends quite a distance, in some cases about 460 miles. The strongest winds near the center of the storm, right near the Bahamas there. As it continues to track up, it's moving just north of the Bahamas. If it was any farther south, a good portion of the islands here would be getting hit pretty hard. But notice those northeasterly winds whipping around, consistent winds pounding into Florida and portions of South Carolina. Jacksonville gusting to 30 miles per hour, 25 in Miami, 32 in Daytona Beach. The storm continues to move through. Those winds continue to push the water over to the coast. The beach erosion is a major concern, and so much beach erosion from Ian. A lot of the buildings here are still unstable, and even places with swimming pools. The beaches, Jacksonville, 30 mile per hour gusts to Fort Pierce, 28. You head up to places like Savannah, all the way to Myrtle Beach, Columbia. You've got some windy conditions gusting up to near 30 miles per hour. As we look at the storm itself, here goes the center of it. Amy was just talking about this potentially making landfall late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Melbourne, 60 mile per hour gusts. Then as it continues to go over Florida and then back up over to the Panhandle, the wind's shifting direction here. That's going to give us the storm surge right into the Bend area there. So that's a major concern as the winds continue to howl through. Of course, outages likely as some of these winds will be howling, bringing some trees down, branches down. Make sure that you've got everything charged up and ready to go, and that you've got plenty of batteries as well. Storm surge, a major concern from Jacksonville to West Palm Beach, and then storm surge watches as those winds switch around, come the other direction, Amy, in place as we go into the day tomorrow as well.
It's wild. A possible hurricane making landfall tonight. We've got a blizzard on the horizon. Look at Big Sky, Montana. You've got a live view from our Earth camera, plus a tornado risk through the Central Plains. We'll break down the timing of that severe weather. We've got more on the amounts of snow expected and the big chill behind it. Man, can't look away, can you? You're watching Fox Weather.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
This will be one of the worst storms to hit the coast of Florida.
America's weather team is prepared to keep you prepared.
The storm is actually growing in size.
Braving the elements so you don't have to.
I can't believe how devastating this is, and I've seen a lot.
This season, you need America's weather team. Precise, personal, powerful. For every critical moment, stay with Hurricane HQ.
This is an important message from USA Family Protection. You may now be eligible for up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, starting at less than $1 a day.
Mom, it's so great to see you.
Oh, you too, son. And I have to tell you, I've been thinking about the future, and it's really important to me that I don't leave you and your sister with my debts, especially the cost of my funeral and other final expenses, which can be more than $9,000.
Yeah, that would be really hard on us.
Well, I called USA Family Protection, and with one phone call, I was eligible for $50,000 for my funeral and final expenses.
But what about your health issues? Don't they require a medical exam?
That's the best part. There's no medical exam, just a few quick questions, and I was able to get coverage right over the phone. Plus, my rates can never be increased, my benefits can never be decreased, and my coverage can never be canceled.
That's really great, Mom. But can you afford it?
Yes. Rates start at less than $1 a day, and when the time comes, payout to you and your sister happens in as little as a few days. I am so happy to know you two are taken care of.
Thanks, Mom. Me too.
Don't leave your loved ones with your debt. Call USA Family Protection at 800-795-9530 and get up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, just a few health questions, and you can be approved right over the phone. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call 800-795-9530. There's no hidden fees and no waiting periods to get covered. Call 800-795-9530. There's no obligation. Call 800-795-9530.
Alert, look at this. Damage from Nicole already starting. The winds in front of the storm pushing up against the shoreline. The end of Flagler Beach Pier now collapsing once again. Just wild. We've got a Daytona Beach, Florida Surfline camera here with the camera and the flags going wild, really whipping around. Temperatures are in the low 70s there, and those waves really eating up the shoreline. Again, we do have reports coming in from the damage from Nicole already on Flagler Pier. It's a look at Tropical Storm Nicole, which is hundreds of miles offshore, but already those winds from the weather pattern have done some damage. There is a look at Flagler Beach, which we saw was damaged during Hurricane Ian.
Right, exactly. And a lot of these locations are still experiencing damage, and a lot of these structures, including right along the coast, are unstable. So it's an area to watch, and a lot of the beach has already been taken away. But look how high those waves are coming in, almost to the bottom of the pier in some cases. Again, that Flagler Beach in Florida there as well. Joining us now is Chief Administrator for the Office of Emergency Management, Alan Harris. Thank you for being with us. I know it's been a busy morning for you.
It sure has. We've been getting shelters ready. We're inland a little bit from where you were just showing, but already seeing some wind gust here, quite a bit of rain. We've already been flooded because of Hurricane Ian. We were just getting into minor flood stage, and it looks like this is going to push us back to the moderate flood potentially.
If you could talk about a little bit there for Sanford, Alan, talk about Sanford, Florida, and what the flood risk is, because as you describe, you're a little bit further inland, so you're not necessarily getting beat up by those winds out there, but the waters can come up quickly, and they haven't had time to recede.
That's right. So we were in a historic flood. We've never seen no recorded history of a flood of the magnitude of Hurricane Ian. We were just getting into the minor flood stage. 20 roads still with water on them. Most of the homes here in Seminole County, just the water over the last week, the water has receded out of those homes. This is not what we wanted here in Central Florida, certainly here in Seminole County. The St. Johns River is swelled. It really can't take any additional water, and this is quite concerning to us. Added on to that, the ground is saturated, so any strong winds, these roots
had a major in the forecast. I don't think you can have to worry about that. So that's good news. It's nothing like Ian at all as far as surge or wind goes, or rain. But every storm's different. Every storm's got, their own headaches. And we're going to see squally, stormy weather throughout the state. And where I live in West Central Florida tomorrow for sure. Schools are closed, obviously. They're taking it serious anytime you get tropical storm force winds, and they have a lot of protocols they have to follow with shut.
Meta spending $15 billion a year to try to get you into the metaverse. They just simply couldn't afford it in these slowing economic times. Now, as for Redfin, which is an online real estate company, we're talking about 13% of their workforce, so a few hundred jobs, given that they are a much smaller company. But this really goes back to the entire tech industry and what we're calling a white-collar jobs recession.
Still,
high-paying,
it's a headache for
salaried jobs. They're disappearing pretty quickly in this slowing growth environment with higher interest rates and falling stock markets. And it's not just Meta. Snap cut 20% of their staff. We know Elon Musk fired 50% of Twitter's staff on Friday, hiring a few dozen back, sure. But also Salesforce is cutting around 1,000 as well. And you're either being fired or job hiring is being frozen in Silicon Valley in order to preserve cash right now. And you're hearing this really across the entire valley and a lot of these big tech companies that some would say are probably the most profitable right now.
Do you think that those cuts from Meta had anything to do with Twitter making those cuts? Is there any side of correlation there?
No, because Meta, Facebook have their own issues. We're looking at some of the slowest sales growth and profit growth that we've seen in years. I mean, Meta stock is down about 70% this year. And that means Mark Zuckerberg himself has lost $100 billion in personal wealth, one of the steepest declines that we've seen so far this year. So Meta, Facebook is its own entity. It's a giant company, as you can imagine, still worth about $300 billion. But because of slowing advertising, TikTok competition, and as I mentioned to you, these Apple privacy changes where Meta and Facebook can't track where you go, so they can't target ads to you, that's really hurting on their bottom line.
And another question that a lot of people are going to ask, we're just one day after the midterm election. Is there any sort of correlation there where Meta and Redfin and maybe some other companies announce these layoffs?
No, nothing to do with politics. In fact, actually with the divided government, that means that there's lower chances and less possible tech regulation, which is positive, of course, for these companies, meaning they can just continue as they're doing right now. So I would say that there's no midterm correlation. In fact, I would say it's more about higher interest rates and what the Federal Reserve might do after the midterms. And we know that stock markets tend to actually outperform in a divided government. And that's why on average, you've seen stock markets rise about 14 to 16% the year after midterms. And that's usually the best year out of a 4-year cycle.
All right, Fox Business Network, Susan Lee, thank you so much for joining us here. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go and get back to your very busy morning?
Yeah, don't look at your cryptocurrency, your Bitcoin holdings today, because that cascade is pretty dramatic.
Whew, not good news. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, time now 10:26 on the East Coast, 7:26 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Right there, we're talking business news, but as you can see behind me, we are also talking about midterm elections as some results still coming in. We will bring you up-to-the-date information as it does come in. We are also tracking Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into a hurricane as it does approach Florida's east coast. We have learned here in the next few minutes that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who just did win re-election last night, is expected to hold a news conference to provide the latest information as, again, Nicole is approaching the Sunshine State. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will head back into our coverage of the top stories. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 1029 on the East Coast and 729 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on as we are following the latest on the midterm elections, but also Tropical Storm Nicole. You are taking a live look from Port Canaveral, Florida. So on the east coast of Florida, you could say near the Daytona Beach area there, as the waves are picking up, it looks very messy out there. The storm's outer bands expected to reach this area, provide a lot of rainfall and quite a bit in the way of flooding. Also, we're talking about very, very gusty winds. We are going to continue to track this storm as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I can tell you that we are expecting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis here in the next few minutes to provide a live update on the situation. We know that he just won re-election last night. So once he does start speaking, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's talk about those elections right now and head to a live look that does show the Capitol building here, because I want to go over just some of the results that we have received. And I can tell you right now that Madeline Rivera with Fox News has just filed a new report with the latest information on those results.
Turns coming in overnight, closing the book on some races, but other critical contests remain too close to call.
Y'all just hang in there. We know how much is at stake in this election.
I don't come to lose.
All eyes are on some critical Senate races, including Georgia and Nevada, that are still undecided and will ultimately determine the balance of power in one chamber of Congress. 35 seats were on the ballots. Of those, one of the biggest pickups was for the Democrats in one of the most watched races, as Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman wins the Pennsylvania Senate seat over Dr. Mehmet Oz.
I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue.
After the election, President Biden may not have a majority in the House. If the GOP takes control, the Speaker's gavel could be handed from Nancy Pelosi to Kevin McCarthy.
It is clear that we are going to take the House back.
36 governorships were up for grabs. Republicans staying in office include Florida's Ron DeSantis and Texas' Greg Abbott. In Georgia, Republican incumbent Brian Kemp winning in a rematch with Democrat challenger Stacey Abrams.
They know which direction they want their state to go, and it is forward.
And making history, Governor-elect Kathy Hochul becoming the first female governor to be elected in New York.
The glass ceiling has finally been shattered in the state of New York, and you made it happen.
President Biden congratulated many of the Democratic candidates last night, and we could hear from the White House today. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much. Another live look here at the U.S. Capitol. As you know, if you've been watching us here at Live Now from Fox, we do have our Fox News crews that are out there gathering the latest information on those races, but also we do have our local affiliates there as well. I do want to send it over to Fox's Doug Luzader with more on yesterday's midterm elections.
Republicans have picked up some seats in Congress, and it may be enough to take control of the House, but the Senate is still a jump ball this morning, and Democrats are pinning their hopes on a big pickup in Pennsylvania.
We jammed them up. We held the line.
Democrat John Fetterman with a big win in Pennsylvania, defeating Republican Mehmet Oz in one of the most closely watched races of the night, and giving Democrats some hope that they may salvage control of the Senate.
We are not sure if this journey is over tonight.
Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock holds a small lead in Georgia over Republican Herschel Walker, but that race may come down to a runoff next month.
Just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's going to get better.
Democrats were able to hold on to a number of close House races, and President Biden phoned some of his party's winners through the night. And while we are still waiting for results in Arizona's tight gubernatorial race, Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp defeated Democrat Stacey Abrams in a rematch. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis delivered a huge victory in Florida. But it turns out the big red wave just didn't happen elsewhere.
We have Joe Biden, who is the least popular president since Harry Truman, since presidential polling happened, and there wasn't a red wave. That is a searing indictment of the Republican Party.
And still, Republican Congressman Kevin McCarthy, who hopes to become the new Speaker of the House, is optimistic.
When you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority.
And that may happen, but we are still waiting for results this morning. And if McCarthy delivers just a narrow majority, he may face some challengers within his own party to become Speaker. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. Our coverage of the midterms does continue. Another big story that we are tracking, though, is Tropical Storm Nicole expected to strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane as it does head for Florida's East Coast. Governor Ron DeSantis expected to deliver a speech here with the latest information any minute now. It is 10:35 on the East Coast, and he has said he was expecting to speak around 10:30. We are keeping an eye on his Facebook page where he is going to speak, and we will provide that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But in the meantime, let's talk about that race in Florida. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis winning his second term in office, defeating Democrat Charlie Crist, who previously served as the state's governor, and at that time, Crist was a Republican. DeSantis received about 60% of that vote, so it was not even close. Crist getting about 40%. It was a difference of about 1.5 million votes. Deborah Cho with our Fox 35 Orlando team was in Tampa, Florida, providing this report after DeSantis gave his victory speech.
Governor Ron DeSantis will remain as the state's governor for another term. He just wrapped up speaking with supporters here at the Tampa Convention Center as they waited hours for him to come out on stage. First thing he did was he thanked everyone that was here, saying that he has had overwhelming support from his supporters, specifically calling out Miami-Dade County and also Palm Beach County for what he says made history. Now, as far as some of the things he talked about, he really centered in on the fact that Florida really set an example for the nation on how to lead a state. The governor also touched on his many talking points that he's been saying over his tour about his response to COVID-19, his take on law and order, and allowing parents to have a say in their child's education.
It's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years.
Now, I did have a chance to speak with some of DeSantis' supporters, telling me that they were very excited for what happened here, not only for the governor, but also for Senator Marco Rubio. The governor ending his speech here at the Tampa Convention Center by saying that he will not stop fighting for Floridians. Reporting here in Tampa, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team for providing those reports. Again, that was Deborah Cho. She was over there as Ron DeSantis did give his victory speech, re-elected there as the governor of Florida. You are taking a live look here from Florida, where we are expecting Governor Ron DeSantis to speak momentarily. Now, he's not talking about his re-election. He's already done that. He is talking about Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane as it quickly approaches the east coast of Florida. We have been showing you cameras all throughout the morning. We had Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez live over in West Palm Beach, Florida. And I do want to pop up very, very quickly here just one of our cameras that shows Port Canaveral, Florida. This is a live look here where you can see the waves are really picking up. It does not look great out there, and as you head even more south of there, we're starting to see really just heavy wind and heavy rain already coming in, and this is just the beginning of it. That storm not expected to make landfall on the east coast of Florida until later on tonight into tomorrow morning, so it is going to be a very major overnight storm, which we know is dangerous because it is dark out there. People think they can get around, and you have trees coming down and flooding that you just can't see. So a very dangerous storm. We will keep you updated, and as we do hear from Governor DeSantis any minute here, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I want to get back to our coverage here of the election, though. Let's stay in Florida and talk about the U.S. Senate race. Republican Marco Rubio winning that re-election with about 58% of the vote. He defeated Democrat Val Demings, who received about 41%, a difference of more than 1.3 million votes. Mary Edinger with our Fox 35 Orlando team providing a report right after Rubio spoke, giving that victory speech.
You can sense the energy in the crowd after Marco Rubio has just given his acceptance speech for his third term in the Senate. He spoke about flipping Miami-Dade, once a traditionally left-leaning county, over to the GOP. He said he was so thankful for that, as well as for his family, his supporters, and for God. In his acceptance speech, he also talked about things like immigration, gas prices, a lot of the things that he has been hammering on through his campaign.
My job, first and foremost, is to care about what's happening in America, because the best thing we can do for the world is make sure that America is strong and safe and prosperous. That is the greatest gift we can give our fellow man.
Rubio mentioned that he always has these celebrations in hotels because he explained his family, his parents, used to work in a hotel just like this. He says he understands that that is part of the American dream, and he expects many of his constituents have a story just like that. That's why such a large portion of his speech was about what it means to be an American. In Miami, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team for those reports. They had crews that were at each of those different events for each of the candidates. We know, of course, Ron DeSantis did win victory, re-election there as the governor of Florida, receiving 60% of the vote versus Charlie Crist, the Democrat, with 40%. Our Fox 13 Tampa team, great at helping to break down these political races. They are experts at this. Tampa's Craig Patrick providing more information for us.
Well, this was not a good night for Democrats across much of the nation, and certainly not in the state of Florida. And that would not be a big surprise if you looked at the numbers at the beginning of this year. In a way, we defaulted back to where we were back in January, back when both the polls and history suggested that Democrats would lose a number of races. They typically do in midterm years. Actually, when either party controls the White House and both chambers of Congress, it is typical in a first term to lose, again, on average, 28 seats in the U.S. House. Not to say the Democrats will this time. It bears some watching, but certainly the momentum favored Republicans. It did at the beginning of the year. Something changed around summertime. You had the Dobbs ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court on abortion. You also had the Uvalde mass shooting. You also had the January 6th committee. Those three issues, one of them a tragedy, others controversial, that had the effect of moving the needle in favor of the Democrats. They gained traction to some extent through the summer. However, about 4 weeks ago, that changed, and changed markedly when the momentum shifted decidedly toward the Republicans. About 4 weeks ago was when the Consumer Price Index numbers came out showing that after inflation had stalled over the summer, it appeared to be re-accelerating. That could and likely is one of the key factors here. Nevertheless, Republicans clearly capitalized on that and much more in the state of Florida, running up the score in ways that we have not seen in modern history in our state.
That was Fox 13's Craig Patrick. Thank you so much for providing that information. As we are still tracking Tropical Storm Nicole, I do want to head you to a live briefing. This is from the National Weather Service and Hurricane Center. Let's listen in on the latest track just released.
Which runs from Palm Beach County up to the Volusia-Flagler County line. That's where we're expecting those hurricane conditions, but we're going to see widespread tropical storm conditions all the way up into the coast of Georgia and portions of the South Carolina coast. We'll talk a little bit more about the wind impacts in a minute. But the big impacts for most tropical storms and hurricanes, and where we see the most fatalities, are from the water. And we're very concerned about storm surge with Nicole, with that large wind field. As I mentioned, we're already seeing storm surge flooding along much of the Florida East Coast. That's going to only get worse as we go through the day and into tonight. In the overnight high tide cycle, we will see 3 to 5 feet of inundation above ground level somewhere in this area from North Palm Beach all the way up past Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Daytona Beach, St. Augustine, Jacksonville, up to southeast Georgia, Altamaha Sound. ground. That also includes the St. Johns River. That river is still elevated due to the flooding from Hurricane Ian back in late September. We also have a storm surge warning in effect for portions of the Florida Gulf Coast now, from Anclote River up into the Big Bend region to Ocklawahnee River, where we could also see 3 to 5 feet of inundation, 1 to 3 feet possible in the Tampa Bay region down south to Inglewood, and also some 1 to 2 feet in the Miami-Dade County area, Biscayne Bay, 2 to 4 feet along the Broward County coastline. So again, a lot of water going to be moved around, and we could also see 2 to 4 feet up into places like Charleston and Savannah. Now, that's just the storm surge. We also have the rainfall. Over Florida in the short term, we're expecting widespread rainfall totals of 3 to 5 inches over much of central and eastern Florida, with isolated amounts as high as 8 inches. That could be concentrated along the east coast, where we're seeing that storm surge come in as well. So the combination of the storm surge inundation from the ocean and the rainfall is going to create some pretty significant flooding concerns, especially across coastal areas of eastern Florida. Now, with Nicole expected to move northward and then northeastward and get involved with the approaching front, the moisture from Nicole is going to result in heavy rainfall across portions of the southern Appalachians. You can see here along the Appalachian Mountains in western North Carolina and Virginia, we could see isolated amounts as high as 6 inches, and then widespread rainfall totals of 1 to 4 inches in the western mid-Atlantic states and on up into the Northeast as we go from Friday into Saturday. And that's going to result in sort of a broad risk of flash flooding, first here in Florida on Wednesday into Thursday, and then into Friday into Saturday morning across the Appalachians and up into the western mid-Atlantic states. So this is going to be a large-scale rainfall event that could cause at least scattered flash flooding in all these locations you see in yellow here. Now, go back to the wind threat. Because Nicole is a large storm, we have tropical storm warnings in effect for much of the Florida Peninsula, essentially from Miami northward all the way to Jacksonville and west to just to the east of the Tallahassee area. Again, especially inland, the Orlando metro area, Tampa area, you could see sustained tropical storm force winds, especially tropical storm force wind gusts that could cause scattered tree damage, power lines down. Some of these areas are still dealing with the cleanup from Hurricane Ian, so there's debris around. So it may not be safe to be out in some of these areas, especially overnight tonight and into Thursday morning. And you also see the tropical storm watches and warnings that extend up into portions of southeast Georgia and southern South Carolina. Now, with landfalling tropical storms and hurricanes, we also have a tornado threat. The tornado threat is going to be greatest today along the east coast of Florida, especially to the right of where the center of Nicole makes landfall overnight tonight into early Thursday. That tornado risk is going to move up into the coastal portions of the southeastern U.S. on Thursday, places like Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, and then on Friday, it's going to expand into the eastern Carolinas, places like Columbia, Wilmington, Raleigh, out to the North Carolina Outer Banks. So a real multi-hazard event. Be in your safe place, especially in the Florida East Coast and that hurricane and those storm surge warning areas. Please pay attention to any evacuation orders you've been given as that water starts to come up. Be in a safe place from now through tomorrow morning. Thank you for tuning in to the National Hurricane Center. I'm Mike Brennan, and we'll have more updates on Nicole through the week.
And that was an update from the National Hurricane Center. I now want to send you to a live update with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking on preparations for Nicole.
FLDOE.org/storminfo, FLDOE.org. Please continue to monitor your local weather service for updates, and please make sure to finish any outstanding preparations. Visit floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan if you need more information. And again, this is likely going to be a storm that you're already seeing gusts now, but in terms of it making landfall, the best estimate is very, very early Thursday morning, 2 a.m. And it will affect the state, huge parts of the state of Florida pretty much all day on Thursday. Okay, Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your support and your leadership. Tropical storm Nicole, as the governor just said, is expected to make landfall as a hurricane on Florida's east coast overnight tonight. This will bring significant coastal flooding, strong winds, storm surge, heavy rain, beach erosion, and isolated tornadoes. Due to the size of the storm, strong wind gusts will be felt across the entire Florida Peninsula, Big Bend, and even over into the Panhandle. I urge Floridians statewide to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline. The next few hours are your last chance to bring in potential damaging items inside before Nicole makes landfall tonight. To say, if you can pick it up, you need to put it up. This includes lawn chairs, plants, grills, outdoor decorations, all of those things should be removed indoors. Should be removed from outdoors to indoors to limit the amount of flying debris during this storm. If you have any battery-operated or hand-cranked weather radios, now is the time to check those and make sure that you can receive weather alerts during any power outages. If those power outages occur, this will be the best way to ensure that you know what's going on in your local community. As I said, we may have tornadoes. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the innermost portion of your home, away from windows. Protect your head and body from debris with a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even a bicycle helmet if you may have one. There is a high risk of rip currents statewide. Please, I beg you, do not enter the water during these unsafe conditions. Rip currents are often overlooked, but are very deadly. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, please, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. Please turn around and do not drown. FDM continues to coordinate with utility companies. As the governor has said, we have more than 16,000 linemen ready to respond to any type of power outages and restoration efforts. If residents should have any questions about resources for Tropical Storm Nicole, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management office or public safety office. There may come a time during and after the storm that local governments cannot immediately send first responder into harm's way to assist you. So therefore, make sure you have everything that you may need and stay as safe as you possibly can. If you have any questions about the status of the storm, please continue to call our State Assistance Information Line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. For more information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, you can obviously go to your local emergency management webpage, or you may go to floridadisaster.org/Nicole. That's floridadisaster.org/Nicole, and follow the division on our Facebook and on Twitter at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership.
Okay, so please just continue to monitor the situation. If you do have power outages and you are using a generator, just please remember when you're using that generator, you cannot have that in your house with the exhaust. You could die from carbon monoxide. So it's got to be outside your home, and that exhaust has got to be going outside. We've had instances where people have had power outages, they use that, and it's in the house, and then we end up having fatalities. And so please be mindful of that. We could have significant power outages, and yes, the linemen are stationed there, and they do a good job, as we saw during Hurricane Ian, but the reality is you very well may have a period of time without power. So if you want to connect with the generator, just please follow the proper safety precautions and make sure you're keeping yourself and your family safe. Okay, we'll have more updates later. Thank you.
All right, that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as the head of Florida Emergency Management, providing a live update here with the latest information on everything that residents need to know ahead of Hurricane Nicole. That's what it will likely be when it does make landfall. However, right now, still a tropical storm. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here in just a few. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We are talking about two big ones right now. That is Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into a hurricane as it gets closer and closer to the east coast of Florida, expected to make landfall tonight into tomorrow morning. But also, let's talk more about those election results, and I want to head to a race that it was possible could have been a toss-up here, and it could have been undecided. However, we do have a clear winner in the race for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. Democrat John Fetterman won that pivotal race for U.S. Senate, flipping a Republican-held seat as he recovered from a stroke during the bare-knuckled campaign and giving Democrats hope that they can retain control of that closely divided chamber to boost President Joe Biden's agenda for 2 more years. I do want to play parts of their speeches here, just a couple minutes each, but here is John Fetterman right after he won.
ED program, and I've spent these last 2 decades fighting for the forgotten communities, because no community deserves to be left behind. No one deserves to be abandoned. And every place matters. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And my promise to all of you is I will never let you down. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
When all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race. We've been closing the gap all night, and we have a lot more ballots to go. I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Traveled all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight, you have told me that you believe in me. And bless you for that. Together, we will heal Pennsylvania, and we will heal America. God bless you.
And that was the race for U.S. Senate. We heard from both the winner, John Fetterman, a Democrat, and Dr. Oz, a Republican. We are hearing that Dr. Oz will officially provide his concession speech at some point, so we are going to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Another race that we were watching very closely is out of New York. That is where Kathy Hochul, a Democrat, was elected to her first full term here in New York as the governor. So 53% of the vote going toward Hochul. Lee Zeldin, her Republican opponent, getting 47%. Our Fox 5 New York team providing the latest information about that race.
I'm not here to make history. I'm here to make a difference.
After a spirited challenge from Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, Kathy Hochul, the 57th governor of New York, remains the governor of New York. Hochul ascended to the office after Andrew Cuomo's resignation. With her victory over Zeldin, she gets a full 4-year term in Albany, becoming the first woman to ever get elected as the state's governor.
Yes, the glass ceiling, like the one that's above us here today, has finally been shattered in the state of New York.
Zeldin made the race much closer than many had anticipated just weeks ago. He accused Hochul of being soft on crime. She accused him of fear-mongering and tied him to former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
I know you're an election denier.
When Zeldin addressed his supporters early this morning, he did not concede, despite the major networks and the Associated Press calling the race for Hochul.
Enjoy the open bar and enjoy watching the results, because what you're about to see is that this will continue to get closer and closer and closer.
And we do know once again that Kathy Hochul was elected their governor of New York. As we get to the 11 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 8 o'clock hour on the West Coast, I do want to talk a little bit more about some of the races that are still undecided. One of them, a big one, the governor's race in Arizona. Democrat Katie Hobbs led Republican Kari Lake in that race for governor, but the battle for control of that crucial battleground state too early to call still. If you do look here at the latest numbers, you can see it is showing that they have 50% each. However, Katie Hobbs, a Democrat, does have about 12,000 more votes than Kari Lake. 66% of the precincts reporting, so not a large number, as that does continue here. Lake is a former television news anchor and says she would not have certified the state's 2020 election results. Her television-ready demeanor, confrontations with journalists, and some fairly combative messages for Democrats made the first-time candidate a rising star on the right whose future in national politics already being debated. Our Fox 10 Phoenix team had crews at both parties as both candidates spoke. I do want to play those comments for you, but let's start here with Kari Lake.
When Kari Lake came out to address the crowd, she came out to American Woman by Lenny Kravitz blaring behind her, and she fired up the crowd just like she can. She said that we will win and blasted the media. But it's not a new playbook. Trump designed that playbook, and Lake followed it to a T. That's why she got his endorsement. Her campaign started more than 520 days ago, and here's what she said.
We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes, and we will turn this around. Thank you, everybody. Let the partying begin. We know this movement is just beginning. I love you, Arizona. I love you, Arizona.
So this is not over. There were a bunch of balloons set up behind me. They were ready for a balloon drop, but clearly a balloon drop not happening here in Scottsdale this morning. Ellen McNamara, Fox 10 News.
All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are still taking a look at the Arizona governor's race. It is a race that has not yet been decided. We just heard from crews that were over at Kari Lake's party last night. No one conceding just yet because you can see about 50% of the votes for each of them. It is a separation of just 12,000 votes. Katie Hobbs with about 902,000. Kari Lake just under that at 890. I do want to send you over to Fox 10 Phoenix's report on Katie Hobbs at her viewing party.
Katie Hobbs addressed supporters here at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Phoenix, where the Democrats were hosting their watch party tonight. Early on in the evening, she seemed very confident when she saw those numbers first coming in, and she went to bed tonight feeling good about what she was seeing, but she did caution her supporters that there is going to take some time for all of those ballots to be counted, and she urged them to have patience.
Now that the campaign is over and polls have closed, the county election officials are hard at work tabulating those votes, and they're going to be tabulating them for the next few days. I know that we're all eager to find out who won each of these incredibly important races, but we need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted.
Katie Hobbs took the time to thank all of her supporters, and she did say that she ran what she felt to be a very fair campaign, and she is hoping that Arizona voters reward her for that effort. Reporting at the Renaissance Hotel, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Thank you so much to Mark Martinez there at Fox 10 Phoenix. Again, we are watching that race very closely as it has yet to be decided. So we are also tracking Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into a hurricane as it does head toward Florida's east coast. Let's listen into Fox Weather's live coverage here. Brian Norcross explaining exactly what we can expect with the track.
Is north of the storm. And so this is going to be to the right of the track. Wherever that center tracks, the strongest winds, the heaviest rains, and everything is going to be to the right of the track. All right, let's look at it as it goes here. So we go looking at the time here, so now we're late afternoon and early evening today, and there we see hurricane force sustained winds popping out. These are the hurricane force gusts. So the strongest winds are going to be relatively close to the center, but you notice extending outside of the cone. So this is definitely a situation where we don't look really hard at that cone. We ask, okay, what are the winds expected in this area? And watch as we go forward. Now that's this evening, going forward to 1 o'clock or so in the morning. It's more or less making landfall between midnight and 2 a.m. Eastern time. And there we see the hurricane force gusts, and we can see that the storm is on track like that. So few hurricanes force gusts south. Everything is way north, including winds here, 40 plus miles an hour. So that's when we start having trees go down and so forth. And then we see it coming ashore. Here we are at 5 a.m. And I want you to imagine that area of strongest winds moving up this track here. So you notice that affects Orlando and much of Central Florida and so forth. If the track is a little to the left, then it affects Tampa Bay. If it's a little to the right, it's more the coastal sections. But in any case, this corridor of strongest winds goes on across Florida. So because the worst of the winds are to the north of wherever the center is coming ashore, the hurricane warnings go up to include the Daytona Beach area, just about Daytona or just north of Daytona, and then the northern Bahamas. There are no hurricane warnings here. That's a plotting error by the way that things are communicated. And then we have the heavy rain. Notice, remember, if the track is something like this, all the heavy rain is to the right side. So the wind and the rain are to the right side. And then, yes, the storm surge is to the right side too, because those winds are coming in like this, and piling water from Brunswick down to just north of the Palm Beaches. That's 3 to 5 feet there above normal high tide. You've seen the flooding in Palm Beach County. And by the way, that flooding that you saw with Nicole Valdez, that's salt water. So people that are driving their cars through that salt water are asking for big problems with their cars. If they really want to, if they have to do that, then they should get out with a garden hose and clean the inside of the car, because that's all salt going up in the brakes and the mechanics of the car, and that's really bad for the car. One of the things to notice on the storm surge is they put up 3 to 5 feet here in this west coast of Florida. That's in case the storm stays to the left side of the cone and swings up and pushes water up there. It's a very vulnerable part of the Florida coastline. And then one last thing, just to reinforce, look at the red. The whole state of Florida over to Tallahassee and on down, but not including Southwest and South Florida, is under a tropical storm warning, meaning 40-mile-an-hour winds are higher, meaning power can go out, meaning things can happen if you don't use good sense. Don't park your car under a tree. Don't park it where something might fall on it. Clean up things that you can pick up in your yard, that kind of thing, and with the strongest of those winds there on the East Coast, of course, because the winds there are coming off the ocean.
You are listening in to Fox Weather's live coverage on Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into a hurricane with winds of about 75 miles per hour as it does approach Florida's coast, making landfall tonight into tomorrow morning. And already on the bottom right side of your screen, you can see that flooding in St. Augustine, Florida. A lot of the cameras there look very similar. If you are just joining us here, we did miss the first part of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' update on Nicole. I do want to play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It was fairly brief.
Still a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. The most recent track shows that it will make landfall in Martin County as a Category 1 hurricane and will move through the state, exit into the Gulf of Mexico, and then make landfall again somewhere in the Big Bend region in North Florida. The combined winds and storm surge will contribute to continued beach erosion in areas that have already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. The wind field from the storm is very large, and we expect impacts to stretch far beyond the center track, including tropical storm force winds as far north as Jacksonville. Winds are the main concern with Nicole, but we also expect to see some heavy rains, the potential for flash flooding, and 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in some areas. Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, Brevard, and Volusia counties are currently under a hurricane warning. 49 additional counties are under tropical storm watches or warnings. Evacuation orders have been issued at the county level on the east coast of Florida in counties including Brevard, Flagler, Martin, Palm Beach, St. John, St. Lucie, and Volusia counties. Obviously, that is zone specific, so make sure you know your zone and pay attention and listen to the local officials. People in the impacted areas should continue to pay close attention as the storm progresses. I think we know these things can be dynamic, and so please exercise that diligence. For those under evacuation orders, remember, you don't need to go hundreds of miles away. Instead, you can go tens of miles inland, stay within the state, and still be safe. Now, we're ready. We have more than enough resources to respond to this storm. On Monday, I declared a state of emergency for 34 counties so that communities had ample time to prepare for the storm. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with both utility and fuel industry partners, including FPL, Duke Energy, TECO, municipal electric providers, and rural electric co-ops. There are 16,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts, and Floridians in the path of the storm should expect, to see power outages when you're having these gusty conditions. There'll be debris. That will affect power lines and the transmission lines, and so just be prepared for that. These folks are staged, and they will obviously proceed to do a restoration as rapidly as possible. But you should prepare to have some outages. The Florida National Guard has activated 600 guardsmen, and we have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby and ready to respond if needed. 15 shelters are opening today along the east coast of Florida. There are 17 school districts that are closed or that dismissed early today ahead of the storm, and a total of 23 school districts will be closed tomorrow. For an updated list of school closures, visit fldoe.org/storminfo, fldoe.org. Please continue to monitor your local weather service for updates. And please make sure to finish any outstanding preparations. Visit floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan if you need more information. And again, this is likely going to be a storm that you're already seeing gusts now, but in terms of it making landfall, the best estimate is very, very early Thursday morning, 2 a.m. And it will affect huge parts of the state of Florida pretty much all day on Thursday. Okay, Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your support and your leadership. Tropical storm NICOLE, as the governor just said, is expected to make landfall as a hurricane on Florida's east coast overnight tonight. This will bring significant coastal flooding, strong winds, storm surge, heavy rain, beach erosion, and isolated tornadoes. Due to the size of the storm, strong wind gusts will be felt across the entire Florida peninsula, Big Bend, and even over into the Panhandle. I urge Floridians statewide to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline. The next few hours are your last chance to bring in potential damaging items inside before NICOLE makes landfall tonight. To say, if you can pick it up, you need to put it up. This includes lawn chairs, plants, grills, outdoor decorations. All of those things should be removed should be removed from outdoors to indoors to limit the amount of flying debris during this storm. If you have any battery operated or hand cranked weather radios, now is the time to check those and make sure that you can receive weather alerts during any power outages. If those power outages occur, this will be the best way to ensure that you know what's going on in your local community. As I said, we may have tornadoes. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the innermost portion of your home, away from windows. Protect your head and body from debris with a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even a bicycle helmet if you may have one. There is a high risk of rip currents statewide. Please, I beg you, do not enter the water during these unsafe conditions. Rip currents are often overlooked, but are very deadly. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, please, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. Please turn around and do not drown. FDM continues to coordinate with utility companies. As the governor has said, we have more than 16,000 linemen ready to respond to any type of power outages and restoration efforts. If residents should have any questions about resources for Tropical Storm NICOLE, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management office or public safety office. There may come a time during and after the storm that local governments cannot immediately send first responder into harm's way to assist you. So therefore, make sure you have everything that you may need and stay as safe as you possibly can. If you have any questions about the status of the storm, please continue to call our State Assistance Information Line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. For more information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, you can obviously go to your local emergency management webpage, or you may go to floridadisaster.org/Nicole. That's floridadisaster.org/Nicole, and follow the division on our Facebook and on Twitter at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership.
Okay, so please just continue to monitor the situation. If you do have power outages and you are using a generator, just please remember when you're using that generator, you cannot have that in your house with the exhaust. You could die from carbon monoxide. So it's got to be outside your home, and that exhaust has got to be going outside. We've had instances where people have had power outages, they use that, and it's in the house, and then we end up having fatalities. And so please be mindful of that. We could have significant power outages, and yet, yes, the linemen are stationed there, and they do a good job, as we saw during Hurricane Ian. But the reality is you very well may have a period of time without power. So if you want to connect with the generator, just please follow the proper safety precautions and make sure you're keeping yourself and your family safe. Okay, we'll have more updates later. Thank you.
All right, and that was the latest from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis being joined by other emergency management officials there in Florida as now Tropical Storm Nicole approaches the Sunshine State, but it is expected to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. So let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox Weather, who are bringing us a few warnings that you need to know if you are in the area.
Your water, whatever you need, and also make sure that you've got your notifications turned on your Fox Weather app for critical alerts so you get them even if your phone is on vibrate or silent. Storm surge warnings are in place right along the east coast of Florida, all the way down from West Palm Beach through Jacksonville and just up into portions of Georgia. We've also got that around the Big Bend area, because once the storm comes over central Florida and then moves back up toward the Panhandle, then we've got those winds switching direction and bouncing back up and pushing all of the water to the Big Bend area. Storm surge, impressive, 3 to 5 feet. And when you factor in that high tide, that's when we're really dealing with those. Next one for Central Florida comes in at about 8:45 tonight. 3 to 5 foot surge right close to Big Bend as we've got those winds. That's when that starts to push up all the water against the coast here. You head up to the north, still some pretty impressive surge all the way up to South Carolina, even into portions of North Carolina, 1 to 3 foot sets of surge out here as well. It has been impressive. We'll continue to watch this closely as well, Amy, because the winds, storm surge, they extend far from where the landfall is expected.
Yeah, this is wild. We've got a possible hurricane making landfall in Florida. A blizzard is on the horizon for the northern plains, plus a tornado risk. That's right, severe storms. We'll show you where. This is a view from Big Sky, Montana. This is the cold air that's being sent down from the north, creating the collision of air masses. We time out the severe storms next here on Fox Weather.
All right, that was a live update from our colleagues over at Fox Weather. We took a step away from our 2022 midterm election coverage to bring you all an update because, again, the state of Florida is preparing for a possible Category 1 hurricane as Tropical Storm Nicole slowly approaches the state of Florida. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will have more midterm election results in 2 minutes. right, everyone, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 11:21 on the East Coast as we continue to bring you all your midterm election results coverage. We are keeping track of key races in key states as results continue to come in. The count is still underway this morning. Election day is over, but control of Congress is still up in the air. Now, one thing is clear. The highly anticipated big Republican red wave just did not materialize. Doug Luzader has more on some of the results from Washington this morning.
Republicans have picked up some seats in Congress, and it may be enough to take control of the House. But the Senate is still a jump ball this morning, and Democrats are pinning their hopes on a big pickup in Pennsylvania.
We jammed them up. We held the line.
Democrat John Fetterman with a big win in Pennsylvania, defeating Republican Mehmet Oz in one of the most closely watched races of the night, and giving Democrats some hope that they may salvage control of the Senate.
We are not sure if this journey is over tonight.
Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock holds a small lead in Georgia over Republican Herschel Walker, but that race may come down to a runoff next month.
Just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's going to get better.
Democrats were able to hold on to a number of close House races, and President Biden phoned some of his party's winners through the night. And while we are still waiting for results in Arizona's tight gubernatorial race, Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp defeated Democrat Stacey Abrams in a rematch. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis delivered a huge victory in Florida. But it turns out the big red wave just didn't happen elsewhere.
We have Joe Biden, who is the least popular president since Harry Truman, since presidential polling happened, and there wasn't a red wave. That is a searing indictment of the Republican Party.
Still, Republican Congressman Kevin McCarthy, who hopes to become the new Speaker of the House, is optimistic.
When you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority.
And that may happen, but we are still waiting for results this morning. And if McCarthy delivers just a narrow majority, he may face some challengers within his own party to become Speaker. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, let's go ahead and revisit the state of Georgia, because the Georgia Senate race is definitely one to pay attention to. So back in 2021, Senator Raphael Warnock had a victory, and he helped Democrats gain control of the Senate. And this also made him the first black senator in the state of Georgia. But it looks like this year, this election may be headed to a runoff. So here's more on that.
Good morning. Keep the faith.
Too close to call. The contest between incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker likely entering its second round. Ballots continue to be counted in the Georgia Senate race Wednesday, with incomplete returns showing a close race and a third-party candidate on the ballot. A runoff is likely.
If you can hang in there a little bit longer.
This already the nation's most expensive race, showing the high stakes as the balance of power in the U.S. Senate could hinge on this contest.
I remain as committed to this work as I have ever been, and I look forward to continuing on that journey together over the next 6 years.
A runoff means 4 more weeks of campaigning. Warnock has maintained his opponent is unqualified, while Walker has painted the Reverend as a rubber stamp for the White House.
I'm like Ricky Bobby. I don't come to lose. And I told you he's going to be tough to beat. He's going to be tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here, don't he?
All right, again, we are still keeping a close eye on the Georgia Senate race. This is the most recent update that we have received. So as of 11:26 a.m., it looks as though that the Georgia Senate race will head to a runoff in December. Let's go ahead and switch gears to another key race that we are covering here at Live Now from Fox. We have here re-elected Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, delivering a victory speech after he had a successful victory over Democratic candidate Beto O'Rourke. Let's go ahead and listen into his victory remarks. He is speaking on key campaign issues and promises that he wishes to fulfill as governor of Texas.
Than any other young lady in the world, and that's our wonderful daughter, Audrey Abbott. And I want to thank all of the volunteers, all of our supporters, and my fellow Texans for making this victory night possible. Thank you all. So let's go back. We started this campaign in South Texas. We celebrated my primary victory in South Texas. Tonight, we return to South Texas to celebrate my re-election for you being your governor for 4 more years. And to be clear about this, we planted our flag in South Texas, and we showed America that South Texas is now electing Republicans to office in our great state. Right before coming out here, the numbers stayed the same, and I think they will stay the same. I'll be able to tell you something that's never been said before. The ground on which you are standing right now is now going to be represented for the first time by an Hispanic Republican woman, Monica de la Cruz. She'll go to Congress, and the first thing she will do is to fire Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. But it's bigger than that, because Republicans that we endorsed were elected from Nueces County to Cameron County, Hidalgo County, and all the way over to Terrell County on the border, and counties in between. So I want to say tonight, congratulations to the next generation of Republicans who were elected tonight. They will be tremendous representatives at whichever level they serve. So I ran this campaign for Texans to have safer streets, for homeowners who are burdened with skyrocketing property taxes, for our oil field workers who beg for me to protect their jobs, for parents who just want to choose the school that's best for their child, and for small business owners who thank me in every location I went to for keeping their jobs open and businesses open during the time of COVID. I ran for the farmers and ranchers down here on the border who pleaded for a more secure border in the state of Texas. And I ran for the thousands of Texans who came up to me and they said, "Governor, just keep Texas, Texas." And all of you inspired me, and all of you propelled me to what has now become a resounding victory for my re-election. So now it's time to go to work for all of those people as well as for all Texans. And it starts by keeping Texas as the #1 state for the best economy in America and the #1 state for jobs. We must tap into our $27 billion budget surplus and use that to give our property owners the largest property tax cut in the history of Texas. We must fight against Joe Biden's war against oil and gas and keep Texas #1 for oil and gas production in the United States of America. We must also strive for excellence in education. Now, we already rank #1 for the number of blue ribbon schools, as well as we have one of the highest high school graduation rates in America. Also, since I was elected governor to begin with, Texas has become the #1 state in America for the most Tier 1 research universities. But more must be done to improve our math and reading scores. More must be done to improve college graduation rates, as well as to provide skill job training that leads to good jobs. But we must never forget, our schools are for education, not for indoctrination. Schools must stop pushing political agendas and get back to teaching the fundamentals of math and science and reading. But more important than all of that, our students need to be taught why and how the United States of America began with literally nothing and went on to become the best country in the history of the entire world. That is what they need to be taught. And we have no doubt some people here tonight who did their share to keep America strong with the mightiest military in our history. If you have ever worn the uniform of the United States military, would you wave your hand so we can see you and thank you for your service? And we have others who serve among those numbers, and that is those who serve in the Texas National Guard. Wave your hand if you're part of our troopers. We also must, speaking of law enforcement, we got to fully fund our law enforcement officers and give them the respect they deserve. We need to end these easy bail policies that allow dangerous criminals out onto the streets. And we must escalate our battle against the deadly fentanyl that is pouring across our border. We must treat it like the crime that it is, and that is murder. And I've jump-started that process by declaring that the Mexican drug cartels are terrorist organizations, and we are going after them. Texans have demanded a more secure border. And what I think is going to happen tonight, when all is done, the new Republican Congress they have promised to do their job to secure the border. We must hold them to their promise. They must reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy and go back to building our border wall. They must reimburse the state of Texas for every penny that we spent doing the federal government's job to secure the border. And they should defund the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden tried to put in place and use that money to hire 87,000 Border Patrol agents so they can secure our border. Speaking of which, we have tonight with us some members of the National Border Patrol Council. Wherever you guys are, they're over here. Thank you guys for what y'all are doing on the border. We appreciate you guys. But listen, where and if Congress falls short, Texas must continue our unprecedented efforts to secure our border. So listen, tonight, Texans sent a very resounding message. They want to keep Texas the beacon of opportunity that we have provided over the past 8 years. A Texas where working families can flourish. A Texas where students can be prepared and inspired for college or for a career. A Texas that supports our law enforcement officers and our military. A Texas where we safeguard our fundamental freedoms. And a Texas where everybody has a path to prosperity. All of that is possible in Texas. So once again, I want to thank everybody who made tonight possible. Listen, we have quite literally the best campaign staff in the history of the state of Texas. They ran a strong, tough, good campaign, and they're incomparable in the history of our state. At the same time that our campaign staff was working, we had the people who serve in the governor's office working around the clock, serving you, the people of Texas. And so we can both serve the people of Texas and run a solid campaign at the same time and win at doing both. I want to thank all the volunteers, people who did this for the cause, not for the money. People who knocked on doors, people who sent out texts, people who made phone calls, people who got voters out, people who cared, people with passion like this young woman that I've met. There's not been a single time I haven't been down here without her and her daughter being here. And I even know about her daughter's little boo-boo on her knee that she had that's healing up right now. But she's precious, but all of you all are precious for the way that you put in the time and effort to make sure that we would win. And I want to thank my supporters for record-breaking resources that we needed to make sure that we won this race going away. But most importantly, I want to thank my fellow Texans. I want to thank you for your votes. And I want to thank you for your trust. Just know this. We will go to work every single day to earn that trust. And together we will keep Texas the greatest state and the greatest country in the history of the world. So God bless you all, and God bless our great state of Texas.
Right, and that was the latest from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who was re-elected for another term there in Texas. We'll go ahead and switch gears and bring our attention to yet another very high-profile race. The results are in. Governor Brian Kemp defeated Democrat Stacey Abrams in the Georgia gubernatorial election for the second time. This was a rematch in their 2018 contest. So Republican Brian Kemp won a second term as Georgia's governor, and Kemp touted his previous record, his conservative record as governor. And Abrams talked about her approach to how she wanted to change things, but she says that she will continue to fight. Here's a recap of that story from our colleagues at Fox 5 Atlanta.
How about them dogs?
Governor Kemp began his victory speech with a call out to his beloved Georgia Bulldogs. He then took a swipe at pundits and politicians from both sides of the aisle who tried to knock him out of office.
It looks like the reports of my political death have been greatly exaggerated.
The governor pointed to his economic record, his focus on crime, inflation, and the decision to reopen Georgia during the pandemic as the reasons he easily defeated Stacey Abrams a second time.
We kept shopping, and tonight we stopped Stacey and saved Georgia.
And let me begin by offering congratulations to Governor Brian Kemp.
Abrams acknowledged she lost, but didn't back down from the central issues of her campaign, including Medicaid expansion, abortion, and voting rights.
We know Georgia deserves more, and whether we do it from the governor's mansion or from the streets, whether we do it from the Capitol or from our community, we are going to fight for more for the state of Georgia.
The governor repeated campaign vows to return another $1 billion to taxpayers out of the state's surplus and provide property tax relief during the upcoming legislative session.
God bless you, and God bless the great state of Georgia. Keep chopping.
All right, the time is now 11:39 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all a few remarks from Governor Brian Kemp in just about 2 minutes. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue your midterm election results. Let's talk about a key race here, the state of Georgia, the governor's race to be specific. Brian Kemp defeating Stacey Abrams with 53% of the vote. Let's go ahead and revisit his victory speech. That took place last night on election night. Brian Kemp continued to discuss key topics that he made sure were front and center during his campaign, specifically about maintaining voter integrity and ushering in a new era of economics and job growth opportunity in the state of Georgia. So again, let's revisit this.
It looks like the reports of my political death have been greatly exaggerated. And listen, it is a great night to be a Georgian. I want to thank you guys so much for coming to be with our family tonight. Let's hear it for the best First Lady and the best First Daughters in the nation. As you all know, this has been quite the team effort for us, and it wouldn't be without these four ladies that have worked so hard and supported me in everything I've ever done. So I just cannot thank them enough for their support. But listen, there are so many people to thank, many who are with us tonight. Thank you guys. But first and foremost, thank you to the Team Kemp volunteers who put up yard signs, made phone calls, knocked on doors, wrote postcards, and got their friends and families out to vote. We would not be here without you. Thank you so much, y'all. I also just want to thank all the other statewide candidates and our state legislators who are here. Thank you guys and congratulations. I know you all have worked incredibly hard over the last few months, and I look forward to working with each of you over the next 4 years to keep our state moving in the right direction. Y'all are great. Thank you. And all the hard-working Georgians across the state who came out to our bus stops, our rallies, our meet and greets, those who helped Lucy fill up our diesel fuel can. You remember at the bus stop when Lucy was holding the diesel fuel can, and we told you at those stops all across this state, we got all the money we need. It's just in your pocket. And I appreciate y'all supporting the girls with your contributions, but I also just appreciate the strong grassroots supporters that we've had literally from Claxton to Calhoun. And finally, I just want to thank the campaign staff and our official staff for all the wood that they have chopped over the last several months. We love y'all. As you all know, we did not get distracted on this hard-fought campaign. Just like we have stayed focused on putting you first throughout my first term. We woke up every single day talking about how to build a safer, stronger Georgia for you and your family, and help your family fight through Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation. And we did that by focusing on common sense solutions to put more of your hard-earned tax dollars back in your pocket, like passing the largest state income tax cut in history, returning over $1 billion back to you, the taxpayers, and suspending the gas tax in this state since March. And we are not about to stop there. Come January 2023, we're going to send another $1 billion back to the taxpayers. And we're also going to give you relief on your property taxes as well. But we also focused on how resilient Georgia's economy has been despite the disaster we're seeing in Washington, D.C. and across the country thanks to Joe Biden. But in Georgia, that's right. But in Georgia, we have record low unemployment. The most people ever working in the history of our state. Historic investment in rural Georgia. In the 2 largest job projects in state history were announced just in the last year. But this campaign was also about keeping you and your families safe, and by backing our men and women in law enforcement. Our fight against gangs and human trafficking, and standing up to the pro-criminal, anti-law enforcement policies of the far left. And it was also about making sure our kids recover from pandemic learning loss and get the best education they can in a safe, welcoming environment, free from politics or divisive ideologies. As long as I'm your governor, we are going to continue to stand with our educators and put our students and our parents first. And as you all know, we took our campaign to voters who normally don't support Republicans. Because no matter where you live or what neighborhood you are from, hardworking Georgians want their families safe, their streets safe, and they want good paying jobs and a quality education for their children. Our message to voters was about making sure they had the opportunity to achieve the American dream right here in the Peach State, no matter their zip code. Each day of this race, we talked about how Marty, the girls, and I think we live in the best state in the country to live, work, and raise our families. And we all know that my opponent disagreed. But looking at the results tonight, we made sure that Stacey Abrams is not going to be our governor or your next president. The people in this room and hardworking Georgians all across our state know these last 4 years have not been easy. Because of a global pandemic, loved ones were lost, jobs were cut, businesses struggled, and lives were uprooted. Nearly overnight, Americans from all walks of life were made to feel anxious, maybe even frightened for their future, their family's future, and the future of our country. This was an unprecedented challenge we had never faced before. There was no playbook. There was no widely accepted path forward. No silver bullet that could bring back our normal way of life. On top of that, you add in the 2020 election, pandemic politics, and a lot of people that didn't live here or vote here thinking they knew what was best for our state. At one point or another, the national media, Stacey Abrams, the healthcare pundits, far-left activists, liberal donors, presidents, both current and former, they all were attacking Georgia. They opposed our measured approach to protecting both lives and livelihoods. According to the pundits and the so-called experts, if you wanted to keep your barber shop open, you were a threat to public health. If you didn't want a government forcing you or your family to get vaccinated against your will, you were part of the problem. If you wanted to keep your job as a waitress at a local restaurant, they told you that it was too dangerous. If you wanted to go worship in a church, they said no. But you could go gamble in a casino. When parents wanted their kids back in the classroom instead of behind the screen, they listened to the National Teachers Union and the healthcare pundits who said no. But as you know, they didn't stop there. When we expanded days of early voting and made it easier to vote and hard to cheat with Senate Bill 202, Georgia's Election Integrity Act, you remember? They called it Jim Crow 2.0. And Jim Crow with a suit and tie. According to the media, President Biden and their far-left allies, if you support photo ID on absentee ballots, you're a racist. If you wanted access to secure ballot drop boxes and more opportunities to vote early on the weekend, they brought in the Department of Justice. And when you wanted to go to the Major League All-Star Baseball game right here in Atlanta, they put politics ahead of America's pastime and cost our small businesses millions. Y'all, they attacked Georgia, but I'm not sure they realized how hard we would fight back. You see, they didn't know we were not going to be lectured by people who have no idea what it's like to clock into a hard day's work. They came after us, but the truth was on our side. They attacked us because even when times were tough and decisions were hard to make, we did the right thing for hardworking Georgians and their families. We did not waver. We hunkered down. And by God, we kept chopping. And as you know, I didn't listen to the pundits, the so-called experts, the media, or presidents. I listened to you. I listened to you, the hard-working people of this great state, because that's what I was elected to do. There is no doubt the challenges we faced together over the first 3 years of my term prepared Marty and the girls and I for this campaign. Just like I told you on primary night back in May, we were outspent with over 90% of my opponent's money coming from outside the state. Just like in 2018, Stacey Abrams still had the big donors, the magazine covers, and the left-wing media. She had the talk show host, Hollywood celebrities, President Biden, and President Obama. And she even had Oprah again. But they ran into a big problem, folks. Despite all the fanfare, the money, and the fame, they didn't have you. As a construction guy from Athens, who started his first small business with a pickup truck and a shovel. I can't tell you how honored I am to be your governor for the next 4 years. You have honored us beyond measure with your vote, with your support, with your time, and with your resources. Most importantly, though, you have honored us with your prayers, and our whole family is grateful for that. But I will tell you, people in high places who thought tonight's victory would never happen. But just like so many times before, you all and Team Kemp proved them wrong. The media, the national Democrats, those billionaire donors, the left-wing activists, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Oprah, and Stacey Abrams threw everything they had at us for the second time in a row. But you know what we did, y'all? We kept shopping, and tonight, we stopped Stacey and saved Georgia. But let me also make this clear. The media here and around the world watching this race will try to make this victory tonight about a lot of things. They'll say it was about Joe Biden. They'll say it was about Stacey Abrams, Donald Trump, or even Brian Kemp. Because that makes for flashy headlines and generates a lot of website clicks. But here's the truth. This election was about you. It was about you, the people of Georgia, the people who weathered the pandemic and emerged stronger than before, the people who came together and rejected the politics of division and hate, the people who stood up for what was right when everyone was watching, because that's who we are as a state. Regardless of politics, we want to live in a state where our dreams for ourselves and our families are possible, where a good paying job when you finish high school or college isn't hundreds of miles away, it's right next door. When an entrepreneur can easily start their own business to provide for themselves and their family, where you can protect and serve your community wearing a badge and know that your citizens have your back. And your governor and this family has it as well. Where you can retire in a safe neighborhood, worship freely, and watch your kids or your grandkids on Friday nights at the ball field. That's the Georgia I know, and it's one worth fighting for. Tonight, hard-working Georgians from all walks of life spoke with a clear voice. They know which direction they want their state to go, and it is forward. They want this team to keep putting them first, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Across the country tonight, we took the first step in saving America. This election proves that when Republicans stay focused on real-world solutions that put hard-working people first, we can win now, but also in the future, y'all. So I tell you, let's celebrate this historic victory. While knowing while knowing there's still plenty of work to do. And I can promise you, this family is going to stay in the fight. Thank y'all so much for your hard work and support. God bless you, and God bless the great state of Georgia.
Who I'm talking to this morning. When you look at McConnell.
There you have it there in Georgia. Republican incumbent Brian Kemp winning a rematch with Democrat challenger Stacey Abrams. As you see, Kemp received 53% of the vote. The time is now 12:02 p.m., 9:02 a.m. Good morning if you are joining us from the West Coast. We'll have more coverage of your midterm election results after this commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Democrat John Fetterman with a big win in Pennsylvania, defeating Republican Mehmet Oz in one of the most closely watched races of the night and giving Democrats some hope as to who may salvage control of the Senate. Here are a few remarks following his victory.
20 years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program, and I've spent these last 2 decades fighting for the forgotten communities. Because no community deserves to be left behind. No one deserves to be abandoned. And every place matters. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And my promise to all of you is I will never let you down. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
When all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race. We've been closing the gap all night, and we have a lot more ballots to go. I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Traveled all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight, you have told me that you believe in me. And bless you for that. Together, we will heal Pennsylvania, and we will heal America. God bless you.
All right, and if you are just now joining us, we are taking a look back and bringing you all more context on one of the most closely watched races this midterm election cycle. Democrat John Fetterman winning against his challenger, Republican Mehmet Oz, in a very high-profile race 2024 midterm elections. Again, we are still a little bit unsure of who will control the Senate. Several key races are still too close to call. But we do know that Governor Ron DeSantis is getting a second chance, a second term as Florida governor. He did actually have a huge win against former Florida Governor Charlie Crist, his Democrat opponent, and we do want to replay for you all a few of his remarks.
You know, over these past 4 years, we've seen major challenges for the people of our state, for the citizens of the United States, and above all, for the cause of freedom. We saw freedom in our very way of life, and so many other jurisdictions in this country wither on the vine. Florida held the line. We chose facts over fear. We chose education over indoctrination. We chose law and order over rioting and disorder. Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead. We made promises. We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises. And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you. Now, it's a lot easier to run a good campaign when you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County. Thank you to Palm Beach County. Now, we're we're still tallying the votes, but it's clearly apparent that this election we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years. And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states, for being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision. We executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic.
All right, and that was the latest from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis giving his victory speech late Tuesday night. We're also going to revisit a few remarks from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in 2 minutes after this commercial break, because as we take this live now, look from our XRAD weather radar, we are tracking that disturbance in the Gulf. Tropical Storm NICOLE is projected to become a possible Category 1 hurricane. So after this commercial break, we'll bring you all the latest when it comes to its projected path, watches, warnings, possible storm surge, winds, and rainfall, all things that experts are warning people in Florida to prepare for. We know that evacuations have already been ordered. Airports and schools are closing, so it's definitely a serious situation, and we will bring you all up to speed in just 2 minutes. All right, and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is 12:19, 9:19 a.m. Good morning if you are joining us from the West Coast. We are paying very close attention to Tropical Storm Nicole. Let's go ahead and listen into this update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's joined by other emergency management officials, and they are urging Florida residents to prepare. Nicole could possibly make landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane as the storm is already nearing hurricane strength. So let's go ahead and listen into these warnings that the governor is issuing to the people of Florida.
We also expect to see some heavy rains, the potential for flash flooding, and 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in some areas. Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, Brevard, and Volusia counties are currently under a hurricane warning. 49 additional counties are under tropical storm watches or warnings. Evacuation orders have been issued at the county level on the east coast of Florida in counties including Brevard, Flagler, Martin, Palm Beach, St. John, St. Lucie, and Volusia counties. Obviously, that is zone specific, so make sure you know your zone and pay attention and listen to the local officials. People in the impacted areas should continue to pay close attention as the storm progresses. I think we know these things can be dynamic, and so please exercise that diligence. For those under evacuation orders, remember, you don't need to go hundreds of miles away. Instead, you can go tens of miles inland, stay within the state, and still be safe. Now, we're ready. We have more than enough resources to respond to this storm. On Monday, I declared a state of emergency for 34 counties so that communities had ample time to prepare for the storm. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with both utility and fuel industry partners, including FPL, Duke Energy, TECO, municipal electric providers, and rural electric co-ops. There are 16,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts, and Floridians in the path of the storm should expect, to see power outages when you're having these gusty conditions. There'll be debris. That will affect power lines and the transmission lines. And so just be prepared for that. These folks are staged, and they will obviously proceed to do a restoration as rapidly as possible. But you should prepare to have some outages. The Florida National Guard has activated 600 guardsmen, and we have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby and ready to respond if needed. 15 shelters are opening today along the east coast of Florida. There are 17 school districts that are closed or that dismissed early today ahead of the storm, and a total of 23 school districts will be closed tomorrow. For an updated list of school closures, visit fldoe.org/storminfo, fldoe.org. Please continue to monitor your local weather service for updates, and please make sure to finish any outstanding preparations. Visit floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan if you need more information. And again, this is likely going to be a storm that you're already seeing gusts now, but in terms of it making landfall, the best estimate is very, very early Thursday morning, 2 a.m. And it will affect the state, huge parts of the state of Florida pretty much all day on Thursday. Okay, Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your support and your leadership. Tropical storm Nicole, as the governor just said, is expected to make landfall as a hurricane on Florida's east coast overnight tonight. This will bring significant coastal flooding, strong winds, storm surge, heavy rain, beach erosion, and isolated tornadoes. Due to the size of the storm, strong wind gusts will be felt across the entire Florida peninsula, Big Bend, and even over into the Panhandle. I urge Floridians statewide to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline. The next few hours are your last chance to bring in potential damaging items inside before Nicole makes landfall tonight. To say, if you can pick it up, you need to put it up. This includes lawn chairs, plants, grills, outdoor decorations. All of those things should be removed should be removed from outdoors to indoors to limit the amount of flying debris during this storm. If you have any battery operated or hand cranked weather radios, now is the time to check those and make sure that you can receive weather alerts during any power outages. If those power outages occur, this will be the best way to ensure that you know what's going on in your local community. As I said, we may have tornadoes. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the innermost portion of your home, away from windows, protect your head and body from debris with a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even a bicycle helmet if you may have one. There is a high risk of rip currents statewide. Please, I beg you, do not enter the water during these unsafe conditions. Rip currents are often overlooked, but are very deadly. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, please, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. Please turn around and do not drown. FDM continues to coordinate with utility companies. As the governor has said, we have more than 16,000 linemen ready to respond to any type of power outages and restoration efforts. If residents should have any questions about resources for Tropical Storm Nicole, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management office or public safety office. There may come a time during and after the storm that local governments cannot immediately send first responder into harm's way to assist you. So therefore, make sure you have everything that you may need and stay as safe as you possibly can. If you have any questions about the status of the storm, please continue to call our state assistance information line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. For more information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, you can obviously go to your local emergency management webpage, or you may go to floridadisaster.org/Nicole. That's floridadisaster.org/Nicole, and follow the division on our Facebook and on Twitter at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership.
Okay, so please just continue to monitor the situation. If you do have power outages and you are using a generator, just please remember when you're using that generator, you cannot have that in your house with the exhaust. You could die from carbon monoxide. So it's got to be outside your home, and that exhaust has got to be going outside. We've had instances where people have had power outages. They use that, and it's in the house, and then we end up having fatalities. And so please be mindful of that. We could have significant power outages, and yet, yes, the linemen are stationed there, and they do a good job, as we saw during Hurricane Ian. But the reality is you very well may have a period of time without power. So if you want to connect with the generator, just please follow the proper safety precautions and make sure you're keeping yourself and your family safe. Okay, we'll have more updates later. Thank you.
All right, and that was the latest from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was joined by other emergency management officials. And conditions are beginning to deteriorate along Florida's east coast. So let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we will tap into our Fox 35 Orlando team's coverage. And they are going to give us a firsthand account as to how the wind and rain is beginning there in the state of Florida. We'll have that in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Alive Now from Fox, quickly approaching the 9:30 a.m. mark if you're joining us from the West Coast, 12:30 p.m. mark if you are joining us from the East Coast. We are bringing you all election results from coast to coast on this Wednesday evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world. But we are shifting our focus and bringing you all the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole, which is quickly approaching the state of Florida. Let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox 35 Orlando. They are having a live conversation with the National Hurricane Center. Tropical Storm Nicole is expected to become a Cat 1 hurricane by time it makes landfall. Let's get more information.
Hurricane status, it's very close. There's going to be very little difference in whether it's 70 or 75 miles per hour. Those impacts are coming one way or another.
All right, gotcha. All right, Michael Brendan from the National Hurricane Center. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks.
All right. He brings up a good point, Jamie and Allison, because, right, what difference does it make if what sort of the cat it references if it's really just on the borderline and those wind speeds?
Exactly. And as Allison and I was saying all morning long on Good Day Orlando, the ill effects of Nicole will be spreading far and wide north of the center of circulation, and that will encompass East Central and all of Central Florida.
Yeah, and it already has. We've been talking about that wind field and just how far it is extending right now. And like we mentioned, it hasn't even made landfall yet, about 600 miles wide. So if you think of Detroit to Boston, how long that would take, that's how big that is. So it really it makes landfall on our East Coast, we are going to be seeing impacts wherever it does end up doing so.
I love that comparison there. I mean, it really tells the tale, hits home hard. We'll be checking in with you here in a minute on winds. Of course, one of the big aspects of tracking tropical weather, you got to know what the winds are going to do. But I want to also update you now on the forecast track cone. By 7 o'clock, looks like it's approaching the Grand Bahama area here Wednesday this evening at 7, winds at 75. So we'll see that make that conversion over to a potential hurricane. And that streamlines toward the southeastern portion of the peninsula here. You could see northern envelope here, the track cone going into the Space Coast, down through Indian River County, and then all the way down to the south there into central and northern Palm Beach County. But as our expert with NHC pointed out, that it doesn't matter if you're in the cone or not, especially north of that center track here, as those effects will be spreading far and wide and mainly to the north. A little bit longer term, as we go into Thursday tomorrow by 7 o'clock, we'll make some progress up into the Big Bend region. Watching closely for those of you and Fox 51 WOGX viewership. Our station is responsible for covering a lot of terrain up that way, a lot of territory for north central Florida. Those of you in Dixie and Levy, Gilchrist, Alachua County, we've not forgotten about you. I want to make that clear to you now. We'll be tracking your conditions. You'll get the very latest from us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, no doubt about it. And you see that track there winding up along the east side of the United States. May tuck a little bit more in closer to the coast when it's all said and done, depending on the interaction with an approaching front. But those effects will be felt all the way up the Atlantic seaboard. I want to take a look here at the forecast models for you. Really not a lot of change in that as we have good agreement. So I do believe that's certainly one of the assessments the Hurricane Center is making now in terms of the track. So here's what we need you to do, and what you need to know, friends, is that we're tracking Nicole for you. I need you to be in shelter in your safe place by 5 o'clock. This is our recommendation. You're going to do what you want to do, but winds are going to be increasing. Rain is going to be intensifying. The frequency, the intensity of these rain bands, nothing to play with. We also talk about a risk of some isolated tornadoes. I'll have more on that coming up here in just a second for you as these rain bands come in spiraling off of the parent storm that is Nicole. So those rain bands sometimes inherit that spin, and you can see we've got our latest warnings here for you. These are all tropical storm warnings shaded in the orange. Look at all the counties and communities involved in this one, and we've got some hurricane warnings now, coast of Volusia County straight through the Space Coast and on down a little closer to the northern edge there of South Florida. Now the worst weather will be arriving this evening in this zone right through here. That is why we're saying get in place by 5 p.m. You don't want to mess with it for tonight. Looks like that'll overspread back in through Orlando, Lake County, out to Sumter County. Those of you in the I-75 corridor, Webster, Bushnell, Coleman, some of the beautiful communities in Sumter, your conditions going downhill tonight. And then through early tomorrow morning, that will begin to spread on out into our Fox 51 viewership, WOGX TV, closer to Gainesville, into Levy, northern Citrus County, parts of Marion County. And those of you I know have got a few viewers and listeners along the St. Johns River in Palatka and Putnam County, want you to know as well, your conditions will be going downhill during that time. And lastly, a look at our coastal storm surging. Current warnings are in play. Tremendous rise in water right now. We're in the low tide, and there isn't much beach left right now. You can see all the waves piling on in. This will only increase in frequency, and as we head toward the high tide cycle tonight at 8:30 at pretty much all of our area beachfronts, this water is going to get a lot higher. So Allison, that is our concern right now. All the impacts coming in from Nicole, this is one of them occurring right now before our very eyes.
And you can see the camera bouncing up and down because of the strong winds. So I'm going to take you in right now to our touch screen to show you what sustained winds are looking like. So that's not a gust, what you would just be feeling if you stepped outside living in, let's say, Daytona Beach. 25-mile-per-hour sustained winds, just shy of 30 in Melbourne, and anywhere from 15 to 18 across the Orlando metro. Let's take a look at gusts, though. That's when it hits you and you're like, oh yes, that was a strong gust. Well, we're seeing that along the coast. Take a look at this. 41-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Melbourne right now, 36 in Daytona Beach, 23 in Ocala, about 36 in Cedar Key. And this trend is only going to continue as we head throughout the overnight hours tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. Let's take you into our Fox model. This is exclusive to us here at Fox 35, and you will only find it here. And it's been doing such a great job at showing that center of circulation nearing our coast. And take a look at these winds in Melbourne, up to 74 miles per hour. These are gusts, but still going to be very windy out there. And as that center of circulation starts to make its way across the Florida Peninsula, that's when we'll be seeing some of the strongest winds in Lake County, Leesburg, Claremont, downtown Orlando, just shy of 60, and that trend continuing up our east coast. Along the coast, there's no friction, so we usually see a lot stronger wind gusts than, let's say, across the interior. But with that center of circulation so Claremont, close, downtown like Orlando, just shy of 60, and that trend continuing, and then up our east coast, along the coast, there's no friction, so we usually see it does end up stronger wind gusts by Thursday afternoon, and you can see winds starting to decrease just a bit along coastal Brevard County, and then that trend will continue across most of the interior as that system starts to zip up the northeast. But let's take you into our Fox model, what we could be seeing in the skies. We talk about those outer rain bands, and take a look. They're extending all the way up to Jacksonville by 6 o'clock tonight, and just how far east they do as well. That center of circulation, at least on this last model run, likely making landfall somewhere between Melbourne and West Palm Beach by 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Now, at that time, you saw with our wind forecasting that winds are really going to be increasing, but then that's when the really heavy rain starts to come in through Orlando, up toward Ocala, and even on the back end of that storm, and it only continues as the system does make its way up toward the Big Bend region as well as the Panhandle as we head throughout the evening hours on Thursday, and then likely into the early morning hours on Friday as well. But let's bring you into some county impacts, taking you into Osceola County under a tropical storm warning, and like we saw on our forecast modeling, could be seeing gusts up to 80 miles per hour, and that is likely continuing through the early morning hours on Thursday. Rainfall totals anywhere from 4 to 6 inches there. It looks like it's going to be higher in the path of Nicole. Taking you into Volusia County today, we could be seeing that coastal flooding, which Jamie was just showing you a live picture of what conditions are like out there. Coastal flooding, beach erosion, it's all happening now, and Nicole has not made landfall yet, so likely going to deteriorate, and then that storm surge going to be anywhere from 3 to 5 feet, so we're watching that for you very closely in coastal Volusia County. And let's take you up to Flagler, Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, as well as Bunnell. Gusts there up to 45. You can see that center circulation would be well to the south, but not ruling out the chance to see a few gusts, potentially even higher than that. Rainfall totals going to be high as well. So, Jamie, we're continuing to monitor the county by county conditions because it's very important. Our number one goal is to keep our viewers safe, and that's exactly what we will be doing with you on air. And if we're not on air, at least us meteorologists, we're going to be online, tweeting out, posting on social media, all the graphics that you need to know to make sure that you and your family are staying safe today.
And I tell you, one of the most sought after graphics we've been showing are these county by county graphics, very critical in showing what community is going to see what, how high the winds are going to be, and how prolific those rains are going to be. Excellent job, Allison. Come on back, guys. I do want to take a look out over at Port Canaveral now, the Launch Credit Union Campbell. First of all, the awnings here around the cruise terminal where everyone loads their luggage and tries to get out of the sun while you're waiting for your cruise ship to come. Those things got shredded this morning. We watched it happen live here on the show. And if you look out toward the mouth of the jetties here, the entranceway to the open Atlantic, we've had a real low visibility type scenario taking shape. Why? Well, we've got a lot of rain now that's slowly starting to pepper in. One meaningful pocket just moved on top there. You can see it right here. That's the mouth of the jetties out at the port. And a lot of these rain bands, not only are they increasing in frequency, but also in intensity. They're elongating a little bit now. They're getting a little chunkier as they move on through. And with ease, these can drop an inch or two in a quick passage across your neck of the woods. This is only going to increase later this afternoon into the evening and overnight. Right now on top of Seminole County, if you go up to Sanford, Lake Monroe, and then you head over the bridge there on I-4, you get over toward Enterprise and Deltona. While it eases up, there's more loading to your north and east there, down the Winter Springs and Altamont, now approaching Maitland out along 414, out at OIA now. On the beach line, 528 to Oak Ridge and Lake Buena Vista, Kissimmee as well. You can see all the areas now seeing the rain heighten. You'll know it's knocking, boy. You'll hear it on the roof. We've had a couple come blowing by here in Seminole County at our Lake Murray studios, and you'll know it when it does pass by. Back over toward the Indian and Banana Rivers now out of Brevard County. There's Rockledge there, and you can see on the other side we got the Banana River, so stuff coursing on in. Satellite Beach to Cocoa on down into Palm Bay and into Grant, even the Mico area now receiving receiving a pretty good blast of rain. One just went through Mico, Sebastian Inlet State Park, and down the Vero Beach as you get to Indian River County. That, too, is a heightened area now, seeing some rather heavy rain amounts. Now, I promised you a look at the rotating storm risk, and as Allison pointed out, you know, what we call the parent storm, right, Nicole? Well, that's spawning these rain bands, and as those rain bands come toward us, sometimes they have a tendency of spinning on up. So we watch for that potential here in the rotating areas of air that possibly come ashore here. There's one right there. You can see through about 5, 6, 7 o'clock, and that risk will only heighten as we draw closer to landfall very early tomorrow morning, if not perhaps later tonight, depending on the forward speed of Nicole. Bottom line, as that circulation lifts up and over, once it gets off to our north and west and we start to see the shifting winds, which will eventually become what we call unidirectional, coming out of one direction versus all kinds of chaos and the uppers of the atmosphere, will ease the threat of severe weather, of those tornadic areas moving across the region. So we'll track it for you, and as we get you on into Thursday, by Friday, that threat really begins to ease on up. So, Allison, it is a big laundry list of all kinds of hazards everyone needs to know. We're recommending that all of our viewers and listeners get into their safe place by 5 p.m. It is our recommendation. People are going to do what they do, Allison. We know that, right?
All right, get into your safe place by 5 p.m. Some very good information from our Fox 35 Orlando Storm team. And on the left side of your screen, we are taking a live now look from the state of Florida. You can see conditions there are beginning to slowly but surely deteriorate there in Flagler County. That's where we're getting these live images from. But let's go ahead and switch gears and bring you all back to midterm election coverage. We are again covering several key states and key campaign issues. Let's stay in the state of Florida. All right, here are the results for Florida Senate. Marco Rubio re-elected, winning 58% of the vote. Here's more.
You can sense the energy in the crowd after Marco Rubio has just given his acceptance speech for his third term in the Senate. He spoke about flipping Miami-Dade, once a traditionally left-leaning county, over to the GOP. He said he was so thankful for that, as well as for his family, his supporters, and for God. In his acceptance speech, he also talked about things like immigration, gas prices, a lot of the things that he has been hammering on through his campaign.
My job, first and foremost, is to care about what's happening in America, because the best thing we can do for the world is make sure that America is strong and safe and prosperous. That is the greatest gift we can give our fellow man.
Rubio mentioned that he always has these celebrations in hotels because he explained his family, his parents, used to work in a hotel just like this. He says he understands that is part of the American dream, and he expects many of his constituents have a story just like that. That's why such a large portion of his speech was about what it means to be an American. In Miami, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Marco Rubio holding his Florida Senate seat. The time is now 9:44 a.m. Pacific, 12:44 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go ahead and take another break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox.
Special way of keeping me humble.
All right, a few remarks there from the first woman to be elected to the governor's seat there in New York, Kathy Hochul. She made a few remarks. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I'm not here to make history. I'm here to make a difference.
After a spirited challenge from Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, Kathy Hochul, the 57th governor of New York, remains the governor of New York. Hochul ascended to the office after Andrew Cuomo's resignation. With her victory over Zeldin, she gets a full 4-year term in Albany, becoming the first woman to ever get elected as the state's governor.
Yes, the glass ceiling, like the one that's above us here today, has finally been shattered in the state of New York.
Zeldin made the race much closer than many had anticipated just weeks ago. He accused Hochul of being soft on crime. She accused him of fear-mongering and tied him to former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
I know you're an election denier.
When Zeldin addressed his supporters early this morning, he did not concede, despite the major networks and the Associated Press calling the race for Hochul.
Enjoy the open bar and enjoy watching the results, because what you're about to see is that this will continue to get closer and closer and closer.
I'm not here to make history. I'm here to make...
All right, moving right along in our midterm election coverage, let's go ahead and revisit this announcement from Maricopa County election officials. We know that we are witnessing a very close race for governor, and they are still trying to tabulate votes. Let's listen in.
Yesterday's election day operation shifting back to that early ballot processing. And so what we have already done is we received approximately 86,000 early ballots on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before Election Day Tuesday. Now, what my team did is we do what we always do with early ballots, is that we scan that barcode that links to a registered voter. We make sure that that's a valid registered voter. We make sure that voter hasn't cast a ballot previously, and then we capture an image of that signature affidavit. Then we load that into our database and we review the signature. Once the signature is matched, we send it forward to a bipartisan ballot processing team. What that team is that team sits over there. It's a bipartisan team, different parties sitting across from each other, taking those ballots out of the green affidavit envelopes, making sure that the ballot isn't damaged, making sure that it's not torn, making sure that it doesn't have red ink on it, making sure that it doesn't have coffee on it, anything that would inhibit it from being tabulated. So as I mentioned, we've already processed those, and that was about 86,000. We've sent those ahead to the board for tabulation. Now, we also received approximately 50,000 early ballots on Monday. So those were dropped off and received on Monday. Those ballots are currently undergoing processing. So again, they've already undergone that signature review process. They've been signature verified. They've gone through that audit queue, and now they're with the bipartisan team. We will have those done today, and then they will be moved forward to, again, the board for tabulation. Finally, and this is the big number that is bigger than ever before, we received approximately 275,000 early ballots dropped off yesterday on Election Day. So that is what we were doing late last night. My team and I, if you saw us in the warehouse, we were receiving back those early ballots that are returned from the voting locations after the voting locations are closed. We're then sorting those. We're then processing those, we're sending them in, we're image capturing that signature, and what we will be doing today and tomorrow and the next day is we will be reviewing the signatures of all of those 275,000. Once they go through signature verification, once they are deemed good signature, once they go through an audit queue, then they can be sent ahead to the board for tabulation. This number is immense. And it's a conversation that probably Arizona needs to have in terms of public policy, because this is a number that keeps on growing. It's in many ways, it's wonderful. Arizonans appreciate the ease of the voting process, and that you can just take your early ballot and drop it off on Election Day, but it does inhibit us from having a higher percentage of returns available within the first 24, 48 hours. But it is important that we do signature verify all of those, because it is how we confirm your identity. In the November 2020 election, which of course I was not here for, but I can still pull statistics from, there were about 170,000 early ballots that were dropped off on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. So obviously, in just the span of 2 years, despite my best efforts, over 100,000 additional people returned ballots just by dropping off an early ballot on Election Day. So that is what is going on in the world of early voting, and I'm now going to turn it over to Bill for tabulation.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Appreciate all your work and your team's hard work. Thanks to everybody for being here again today. We understand that the people of Arizona are very anxious to get the results, but again, pursuant to state law, as Stephen just talked about, it's going to take a while. And again, today we're asking for their patience, but we also want to give people a good idea of what is happening and what will be happening in the days ahead. So roughly about 1.1, almost 1.2 million votes that have already been reported. So that's what people are aware of when they go on the website, take a look at that. That is what has been reported so far. But we've got, as Stephen just mentioned, over, and we don't know the exact numbers, but over about 400,000 votes yet to be counted and reported. And that's going to be taking place, and those are mainly, as Stephen mentioned, these are mainly the early votes that have been dropped off since Friday, including yesterday's very large number of at least 275,000. So again, that process is going to go on the recorder's side of the house, and when they have gone through that full verification process, then they will be turned over here to be tabulated. And that's going to be taking place over the next few days. I just want to speak for a moment about election day activities. So we had approximately 250,000 voters who checked in to vote in person yesterday. And the lion's share of those numbers have already been reported. They were reported last night into the wee hours of the morning, and we want to say a huge thanks to the team back there for all that they did, everyone out in those vote centers, the poll workers, and getting all of those figures in. Of course, you all learned about the Box 3 yesterday. And again, just to be clear on what Box 3 is, these are the ballots, in-person ballots yesterday that were not read into the tabulator. We have approximately 17,000 of those ballots that were in Box 3. So we want to set expectations on that. First thing is the team here now is going through the quality assurance on those ballots, making sure that we don't have any double counts, making sure we know exactly what we're looking at here. Okay? But to talk about the full number of in-person ballots yesterday, we have about 7% of the total of in-person ballots yesterday that went into Box 3. So that 17,000 ballots is about 7%. We always have ballots that go into Box 3. We always have ballots that are not read into the tabulator, but that is a higher percentage than normal. But again, we're only talking about 7% of those ballots from yesterday. So those will go through the quality assurance check, and those will be tabulated throughout the week. I don't have exact times, dates, when that's going to happen, but we'll be going through that process during the week. And so now let me talk about reporting that's going to take place. So we will be reporting updates on new numbers every evening. The plan is that we'll be doing it one time a day in the evening, and when we do that, we'll provide the updated totals, and we'll tell you the amount of votes that are being reported at that time, including the breakdown on whether those are early ballots or whether they are ballots out of that Box 3, whether they are additional day of ballots. So we want to make sure that people understand that. This group here is going to tabulate ballots every day. As they get processed, we will be tabulating. So we have Veterans Day coming up, a holiday. They will continue to tabulate on that date. We've got the weekend coming up. We will continue to tabulate. But as I have been saying, we have anticipated that we would have 95 to 99% of all the ballots counted and reported by Friday. We have no reason to change that estimate. If we do, we'll let you know. But again, that is still where we anticipate being as we move forward that. So, and one other thing I did want to note is the provisionals. So we had 7,000 provisionals yesterday. Those are in-person folks that were asked to vote a provisional vote. There are a variety of reasons why they would do that, including maybe they didn't have their ID or other reasons, or maybe it showed when they checked in, showed that they had already voted, maybe they had voted early, but we had 7,000. Those 7,000 provisionals are actually fewer than the number of provisionals we had in 2020. And in 2022, we actually had more people voting in person day of than we did in 2020. So again, those numbers are excellent, very low numbers in provisionals compared to historic numbers. So with that, we'd be happy to open it up for any questions that you might have for Stephen and I.
Sarah? I'm not sure who to ask this to. I'm hoping to get a little bit more granular if we can. Can you give us a sense of like how many ballots were Braille, how many provisionals, and how many like overseas ballots? I know that's a lot, but can you give us a little bit of a breakdown of whatever you have?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the early ballot universe, the overwhelming majority will be normal early ballots. Braille ballots typically only make up a few hundred out of every election. UOCAVA ballots only a few thousand. So when we talk about 200.
All right, so there you have it. We have election officials making their case, saying that the Arizona governor race is still too close to call, but they are ensuring voter integrity in the state of Arizona, specifically Maricopa County. The time is now 12:58 Eastern. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news on the other side. All right, welcome back to Alive Now from Fox. Many candidates claiming victory after very heated elections. We are taking a Live Now look from Wisconsin, where Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican, has defeated Mandela Barnes. Let's take a 2-minute, let's switch gears for a bit because we do expect this news conference to begin any moment now. But in the meantime, let's get you all up to speed on other key races that took place across the country.
Republicans or independents, they want to see a balance in our government.
Congresswoman NICOLE says she's hoping to be a voice for all New Yorkers and help to restore that balance in power. The Republican incumbent in New York's 11th congressional district is heading back to Washington after winning a rematch against Democratic challenger Max Rose. Malliotakis flipped the seat 2 years ago and has since touted inflation and crime as constituents' top concerns. Rose worked to criticize her stance on abortion in the days and weeks leading up to midterm elections, but it wasn't enough to sway voters. He conceded just before 10 o'clock last night, but remained optimistic about the future.
This is not the time to give up or to back down. One election alone does not define the trajectory of our borough, our district, our city, our state, or our country.
In New Jersey's 7th congressional district rematch, GOP nominee Tom Kean Jr. claimed victory over Democratic incumbent Tom Malinowski.
My solemn pledge to you will always be to serve with dignity.
In the 2020 election, Malinowski defeated Kean by just over 1 percentage point, but the seat flipped back to Republicans with a major boost from redistricting. Malinowski thanked voters for coming out in a late-night speech before the race was called.
I'm so grateful for the honor of your support, for the privilege of being your representative in Washington, D.C.
In New York's 17th congressional district battle covering parts of the Hudson Valley, Republican Assemblyman Mike Lawler defeated Democratic incumbent Sean Patrick Maloney. Speaking to supporters at around 2 a.m., Lawler said he wasn't ready to officially claim victory until all votes were counted. Maloney did not speak.
When all of the votes are counted, I am confident that I will be your next congressman.
In New York's neighboring 18th District, Republican Assemblyman Colin Schmidt conceded to Democratic incumbent Congressman Pat Ryan. Schmidt thanked volunteers and his wife for sticking by him throughout the campaign. And on Long Island, Republicans swept all 4 congressional races. In District 1, Nick LaLota defeated Bridget Fleming. In District 2, Andrew Garbarino beat his challenger Jackie Gordon. In District 3, Robert Zimmerman conceded to George Santos. And in District 4, former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen lost to current Hempstead Town Councilman Anthony D'Esposito.
All right, taking a live now look at our extra rad weather radar as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole slowly approaching the state of Florida, nearing hurricane strength. Let's check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando. They're bringing us more as we continue to track the storm. Officials are urging Florida residents to prepare.
Johns River that tune in on the Rabbit Ears. We'll continue to update you as well, and want to let you know that by Thursday morning, your conditions going downhill, going to Gainesville, Horseshoe Beach, that's Dixie County, and right on down into Hernando and Pasco counties there on the west side of the peninsula. So want to track some rain for you now. You can see these rain bands coming along. That guy parked on top of Orlando has been sitting for a while now. We also have some loading up to the east of Satellite Beach, Cocoa Beach Pier, some wetter weather approaching there, and then that moves west of I-95 and up to the Cape toward Port St. John, and then we'll enlarge in the picture here for you. Give you another look around Grant and down toward Yeehaw Junction. You had a nice little surge right there up through cattle country here in southern portions of Osceola County and along that area of the Florida Turnpike. That's that long stretch, a lot of agriculture, a lot of ranching down there. We know you're down there, and we've not forgotten about you in southern portions of Osceola County. Want to take a look at your rain as we advance the graphic here to show you the amounts stacking up, and we're looking collectively here in the Storm Center ranging anywhere from about 3 to about 6 inches when it's all said and done. So our exclusive Fox model you see here honing in on just that. As that track comes on through here, it'll drop buckets of rain around the Orlando metro, flaring out toward Leesburg into Ocala and all the way northbound up towards Gainesville. And lastly, want to share some power outages. There's been some reported. I think we've restored and brought the numbers down in some of these counties, but you can see around Volusia County, about 100 folks now without power. Orange County, about 100, and 900 down in Brevard County. For more now on the impactful rain bands, we're going to give Allison a look now in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Allison, we're talking the Fox model exclusive to us here at Fox 35. Done a great job thus far, and I expect success here in the future as well. Take it away.
It really has done a great job. We've been using it all week long to give you an update on when you could be seeing rain, just how much, as well as those winds. And Jamie just showed those rainfall totals, but let's break it down for you. Now, Nicole making its way across the Bahamas, going to be moving due west as we head into the next several hours. So by Wednesday at 6 p.m., that's when some of the strong strong winds going to start pushing a little bit closer and closer to our immediate east coast in Brevard County. Then you can see a landfall sometime around 1 o'clock in the morning. But take a look, those outer rain bands already moving across the Orlando metro up into Lake, even Sumter County there. And then it's going to be moving across the Florida Peninsula. That's center of circulation, but you can see just how widespread those outer rain bands will be, and that trend only going to continue as we head into the overnight hours, not only tonight, Thursday night, and then Friday morning, things should be clearing. So today we are looking at a 2 out of 5 or a likely risk for some severe weather in all the counties shaded in yellow on your screen, meaning we could be seeing the risk for isolated tornadoes. We do have Nicole that is turning out in the Atlantic and over the Bahamas right now, and we could be seeing some of those outer rain bands actually spin off tornadoes. The highest risk going to be in the areas that are shaded in yellow and red on your screen. Then that center of circulation pushes onshore. Chance for a few more of those potentially spin-ups, and then all the winds turn unidirectional, so they're moving in one direction, meaning going to be losing that threat for any of that tornadic risk. So isolated tornadoes, gusty winds, very heavy rain at times, as well as beach erosion going to be some of the main weather impacts for us here locally. We're seeing that with your Orange County outlook. Tropical storm warning. We are under the chance for wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour and anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of rain in total. Taking you up to Marion County, a similar story, but I do want to mention that center of circulation will be making its way a little bit closer to you throughout the mid-morning hours, meaning those gusts going to be lasting a hair longer than what we're seeing in Brevard County. And lastly, want to take you into Levy County, Williston, our friends in Cedar Key and near Outer Creek there, all west of I-75. You could be seeing those wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, but likely going to be continuing until Thursday evening, potentially even Friday morning, depending on just how fast Nicole will be moving across the Florida Peninsula. But as always, remember to depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team. We are going to be with you here, and our entire team is not only going to be on air, but online, bringing you.
All right, and what you are listening to right there is our Fox 35 Orlando coverage here. They are helping us to track Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to strengthen into hurricane status as it does make landfall as a Category 1 storm. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the coverage here of midterm elections and Tropical Storm Nicole coming up in just a few. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox 111 on the East Coast. Still morning time over there on the West Coast, 10:11 a.m. As we've been telling you, we are following some breaking news here. Republican U.S. Senator Ron Johnson defeating Democrat Mandela Barnes in the midterm elections, keeping a seat in GOP hands while turning back Barnes' attempt to make history as Wisconsin's first black senator. The win for Johnson, one of former President Donald Trump's biggest backers, came after Trump narrowly lost the state to President Joe Biden 2 years ago. So again, we do know that Republican U.S. Senator Ron Johnson has won. Democrat Mandela Barnes expected to speak here momentarily to concede that election. I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
To me and asked me if I would support him. I thought of all the reasons on it. But by the time he bought me the second bottle of wine to my house, which my daughter determined was very good, bargain at $15 a bottle, I realized that there was no way that I could just lay my values down. Lay my values down for political expediency. To be putting my finger in the air and waving. And you know what? I am so glad, knowing what I know right this moment, that I did what I did. Before I turn this over to Mandela, and I hope that I'm not stealing his talking points, because I am so grateful. We proved that once again we could resurrect that very, very important, diverse coalition of people to move, to work against the powers to be. We've demonstrated that coalition politics has a future in the way we govern. And let's not forget that, y'all. This ain't the end. This is the beginning. Mandela Barnes, is our local hometown hero. He's 35 years old. And I'm telling you, he ain't even got started yet. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend, our favorite son, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes.
I want to say thank you so much, Congresswoman Moore, for being there since day one. And I want to thank everybody else for taking the time to come out this afternoon after such a long evening. Now, obviously, this is not the speech that I want to give, but I simply cannot thank you all enough for being there with me every step of the way. Now, I had a chance to look right now at the people who've been with me on this campaign through the highs and the lows, throughout a long, hard-fought primary that a lot of people didn't think we were going to come out of. You know, we were outspent in the primary, but we still found a way by bringing people together, building that broad, diverse coalition that the Congresswoman talked about. So excited to have my parents who've been with me every step of the way as well, who are behind me here. They have absolutely been my biggest supporters, and from now on, you don't have to hear what they did for a living. Just really want to thank them for the opportunities that they gave me. And I see so many volunteers, so many supporters, and even my staff, the team. I can tell you, I have the greatest supporters in the entire world. Thank you all so much. Also have the greatest team in the entire world. I told them I would never, ever, ever want to work against them. They put in the long hours. They never complained. They made me a better candidate, even when I didn't want to be. They stepped up in ways that I could have never imagined any campaign team stepping up. And I'm just so grateful, and I'm personally enriched because of this experience. And I'll tell you a little moment on our RV tour. I got a little emotional when the tour was winding down, and I looked at them and I said, well, never mind. And they said, no, you got to say it now. And I said, well, and I looked and I said, honestly, don't know what I'm going to do without y'all when this is over with. And I still feel that way today. Just want to thank you all for your refusal to settle for the status quo, for your refusal to settle for less, and your commitment to joining together to fight for better, to fight for more. And it's so appropriate to be here at the Sherman Phoenix because this is where we announced the campaign, July of 2021. Hard to believe it was almost a year and a half ago that we set out on this journey. But I got in this race because I believe that the American dream, the same one that gave me the opportunity to stand here as your lieutenant governor, is a dream worth protecting and a dream worth fighting for. I believe that our working people, our family farmers, and our children's futures are absolutely worth fighting for. I got into this race because I believe in the Wisconsin promise of a fair shot at success, whether you're a dairy farmer in Monroe or a thrift store owner in Superior, or a kid born on 26 and Locust, right in the heart of the city of Milwaukee. And I believe in that promise more today than I've ever believed in it before. It's a promise that's brought so many people together all across this state to fight for something bigger than ourselves. Like I said, a lot of people counted us out more than once. I think about Marquette poll from 2-3 weeks ago, said we were down 6 points. A lot of people had given up on us, but y'all never gave up. And you showed the progress that we can make when we build coalitions, when we reach across the aisle, when we reach across communities, and think about the things that unite us rather than the things that divide us. When we stand together and we say that we deserve better, and that together we'll fight for it and we'll get better. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get over the finish line this time. But I know that this movement has meant so much to all of us, where just because we didn't get across the finish line, that does not mean it's over. And I did have a chance to talk to Senator Johnson, and I told him the same thing that I've been saying all along. Same thing I've been saying to each and every one of you since the start of this campaign. Reminding him that every single person in this state deserves a chance to achieve their dreams. Whether that dream is being able to send your kid to a quality public school, knowing they'll be able to come home safely at the end of the day. Or having the funds and support to start that small business that you've been thinking about for years now. Or being able to pass your family farm to the next generation. And also told them that I would continue to help I would continue to work to help make this state into what I know it can be. And that's because I still believe that better is possible. And I'm in this for Wisconsin, for everybody who calls this place home, for every person gathered here today, and for the community that raised me to the person I am. I'm in it for the people like my grandparents, a union steel worker, a school cafeteria worker who worked their entire lives to lay a foundation for me. Because my story should never be the exception. This story should be the rule. Everybody should have a fair shot at success. I'm in it for the auto workers in Racine who've been on strike for the last 6 months. Who are still standing shoulder to shoulder to fight for fair pay, for benefits, and for health care. Those folks are the reason why none of us can give up. I'm in this for my friends like John and Lauren and so many others like them who've worked their entire lives. And then to still see the benefits they've worked their entire lives for get put on the chopping block. I'm in this for our kids who should know that opportunity is within reach, regardless of where they were born. And they should know that they can do anything they put their minds to. And together we still have so much more to do, and I'll never stop working for Wisconsinites to make sure we get everything we deserve. Now I know that you're all disappointed, and I'm disappointed too, because we all deserve better. But more than that, I'm determined. And this is not the time for us to tune out. It's the time for us to double down. It's the time for us to show up like we've never shown up before. To make sure that Ron Johnson, every political leader, knows that they answer to every person in Wisconsin, not just the people that voted for them. And I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity, but more grateful to have been able to share it with every person here. Now, over the past year and a half, I had a chance to travel to every part of this state. It's been the honor of my life to hear the stories and have the important conversations about how we improve quality of life for every person across Wisconsin, regardless of where they were born, what language they speak, how they identify, or who they love. And whether or not we always saw eye to eye, I can tell you what it means that you at least gave me a chance. Because I do believe there's so much more that unites us than divides us, and all it takes is us reaching out and talking to each other to bridge that divide. Now, we knew this fight wasn't going to be easy, but hardly anything worth fighting for is easy. But I'm standing here today, ready to jump back in, ready to keep going, because I know that we're still in this together, and that's all I've ever needed. And I know that when times get tough, it can be easy to check out, but we should consider it pure joy when we face trials of many kinds, because the testing of our faith produces perseverance. And together, we're going to continue to persevere. We're going to organize for better. We're going to fight for better. And one day soon, together, we will all achieve better. And I can honestly say that I fought the good fight. I've run my race. And I kept the faith. And I want to thank you for having faith in me. I want to thank you all so much for this opportunity. And let's all move forward together, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
If you are just watching us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to a concession speech there from Democrat Mandela Barnes, who has now conceded to his Republican challenger there in Wisconsin for Senate, Republican U.S. Senator Ron Johnson winning that re-election. It took obviously until the next day after Election Day to make that call, but the Associated Press reporting now that Democrat Mandela Barnes has lost that election and Republican U.S. Senator Ron Johnson is the winner. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of our coverage of several top stories, including both Tropical Storm Nicole and these midterm elections. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 1:26 on the East Coast and 10:26 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot to get to right now, so I do want to get to the latest here on Tropical Storm Nicole. We can tell you right now that Nicole has made landfall in the Bahamas just about an hour ago. Nicole did make landfall there around noon Eastern time, expected to go back into the Atlantic and then strengthen, then hit the east coast of Florida overnight. We're talking about a large storm, so the effects will likely be felt all across the eastern part of the state. We're also getting a look at some of the flooding, which, as you can see there, is already starting. The video provided by Coast Property Management in Stuart, Florida, that is about 40 miles north of West Palm Beach, Florida. The sheriff in Martin County there saying there have been multiple high water rescues already, and the storm is still approaching that area. Voluntary evacuations in effect for that area, as well as a handful of other counties. I do want to send it over to Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. She is in the area of West Palm Beach, Florida.
Storm Nicole inched closer to Florida's east coast Wednesday morning, prompting hurricane warnings for millions of people. It's expected to make landfall later in the day as a Category 1 storm. People here are bracing for heavy rain and damaging winds.
The one thing we know about the storm predictions is the unpredictability of those. We prepare for the worst while we hope for the best.
Early Wednesday, the storm pummeled the Bahamas, leading to a dangerous storm surge.
We expect a king tide and then eventually a high tide, and the surge being generated from that storm, you can have quite a bit of water.
Forecasters say parts of Florida's coast could see several inches of rain and storm surge of up to 5 feet. Evacuation orders are in effect for some barrier islands and other low-lying areas. Officials say some of these places are at greater risk for flooding following Hurricane Ian. Up and down the coast, people shuttered windows and stored boats ahead of Nicole's arrival. Orlando International Airport planned to shut down commercial operations until conditions were safe. Some people say after Ian, they're not taking any chances.
There's still quite a bit of debris laying around, which could be projectiles.
They put boards on the roof and nailed them and glued them, and that tarp's not going anywhere.
Now, forecasters do expect this storm to weaken as it moves across the southeast. In West Palm Beach, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Nicole, thank you so much. And we did speak with her a bit earlier on live, and we have seen the winds pick up there. So, yeah, not a great situation. But I do want to take a look at some of the other video coming into our newsroom right now. This is a large storm, as I mentioned, so parts of South Carolina being affected already. This video from the Pawleys Island Police is in Pawleys Island, South Carolina. That is about 25 miles southwest of Myrtle Beach. The National Weather Service warning of dangerous surf and waves up to 6 feet as Nicole does get closer and closer to landfall in Florida. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we will go live to Fox Weather's Will Nunley to give us an update on the situation in South Carolina, where, as you can see, that flooding is already beginning and the storm is still moving, still fairly far away, expected to make landfall in Florida late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We have been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team as they continue their wall-to-wall coverage here. I do want to listen in as they tell you what you can expect with this storm if you are in Florida, or if you're just curious about what this storm is going to produce.
I just want to zoom you out so you can see just how strong the winds are along the entire East Coast. The colors that are shaded in red on your screen are going to be those strongest winds. But let's take you into our Fox model, looking at a forecast of those wind gusts. Things really start to pick up as we head into the overnight hours, looking at 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and Melbourne, Titusville, Orlando, Daytona Beach, and just shy of that in Kissimmee, and it only rises from there as that center does make its way onshore. The latest model run having this just to the south of Florida's Turnpike as we head into your 5 o'clock hour on Thursday. We could be seeing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts plus in southern Brevard County. And then as that circulation pushes off to the north and west, we're actually going to be seeing some of those winds really start to pick up, potentially seeing 70-mile-per-hour gusts in Leesburg, 60 in Claremont and Daytona Beach, as well as in Gainesville. So when we say that the conditions will be at their worst as we head throughout the overnight hours tonight, it's going to be dark out there. So just don't go outside. You don't know if there's going to be flying debris, and we want to make sure everybody is staying safe. So those winds will actually start to decrease as Nicole moves off to our north and out of our viewing area. But Jamie was just showing you on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar that we've seen rain. These are rainfall totals over the past 24 hours, more than an inch in portions of Volusia County. And just today through Orlando, we're seeing just shy of 3/4 of an inch, and this is likely going to continue. Taking a look at our exclusive Fox model on the forecast rainfall, you can see it really starting to pick up. The area shaded in red on your screen could be seen anywhere from 3 to nearly 6 inches of rain in total throughout the entirety of this storm, so continuing throughout the evening hours on Friday. But that's a lot of rain. The ground is already saturated, and that could be causing some downed trees, down power lines. So we talk about the chance for power outages. Likely, if we do see any, they would be coming on Thursday as well as on Friday. But I want to show you our Fox model. It's been doing such a great job at showing where we could be seeing that center of circulation over the Bahamas through 6 p.m. and then slowly pushing toward the east coast of Florida. Now, right now, aligned with the National Hurricane Center track, likely making landfall somewhere between Melbourne, so southern Brevard County, all the way down to West Palm Beach. So we'll be seeing that by the early morning hours tomorrow. We're talking 1, 2 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, potentially, and then pushing across the peninsula here, then potentially out over the Gulf of Mexico, and then well off to our north. But you can see just how far those rain bands are extending even on Friday morning. That's why we actually could be seeing some lingering showers continuing through that time. But the worst of the weather going to be overnight. So let's take you into Lake County. Like you saw on our Fox model, future wind gusts potentially up to 70 and sustained winds anywhere from 40 to 50. So when we say get your preps done, if you can pick it up in your yard, make sure you put it away. We don't want any of that flying debris. Let's take you out to Brevard County, likely going to be seeing some of the strongest wind gusts here by the time Nicole does make landfall. Coastal flooding, we've been talking about that all day long, as well as the 5-foot storm surge. So very important to make sure that you are staying safe. And you can actually download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app to track the live radar right on your cell phone. One more county here that's going to be Seminole, Sanford, Lake Mary, Longwood, Oviedo. Gusts could be upwards of 65+ miles per hour. So something that we'll continue to update you on as those new model runs do come in, but likely going to be seeing that landfall sometime early tomorrow morning, if not late tonight. And then all of those conditions like the winds, the heavy rain, as well as that storm surge will be continuing across our entire viewing area. So just make sure that you're staying safe and depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team. All of our meteorologists are here for you. We have your back through this entire storm. Feel free to reach out to us on social media. We'd love to give you some impacts in your neighborhood.
Well, I can't think of a better place to get all the information you need to weather this storm, right, Allison? Excellent job as always. Come on back. I want to give a look at the 7-day forecast. Fox 35 storm alert days for you today, tomorrow, for the weekend. Finally, we're up and out of it. I imagine in some form or fashion, you know, there's going to be a cleanup locally, unfortunately, but we should have some good weather getting into the weekend. 70s there with lows dropping down into the 50s and 60s a little bit longer term. And I also want to invite everyone to download the Fox 35 News app and our weather at the News app. Should you lose power, you might. We don't know exactly who's going to lose power yet, but you might. So you need to continue to watch us, stream us live right there in the palm of your hand on your mobile device. You can certainly make sure things are charged up so you can get through this thing. But should the lights go out, you can stay on with us right here at Fox 35. We'll guide you through this as we ride this out together. We want all of you to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. John, Amy, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Jamie. We are seeing some sporadic power outages in Brevard County already, so that is something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith is joining us live. She's in Daytona Beach Shores, where we've been looking at some significant damage already right on the coast. Marlisa?
Yeah, Amy, the wind out here is brutal. It is whipping, if you can see behind me. I mean, we
tough time getting out of the car to do this live shot. That's how strong the wind is. But I want to show you a development that's been made since I last checked in with you. Law enforcement officers were just out here putting up these caution signs. You can see it reads, "Caution, area closed, stay back." They've put these up because obviously this scene has drawn quite the crowd, with people wanting to get a glimpse of this with their own eyes, wanting to see. If you can pan over a little bit to the left, you can see the Beach Safety Ocean Rescue Building. That back half of the building collapsed into the water just a few hours ago. I spoke with a couple of people over here at the Towers 10 condominium along South Atlantic Avenue just a short time ago, and they told me what it was like when they came out and saw them. Take a listen.
It was coming. The first storm came through, undermined the whole thing. This one just took it out the rest of the way.
It's just another day. I mean, we got to do what we got to do, and we just deal with it one day at a time.
So as for the people in these nearby condominiums, they are saying that right now the storm has not affected the backside of their building, but they're going to be keeping a close eye on it throughout the day. I can tell you I checked in with Daytona Beach Shores firefighters just moments ago, and they told me that they are hoping to evacuate the town by 4 p.m. By 7 o'clock tonight, they plan on closing the bridges down. I'll be keeping a close check on the situation here in Daytona Beach Shores and checking in with officials. Until then, I'll go ahead and send things back to you in the studio.
Yeah, they used that term angry seas earlier, Amy. That is certainly an angry sea behind her. That looks nasty out there.
Well, Marlisa mentioned that not shutting the bridges down until later.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to Fox 35 Orlando's live coverage here as Tropical Storm Nicole has made landfall in the Bahamas, and the effects are already being felt in the eastern part of Florida. Fox 35 is currently in their wall-to-wall coverage, so we thank them for providing a lot of these reports to us so we can pass them along to you. I am going to turn the audio back up here as they do plan to go live to more of their reporters who are out in the field.
Next to Camping World Stadium, hopefully all that stuff is really tied down, because that could be flying around.
Yeah, all sorts of events taking place all over Central Florida. You also have St. Augustine Beach. You can see how big this storm is, 600 miles from top to bottom. So a lot of areas going to take the impacts, and we're going to be here all evening long, and we'll be right back.
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and...
All right, so our coverage there does continue of Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to be Hurricane Nicole when it does make landfall in the eastern part of Florida. We are tracking it very, very closely and tapping into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage. They are in wall-to-wall coverage, but as you can tell, a few commercials kind of snuck in there. But 1:39 over on the East Coast and 10:39 on the West Coast. A lot to talk about when you're talking about these big stories. We have Nicole, as well as those midterm elections and some different races that have not been called just yet. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to those headlines here in just a few. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into our midterm election coverage because a lot going on, and we actually have several different press conferences here that are about to get underway. So we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we get them. What you are looking at right here is going to be Governor Charlie Baker and Lieutenant Governor Karen Polito. They're going to meet with Governor-elect Maura Healey and Lieutenant Governor-elect Kim Driscoll over at the State House. We're talking about Boston, Massachusetts. That is the area where that news conference is going to happen. If I head over to this other one that we are watching, this is the one that we were talking about a bit earlier. We do know that the race in Georgia for Senate is going to go to a runoff, and we are expecting the Georgia Secretary of State to hold a news conference here to discuss the results and that runoff. But we knew that if at least one of the candidates did not get 50% of the vote, that was going to go into a runoff, and that is now what has happened. So I do want to now head really quickly as we continue to track Nicole. That is the storm there. Tropical storm expected to become a hurricane as it heads into the eastern Florida area. Let's dip into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage. They are in the forecast to explain the track and where that storm is headed.
Myers, but still could be seeing those outer rain bands, so we'll be watching it.
All righty. Okay, Al, here we are again. Want to give you a look here at the Amway Center camera and live downtown Orlando. And boy, that's some crummy visibility. Winds also starting to freshen on up. We got a look here for you at the sustained winds right now. We've seen them coming up some, especially in Brevard County at nearly 30 miles per hour there. And some of that action is slowly beginning to spread into the deeper interior, usually west of I-95. That constitutes the interior here in Central Florida as we get away from the coastal counties. Here's a look at the wind gusts. Those of you up in our Fox 51 viewership, Cedar Key, Levy County, up to Gainesville and down in north portions of Marion County near Citra. We've had some increase in wind gusts there. That continues right through the heart of the metro. And boy, man alive, look at that across the coastal counties. We've been in this phase now of tropical storm force. That's 39 miles per hour or higher. And we've been holding in there. And at times it's been a little bit more sustained, so that only begins to increase, Allison, as the circulation that is Nicole draws closer and closer. We are asking all to shelter in place by 5 p.m. today. You've got more on the rainfall component in all this.
Yeah, and we're already seeing it. You probably hear it on our rooftop or even yours. Let's take you into some rainfall totals over the last 24 hours. Just shy of 3/4 of an inch in areas south of the Orlando metro, just to the east of the 417 in Orange County, as well as Osceola, and then some areas in Volusia County seem almost 1.5 inches, and more is going to be on the way. So if we take you into our Fox 35 storm tracker radar on a 15-minute loop, you can see that those showers are moving not only across Orlando into Volusia County, but take a look at all of these rain bands that are out over the open waters right now. So this is going to continue. Let's take you on into the 528, the beach line near Port St. John. We're seeing some of that rain moving in. If you live in Mims, you did get a quick burst of rain and it's clearing out, but let me tell you, much more is loading up. And some areas going to be seen moderate to heavy. This is going to be right along the I-95 corridor in Brevard County, just to the west of Melbourne. So most of it has been light rain for now, but we want to let you know that as much more rain is going to be loading up out across the interior. We actually could be seeing some very slick roads. So just something to keep in mind if you are planning on driving. Maybe you're getting those final preps in place, heading home from work. Very important that that's something that you remember, because we're going to continue to monitor an uptick in that rain, Jamie, as Nicole is inching closer and closer to us here in Central Florida.
Yeah, well said, well said. All right, so we'll continue our tracking efforts. The rain's going to continue, obviously. It's going to increase in frequency, intensity. These rain bands marching in like a stream of soldiers, if you will, across the area. And there's going to be some impactful weather tied to those rain bands. And in terms of maybe a quick tornado or two developing, that usually is what cycles in when we have a system like this landfalling eastern peninsula. And you got all that rotation. We know what's coming. We need all of you to understand what could be coming down the line later this afternoon and into the evening and even overnight hours. We'll be here tracking for you. We'll send it back to you now.
Jamie and Allison, thank you so much. As we have been telling you, mandatory evacuations for parts of Volusia County will go into effect tonight. Sheriff Mike Chitwood has a warning for anyone who is thinking about committing a crime during that time.
I'm praying it doesn't happen, but we have businesses that are in imminent danger of collapsing. We are doing this mandatory evacuation for your safety, the safety of our community. And lastly, if you think you're going to get up and act like the fool, your will be nice and dry into Branch Jail.
And of course, we saw a lot of people taking advantage of the situation in Lee County after Ian, and you can hear the sheriff saying, look, we're not going to let that happen here. As a reminder, penalties for crimes are enhanced during a state of emergency.
All right, and evacuation order is in effect for the barrier island.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, our continuing coverage does continue here. You're listening in to Fox 35 Orlando's live coverage as Tropical Storm Nicole continues its journey toward eastern Florida. We can tell you, though, the effects are being felt not just in Florida, but also in South Carolina. I do want to go live to Fox Weather's Will Nunley. He is in Charleston, South Carolina, and joins us with the latest there. Will, thank you so much for being with us.
Hi, Josh. Yeah, it's amazing to think that we're talking about the landfall there, West Palm, Orlando. They're going to see a lot of effects, but boy, are we going to see a lot of it here, too, all along the Georgia coast, all along South Carolina, even going up into North Carolina. Really going to see a significant impact from this. So everybody in the coastal empire and low country needs to be paying attention to what's going to develop here. The National Weather Service office in Charleston letting us know that the major impacts, at least for the Charleston area, talking about Hilton Head, Savannah really included in that, the go time is going to be Thursday midday through Thursday night. That's when we're going to see the heaviest impacts. And the National Weather Service saying that all types of hazards are in play for this storm. We're talking flash flooding, significant rainfall, high wind gusts, coastal flooding, storm surge possible with this. Even tornado spin-ups are not off the table as well. So there's a lot to prepare for to make sure that you're ready to weather this storm throughout the day. Thursday. It's not going to be very long-lived, but it is certainly going to have an impact here. It's also having effect on coastal operations and commerce as well. The Coast Guard letting us know that they are keeping an eye on operations here, not only with the Port of Savannah, but Port of Charleston as well, and they may have to scale back some of the cargo ships and have them in kind of a holding pattern for a while. If the wind picks up too much or the rain is too heavy, that will affect operations here. We have a lot of the emergency operations centers, such as SEMA, which is the Chatham Emergency Management Agency that oversees Savannah and Chatham County, Georgia. They're letting us know that Highway 80 is one of their concerns, and for residents to be prepared that Highway 80, which is the only highway that connects Savannah to Tybee Island, could very well flood. It gets pretty high already near the roadway when you just have a high tide, and certainly if you introduce all of this onshore flow, this wind, this extra rain, you could have some flooding concerns that really people couldn't get on and off Tybee Island for a moment if those floodwaters continue to rise. And keep in mind, as you know, Josh, you've heard the term the low country. That's where we are here in the heart of the low country in Beaufort, Bluffton, Hilton Head, Savannah, and Charleston. It doesn't take much rain to have significant flooding here, especially for Charleston, especially for Beaufort County. And so those residents really need to be paying attention to how high some of these water levels really could get. We're going to be here with the Fox Weather Beast to keep an eye on these conditions as they continue to develop and really brace for the most of our impact happening on Thursday. Josh.
Yeah, Will, so my big question is, I know obviously they're worried about rain, but are you seeing the winds pick up just yet there?
Yeah, we have some pretty decent wind gusts. Nothing that is really rocking the trees too much, but it's a big change from yesterday. We had sunshine, warm weather yesterday. That has all changed. You can tell that something's on the horizon just by feeling around us here, because we certainly do have some really decent wind gusts. It's much cooler than it was yesterday. So this is certainly enough to alert people that a little change is coming over the next 24 hours, Josh.
All right, Fox Weather's Will Nunley. As always, thank you so much and stay safe out there.
Will do.
All right, time now 1:51 over on the East Coast and 10:51 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories, which include the latest on the midterm elections, and we are also tracking Nicole. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to those headlines here in just a few. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 154 on the East Coast and 1054 on the West Coast. A lot to get to, so let's get right into it. We're talking about the midterm elections as several races have not yet been determined, and a big one that we have been talking about is out of Georgia. The Georgia Secretary of State now confirms that we are going to see a runoff election in that race for U.S. Senate in Georgia. Now, the Secretary of State expected to speak in about 6 minutes, so that will happen right here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. That is not him. That is just somebody checking the microphone. I do want to head to another live feed that we do have. This is actually coming out of Boston, Massachusetts, and this is going to be Governor Charlie Baker and the Lieutenant Governor meeting with the Governor-elect and the Lieutenant Governor-elect. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
To announce that our transition chair will be Mayor Kim Driscoll. I'm grateful to have Mayor Driscoll as a partner in this. She's, as we know, smart, experienced, and as she says, comes from the Get Stuff Done wing of government. So she's the ideal choice to lead this transition forward. You've heard me talk a lot about team through this campaign, and I know that we are going to look to assemble the best possible team to meet the challenges we face and to deliver for people. And obviously the transition will be about taking in a lot of important information and working to build on that information, working to build on the teams and the personnel. Obviously Kim and I are looking for talented, dedicated folks who are willing to do the work needed for the people of this state. So we do have a lot of work ahead. It's why we're excited to be able to come here today to visit with the governor and the lieutenant governor. Again, I just want to thank them not only for their 8 years of service and partnership, but also, particularly in this time in this country, for the kind of collaboration and the spirit of ensuring the smooth democracy and transition of government in this time. So we'll have many more conversations, I'm sure, in the weeks and days to come. But again, I thank them both for that, and I thank their teams for that. At this time, I also want to bring forward our terrific Lieutenant Governor-elect, Kim Driscoll.
Thank you, Maura. Really appreciate the opportunity to be with everyone this afternoon. I also want to express my thanks and appreciation to Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito. I've been lucky enough to be a partner at the local level with the administration on many issues as the mayor of Salem, and I know particularly how engaged and responsive this team is, and particularly Lieutenant Governor Polito. She's left very big shoes to fill as someone who's been a key liaison to our cities and towns, and I really want to thank you for that. As Maura said, we're going to hit the ground running with this transition. We're excited about the opportunity, and our goal is to build the hardest working, most talented team possible to be ready on day one. If you want to be part of this team, if you're interested in engaging in the work ahead, we've got a new website set up at HealyDriscollTransition.com. We're encouraging people, they can go there to get more information, to share information about the transition as well, to share feedback with us in general, but also individuals who may want to be part of this team going forward. There's going to be a portal where you can submit your resume, your name, for consideration for positions as we move forward. We think it's important that we have a diverse group of individuals sourcing the best talent from throughout this Commonwealth, both within it and outside of it, and we want to be able to have a place for people to land to do so. So again, it's HealyDriscollTransition.com. I'm really grateful to Governor-elect Maura Healey for her willingness to allow me to be in this role leading up this transition, and know that we'll be forming transition policy committees in the coming days and weeks to help advise our administration on the many issues we face. We're excited about the opportunity to meet with cabinet secretaries, continue to build on not just a smooth transition, but a well-informed transition, so we'll be set up for success as we move forward. We'll continue to update both the public on the progress of those committees, the work of the transition as we move forward, and we're just really excited to get started and grateful that we begin today, day one. Thank you.
So as I listen to my colleague, the Lieutenant Governor, talk about the historic nature of this ticket, and it certainly is historic. As a former power forward, I would also like to point out that it will be very hard to find another governor and lieutenant governor who both played point guard in college. Questions?
I have a quick question.
sounds like the most popular governor in the country. And after 2 terms, what do you think it says about your party that a Democrat is coming in now and one who won overwhelmingly?
Elections are about the people on the tickets. And as I said in my remarks, I think the governor-elect and the lieutenant governor-elect both ran a very strong campaign. And the voters have spoken.
Can you share who you voted for governor?
I said for a long time that I was not going to get into the endorsement business except in the auditor's race, and I plan to keep to that.
Governor, is there one piece of advice that you were able to give the governor-elect today that will make her successful in the role of governor?
I don't know. Did I give you any advice you think will make you successful? Look, I'm sure we'll have lots of conversations, but the one thing both the lieutenant governor and I shared with the governor and lieutenant governor-elect is to get out of the building and spend time with the people of Massachusetts. I consider that to be the greatest gift that I've been given, certainly over this last 8 years, and I'm sure the lieutenant governor feels the same way. There are a lot of great people in this state doing a lot of really interesting and wonderful things, and this position gives you a front row seat to a lot of that and a great opportunity to learn from the people of the Commonwealth, and I will try to do that forever.
Was there anything that the governor did 8 years ago for you that you are saying now, that I'm definitely going to do that to help the incumbent people?
I don't, this will sound sort of funny, but the biggest and most important thing that we wanted in 2014, and I would expect and anticipate that these folks and their team will want, is access to the people who currently have a lot of those key roles and responsibilities, because they are the ones who will be able to tell you both at a conceptual level and also at a detail level what keeps them up at night. And I think that's sort of the most powerful thing you can get out of a transition. The documents, the reports, all the rest, that's interesting, and it matters, but it's the points of view of the people who sit in those chairs that ultimately end up being, I think, the most important.
Governor, can you explain what she asked you? Can you tell us what she asked you, and then and also talk about what you would relate to her about the tea?
I'm not going to get into those kinds of questions. We'll work our way through that stuff, and I'm sure at some point they'll be in a position to speak to what they learned or didn't learn from us during the transition.
Governor Keeley, would you answer a question too? I'm wondering what you say to those who claim that this alignment with Charlie Baker, because you embraced him and were very complimentary of him on the campaign trail, that was sort of a general election strategy, and that you may well tack to the left and more align yourself with an Ayanna Pressley or Michelle Wu.
Sure. I'll leave that to the pundits. I'll tell you what it's always been about for me. The reason I was drawn to public service, and I believe the reason that all of us have been drawn to public service, is simply to help people and to try to make life better for people. And that's what I've had the privilege of doing the last 8 years in the Attorney General's office. It's why I ran for this position. And over the years, we've worked on a whole lot of issues, some that have been in the headlines and covered, many that haven't been covered, but every day, day in and day out, it was about looking for ways that through government, working with others outside of government, we could move things forward. So, I'm just going to continue, Allison, to try to operate as I've operated as Attorney General, which is in the spirit of collaboration, communication, teamwork, and respect, too, for the men and women. As the governor alluded to earlier, very important that we're having an ability to talk to the actual folks who are doing the work, who've been doing the work. I know how important that is in my office, and as I leave the Attorney General's office, I'm certainly going to look to do the same for the Attorney General-elect, because that's real, with so much of the real work of governing and of administration is happening. And so these are the important things for Kim and I to focus on in the days and weeks ahead. And I know we'll do just that.
Besides the obvious political differences, how would you govern differently? How will a Healy administration be different from a Baker administration, besides the obvious political differences?
Well, the microphones are going to be a little lower.
There you go.
There you go. And the rest we'll see.
How are you different from Governor Baker?
you know, we're all going to see. I think we have a lot of mutual respect for one another. Obviously, we share some similarities. We share some differences. And look, at the end of the day, it's going to be matter by matter, issue by issue. You know, there's a lot of things that we've got to take on. There's a lot of things that we've got to work on and tackle. Kim and I look forward to doing just that.
Did anything come up in the meeting today that made you go, wow, I didn't know that? Did you learn anything specific?
You think I'm going to answer that? No, no. We had a good conversation, and as the governor said, I think it's the first of many conversations about the real seriousness of this work. I mean, this is a really serious endeavor. I appreciate what the governor and the lieutenant governor are offering to us and are bringing to us. It's about the stewardship of this great Commonwealth and making sure that people and families across the state are getting what they need from their government. And that's what today's conversation and the work ahead in the days and weeks is about.
Are you looking to conduct a nationwide search for the GM of the MPA?
Look, we're going to look to ensure that we have the best possible people in positions throughout government. I know how important that is, and that's going to be the work that we're going to be looking to do, wherever that takes us, whatever that looks like. I know we'll have a great transition process.
Governor, can you just talk to the people who didn't vote for you? I know you were saying you want to be everyone's governor, but can you just kind of communicate with them right now as you get ready to transition?
Yeah. You know, I think it's what I would like them to know. It's what I said last evening, is that I intend to be a governor who is a governor for everyone, whether you voted for me or not. And I think that's the role. When you're elected to these positions, you have that responsibility, and that starts with listening. It starts with understanding where people are at, understanding what they are feeling, and working to find some common solutions where possible, and understand really what is happening in the lives of people day to day around the state. That's what I've tried to be about as Attorney General, and I think that's what I'll continue to try to be about as governor.
Governor, when you woke up this morning, was there an aha moment for you that you said, wow, I was just elected governor of Massachusetts? Or when did that moment happen? Because it's been a whirlwind 12 hours.
Oh, it's been a really special 24 hours. I'll tell you that. To be in the ballroom last night, of course, and to look out, particularly I think to the faces of young people, little girls in particular, but little boys as well. And I hope ultimately the voters made a decision, and I am grateful for the trust and the faith that they've placed in Kim and me. And we will work every day, I promise you, to try to deliver and make good on that. We will not always get it right, but we will bring a spirit of I think hard work and collaboration, communication, to try to make life better for people. And I'm excited about that. Did I have a particular moment? No, it's pretty much, I'm still the Attorney General, so my job is I was dealing with legal matters this morning, and that work will continue for the indefinite future. But it's certainly been an exciting 24 hours, and I did call my mom this morning. That's one thing I did.
Is there anything about the job that you feel like you might need to get acclimated to? I mean, I know as Attorney General you have, for instance, protection, the security, that sort of thing. Is there anything new about this job that you think might take some getting used to?
I'm sure there are a number of things about the job that I will be fortunate to take on that are going to be new and different, that are going to be a challenge and an adjustment. But we'll work through all of that, and I look forward to that.
Thanks so much. You were modeled campaign for Sean Cooley, Tom Hobson, who all lost last night. What's your response to that?
Voters spoke. That's what elections are for.
What does it mean for the future of the Republican Party, though? There's already a chairmanship fight happening. Do you walk away from it all? Do you try and put a candidate up for it?
She's still the Attorney General. I'm still the governor. I got a job I got to do for the next 58 days or so, and then we can talk about that stuff.
Governor, you said you love this job. What are your emotions right now, knowing you're going to be passing the torch and leaving the jobs?
I really like this job, okay? There may be days where you all didn't believe me, but, and I did say this, we both said this to these two. I will be sad leaving this job. I won't be sad for the Commonwealth, but I will be sad personally because you get a look into the people, you get a front row seat to the people of Massachusetts who treat you with a profound amount of familiarity because they see you on the news and on TV and all the rest. And I will really miss the opportunity to talk to people about their hopes and their dreams and their problems and what we can do to fix them. And I think anybody who has an ounce of public service in their bones knows exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you.
All right, if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, you were listening to a news conference there held by Republican Governor Charlie Baker as he did welcome Democratic Governor-elect Maura Healey. So obviously we are seeing the control there go from a Republican to a Democrat. A big case there. And of course, they are going to hold that brief news conference and let everyone know that they are going to be working together in that transition. So I do want to let you know that the Georgia Secretary of State, it appears that news conference is just getting underway. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as he talks about that runoff for the U.S. Senate seat in Georgia.
It was just a very successful election day. We saw Georgians from all over the state cast their ballots to make their voice heard. It's still a wonderful thing. This vote, this democracy, this republic. I still stand in awe of what we saw and what our forefathers have built on this nation. Something so unique in human history. It's truly divinely inspired. That said, it takes people, lots of people, very hardworking people, to make it happen. So I want to give credit first to our elections team here in my office that is led by our director, Blake Evans, the deputy director, Dr. Jesse Harris, and Michael Barnes, our director of the Center for Elections. Their team has done amazing work, and they worked with the greatest county election teams that I think our nation has to do the tough on-the-ground work of running polling locations, processing voters, and counting the votes. And speaking of processing voters, we had an average speed of processing voters at the polls that was simply amazing. We saw processing speeds of 48 seconds, and it actually dipped down to 47 seconds for a few moments. It was that kind of processing speed that led to 2-minute average wait times across the state. I have a screenshot of it if anyone wants to see it later. I read online that there was a person who wanted to test our line warming law. So he loaded his car with boxes and cases of bottled water to give the voters in line. So he started driving around, and his problem was he couldn't find any lines. And so he even said in the article, quote, "The system is running so smoothly today that no one lined up in the sun." So that is tremendous to see that kind of responsive and good results that we had at the county level. And I know all of you are probably voters also, and you probably had that same fantastic experience. And the credit for that goes to the counties, and it goes to the voters. The voters took record advantage of pre-election day voting. They had shattered the records for both absentee by mail and early in-person voting in a midterm. And we have seen that the counties almost fully complete the counting, and it's only a little after 2 p.m. on Wednesday. We see less than 10,000 voters to potentially be added to the count outside of the handful of votes that can be accepted by Monday, November 14th. Most of the races have a clear winner. In fact, Bee Nguyen and I spoke last night, and she graciously conceded. And I thank her for that. That's the way it's supposed to be. We need all candidates who come up short to acknowledge it and to come back and fight within our system another day if that's their choice. There is one race in our state that is going to be moving to the December 6th runoff. That is the race for the United States Senate between Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Our office has already begun the behind-scenes work to start building the ballots. So ballots are being built as we speak, and counties are making preparations. So some specifics for the process. Voters can request absentee ballots now through Monday, November 28th. There are about 150,000 voters who will receive an absentee ballot because they are on our absentee ballot rollover list. These people are either 65 or they're disabled. Our absentee ballot request portal is now open. Early voting must begin no later than Monday, November 28th in all counties. We do anticipate that some counties may likely have Saturday voting following Thanksgiving, as well as on November 26th. We are working with the counties to find out what their plans are on this front and as soon as possible so that their voters can make the best plans. This will be a very heavy lift for our counties because it's a 4-week runoff period, but I have confidence that they will take all the measures required to rise to the task. While we are working and preparing for the runoff, we all have our obligation to close out the November 8th election. Counties must certify by Tuesday, November 15th by 5 p.m. Then we move to the risk limiting audit. We will, quote, roll the dice, so to speak, on Wednesday, November 16th. Then the audit must be complete by November 22nd. And the state must certify by Friday the 25th. That's the day after Thanksgiving. It's a lot of work, but that's how the machinery of our democratic republic works. We welcome it because we know at the end of the day, everyone wants to know that we have honest and fair elections, and we do. I ask the voters to come out and vote one last time. We have no control over how many campaign ads our voters are going to see over the next 30 days, but we'll make sure that we have honest and fair elections. I want to thank the voters. I want to thank you for your strong participation. I want to thank you for just being so friendly and really working with the system. We only had 7 precincts out of 2,700 that didn't finish yesterday and had to extend past, the 7 p.m. deadline. I want to thank the election workers. They worked long days yesterday, and they'll be working some long days ahead. I want to thank the poll workers, and I want to thank all of their families who support them. And a special thank you to our team. Thank you, and I will take your questions. Yes, ma'am. No, we kind of knew where it was headed, and we wanted to make sure that it was what it was going to be. And right now we're down under 10,000 votes, and we look at how many this person has and add all 10,000 to it, they wouldn't have 50%, likewise on the other side. And so that's why we're, going to tell you that there will be a runoff, and that's why we started building ballots this morning. Voters have their free will choice to vote all 3 methods. No excuse absentee voting, and if they want to, get your request in soon. Then we're going to have early voting. It'll be an abbreviated schedule. It'll be that 5 days plus most likely a Saturday, and some counties will do a Sunday. That's their choice, or on Election Day, which is Tuesday, December 6th. We give voters options in Georgia. They get to choose which one they like best. It is what it is, and we have a 4-week runoff period. And so I know that the candidates will be working on that, and that's why we're working today building ballots. What we've shown is our team and the counties have shown that they can perform at the highest level. And I'll even go so far. I know every Secretary of State takes pride in what their election office does, but when I was in our war room yesterday looking at all the innovations and improvements our team has made, and I look at the work that our counties have made, that's why Heritage has recognized Georgia #1 for election integrity on the right side, and that's why on the left side, the Center for Election Innovation and Research has recognized Georgia #1 for voter accessibility. I would stack up Georgia against any state in the union. I think our team is the best, and I'd put it up against anyone. I think it's as good as the Bulldogs. Yes, there will be a runoff. We can look at the outstanding vote totals, and neither one would be over 50%. Gabe, do you have the date on that, or Ryan, Germany? We'll get you that date. By state law and House Bill 316, we're required to do a 90% risk limit. And so that means that we actually will do a sample size of the ballots that were cast. So it's not all the ballots, it's picking a sample size so we can verify the outcome of the race. And so it has to be within that 90% confidence level. And so that's why we talk about rolling the dice. So what those ballots will be, the number of those by county. And so we'll be selecting that, and we'll have a press conference tomorrow on now which race it is, and then additional details about the risk limiting audit. Well, we've always had, it was really probably before a 5-week runoff period. It's now really a 4-week runoff period for states. What happened when we went to the instant runoff for UOCAVA ballots, it allowed us to have just one runoff instead of the 9-week we had before. So that is really, I think, advantageous. So the counties are prepared already. They note that we're going to have this period of time. We're building the ballots, and then they're working on their back office systems to get prepared. Yes, sir. Well, I think it did, because if you look at what SB 202 did, first of all, it required that lines had to be shorter than 1 hour. So what the counties do, they performed. And yesterday I screenshot when we had line time of 2 minutes. And it really held that constant. Now, we had some places where it's 15 minutes, things like that. At 7 a.m., we had a few precincts that had to get their system in place, but it worked. And we kept those lines short. That then took care of the people who said that, what about water? Well, people were politicking for 2 years ago, and so that took out that you're not going to be politicking within those zones. But with short lines like that, 47 seconds for check-in, you obviously didn't need that, even though it was a warm day yesterday, beautiful day. Also, we now have no excuse absentee voting, and no excuse absentee voting with photo ID. We had it with signature match, and we had actually been sued by the Democrat Party and the Republican Party. They both of them said, this is subjective. I said, no argument by me, because that's what I said we need to get away from back in 2018. We went to an objective criteria, which is driver's license with photo ID, and they've actually been using that in Minnesota for over 10 years. So if you look at then the proof of the numbers, the early votes, the absentee, we have just good numbers, and people are out there voting, and the system is working well. Yes, ma'am.
If you are just joining us now on Live Now from Fox, it is 2:22 on the East Coast and just 11:22 on the West Coast. Wherever you are, thank you so much for joining us here. You were listening to the Georgia Secretary of State speak about that runoff election for U.S. Senate. That will be on December 6th. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines and everything you need to know about the midterm elections coming up here in just a few. And welcome back on Live Now from Fox. You are looking at Clark County, Nevada. That is where we are expecting to get an update on the elections there and what's still left to figure out. That's expected to start here in the next few minutes. We will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get it. But I do want to take you back over to the Georgia Secretary of State still answering questions from reporters after announcing that we will see the U.S. Senate race go to a runoff on December 6th.
Hours, but they did great work. No, well, I like to joke that I'm the runoff king because when I ran for city council, I was in a runoff. Then when I ran for the state house, that was a jungle primary. Then I was in a runoff in that one. And then 4 years ago, I was in a runoff for the primary and then a runoff in the general. And so I kind of know that process. And it is humbling sometimes when you realize, oh, out of all these people that live in my city, only this many voted in the runoff. So typically the numbers are lower, but this office doesn't really make projections. We'll just tell the counties prepare for large numbers, and then they're better to be over-prepared, and the numbers don't come in where you think. But that's something the voters get to decide.
We have one more question from the Secretary, then we'll hand it off.
Well, I think it's always healthy to make sure that you have over 50%. I like that. We instituted the UOCAVA instant runoff system, and that really let us accelerate that process. But I think at the end of the day, to make sure you have 50+1, that's good because a democracy says majority rules. And so we don't want it to be ruled because we believe that it's participatory, but it's really 50%. And so I think at the end, that's good. If people want to discuss further improvements of the process, I'm happy to entertain those.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Great. Any detailed questions anybody has around outside of policy stuff we can answer? But I do want to say tomorrow the Secretary is going to have a press conference. We tentatively have it set for 11 o'clock to announce the race that will be audited on the risk limiting audit. So with that, let me see, Jason, you've been raising your hand for a second. Frankly, I'm kind of want to knock on wood because we got by yesterday with no real issues. So we will continue to have Secretary Raffensperger's poll worker first response texting tool in place in those situations. We will have to figure out, because we don't have the announced locations for early voting locations, what every county is going to do. A county like Fulton had 36 locations in the regular general election. They may not have 36 this time, so we have to work with them and local law enforcement to see what has to be covered. But obviously that's part of the moving parts we're going to deal with going forward. But we haven't seen anything that's risen to a level that says, yes, this is an imminent threat from any source so far. Not to say that there couldn't be, and this office's position as always is our biggest concern is a lone wolf, which nobody has any way of knowing about beforehand. Yeah, Justin. Again, the state of Georgia, our costs don't move that much because we have a set staff. The real costs go down to the counties, and that will not be inexpensive, but we have no way of making those estimates.
All right, what you were listening to right there was the Georgia Secretary of State making that announcement there, saying that there will be a runoff for the U.S. Senate seat. That will be December 6th, and as you heard, it's going to be a bit before they figure out all the details as far as where those voting locations will be open, and there's just a lot left to figure out at this point. We are awaiting a news conference here from Clark County, Nevada, where we will get an update on the voting there and how the races are going. We are keeping an eye on the podium there, and they are expected to speak possibly around 2:30 Eastern Time. For now, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back with the headlines here in a bit on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox 231 on the East Coast and 1131 on the West Coast. We are waiting for this news conference to get underway with officials there in Clark County, Nevada. They are going to provide an update here on the election results in that area and exactly what is going on. I do want to see if they are about to speak or if they are just doing mic check here. It looks like they might be doing that, so let me listen in here. All right, so that has not gotten underway just yet, but when it does, we will bring it to you. I do actually want to take you out really quickly over to our Fox 35 Orlando team for the latest as we do keep an eye on Tropical Storm Nicole, expected to travel over toward Florida. But before I do that, I do want to listen back in because it is hard to tell if this news conference is getting underway.
Tripod legs, because we've got about...
It's not. So let's go to Fox 35 Orlando's coverage of Nicole.
He's not seen the ocean look like this, and he's worried about those high tides coming up. You know, we've got to take that with a pretty heavy opinion, and I am. We've got this northeast flow. It's coming in. These showers rolling at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. The forward speed is just wrapping around the outermost circulation of a Nicole. Nicole 200 miles away. It's not even here yet. Again, it's low tide, so things don't look bad out there right now, as bad as they will. But tonight, when the high tide happens around 8:30 p.m. and the storm gets closer, we're going to see the storm tide roll in. It's going to roll over A1A in a lot of spots, and at that point, we're going to see a lot of coastal inundation. You know, as far as the rain right now goes, on radar, on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, it doesn't look, you know, impressive, right? It's light green, some dark green, some yellows. I just drove into this stuff, and the problem is that it's tropical rain, so it looks a little bit different on radar. And what I mean is that the raindrops are smaller, but there's more of them. So the rule of thumb with radar meteorology, the bigger the raindrop, like in a summertime thunderstorm, you know, when your car's getting hit by like cannonballs when it starts to pour, those show up as bright red. When it's really small, like almost drizzle, it's really light green. And with tropical rain, this is the rule of all tropical systems, and you know it. You know it's a tropical system when you see this kind of rain. It's like the heaviest drizzle or the heaviest light rain. It's like if you're under one of those really high quality shower heads, you know, the natural rain shower heads, and it just soaks you. That's the kind of rain we're looking at, and it puts down a quick half inch or an inch of rain, causing flooding. And we're already seeing a lot of flooding out there. Minor stuff, just nuisance flooding. But the kind of flooding, because Ian, a month and a half ago, saturated the ground, followed by a really rainy season. So there's just nowhere for the water to go. And this will be a different storm than Ian as far as we're not going to see the catastrophic inland flooding from the heavy freshwater rain. It's going to be the potential for that caliber of flooding along the immediate coastline and along all bodies of water that are considered tidal, like a tidal creek. You know, we talked to a few folks living in New Smyrna Beach, the inland part of it, around Turnbull Bay, the Turnbull Creek. That's an example of a tidal creek, and that could come up 5 feet or so. During Ian, that came up a little bit more than that, causing extensive flooding. This, unfortunately, may be close to that. Hopefully, it doesn't flood again. But, yeah, I mean, this rain is going to increase in intensity, and each shower that comes in, especially when you do see the reds and yellows, that is just some serious tropical rain, and along with it, we're starting to catch those wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles an hour. And we showed you this, the forecast rainfall. We could pick up between 5 and 6 inches total by the time this gets out of here. But remember, the core of it comes through tomorrow morning between about 5 a.m. and 1 p.m. That's when the weather will be the worst. That's when you got to stay off the roads. But the good news, John and Luann, is that we're not looking at 15 or 20 inch rainfall totals like we did with Ian. So it'll be a much different storm, but unfortunately along the coast, it'll be a lot worse, especially for Brevard County and Volusia County, than Ian was with those coastal flooding impacts.
Yeah, Brooks, I was surprised. I drove in about an hour ago, and there's already ponding on the roads. It's like, it doesn't seem like it's coming down that hard. So what you were saying makes sense. My question was, is this rain going to affect the flooding inland that came from the lakes and the rivers?
No, it's a very good question. A lot of folks along the St. Johns River are wondering that, like, goodness, you know, we've just finally seen the river level start to come down on the St. Johns River. If there's good news about this, because the St. Johns is a very large body of water, it's really the last to respond in the area as far as rivers go. The rule of thumb is the smaller the creek, the smaller the stream, the faster it rises when the rain starts falling hard. And the St. Johns River is so big, it's one of the last to respond, meaning it might take several days for all the water to wash into the St. Johns River basin and cause any kind of river level rises. what we're seeing with this approaching tropical system about to be hurricane is that the flow of the St. Johns, which goes from south to north, has essentially slowed down to a stop, thanks to the northeast winds blocking it. So we may see subtle rises in places like Astor, but the rain shouldn't be heavy enough to cause any major concerns on the St. Johns for rapidly rising waters. That said, if you live along smaller creeks, there are a couple of creeks like that around Altamont Springs, we could see some modest rises, probably not to the degree of Hurricane Ian, though. Luann.
Right, Brooks, thank you.
And by the way, we also heard FP&L already has like 13,000, I think is the number, linemen and linewomen already here. And some of these had just left, Luann. They just left after repairing all that. But on the other side, there's still some here for that. So if there are any outages here, they're close by.
Yeah,
so
good
that
to
helps
know.
too, right?
All right. Well, our live team coverage continues this afternoon in Brevard County. That is where we find Fox 35's Alina Shirazi.
And she is in Satellite Beach today. So, Alina, what are you seeing out there right now?
Well, John and Luann, Nicole is knocking on our door here in Brevard County, but just because she hasn't exactly made her way in doesn't mean she's not coming. So we're here at Hightower Beach in the city of Satellite area. Police have been escorting people out of this area for the past few hours. Actually, we are on a ramp right now. We couldn't go any further. We wanted to go all the way to the end over there to the water. If you can see it, they've sort of blocked off this area with caution tape. The swells from this storm are really moving the waves all the way up. This is a beach, even though it doesn't look like one. If you get all the way to the edge of here, you can see there really isn't any sand left and the water has made its way all the way up. Actually, a part of this ramp has actually collapsed near the left side. I know we've been talking about buildings and lifeguard towers and these sort of ramps collapsing. Well, that is already starting to happen here. And of course, that is because a lot of this water and these sort of moist conditions are really just saturating the wood. Here in this ramp, again, the left side has collapsed. They say this part could collapse where we're standing on right now, but if we do, we are a little bit near the dirt area on the ground, so we're going to be okay. But again, they're clearing everyone out of this area. Earlier today, you saw us, we were at Cocoa Beach. We spoke with a guy, he was actually born in Central Florida, and he was telling us that he was in the waters. And I guess he's sort of a testimony to how dangerous conditions can really get near the beach side. Listen here.
If you stay on a barrier island and you decide later that you want to go to the mainland and the storm surge has already arrived, you're not going to be able to do that.
If you take a look at the palm trees, they are doing that sort of humble bow of their heads as they're getting ready for this tropical storm and soon to be projected Cat 1 Hurricane Nicole to make its way through here. Again, we didn't get as hit during Ian during the last storm, but they are projecting that we're in the Treasure Coast in this sort of southern portion of Central Florida's eastern area. We're going to get hit pretty hard. And again, we heard the Office of Emergency Management earlier on the show. I've been speaking with them over the past few days. They're telling us there are a couple of shelters open, 4 sprinkled throughout the county in Melbourne, Cocoa, Vieira, and up again near the northern tip of this county. So the causeways do not close. That's sort of the slogan that they're saying right now. They're open in case people want to evacuate. Listen, it's better to make those plans ahead of time so that you're not stuck last minute scrambling. Conditions are changing. We say that a lot, minute by minute, hour by hour, but that is the truth. So whether you're stuck in some okay weather right now, the next minute it could get really bad. So it's best to make those plans ahead of time because we're going to start to see conditions go south really soon, guys.
Alina, thank you. We appreciate that. Great advice for people who still are thinking about getting out. You still have time. Well, let's head on over to Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith. She is joining us live from Daytona Beach shores.
Yeah, and really, from all the coverage I've seen so far today, this seems to be the area getting the worst of it right now. So, Marlisa, get us up to speed on what's happening there right now.
Oh, John and Luann, the wind out here in Daytona Beach shores is brutal. I want to give you a look at one of the signs that's normally up here along the beach, knocked over. This is why law enforcement has come out to the area to block this off. I want to point the camera in the direction of this. Caution, area closed, stay back. Law enforcement had to come out here to put signage up to make sure people were heeding the warning because conditions out here are deteriorating. There's debris scattered all over the place. You can see cones that are typically up on the ground. Pieces of shoes have been flown, pieces and chunks and planks of wood that are coming off of the buildings. I want to tell you that people are coming out here to get a look at this building right here, the Beach Safety Ocean Rescue Building of Volusia County. The back side of it is partially collapsed. It's in the water. It's quite the sight, and a lot of people are making their way out here to get a glimpse of this. And I want to tell you that I spoke with a couple of people here at the Tower 10 condominium that's neighboring to this building, and they told me that they were out here just moments after the backside of this building collapsed. Take a listen to what they told me.
It was coming. The first storm came through, undermined the whole thing. This one just took it out the rest of the way.
It's just another day. I mean, we got to do what we got to do, and we just deal with it one day at a time.
All right, so this could become an even more dangerous situation out here. As you can see, again, the backside of that building partially collapsed in the water. The water is starting to make its way further inland. When I spoke with Fire and Rescue here in Daytona Beach Shores, they told me that their hope is to have people evacuated in the city by 4 o'clock this afternoon. 3 hours after that, they're planning on closing those bridges tonight at 7 o'clock. Back to you.
Marlisa, yeah, the sheriff said we are closing down at 7. You will not be able to get into the beach at least.
Yeah, and this is one thing, and I know Marlisa's getting blown around out there right now, but where she is at this point, you can see the drive going down in there. And as Brooks was just saying, we have a 5-foot storm surge tonight. So you think about that water coming in. Yeah. I mean, we're not even close to seeing how far it's going to go up, right, before it even gets started, really.
What you are watching right there is Fox 35 Orlando's live coverage, as they do have reporters who are all throughout the state of Florida right now as we watch Tropical Storm Nicole get closer and closer. At last check, the wind's about 70 miles per hour. It just has to get up to 75 to be considered a Category 1 hurricane. That is expected to happen, but anything is possible out there in the ocean as the storm does head for the east coast of Florida, expected to make landfall tonight into tomorrow morning. We are also waiting for Clark County officials there in Nevada to provide an update on the races there. We know the race for governor and Senate have not been called just yet, so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get that news conference. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here in just a few. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to cover multiple stories here on Live Now. There's a lot going on. Take a look at this video coming in out of Stuart, Florida. That is about 40 miles north of West Palm Beach. You can see they are already dealing with quite a bit in the way of flooding as we are seeing Tropical Storm Nicole get closer and closer to making landfall in the eastern part of the state of Florida. We do know the storm made landfall around noon Eastern time, so almost 3 hours ago, as a tropical storm in the Bahamas, causing some extensive flooding and damage there. We are waiting to get some more images out of there to see the extent of the damage and hear from their local officials to get an update on damage and, unfortunately, the possibility of casualties that do happen in storms like these. So I do actually want to go back to the coverage here from our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are live and they are doing that wall-to-wall coverage. We love tapping into them at any time to hear what they have to say. And right now, once again, they are in that wall-to-wall coverage.
At home before winds start to kick up. And our live team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. She and her photographer are driving up the East Coast from Miami, checking out conditions along the way.
And Marie, we were talking about it earlier. She was down for the big election down in Miami last night, making her way back up. And there's so much traffic out there. It's still baffling to me how there are that many people out on a day like today, right before a hurricane hits. Marie, we're having a microphone issue. You guys might want to check it there real quick. It might be something in the transmission between us because that would be expected. With everything going on right now, you have to expect a few bugs in the machine at this point.
We have a long way to go, so we'll get back to Marie in just a little bit. But let's check in with David Martin. He's in Melbourne Beach.
Yeah, he spoke with the man who decided to head inland and a bunch of other people today, too.
You're going to evacuate.
Probably last night when we got the information via the text message on the phone. It's better play safe than sorry.
Tell me what you saw on your newspaper delivery route.
I didn't see a whole lot of debris yet, but there were definitely some pompons down. I saw a few coconuts down. A few houses were boarded up. Tons of wind.
Hey, so what do you think of this scene right here?
It's crazy. It's really crazy. Scary.
Yeah.
Scary. The beach is like gone completely already. It's crazy.
Now you guys live right here on the Barrier Islands, just across the street from A1A. Have you done any kind of preps for your house?
Nope, no preps at all.
You are not alone.
Hurricane windows.
Hurricane windows.
Yeah, exactly.
You looked out here at the Atlantic Ocean and you said it looks angry.
I've been here for a lot of hurricanes. I don't think I've ever seen the ocean this angry at all.
The evacuation orders are there. I don't see many people heeding them.
No, that's part of the problem is when they hear Category 1, they think it's not a big deal, you know, we can weather it. But from what I'm seeing, this appears to be something bigger than what a Category 1 would usually be.
So why did you come out here to the boardwalk this morning?
Oh, we want to check out the waves, see how high the tide was coming, and see if it was going to take over the sand dunes at all.
Yeah, looks like it might.
Yeah, it looks like it will.
Who's not in school today? None of us.
Yeah,
that's one thing the kids are happy about.
Yeah, right. Mine was extremely happy to sleep in today and actually just hunker down at the house today, right? Yours
no
as well,
school
I'm sure.
for 3 days.
All right, we're going to check back in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner.
So, Brooks, with this storm, we could see 15 feet waves and really high tides.
Yeah, in fact, right now we've got buoys off of Cape Canaveral that are tracking swells that are over 25 feet tall. That's a rough day out on the water. It's a very dangerous one as well. And so as those come crashing ashore, they tend to get a little bit smaller because there's a lot of sandbars out here. But still, that's a big push of water. We've got some problems here, though, on Daytona Beach, and you would never know it if you didn't know what to expect right now. And I tell you this because it's very important that if you're riding this out, you've got a window of about the next 3 to 4 hours, maybe 3 hours, to safely get out of the Barrier Island areas because it's low tide right now. And the water is already almost up to the seawall at low tide. The storm surge hasn't really arrived yet, but it will tonight. And that storm surge means that this ocean is going to rise 5 feet higher than it normally would. So for perspective, I'm about 6 feet tall, and so that's about up to my shoulders. So that's higher than the normal high tide level. Compounding that, we've got astronomically higher tides. So they're already about a foot or two higher than normal. So you're going to see water levels 6 to 7 feet higher than they normally would be, which means there's going to be a lot of inundation because you look at maybe where your house is or your apartment building or your condo building, and you have to ask yourself, are you higher than that elevation? And a lot of locations on barrier islands are not higher than 6 feet unless they've been artificially built up. And so that was why there was a big concern about some of the foundations getting undermined by that water and potentially impacting the structural integrity of the building. High tides to watch. The next high tide is at 8:30 tonight, and that's going to be a very high tide. This water right now, again, is at low tide. At high tide, it's going to be washing over the swimming pools here. It's going to be washing into the parking lot. It's going to be washing over A1A and Atlantic Avenue, and it's going to be causing some huge problems with major coastal erosion because Hurricane Ian took out all the dunes. All the dunes are gone. There's nothing left. It's just pushing right up to the structures unabated. Tomorrow in the morning, as the storm is peaking, as it's moving through, we've got a very high tide on the way about 9 a.m., and this one could send water even farther up. Tonight's high tide has already caused some problems, right? At 8:30 coming up, we're going to expect some problems with that one. This one's just going to cause even more problems. So if tonight's high tide paves the way for more water, it'll have absolutely no trouble making its way in tomorrow morning for that high tide. The final high tide of concern will be tomorrow night, but by then the storm will be pushing away, so it'll start to tamp down a little bit. But yeah, really the next two high tides, tonight at 8:30 and tomorrow morning around 9 o'clock, those are going to be the ones that will cause the most damage. Now let's take a look at the visible satellite imagery. Nicole is still a tropical storm, but I expect in the next advisory that it will become a hurricane. We've got some structure developing here. While yesterday it was fighting dry air intrusion, where dry air was getting sucked into the circulation. You can see that a little bit here on the satellite imagery. It's starting to fill in, and it's starting to organize over the warm waters of the southwestern Atlantic and eventually sitting right now over Freeport in the Bahamas. But you see this sort of blossoming feature. It looks like cauliflower. These are really high thunderstorm cloud tops, and as they wrap around the circulation, that central dense overcast becomes concentric. And with storms like this, they can intensify a little bit more than the computer models are showing at the last minute over warm water with low wind shear and fighting off the impacts of the dry air intrusion. The only factor this will encounter is it heads west, making landfall late tonight, early tomorrow morning in either Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, or Brevard counties. The only thing it's going to face is a little bit of upper level wind shear coming out of the southwest that could kind of knock down the organization a little bit. But I really don't like to see all these thunderstorms on the southwest side about to wrap it around it, because that could be a sign that this quickly bumps up, not just to a hurricane, but maybe up to a strong Cat 1. Or even maybe a Cat 2. It's something that we got to watch carefully. We've seen this unexpected rapid intensification happen a lot, especially with hurricanes coming in from the east heading west-southwest. So here's our Fox model, and by the way, all of the computer models are suggesting at worst a Cat 1. But these are just some of the things you look at in history of these types of storms to maybe help determine what could happen in the future. But as far as where this is and where it's going, our Fox model, exclusive to Fox 35, brings it into areas right on the St. Lucie County and Indian River County line about 2 a.m. And that trend has been holding since yesterday evening. So this looks to be about the best forecast we're going to have here out of this. And the Fox model performed in a really, really sharp way during Ian. It was one of the first models to track Ian going farther south, encountering Fort Myers, then coming up through Orlando, and when all the other models are bringing it up into like Hernando County. So this is one to watch. At this point, we're going to see extremely heavy rain. The core of the hurricane coming through Orlando and Daytona between daybreak and about noon. And then after that, working upward through Hernando County and out into the Gulf, where our impacts will rapidly diminish. So John and Luann, what we're going to be seeing here over the next, well, you could say 8 hours, is a very rapid intensification of the conditions on the beaches. We're going to see it get really bad, really fast, and the sun's going to set, so it's just going to be kind of the perfect storm for what could become a very dangerous situation. That's why authorities are just harping to get off of those beaches if you can here over the next several hours.
Yeah, because when the sun sets, you won't be able to see the beach eroding.
Well, and Brooks, you're talking about this 15-foot storm surge. I love what Volusia County said.
5 feet, yeah.
5 feet, 5 feet coming up.
15-foot waves.
Yeah, okay. This is not the time for selfies. This is not the time for social media out there. I know people want to do it, but this is not it, Brooks.
Well, it's going to deteriorate so quickly, John and Luann, and right now people are letting.
All right, you are watching Fox 35 Orlando's coverage, live coverage ahead of Tropical Storm Nicole. We are going to keep checking in with them live, raw, and unfiltered as the storm gets closer and closer, expected to make landfall in the eastern part of the state tonight into early tomorrow morning. We have also been watching as Nevada officials are expecting to give this live update on the elections there. We know that right now the Senate and governor's race have not been called. It appears they are speaking. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Cure runs through Monday, which is November 14th. So anybody on the cure list, which means we couldn't match their signature to what we have on file, they have until Monday, close of business, in order to get that ballot cured. Provisionals. The NVSOS needs to send us reports. Those won't come any earlier until next Tuesday at the earliest, Wednesday at the latest. So we can't count provisional ballots until we've got that report from them. So we're hoping that those will get counted by Wednesday. And then the canvass is on Friday, November 18th. That will be at 1:30 in the Commission Chambers at 500 Grand Central Parkway. So a little bit about the daily activity that we're going through here in Clark County to complete our count. We're going to hold a press conference every day to give out new information, new numbers, and give the media an opportunity to ask any questions related to what we're doing to process ballots. The mail will continue to process every day, and the cure processing takes place every day as well. Currently, on the website, which is available to the general public, we've got 9,579 people who have been entered into the cure process. Of those, 5,396 have not yet cured their ballot. That number will continue to grow until we're finished processing mail ballots. The daily hotline for the general public, if you receive notification from us that your ballot has gone to the cure, please dial 702-455-6552 in order to get assistance to cure your ballot. That hotline will be open Thursday and Friday from 7:30 to 5:30. On Saturday and Sunday, we will also continue to staff that to give members of the general public as much opportunity to cure their ballot as possible. We'll be open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on that hotline over the weekend. And Monday is the last day. Monday hotline over the weekend. And Monday is the last day. Monday will be open from 7:30 to 5 p.m. in order for people to cure their ballot. Provisional validation will also be going on a daily basis. Right now we've got, and that number should not change, 5,555 provisional ballots that have come in through the early voting and election day period. So we've got staff that are fully focused on getting those processed from now until we report to the Secretary of State. We have to make sure that those voters were eligible to be registered. Once we confirm that information, then we mark that as a ballot that we can count. Those are electronic. Those are not mail ballots. Those are electronic and recorded on the in-person voting machines. We're going to publish a release of updated results every day that we count. So we'll have the press conference. We still haven't determined exactly whether it will be the same time every day, but we will have that press conference every day, and every time we count, we'll put a new update out on the website for everybody to see. The current status, which I'm sure everybody is most interested on. So the mail to be tabulated today represents the drop-off boxes from Monday that we sorted and put through the system yesterday, and the Tuesday United States Postal Service pickup. So we have 14,718 mail ballots that weren't read last night that will go in today. Those will be reported in the evening when we release our new results report on the website. The USPS pickup for today was over 12,700 ballots. So those are beginning the process of going through the mail, through all of the processes leading through counting board and then sent over to count. That's what we've received. We still don't have the estimate on the drop boxes from yesterday, but I can tell you that there's a considerable amount of drop boxes that we received that had a considerable amount of ballots, but I can't give you that count. As soon as we have that, I will make it available this afternoon. Let's go through Thursday through next Wednesday, just briefly, and then it'll be time for you all to ask any questions you may have. So for tomorrow, we'll be working on processing Postal Service ballots as well as the cure. For Friday, again, it's the Postal Service and the cure that we'll be working on processing. For Saturday, that's the last day for us to receive the mail ballots. So that'll be the last day that we're working on processing those to get them to count. And the cure. Sunday needs to be determined. So we don't know yet if we'll have anything to process on Sunday. Everything starts to slow down on the ballots that are coming in from the Postal Service that are postmarked November 8th. So we don't know yet what we'll be doing on Sunday. Monday's the last day to cure. And so those ballots will be going in. Tuesday needs to be determined. Statutorily, that's the last day I can read mail ballots in. So whatever's outstanding, we have to have it in by that day. Wednesday, that'll be our provisional day. So by that time, we should receive the report from the Secretary of State, and we'll be prepared to load those into the system. Thursday, we'll be completing our canvas work. That leads into the canvas on Friday, which again is at the Board of County Commission Chambers on Thursday at 1:30 p.m. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Has every election day vote been counted already? Every in-person election day vote, Mr. Gloria?
The in-person vote for election day is in the system, minus provisionals.
So every single one that was cast yesterday in person at a vote center has been counted?
Minus provisionals.
Minus provisional ballots.
And you have no idea how many provisionals there are, right?
I did. The provisional ballots that we have in the system are 5,555.
Ultimately, will most of the voting that took place in this county for the whole before and now be the most prevalent method, be the mail-in ballots?
Yes, that'll be the highest turnout tally type. There'll be more mail than either the in-person early voting or election day.
So based on your numbers, your high numbers that you got for the first 2 weeks, it's conceivable that you will have thousands of mail-in ballots coming in the Postal Service today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday.
Well, I reported to you what we've received today. It's
Right.
over 12,700, so yes.
48,000 more, but it's the same number.
I can't give you any estimates on what that will be, but we have to process them through
Are
Saturday.
you anticipating in thousands then, or still?
I don't give any, there's no way for me to tell, so why would I say what I think there might be?
Is there any chance you'll have final results before next Thursday? Is there any chance you'll report out the total Clark County results before 10 days out from the election, November 18th?
Repeat your question?
Is there any way we'll know the final results before November 18th?
You'll have the final unofficial at some point, probably Thursday before the canvass, but it's not official until we canvass.
Okay, so we won't have final results unofficial until then.
That would be the latest that we can have that out there.
Joe, what is the goal? What is the goal to have everything counted, the unofficial results? You mentioned the 18th, but what's the goal before that?
Well, we don't know what we're going to receive through the mail, and so we know what our statutory deadlines are as far as when we have to have them in. So we know by Tuesday statutorily, we have to have everything read through the mail. So I don't have any idea really.
Have you increased the amount of people to help process all the mail-in ballots?
No, what we've done is ensured that we're fully staffed in all of the areas.
What's considered fully staffed?
Fully staffed. Every piece of equipment that we have available to process mail will be in use, and we will have the staff there to staff all of that equipment.
And how many people does that mean?
Oh, it's hundreds.
At what point during early voting is the county allowed to count the mail-in votes?
We can start 15 days before Election Day to start processing them, but we don't release any tally until election night. We have to receive verification from the Secretary of State's office that all counties are done. So we weren't the last county to be finished last night. We were waiting for some other counties to finish up before we reported.
You mentioned that the ballots that were dropped off on Monday are beginning tabulation today. Was there an opportunity to include those in the tally on Monday as well? Like,
No.
it seems like there is a delay time that you could have maybe opened those boxes Monday.
No, we opened them.
Okay.
But it's a long process of events that go into validating that ballot, validating the signature, getting it to the counting board where the ballot is separated from the return envelope, and then taking it over to tabulation to count. Right there.
You said that you didn't have an estimate of the number of ballots that were in the drop boxes yet?
Not yet. We will this afternoon, and I will report it.
Do you know how many drop box locations did have ballots?
All of them. In Clark County, every single vote center has a drop box. So we try to make it as easy as we possibly can for the general public to get those ballots into us. So every single location where we voted yesterday had drop boxes, and this department as well.
Oh, so they were separate than when people went and actually voted?
No, they were at those sites.
At those sites. So
Yes.
those are just the ones that are not counted? The ones
All
that
of those ballot boxes are being processed right now to empty them out, and we'll have that number by this afternoon.
And how many numbers are there? Like, how many boxes were there?
Over 300.
Over.
Just to be clear, so the 14,718 ballots that you say you will release results today?
Yes.
Mailed in, right? So aside from that, we're still waiting for the drop boxes that came in on election day?
That's correct.
So, and just judging from what you've seen in the past, what are the numbers like on a daily basis from these drop boxes? Are they usually larger?
I don't have any numbers to give you on that.
Okay, but we still have to get all the drop boxes ballots that came in on election day?
They're being processed as we speak.
Okay, aside from the 14,000?
How many ballots in queue are waiting to be tabulated in-house here?
Right now, today, I think I gave that number to you was 14,718.
So those are the numbers that you just explained will be released today?
Today, they will be reported on. Yes, ma'am.
That's mail and boxes?
Please, sir. Wait till we finish.
Thank you. Yesterday, there was a report on Twitter from John Ralston that said you had a resource issue yesterday with counting election day ballots. Was that a correct report?
I don't have any knowledge of what Mr. Ralston is talking about on the staffing report. As I mentioned, we're making absolutely certain that we're fully staffed in the areas. We've got full commitment from county management and the county commission to make sure that we have the resources available. We hire these individuals from temp agencies who provide folks to come in and assist us with the processing of mail. It's been a long process. They're into their 16th, 17th day, so sometimes we lose staff because they're just tired of working every single day. Some of them are older, so we're replacing those workers as need be every single day. In the back.
Yes, hi. Have we seen any encounters of issues or concerns throughout the counting and processing process last night or through today?
Can you be more specific? What do you mean by encounters?
Yeah, no, just any issues or challenges that...
Nothing that stopped us from processing or completing the ability for people to come in and vote last night. At 7 o'clock, we had staff from the polls go to the end of the line, and every single voter who was in line at 7 o'clock got the opportunity to vote last night.
Joe, I got a quick.
Sure.
Probably three. One of them is, you are counting on Veterans Day, right?
Oh, there's no holidays for us. We'll be working Friday and the weekend.
That was the easy one. Provisional mail-in ballots and mail dropped in the poll.
Provisionals are not mail-in ballots.
I understand. Those are, is there a way to get how many of those total? Provisional mail-in ballots and mail
Sure.
dropped at the
I reported on that earlier. The number of provisional ballots that we currently have in the system is 5,555.
So if I understand correctly, every vote cast in person on election day has been counted.
Minus provisionals.
Those 555.
That is correct.
Okay. And typically, statewide, about 15% of ballots come in after election day. Do you anticipate that'll be about the same this year?
You're comparing oranges to apples. I don't know what you're basing it on. I've got one election, the 2020 general, to compare it to. That was a presidential. This is a midterm. So I don't have any comparisons.
So you can't tell us how
No, not accurately. I'd be guessing, and that's not what I'm in the business of doing.
In terms of update frequency to the website, will the county election dashboard be updated more frequently than the daily release?
No.
Is that daily, so just one update?
It's one time a day. So the ENR will be updated in the evening, and no, that'll be it for the general public. That's where they'll be able to see the updates. In the back?
Sir, you've talked a lot about statutory deadlines. Lots of clerks around the country have reported results more comprehensively. Are you frustrated, disappointed in any way that you haven't released more results?
No.
Or are you comfortable with the process so far?
No, we follow the policy, so we're here to administrate what's in the law. So according to what the deadlines are, we're on schedule, and we won't not finish. Right, next one?
Why weren't the ballot boxes processed last night, just in terms of how many ballots there were?
Sure. In Clark County, we're a unique jurisdiction. We're still servicing a full-service, in-person voting opportunity for voters during early voting and Election Day. In addition to that, we're providing a mail ballot to every single voter. So when we're focused on Election Day, we can't also focus on getting those. All we could do is secure those and make sure that they were stored safely. Last night, we had 2 police officers who spent the night with the drop boxes that came in. So we didn't have the time last night. We were totally focused on receiving and continuing to keep people on the hotlines until the end when voters were done voting. So that's why we couldn't do it.
The 14,700 ballots that you're counting today, what's the partisan breakdown?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
So the 14,718 is the pickup for yesterday. You said that the
No, hold on. Let's not confuse the numbers. It's not just. So I reported earlier that the 14,718 are the drop-off box from Monday and yesterday's Postal Service pickup.
Okay, so those are combined, 2 different things that are, it's a sum of those 2 numbers.
That is correct.
Okay, and today's pickup was roughly 12,700.
Post office.
Post office, yes. Will those 12,700 be in today's tally?
No.
Or will that be for tomorrow?
No. We'll begin to read some of those tomorrow, but more than likely on Friday is when we'll have the majority of the ballots counted. Right there?
Do you have any expectation of when those 14,700, when the results from those will be updated on the dashboard?
This evening.
Any specific time?
This evening.
Folks, if we could have one more question.
Can you guys talk about whether or not this is what you expected, to what degree you expected this kind of timeline, and this is the way it's unfolding?
Well, the timeline's statutory, so yes, we expected the timeline to be what it is. I think turnout was good for a midterm. We definitely got more Election Day turnout than we did in 2020G, but the dynamics are so much different now that we have mail ballot going out to all voters, so it'll be some time. We need some elections that we can gather data on before we can make any kind of estimations on what to expect.
I'm sorry, you compared it to which year?
2020G. The general, 2020, presidential.
One more question.
One, is that?
Can we just confirm that the drop box from yesterday, when will that count be on your website from the election day drop box?
We're going to be processing them. They're still being pulled out of the boxes. We'll start sending them through the mail ballot process, and hopefully we'll start counting some of that by tomorrow, but definitely by Friday.
Joe, I just have one more question for you.
Joe.
When is staff beginning and ending, and is there a goal of we want to process X amount of mail ballots?
Thank you both.
All right, so this is the latest update coming to us from Nevada. Now, their voters were trying to decide on their ballot, whether to keep Governor Steve Sisolak or first-term Democrat who had closed businesses and schools and casinos during the COVID-19 pandemic, or if they would replace him with the Republican Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo. So we'll continue to follow the very latest when it comes to election results. Want to remind our viewers as well that we're going to be playing out as soon as we have those shots and as soon as we see President Biden, his remarks. He did schedule a press conference for today at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that will be 2 p.m. for those in Arizona, and it will be 1 p.m. For those viewers on the West Coast. Do want to make a note, though, that we did have another story that just came in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, where officials are giving us a bit more details into yesterday's election. No instances of digital interference are known to have affected the counting in the midterm vote after there was a tense election day in which officials were closely monitoring domestic and foreign threats. Now, a few state and local governments did appear to be hit by a relatively rudimentary form of cyber attack that periodically made public websites unreachable. But they did say U.S. And local officials had said on Wednesday that none breached the vote counting infrastructure there. So I did want to at least mention that to our viewers. We did have the director of the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency say in a statement, we have seen no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised in any race in the country. Again, that's a statement that was sent out, and there was multiple federal agencies, including the CISA and others, that were safeguarding U.S. elections has become more complex than ever. They did say that there has been some serious threats from domestic sources, but foreign advisories such as Russia and China and Iran have tried to meddle in individual campaigns and amplify false or misleading narratives on social media. Many members of an increasingly factious American public have launched onto unproven conspiracies about voter fraud. So I did want to bring this story here to all of our viewers watching here with us. Want to remind you, we will take you out to President Biden's remarks when they happen. Again, he's set to speak for the first time since Election Day in just less than 1 hour. So we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, not only going to be bringing you more of these stories on Election Day, results happening all across the country, reaction coming from multiple officials from coast to coast, but also taking you into some of our weather coverage because, yes, we do have yet another big storm headed towards the east coast of Florida. That is Tropical Storm Nicole that you're seeing. It already has made landfall over the Bahamas, now going to be making its way to landfall on the east coast of Florida. We'll take you into more of that coverage, plus Election Day coverage, all happening here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, we will be taking you into President Biden's remarks. Again, they're scheduled at the top of the hour. So as soon as we get a shot inside of the White House, we'll be bringing you that to your screen here while you're watching us as we continue to cover the election that had happened, and still some states a little too close to call, like here in Arizona. So then we're also seeing states like Georgia, where we've just heard from the state secretary just a little bit ago that they will have a runoff election. So that, again, Warnock versus Walker, they are going to have yet a bit more campaigning to do, and that runoff election will take place on December 6th. So let's go ahead and bring you out to more of these remarks, taking you out to Representative Sean Patrick Maloney. He's the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He conceded defeat on Wednesday. And again, he was ousted by GOP state lawmaker Mike Lauer, and he did have, again, a lot to say this morning at the Democratic headquarters in Washington. Let's go ahead and listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you for coming. A short while ago, I spoke to my opponent, Michael Lawler, and congratulated him on a good win. And I pledged my support to him in transitioning this congressional seat so that the people we serve in the Hudson Valley don't have any interruption in the service they deserve. I also just took a call from the president and expressed our appreciation for his leadership on the issues that matter to the American people. And I said to him what I hope every American will see, that last night, House Democrats stood our ground. And we believe November 8th, 2022 will be a signature date in American political history. And we hope the high watermark of some of the anger and the division that we have dealt with this entire cycle, from January 6th on through. And we hope for something better for our country, because that's what all Americans deserve. We are still working, and any fair person and responsible observer should understand that it will take time to understand all of the races and their outcomes. I just told you what happened in mine, and we will tell you what happens in each of them, fairly and honestly and transparently. But we don't know yet what the outcome will be in, at a minimum, a couple dozen races. And we don't know where the dust will settle. But I can tell you there's going to be a two-handle on it, and probably a lot better than that. And as we sit here, I can't with 100% certainty tell you who holds the House majority. But I will leave it to others to make predictions. We're going to do it the right way. And if we fall a little short, we're going to know that we gave it our all, and we beat the spread. And I want to thank our candidates, who were remarkable, whose hard work and dedication fueled the defense that defines what happened last night. I want to thank all of our volunteers, all of our donors, all the people who believed in us, who read that we didn't have a chance and went to work anyway. In this life, how you handle defeat is as important as how you handle success. And we had an equal measure of both last night. I want to thank my Democratic colleagues for their support. And I want to tell you, it is the honor of a lifetime to work with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's a remarkable and historic figure in American politics. And without her, so much of this would have been for naught. And just on a personal level, I've learned so much from her, and I will always treasure the time we've spent over the last 2 years traveling around the country working on this project. I want to thank the DCCC staff, starting with my Executive Director, Tim Persico, and all of the people who work here. They're about half my age, most of them, and they are smart, and they are decent, hardworking people, and they believe in something bigger than themselves. And I couldn't be more proud of them. And I think they're going to look back for the rest of their career and boast about being part of the team that delivered this result in 2022. With all the forces and all the money arrayed against us, and everybody's saying we couldn't. And I hope they're proud of that. But they're still working, because we've still got work to do. And the work doesn't stop with one race or one cycle. But we're proud of our president. We're proud of the values we stand for. We're proud of the legislative accomplishments we've won. We're proud of our candidates and our supporters. And we will keep working to give you all the results as fast as we can in a way that is fair and honest and follows the law, because that's what the American people deserve. Happy to take a couple of questions. Go ahead, Andrew.
Can you preview for us what the D-Trip plans to tell members in this noon call?
Right. We have a call scheduled at noon to discuss the results with the caucus. It'll be a slightly more detailed version of what I've just told you.
Mr. Chairman, given everything you said about how uncertain the final results are, what message do you think the American people were trying to send yesterday?
I don't think the American people have given up on democracy. And I think with all of the headwinds and all of the damage from the pandemic and the Trump years, there's still a beating heart to American democracy, and I think you saw it last night. They're not giving up on people with common sense and good values. And by the way, we don't have a monopoly on that. We're not perfect. And there's many good Republicans and independents out there. But I think enough of us, as the president said in his inaugural, still believe in this project that the American people can be proud of themselves for staying in this fight with us. Paul.
How painful is it that DCCC Chairman Sean Patrick Maloney had one of the best nights of a D-Trip chair in the last 10 years, while Hudson Valley or Sean Patrick Maloney took it on the chin?
Yeah. I don't want to make this about me.
But
I don't like.
In New York, you guys also lost 2 or 3 other seats.
No, that I want to guarantee you, there's not one seat on that board that I don't mourn the loss of, and it is that competitive nature that will also, allow me to answer your question honestly and say I don't like to lose. But my opponent won this race, and he won it fair and square, and that means something. And so I'm going to step aside. And I had a good run, and I have an incredible husband who's been with me for 30 years, including right now. And we got 3 great kids, and we have been blessed beyond anything I could have imagined as a young man. And so I'm deeply grateful to the people of the Hudson Valley for giving me their voice and their vote in Washington for 10 years. I'm not going to whine about it. I'm gonna do this the right way, and the right thing to do is to say the other guy won, to wish him well, and to pledge my support, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to take pride in my service, and then I'm going to talk to my family about what comes next.
You mentioned that you spoke with President Biden earlier. What was his message to you about the results last night? What is his perspective?
Well, I think like all of us, he's very interested in where we end up. Like I said, it's better than anybody thought, and that's good for him. And I really mean it when I tell you that the president deserves real credit for tackling the crises that he found when he came into office. He hasn't got everything done he wants to do. He's not perfect, but I'll tell you what, he's a good, decent man doing important things for the American people. And I think last night should encourage him that despite the opposition, despite the anger and the hatred and the lies that he has faced, the implacable obstruction that he has encountered, that he's making progress, and that we're going to get through this together. And it's because of his leadership and the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats and all of our candidates and all of our supporters. And we're going to go back to work to finish the work of this cycle and to carry forward with the values that have propelled us.
How did you beat
One more.
Spread? What specifically did you do in the last weeks and months that helped you to beat the spread that you said investigations of how you involved?
Look, I think we'll have more to say about that, I think, as we know more. But for today, what I'll tell you is that Tim Persico, my executive director, built the best team in American politics. And they believed in each other, and they believed in our candidates. And we resisted the temptation to chase shiny objects, and we were disciplined and focused, and we did the work. And I'm a big believer in doing the fundamentals, and I think we did that well. But look, the results will speak for themselves. I've always said I will be judged by the results, and I'm as okay with that this morning as I was 2 years ago when I told you the first time. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you all.
All right, so Representative Maloney there, you can hear a little bit of that sadness in his voice again, but saying that he's conceded, he's not going to make any other problems for the person who's replacing him. Again, that was Mike Lawler. He did also say that there was still some races uncalled. He said, I can't sit here. I can't with 100% certainty tell you who holds the House majority. He did say that they would have a call later this afternoon to discuss the elections. And you can see here the room being set up inside of the White House for President Biden's remarks that are scheduled to take place here at the top of the hour. Live now from Fox, of course, going to be right on top of those right here for you. This is going to be the destination you want to tune into to have those remarks. The first time he's going to be making remarks since our 2022 midterm elections. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing on with not only post-election remarks, but also there's a strong tropical storm making its way towards Florida's east coast. We'll continue to give you some more coverage on that as well. It's all happening live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have a couple different live pictures coming to us from Florida where Tropical Storm Nicole is making its way to the East Coast. But check out this video here. This is showing you some of what is left over after a building collapsed on Daytona Beach shores. Now, again, this video coming to us just a little bit earlier here today, showing you some parts over on the eastern coastline already dealing with this coastal erosion and building collapses. This is in Daytona Beach shores. Our Fox 35 News teams capturing footage of a beach safety ocean building that's already collapsed near the beach coastline. Roads near the building also have been reported as deteriorating very quickly. So some residents who are near this area had talked with our Fox 35 News crews. They said They knew the building would collapse. City officials are concerned about safety as many residents are out venturing around the area to check out damage that Tropical Storm Nicole is already causing. So officials, they're trying to evacuate some people from the Daytona Beach Shores area. They want to get them evacuated by 4 p.m. Wednesday. We're coming up close to that time, and they do plan on closing the bridges by 7 p.m. So what we'll do is continue to follow this here for you on Live Now from Fox. You can see some of those people out there capturing some video and pictures. And of course, again, you're going to hear from multiple city emergency management officials, even sheriff's departments. They're going to be reminding everyone that this is not safe to do so. So I just wanted to reiterate that here for all of our viewers. Let's go ahead, though, and take you out to our Fox 35 team as they're going to be giving us some more updates on Tropical Storm Nicole. Looks like they're just getting into some more weather coverage, looking at the radar and seeing what else is coming along here with this storm. So let's go ahead and join them live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Metro area and also portions near the airport as well, which is also has delayed, some of it will delay the flights. Now moving towards the Space Coast, we are seeing some light rain move towards that area, but another big thing is going to be the wind gusts. Now take a look at some of the wind gusts that we're seeing right now. Already breezing through the northwest, especially inland portions as well, over 30 miles per hour. So this is something that is unprecedented, something that we haven't seen here in Central Florida in a very long time. Now let's talk about our Fox model and the rainfall that we're going to see well over. Let's talk about this 5 inches of rainfall in some areas, Brooks. So this is something, like I said, unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to 1985.
Right.
Hurricane Kate. That was the last time it happened, and it came in from the Gulf side. So as you said, you know, we've never seen an Atlantic landfalling tropical system in Florida in recorded history in November this late in the season. And here's a live shot from our Launch Credit Union Port Canaveral cam. Check it out. The port, the roof, the awning heading into the port and into the cruise ship terminal looks like it's gotten ripped off and damaged. I'm not sure when. Maybe this happened during Ian and it's just blowing around now, or maybe these winds have done it, but that's never good to see. And we've been showing you this camera from Stewart Beach. This is down in Martin County, and this is kind of like the canary in the coal mine of what it's going to look like here in about 2 hours. They're about 2 hours ahead of us as far as the surge coming in and the tides rolling in. You can see the palm tree there blowing in the wind. Beautiful beach there on a beautiful day. It's actually kind of a stark beauty now, but I mean, this is the ocean, and it looks white like foam. It's that sea foam state where you know the winds are sustained at least 40 to 60 miles an hour with higher gusts, and at times we've been seeing big waves breaking over the rocks here. Just quite a sight to see, and a reminder of what's coming our way in Daytona Beach, by the way, a little bit later on today. Right now it's low tide up at Daytona Beach, but down here the tide's coming in and there's not much beach left. By the way, it's high tide tonight. 8:30, that will be the high tide. So if you're looking at the beaches, you're thinking it's not bad, this is only a Cat 1. You got to understand that this storm goes beyond the whole concept of Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3. This isn't about the Saffir-Simpson scale. That only measures the wind intensity. This storm was born as a subtropical system, so it has a much broader reach of wind and a much broader fetch of wind being pushed on shore by well over 1,500 miles. That's a lot of ocean being pushed to shore. And so with astronomically high tides, by the way, this is Jensen Beach, astronomically high tide sitting in the water about a foot or two higher than it normally would at high tide. On top of that, a 5-foot storm surge. We could be seeing water that's 6 to 7 feet higher than it normally would be. Then on top of that, you get the big ocean waves. Waves could break on the beach between 12 and 15 feet, or if the beach becomes your front yard, right? So that's a lot of power, and that's why officials are urging you to get out. This is not the typical, hey, let's ride it out, we're Floridians, this is a Cat 1. Unfortunately, at the beach, this is going to be a big deal, and that's going to be the legacy of what is soon to become Hurricane Nicole. It's going to be the coastal erosion, the major beach damage, and we've already seen a couple of structures, like there was a lifeguard beach house over there in Daytona Beach that is partially collapsed from the water getting under the foundation. The whole thing's just kind of falling into the ocean. So yeah, then we're looking at the rainfall, but fortunately, this will not be as bad as Ian. Ian dropped between 15 and 20 inches. We're looking at more like 3 to 6, maybe 7 inches. Nuisance flooding a problem, but it's not going to be a catastrophic situation inland. It's just going to be kind of like flooded backyards and general ponding on the roadways. And then the wind. The wind is going to knock out power. We'll talk about that. But first off, here it is. Nicole's starting to get its act together as far as on satellite, the presentation of. There's been some dry air being pulled into the system, slowing it from rapid development. It looks like the central core of this is now starting to develop some pretty healthy thunderstorm activity, and that's going to push the drier air away, allowing it to intensify. However, as it gets close to Florida, it's going to encounter a southwest wind shear aloft. What does that mean? Well, if you look at a tropical system and you kind of picture like a tall wedding cake, the wind shear aloft tips over the wedding cake, and it essentially breaks any kind of quick intensification potential. It stops that from happening. So that's very good news as far as the potential of how strong this otherwise would be. But that said, this is not going to be a weak Category 1. This is going to be a storm surge equivalent of a much heavier hitting storm, maybe a Cat 3 as far as what you'd expect with a storm surge. And it's also a big storm. It's not like the winds are just going to be relegated to within 50 or 60 miles of the core like some hurricanes. This is going to have hurricane force wind gusts all the way north to Volusia County as it makes landfall tonight about 1 in the morning. At this point, our exclusive Fox model, which has been very good as far as performing on where it is and when it's going to happen. During Ian, it did a really great job. So we're looking at this landfall near Port St. Lucie, down here in St. Lucie County, maybe up in Indian River County, just after midnight tonight. All the while, though, we start to catch those intense bands of the outer eye pushing in, and then the eye wall itself into Orlando about 6 in the morning. That's before the sun rises tomorrow. And so we're going to be seeing wind gusts, possibly hurricane strength in Orlando itself before the sun rises tomorrow. But as quickly as this thing blows in and knocks out power for a lot of us, it's going to blow out. And in fact, by 5 in the afternoon, it looks like the center is probably going to be approaching Big Bend area, maybe Apalachicola, and then working inland and curving on off into the Carolinas. We're going to see rapidly improving conditions after rapid deterioration tonight. Let me really drive this home. Right now it's bad, but it's not terrible. Tonight, after about 8 o'clock, it's going to get really bad on the coastline. We're talking Brevard County first, and then Volusia County with the waves and the surge. The high tide coming in about 8:30 tonight. This high tide is going to be the high tide to watch. That combined with the storm surge is going to create a lot of coastal flooding and inundation. Winds gusting close to 60 miles an hour as this makes landfall. We'll see higher gusts, no doubt, along the beaches. I saw a brief 75-mile-per-hour wind gust in the forecast model here for Melbourne. And even Kissimmee and Orlando and Sanford, if we start catching, look at that over there, 67 miles per hour in Claremont. If we start catching wind gusts like that, which looks like it's a likelihood tomorrow morning, about 6, 7, 8, 9 in the morning, we're going to see pretty widespread power outages around the region. So let's look at the winds from this thing. We've talked about the rain, the wind. Like I said, coastal flooding is going to be one of the main impacts. And as far as impacts go with Volusia County, let's talk about it. The worst of it happening from right now, but especially this evening through tomorrow about midday. Winds could gust to 60 miles an hour in Volusia County, 2 to 4 inches of rain, but coastal flooding, that's going to be the #1 impact from this thing. And in Brevard County, it's all of that, but amplified because you're closer to the center of this. Winds will gust easily over hurricane force. We've already seen wind gusts to 50, 55 miles an hour. What's another 20 miles an hour? Remember, the storm's almost 200 miles away. Hasn't even gotten here yet. This is rolling in right now. Tonight is the worst of it. It's going to improve rapidly in Brevard County by mid-morning tomorrow. 3 to 6 inches of rain is in the cards. Let's go inland because it's not just a coastal event, but for the most part, the worst impacts will be at the coast because of that extreme surge coming in. For Orange County, including Orlando and including the attractions, 3 to 6 inches of rain. Winds could gust up to hurricane force, but most of the gusts will remain under about 60 miles an hour. And let's go to Seminole County finally, just to give you an idea for Castleberry, Winter Springs, Longwood, Lake Mary, out through Oviedo. We could see wind gusts about 70, 75 miles an hour. That's a possibility. The sustained winds will be more like 30 to 40 miles an hour. But when you catch the squalls coming in tomorrow morning as the eye wall rolls through, that's where things are going to get real. So tomorrow morning.
All right, and thank you to our Fox 35 team, especially as they're continuing to keep everyone up to date. Here's some video from just earlier here today when that storm started to already show some effects along the east coast of the United States. So not only Florida, but also the Carolinas going to be seeing some impacts from Tropical Storm Nicole. And Governor Ron DeSantis, who did win big last night in Florida, along with Marco Rubio as well, he already is back to work today. He was talking about ways that Florida residents are getting prepared for this storm. Let's go ahead and replay some of those remarks from just earlier here today.
Good morning. As of 10 a.m., Tropical Storm Nicole is located roughly 210 miles east of West Palm Beach and is moving west at 12 miles per hour. Nicole is still a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. The most recent track shows that it will make landfall in Martin County as a Category 1 hurricane and will move through the state, exit into the Gulf of Mexico, and then make landfall again somewhere in the Big Bend region in North Florida. The combined winds and storm surge will contribute to continued beach erosion in areas that have already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. The wind field from the storm is very large, and we expect impacts to stretch far beyond the center track, including tropical storm force winds as far north as Jacksonville. Winds are the main concern with Nicole, but we also expect to see some heavy rains, the potential for flash flooding, and 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in some areas. Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, Brevard, and Volusia counties are currently under a hurricane warning. 49 additional counties are under tropical storm watches or warnings. Evacuation orders have been issued at the county level on the east coast of Florida in counties including Brevard, Flagler, Martin, Palm Beach, St. John, St. Lucie, and Volusia counties. Obviously, that is zone specific, so make sure you know your zone and pay attention and listen to the local officials. People in the impacted areas should continue to pay close attention as the storm progresses. I think we know these things can be dynamic, and so please exercise that diligence. For those under evacuation orders, remember, you don't need to go hundreds of miles away. Instead, you can go tens of miles inland, stay within the state, and still be safe. Now, we're ready. We have more than enough resources to respond to this storm. On Monday, I declared a state of emergency for 34 counties so that communities had ample time to prepare for the storm. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with both utility and fuel industry partners, including FPL, Duke Energy, TECO, municipal electric providers, and rural electric co-ops. There are 16,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts, and Floridians in the path of the storm should expect to see power outages when you're having these gusty conditions. There'll be debris that will affect power lines and the transmission lines, and so just be prepared for that. These folks are staged, and they will obviously proceed to do a restoration as rapidly as possible, but you should prepare to have some outages. The Florida National Guard has activated 600 guardsmen, and we have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby and ready to respond if needed. 15 shelters are opening today along the east coast of Florida. There are 17 school districts that are closed or that dismissed early today ahead of the storm, and a total of 23 school districts will be closed tomorrow. For an updated list of school closures, visit fldoe.org/storminfo, fldoe.org. Please continue to monitor your local weather service for updates, and please make sure to finish any outstanding preparations. Visit floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan if you need more information. And again, this is likely going to be a storm that you're already seeing gusts now, but in terms of it making landfall, the best estimate is very, very early Thursday morning, 2 a.m. And it will affect the state, huge parts of the state of Florida pretty much all day on Thursday. Okay.
All right, so once again, Governor Ron DeSantis speaking there, trying to get residents prepared ahead of time. And as we said before, this is some video coming to us from our Fox 35 news teams in Daytona Beach shores. This footage of a beach safety ocean building that has already collapsed as Tropical Storm Nicole is still making its approach to the coastline. Now, roads near the building also have been seen deteriorating very quickly. Some of those residents near the beach have talked with our news crews. They did say that they knew the building would collapse, and city officials obviously concerned about the safety of residents who are out venturing around trying to see this damage, reminding people that they need to be very careful around some of these scenes. And they did even try to evacuate some people from this area, Daytona Beach shores, on Wednesday. And they were going to be planning on closing bridges by 7 p.m. this evening. Pieces of debris debris of these buildings also falling off into the water that is rising as of Wednesday afternoon here. So we're going to continue to follow Tropical Storm Nicole. It made its landfall in the Bahamas late on Wednesday morning, with maximum winds up to 70 miles per hour. It is expected to make landfall here in Florida on Wednesday night. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a break. When we return, though, we're waiting on standby here at the White House. President Biden at the top of the hour expected to make some remarks for the first time on the election. We'll be bringing that to you live, raw and unfiltered. We're going to take that 2-minute break, back with more election results, as well as remarks from those all across the country in these races, these candidates, these leaders, coming up here next on Live Now from Fox. And you are back here live with us on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, President Biden, for the first time since the election, he is going to be making some remarks, and he'll be giving them here. They're scheduled to take place at the top of the hour. You can see all of the news reporters standing there ready and going to be talking about, obviously, President Biden's remarks before he comes out and then after he comes out as well. So Live Now from Fox going to be right here, also giving you the very latest. I did want to also just pop up here quickly for our viewers, since we're almost to the closing bell, how our markets were reacting to some of these election results coming in here today. We are down in the red, more than 600 points. Of course, this could be a little bit of that reaction from some of these different results that have been announced all across the country. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this here throughout the rest of the week, as more races that have been so tight will be called throughout the day. If we hear some more results being called, of course, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But it was a big win in Minnesota for Democrats. They win full control of the Minnesota legislature for the first time in a decade. So let's go ahead and play out some remarks from Governor Tim Walz. He was speaking after these election results were coming in. He just spoke a little bit earlier here today. We're going to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Capitol. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Minnesotans for participating in the democracy in such high numbers. Thanks for believing in our democracy, and a special thank you to the long hours that were put in preparing for this election cycle by those professionals, by the volunteer poll workers, and the election judges. Our democracy is predicated on our free, fair, and secure elections. And here in Minnesota, once again, Minnesotans showed that it is a priority of theirs, so I'm incredibly grateful. We're here today because this is the first day of our second term, and the work starts. Be very clear, it's been the privilege of a lifetime and an honor to have the trust of Minnesotans over 4 very challenging years. And to have the opportunity to come back here is humbling. And I also know last night's vote was not just a pat on the back. It was a mission order going forward. It was about a vision about what we can do. Minnesotans were very clear about this. They're deeply concerned, make sure they're able to make their own health care decisions. They also were very clear that they trust and believe in the system of our democracy, and defending it is critical. They believe in the right to collectively bargain, to create a strong middle class. And I think more than anything, they believed in a hopeful vision of Minnesota, where we know things can be divisive, and we know we don't always agree on all the issues, but we should try and work together to solve those. So I think it was critically important and grateful that the people of Minnesota validated that. You need to run for something. You need to say what you're going to do. We were tasked with governing the state of Minnesota, and there were things from a global pandemic to a long overdue reckoning on social justice, to global economic uncertainty, and those are the things we do. But providing that vision of why we asked Minnesotans to support us the first time, making sure this was the best state in the country to raise a child, making sure we were investing in the Minnesota that we know and love, means investing in education, investing in infrastructure. So I have to tell you, now is the time for us to get back to work, and as I've said it when I came here, Lieutenant Governor and I have consistently said this, and over the last 4 years we needed to, because of divided legislature, to work in a collaborative manner to compromise to get things done. And I'll say it again today, I will work with anyone who is willing to help make things better for Minnesota. And this vote and the results of that is very clear what Minnesotans want to see us do. And I think first and foremost, Minnesotans want to make sure that we're working together to make sure every Minnesotan feels safe in their community. We have the capacity to do that. We need to work together to find ways to ease the inflationary burdens that are falling on families. Not mythical slogans, but returning money to their pockets, reducing property taxes in ways that are meaningful, figuring out ways that you can impact them, continuing to create the good jobs that we've done, continuing to make sure that everyone has an opportunity for a sustainable job that can support their family. Those are the things we can do to help the families. And then, as we've said, and now we get an opportunity over the next 4 years, I came into this job wanting and saying that education is the foundation of everything Minnesota has done and will do, and making sure that we are giving every single child and every single Minnesotan in their lifelong growth around education an opportunity by fully funding those opportunities and easing the cost of families because of the investment it makes in Minnesota. So the good news is we've got a plan to do that already. The really good news is Minnesota's state finances are in as solid position as maybe they've ever been, and we are sitting on one of the largest surpluses per capita of any place in the country. That gives us an opportunity to do those things, make communities safe, invest in people to make sure we reduce the pains of inflation, invest in education. All of the things that we talked about on the campaign, we have the capacity to do that. So the sense of hopefulness and optimism that I feel is not just from winning an election. It's a validation of how we won this election and the things we talked about. By rejecting a negative, divisive view of Minnesotan and choosing that one Minnesota is not a slogan. It's the true belief that we can work across differences and that there's plenty of room in this state and opportunities for people to live the lives that they choose and to thrive in doing that. And that's an exciting time. So we're here today, and we'll be leaving this in just a little while. I'll be meeting with the cabinet to talk about the second term, and then we'll be meeting with senior staff. I've already spoken with House leadership in Speaker Hortman this morning, received contact from Senator Miller early this morning too, in the form of a voicemail, and we'll see what Senate leadership is going to look like as we all start to collaboratively work together to move Minnesota on that path that they spoke loud and clear that they want to see. A one Minnesota that invests in our children, that makes our communities safe, that's innovative around climate change, that makes sure we protect people's rights to make their own health care decisions, and we think about what the future is going to look like to make this the best state in the country to live in. So I'm deeply humbled. We slept for a couple of hours, as we said. And now the work starts. And my team, I'm going to give another shout out to them. They have been working for months, working on that budget. You can look at the budget that we released last year to get a pretty good idea of the direction we're going to go. You can look at those things that we said we wanted to get done. We are going to do that. And I think all of us in this room, that it looks like things are shaking out officially on this. There's a change dynamic here now. We're not going to see things that Minnesotans need be stalled. We're going to see things that are able to move forward. And I think working collaboratively, those who want to be a part of that, this can be an exciting and gratifying time, and we can lift Minnesotans up. So I think after some very hard years and an economic instability that's not quite settled yet, Minnesotans and Minnesota state government has the capacity to make that so much easier on folks, and now we can get that done. So just grateful to have been on this journey. We're now 2-0 together. So Lieutenant Governor Flanagan.
Thank you so much, Governor. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Minnesota. Thank you. It is the absolute honor of the lifetime to be able to enter into a second term as your Lieutenant Governor and on this team. Last night, Minnesota chose a positive vision and compassion and hope. They chose a future that included and lifted up all of us together. They chose to be good neighbors. Governor Walz and I have always been clear about our vision for Minnesota. As you heard him say, it's one Minnesota. It's about working across lines of difference to find common ground and solutions to the problems that we all face. In the last 4 years, we have made insulin more affordable and accessible. We've invested in our children and in our schools. We established a nation-leading Office of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives. We passed groundbreaking infant and maternal health programs, and we're going to keep doing good work together. We keep moving forward, investing in public safety, education, infrastructure, and the things that make Minnesota, Minnesota. Although I couldn't be happier to have another 4 years with my favorite coworker, I know that Governor Walz and I could not have done this work alone. We work with our fellow constitutional officers and our partners in the legislature. We work with the thousands of state employees who come to work every single day, dedicated to public service, to do the right thing for Minnesotans. And we work with and all communities of Minnesota. Minnesota is strong and resilient because of the people who live here and because of this place. And I can't wait to see what we do together. Thank you.
Thanks, LG. And before I take questions, just to make it clear that we understand what our responsibility is in this office to serve all Minnesotans. And to be clear of those of you listening, that means folks whether they voted for us or not. It means folks that don't necessarily agree with where we're at. But in a nation where we're seeing, if we can't find common ground, if we can't agreeably disagree, if we can't show a little grace to one another, it becomes very difficult to govern, and society becomes very tense. And I think for us to understand, making the case that that we want to make sure that those voices are heard, we want to make sure that we're clearly articulating the issues and why we're pursuing some of these policies, and then working to make sure that that is serving the vast majority of Minnesotans. So with that, we'd be glad to take questions.
Governor, you repeatedly mentioned that this is your second term. We don't have term limits.
So, I'm just going to, on my 2 hours of sleep that I have been saying, I was walking around saying, well, I'm 9-0 now, and that seems pretty good place to be. So, yeah, we'll just get through these next few weeks and get moving. So.
That wasn't a yes or no.
What does all DFL state government mean for issues like the Social Security income tax, education funding, paid family leave, and the rebate checks that you've talked about a lot on the campaign trail in the last second?
Yeah, and again, I want to not get too far ahead, and we'll continue which I think is a great tradition, and I hope the press corps here would, of being accessible and trying to answer those. We're just getting started thinking about this. In fact, it was, around 3 a.m. when Leader Lopez Franson texted me and indicated that it looked like that would be the case. I think what I would say is the resistance to some of these proposals that are very popular in Minnesota have a much better chance of going through. But I think Lieutenant Governor articulated this pretty clearly. We're one piece of this. We work with our legislative partners. We work with the constituents. But I think you could see we were very clear during the campaign that we believe very strongly in fully funding education. That'll be a priority. So I think it probably means at least we're going to discuss these things. And I'll just mention things like, you know, we talked about inflation, you know, the pressures they're feeling on inflation. So on this one, I think it's something that we're definitely going to talk about. I'll definitely bring to the table and make the case with our partners in the legislature that that is something to put out there. I think a holistic plan on how we do this, making sure our budget continues to be balanced. I mean, that's the story in this. There are a lot of things swirling in this campaign. Many of you have covered campaigns for a long time, especially for governor. One of the basic milestones you got to do is you got to balance the budget. You've got to not create deficits. You've got to make sure that you're doing those things correctly, and I think we did that. We'll continue to.
All right, we are listening in here with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's the Democrat who was re-elected in Minnesota. Do want to, though, put you into a triple box. We do have a live police chase happening in Dallas, Texas. You can see that in the upper right-hand box, that truck that police are currently trying to catch up with, driving on the lawns and sidewalks here. Looks like in the lawn of a Burger King on this very busy road. Again, this is a live police chase, even hitting some fencing there as he's trying to get out of that area. He'd been kind of blocked in by those other vehicles there on this road. But that is a live picture coming to us, again, out of the Dallas area. So viewer discretion advised, as we did already have a police chase again earlier this morning out of California. That one also resulting in a crash. Thankfully, no one else no deaths in that crash, but there were some injuries, and especially to that driver of that stolen vehicle. Again, that one happening in the Los Angeles area this morning. Now we have a live one coming to us from the Dallas, Texas area. So viewer discretion advised, as we're going to leave that up in this triple box until President Biden does step out. We're going to take him in full for our viewers watching here with us. So let's go ahead, continue listening in. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz answering questions after being successfully re-elected as the governor of Minnesota.
We continued to govern throughout this entire campaign, and you don't get to pick and you don't get to complain about the hand you're dealt. That's what leadership means. I think the biggest thing of dealing with these crises on the scale that we dealt with, that we're very, very nimble and flexible on moving on other things that we want to continue on. So assuming we continue to manage these things, and we don't know what's going to be thrown at us, because even thinking about this, just some of the things that got forgotten during this time, the avian flu outbreak was a huge threat to our agricultural prosperity, and our teams learned so much from the 2015 outbreak and implemented that. So I think what you're going to see is that move to, that we talked about, more forward-facing dashboard type governance, more of an ability to be flexible and move things. I'm again very proud. It was in our, seems like a lifetime ago in 2019, we moved on the MNLARS system and were able to repair that. And we've seen that there's been some glitches on other things. We'll keep moving on. So I'm excited about that prospect. I'm excited about moving towards that more efficiency and outcome-based results. So.
Question, what kind of turnover do you expect in the cabinet, if any, and are you interested in doing some administrative changes such as breaking up Department of Human Services?
Yeah, no thoughts on that yet. Again, I'm going to go meet with this cabinet right now as soon as we finish here, and we'll start talking about that. These are individual choices with folks too. This issue about the cabinet structure and everything, I think is a very legitimate one, especially with DHS, the size, some of the things we learned. So I would leave it at this. We are open to working together with folks on those discussions. We haven't proposed anything or put anything forward at this time, but just getting started now, and now is the time. So I expect the cabinet will have those conversations. So. You know, that's a good point, and I say this, and I don't think it was naive. I would characterize it as more optimistic. And I know there were those who said when I first came in and I had experience with the lieutenant governor, was more experienced in state governance, that some of you were very skeptical, and maybe rightfully so, and I said, I think there's things we can get done early on. We can get these things done early on, agree on, clear them off the table. That is very difficult, just to acknowledge. That has been very difficult. So I think I'm not jaded on it, I'm more realistic. The only thing I would say is that there is a new dynamic here in terms of a Senate that is not trying to stall an agenda as much as one's trying to move one. So I would leave it open. I think you should deal with things as they are. I don't think you should view this that we have to play that, you know, May 24th, 3 a.m. shuttle diplomacy or whatever. And I get legislators work that way in deliberative bodies, but I would hope we could come together on this. And I would stress what I think all of you said. I think there's an urgency around some public safety support, and I think there's an urgency around fighting some inflationary pressures. So I'm open to trying to do that, but I am never going to pretend that I know the speed of the legislature now. And the Lieutenant Governor reminds me of that often. And they will move at the speed they are, and they are a separate branch, and they have every right to do so. So yeah, I got Theo in the back.
You expected to win last night. That was clear over the last week.
Yep.
Did you expect to have this trifecta?
I thought there was an outside chance. I think candidly with you, I think the things went better. What I had been saying, and I think you have to be careful in this, and you get a feeling of doing this a lot of times, you could see the data, and you know we don't release anything, but we had a pretty good feeling of where things were at for our race. But there is the intangible of these that was growing, and I have to tell you, over the last few weeks, there were movements. I came back and told my team what I saw in Winona in that area. I said, I haven't seen that since my race in 2006, just kind of the energy. I said, and this is one thing too, the quality of the candidates that we were running was amazing, and the work that they were doing. So I was going and assisting with these door knocks, but a lot of that was our campaign assisting local campaigns that were doing a lot of that. So I thought there was a possibility, but I think most of us, and this is for all of us to digest, there was a flood of polls that have proved to be, I don't know who's going to buy their polls now, they were so radically off, but they changed the national narrative that this thing was super close, that it was leaning this way. And I think, you know, obviously that's a strategy. I think for us, staying in our lane, knowing where we were at, knowing that our message was resonating with Minnesotans, but it's hard to tell on individual House and Senate districts how that was going to work.
All right, so as we continue listening in here with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, do want to remind our viewers, viewer discretion advised as we're watching this police chase out of Dallas, Texas. Again, you can see that truck, that vehicle headed now in the wrong direction here on the interstate. It was headed in the correct direction, decided to turn around when it was on the exit ramp before continuing on, now going in the opposite direction of oncoming traffic. And this is something we've already seen happen once before during this police chase. Our chopper trying to follow along here, and again, viewer discretion advised, as we don't know how this could end. We saw one earlier this morning where the truck had crashed during it crossing through an interstate. That was in Los Angeles area out in California. Now here, this truck getting off of the interstate and continuing on here, going in the opposite direction of traffic. So multiple times we have seen this person not obeying the rules of the road. Obviously, that's why police are still trying to pursue this vehicle. Unknown where the police are. We've not seen them in these shots. And also multiple times we've seen this truck get off of these interstates and drive onto some of the side roads as well. So we're going to continue to watch that unfold in Dallas, Texas, live on Unfiltered, but do want to remind everyone, viewer discretion advised.
I've always said this is that you listen to the will of the people. You move things forward that the people believe will help them. You be thoughtful about it. And I think my statement here, I'm going to have to be, I recognize this. We won, and I think a solid victory. But I've always said this, I care about that percentage that did not vote for me because they belong to this state, and obviously they're dissatisfied about something. So I think the one biggest thing is just listening to where the public's at and delivering on some of those things that that everybody feels like they're benefiting from. Mary, and then I'll go back.
How important was the abortion issue, and do you want to be allowed your desk to codify it? Senate Democrats just said.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I don't think you should depend on the election. I think all of us would be naive to not think. We knew in late June when the Dobbs decision came down that it was horrific. It was horrifically dangerous for women. And I think we were very clear about staying in that. I think a lot of people made the assumption that people forgot about it or no longer had the same impact that it had, no one forgot about it. And so I think it was really big, and I think the contrast couldn't have been bigger in the two candidates. So I think it played a big role, but it kind of set the tone on where we're at. I mean, the irony of this is this is about personal medical freedoms, but we've been talking about protecting those things, and the message on the other side was not that. So yeah.
Dr. Jensen brought up the Columbus statute over and over again on the campaign trail, and he was going to put it back up on day one. That's not going to happen. Did Lieutenant Governor talk about?
There's a process for.
So we are, I'm so glad you asked, John. We are currently in the process of rulemaking through the CAP board, and folks should expect an update on that in the next couple months or so. We went through an entire process, and once that process is finished, then we'll know how we will be addressing any statues, any monuments. We'll have rules that we can all work with. But just to be clear, the folks who worked on that together looked like Minnesota. We were so intentional to make sure that those task forces really reflected one Minnesota, if I can say that. And I think we went through a really thoughtful process, and having the...
Good afternoon. Well, we had an election yesterday. And it was a good day, I think, for democracy. And I think it was a good day for America. Excuse me, I'm a little hoarse. Our democracy has been tested in recent years, but with their votes, the American people have spoken and proven once again that democracy is who we are. The states across the country saw a record voter turnout. And the heart and soul of our democracy, the voters, the poll workers, the election officials, they did their job and they fulfilled their duty, and apparently without much interference at all, without any interference, it looks like. And that's a testament, I think, to the American people. While we don't know all the results yet, at least I don't know them all yet, here's what we do know. While the press and the pundits are predicting a giant red wave, it didn't happen. And I know you were somewhat miffed by my obsessive optimism, but I felt good during the whole process. I thought we were going to do fine. While any seat lost is painful, some good Democrats didn't win the last night. Democrats had a strong night. And we lost fewer seats in the House of Representatives than any Democratic president's first midterm election in the last 40 years. And we had the best midterm for governors since 1986. And another thing that we know is that voters spoke clearly about their concerns, about raising costs, the rising costs that they're in, and the need to get inflation down. There's still a lot of people hurting. They're very concerned. And it's about crime and public safety. And they sent a clear and unmistakable message that they want to preserve our democracy and protect the right to choose in this country. And I especially want to thank the young people of this nation, who I'm told, I haven't seen the numbers, voted historic numbers again. And just as they did 2 years ago. They voted to continue addressing the climate crisis, gun violence, their personal rights and freedoms, and the student debt relief. Last night, I was pleased to call Maxwell Frost, a 25-year-old who got elected, I guess the youngest man ever elected to the United States Congress. And I told him I told him that I was the first elected, the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate at 29. That I have no doubt he's off to an incredible start and what I'm sure will be a long, distinguished career. And when he's president and they say Joe Biden's out in the outer office, I don't want to say Joe who. But the voters were also clear that they are still frustrated. I get it. I understand it's been a really tough few years in this country for so many people. When I came to office, we inherited a nation with a pandemic raging and an economy that was reeling. And we acted quickly and boldly to vaccinate the country and to create a stable and sustained growth in our economy, long-term investment to rebuild America itself, our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, clean water systems, high-speed internet. And we're just getting started. The interesting thing is that this is all going to really come into clear view for people in the months of January, February, March of next year. It's just getting underway, so I'm optimistic about how the public's going to even be more embracive of what we've done. Historic investments that are leading companies to invest literally hundreds of billions of dollars combined to build semiconductor factories and other advanced manufacturing here in America. It's going to create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. And by the way, a significant number of those jobs are going to be jobs that pay average $126,000, $127,000. You don't need a college degree to get those jobs. And we're dealing with global inflation as a result of the pandemic and Putin's war in Ukraine. We're also handling it better than most other advanced nations in the world. We're lowering gas prices. We're taking on powerful interests to lower prescription drug costs and health insurance premiums and energy bills. After 20 months of hard work, the pandemic no longer controls our lives. It's still a concern, but no longer controls our lives. Our economic policies have created a record 10 million new jobs since I came into office. Unemployment rate is down from 6.4 when I was sworn in to 3.7%, near a 50-year low. And we've done all this while lowering the federal deficit in the 2 years by $1.7 trillion. Let me say it again, $1.7 trillion. No administration has ever cut the deficit that much. And reducing the federal deficit is one of the best things we can do to lower inflation, but while we've made real progress as a nation, I know it's hard for folks to see that progress in their everyday lives. And it's hard to see the results from actions that we took while we have to implement what we've done. But I believe we took the right steps for the country and for the American people. In fact, if you look at the polls, overwhelming majority, I don't look at them much anymore because I'm not quite sure how to read them anymore. I hope you are uncertain as well. But overwhelming majority of the American people support the elements of my economic agenda. From rebuilding America's roads and bridges to lowering prescription drug costs to historic investment in tackling the climate crisis, to making sure that large corporations begin to pay their fair share in taxes. I'm confident these policies are working and that we're on the right path, and we need to stick with them. All these initiatives take hold as they do, from lead pipes being removed from schools and homes to new factories being built in communities with a resurgence of American manufacturers. It's already created, by the way, 700,000 brand new manufacturing jobs. You've heard me say it ad nauseum. I don't know where it's written. It says we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world. We are now exporting product, not jobs, around the world. People across the country are going to see even more clearly the positive effects on their day-to-day lives. But I still understand why they're hurting right now. So many people are concerned. As I have throughout my career, I'm going to continue to work across the aisle to deliver for the American people. And it's not always easy, but we did it the first term. Now, I'll be surprised a lot of people that we signed over 210 bipartisan laws since I've become president, and we're revitalizing American manufacturing, gun safety, we did it together, and dozens of laws positively impacting on our veterans. And let me say this, regardless of what the final tally in these elections show, and there's still some counting going on, I'm prepared to work with my Republican colleagues. The American people have made clear, I think, that they expect Republicans to be prepared to work with me as well. In the area of foreign policy, I hope we'll continue this bipartisan approach of confronting Russia's aggression in Ukraine. When I return from the G20 meetings in Indonesia with other world leaders, I'm going to invite the leaders of both political parties, as I've done in the past in my foreign trips, to the White House to discuss how we can work together for the remainder of this year and into the next Congress to advance the economic and national security priorities of the United States. And I'm open to any good ideas. I want to be very clear. I'm not going to support any of this year and into the next Congress to advance the economic and national security priorities of the United States. And I'm open to any good ideas. I want to be very clear. I'm not going to support any Republican proposal that's going to make inflation worse. For example, the voters don't want to pay higher prescription costs for drugs. We've cut that now. We're going to kick into gear next year, next calendar year. And I'm not going to walk away from the historic commitments we just made to take on the climate crisis. They're not compromisable issues to me, and I won't let it happen. The voters don't want more taxes for the tax cuts for the super wealthy and biggest corporations. And I'm going to continue to focus on cost cutting for working and middle class families and building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. I know you're tired of hearing me say that, but I genuinely mean it. That's what makes America grow. The wealthy do very well when the middle class is doing well, and the poor have a way up, and while continuing to bring down the federal deficit. You know, as we look at tax cuts, we should be looking at tax cuts for working people and middle class people, not the very wealthy. They're fine. And if you can go out and be a multimillionaire, that's great. Just pay your fair share. That's all. That's all. Just pay your fair share. It's like those 55 corporations in 2000 that made $40 billion and didn't pay a penny in federal taxes. It's not right. Everybody has an obligation. So now they have to pay a staggering 15%. You all pay more than that for new taxes. So I'm going to keep my commitment that no one earning less than $400,000 a year, and that's a lot of money where I come from, are going to see their federal taxes go up. And I want to be very clear. Under no circumstances will I support the proposal put forward by Senator Johnson and the senator from down in Florida to cut or make fundamental changes in Social Security and Medicare. That's not on the table. I will not do that. I will veto any attempt to pass a national ban on abortion, but I'm ready to compromise with Republicans where it makes sense on many other issues. And I'll always put the needs and interests of the American people first. So let me close with this. On this election season, the American people made it clear. They don't want every day going forward to be a constant political battle. There's too much of that going on. And there's too much that we have to do. The future of America is too promising to be trapped in an endless political warfare. And I really mean it. You've heard me say it time and again for the last 20 months or so. I am so optimistic about the prospects for America. We need to be looking to the future, not fixated on the past. And that future is bright as can be. We were the only nation in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went into the crisis. And that's a fact. I mean, literally mean that. We've come out stronger than we've gone in. And I've never been more optimistic about America's future than I am today. You know, particularly because of all those young people I talked about, 18 to 30. They're showing up. They're the best educated generation in American history. They're the least prejudiced generation in American history, the most engaged generation in American history, and the most involved. Look, after a long campaign season, I still believe it always have. This is a great nation, and we're a great people. And it's never been a good bet to bet against America. Never been a good bet to bet against America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. We just need to remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. The United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. And I'm pretty well convinced that we're going to be able to get a lot done. Now, I've been given a list of 10 people that I'm supposed to call on, and you're all supposed to ask me one question, but I'm sure you'll ask me more. And so let me start off with a list I've been given. Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. As you mentioned,
how come we never hold you guys the same standard you hold us to? But anyway, go ahead. I'm teasing.
You mentioned that Americans are frustrated, and in fact, 75% of voters say the country is heading into the wrong direction, despite the results of last night. What in the next 2 years do you intend to do differently to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president in 2024?
Nothing, because they're just finding out what we're doing. The more they know about what we're doing, the more support there is. Do you know anybody who wants us to get rid of the change we made on prescription drug prices and raise prices again? Do you know anybody who wants us to walk away from building those roads and bridges and the internet and so on? I don't know. I think that the problem is the major piece of legislation we passed, and some of it bipartisan, takes time to be recognized. For example, you got over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure money, but not that many spades have been put in the ground. It's taking time. For example, I was on the phone congratulating a Californian recently, and then someone in up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, the congressman who got elected. He said, can you help us make sure we're able to have high-speed rail service from Scranton to New York City? I said, yeah, we can. We can. First of all, it'll make it a lot easier, take a lot of vehicles off the road, and we have more money in the pot now, already out there, we voted for, than the entire money we spent on Amtrak to begin with. And it's the same way. For example, I talked about through the campaign that we're going to limit the cost of insulin for seniors to $35 a month instead of $400 a month. Well, it doesn't take effect till next year. So there's a lot of things that are just starting to kick in. And the same way with what we've done in terms of the environmental stuff. It takes time to get it moving. So I'm not going to change. As a matter of fact, you know, there's some things I want to change and add to. For example, we had passed the most bipartisan, we passed the most extensive gun legislation, rational gun policy in 30 years, but we didn't ban assault weapons. I'm going to ban assault weapons. They're going to try like the devil. So I'm not going to change the direction. I said I ran for 3 reasons. I'm going to continue to stay where I am, and I know I fully understand the legitimate concern that what I'm saying is wrong, okay? One is that I said we're going to restore the soul of the country, begin to treat each other with decency, honor, and integrity. And it's starting to happen. People are, the conversations are becoming more normal, becoming more, how can I say it, decent. Second thing I said was I want to build a country from the middle out, the bottom up, and that way everybody does fine. I'm tired of trickle down. Not a whole lot trickles down when you trickle down to hardworking folks. And the third thing I know is still very hard. I'm going to do everything in my power to see to unite the country. It's hard to sustain yourself as a leading democracy in the world if you can't generate some unity. So I'm not going to change anything in any fundamental way.
Just on a different topic, Mr. President, Russia today claimed that it had evacuated the Kherson region and the Kherson city. Do you believe that this is potentially an inflection point in that conflict? And do you believe that Ukraine now has the leverage it needs to begin peace negotiations with Moscow?
First of all, I found it interesting they waited till after the election to make that judgment, and which we knew for some time that they were going to be doing. And it's evidence of the fact that they have some real problems, the Russian military, number one. Number two, whether or not that leads to, at a minimum, it will lead to time for everyone to recalibrate their positions over the winter period. And it remains to be seen whether or not there will be a judgment made as to whether or not Ukraine is prepared to compromise with Russia. I'm going to be going to the G20. I'm told that President Putin is not likely to be there, but other world leaders are going to be there in Indonesia. And we're going to have an opportunity to see what the next steps may be. Nancy, CBS, Nancy Cordes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few questions. Been
Okay.
saving them up. First of all, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy said last night that it is clear we are going to take the House back. Do you think he's probably right about that?
Well, based on what we know as of today, we've lost very few seats for certain. We still have a possibility of keeping the House, but it's going to be close. And for example, in Nevada, we won all 3 of those seats, contested seats. I went out for each, and I spoke for each of those folks, but we won them all. I didn't know that last night, so it's a moving target right now, but it's going to be very close.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. McCarthy? How often do you speak to him? What do you think of him?
I think he's a Republican leader, and I haven't had much of occasion to talk to him, but I will be talking to him. I think I'm talking to him later today.
When it comes to your legislative agenda, when you were vice president, your legislative agenda basically ran into a brick wall 2 years in when Republicans took control of the House, and that lasted for the rest of the Obama presidency. Is there any way for you to prevent that same fate from happening this time around?
Yes.
If Republicans take control of the House?
Yes, because it's going to be much closer if they take control. If they can't, look, the predictions were, and again, I'm not being critical of anybody who made the predictions. I got it, okay? this is supposed to be a red wave. You were talking about us losing 30 to 50 seats, and this was going to, nowhere near, that's not going to happen. And so there's always enough people on the other team, whether it's Democrat or Republican, that the opposite party can make an appeal to, that maybe pick them off to get the help. And so it remains to be seen. But look, I doubt whether or not, for example, all the talk, I'd ask I don't expect you to answer, but the rhetorical question, do you think that, Senator Johnson is going to move to cut Medicare and Social Security? And if he does, how many Republicans do you think are going to vote for it? So it depends.
And then my final question. Republicans have made it clear that if they do take control of the House, that they want to launch a raft of investigations on day one into your handling of Afghanistan, the border. They want to look into some of your cabinet officials. They want to investigate you. They may even want to investigate your son. What's your message to Republicans who are considering investigating your family, and particularly your son Hunter's business dealings?
Lots of luck in your senior year, as my coach used to say. Look, I think the American public want us to move on and get things done for them. And, I heard that there were, whether it's accurate or not, I'm not sure, but it's reported many times that Republicans were saying, and the former president said, how many times are you going to impeach Biden? Impeachment proceeding against Biden. I mean, I think the American people will look at all of that for what it is. It's just almost comedy. I mean, it's, but, look, I can't control what they're going to do. All I can do is continue to try to make life better for the American people. Okay, Phil Mattingly, CNN.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 37 quick, okay. Sir, at a fundraiser last month, you said, quote, the rest of the world is looking at this election, both the good guys and the bad guys. You noted you're going to the G20 in a couple days. You'll come face to face with many of those leaders, the same moment that your predecessor is considering launching his re-election effort. How should those world leaders, both good guys and bad guys, view this moment both for America and for your presidency?
Well, first of all, these world leaders know we're doing better than anybody else in the world, as a practical matter. Notwithstanding the difficulties we have, our economy is growing. You saw the last report, we're still growing at 2.6%. We're creating jobs. We're still in a solid position, and there's not many other countries in the world are in that position. And I promise you, from the telephone calls I still have and from the meetings I have with other heads of state, they're looking to the United States and saying, how are you doing it? What are you doing? What can we do together? So I think that the vast majority of my colleagues, at least those colleagues who are NATO members, European Union, Japan, South Korea, et cetera, I think they're looking to cooperate and wanting to know how we can help one another. And what was the other question? Oh, I'm sorry.
No. So I think one way I would follow up on that is you noted that you felt like there was a shift in terms of people being willing to show more decency in this moment. You've often talked about breaking the fever or kind of a transition from this moment that we've faced over the last several years. Do you feel like the election is what represents that? Do you feel like the fever is broken, I guess?
Well, I don't think we're going to break the fever for the super mega MAGA Republicans. I mean, but I think they're a minority of the Republican Party. I think the vast majority of the members of the Republican Party, we disagree strongly on issues, but they're decent, honorable people. We have differences of agreement on issues. But they, I work with a lot of these folks in the Senate and the House for a long time, and they're honest and they're straightforward. They're different than mine, but they're decent folks. And so I think that the rest of the world, and a lot of you have covered other parts of the world, and the rest of the world is looking at the United States. I guess the best way to say this is to repeat what some of you heard me say before. The first G7 meeting for the public, that's the 7 largest democracies, when I went to right after we got elected in February, after I got sworn in January. And I sat down at a table, round table, with the 6 other world leaders from the European Union and Canada, et cetera, and said, America's back. And one of them turned to me and said, for how long? For how long? It was a deadly earnest question. For how long? And I looked at them, and then another one went on to say, and I'm not going to name them, went on to say, what would you say, Joe, if in fact we went to bed tonight here in England, woke up the next morning and found out that thousands of people had stormed the Parliament of Great Britain, gone down the hall, broken down the doors, 2 cops ended up dying, a number of people injured, and they tried to stop the confirmation of an election. It's not the same situation, obviously, as we have. And he said, what would you think? And I asked a rhetorical question, what would you all think? You'd think England was really in trouble. You'd think democracy was on the edge if that happened in Great Britain. And so that's the way people were looking at us, like, when's this going to stop? Nothing like this has happened since the Civil War. I don't want to exaggerate, but literally, nothing like this has happened since the Civil War. And so what I find is that they want to know, is the United States stable? Do we know what we're about? Are we the same democracy we've always been? Because, look, the rest of the world looks to us. I don't mean that we're always right. But if the United States tomorrow were to, quote, withdraw from the world, a lot of things would change around the world. A whole lot would change. And so they're very concerned that we are still the open democracy we've been, and that we have rules and the institutions matter. And that's the context in which I think that they're looking at, are we back to a place where we are going to accept decisions made by the court, by the Congress, by the government, et cetera?
So the entire genesis of that G7 conversation was tied to your predecessor, who is about to launch another campaign. So how do you reassure them, if that is the reason for their questioning, that the former president will not return, or that his political movement, which is still very strong, will not once again take power in the United States?
Well, we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by, if he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again. Steve Reuters, I'm sorry, Steve Howell.
Thank you, sir. How do you interpret last night's results in terms of deciding whether you want to seek another term? Is it now more likely that you will run? And what's going to be your timeline for consideration?
Well, first of all, Jill and I have, and by the way, it's my wife Jill, who's a hell of a lot more popular than I am in the Democratic Party too. But at any rate, all kidding aside, our intention is to run again. That's been our intention, regardless of what the outcome of this election was. And the fact that we won, I didn't run, the fact that the Democratic Party outperformed anything anyone expected and did better than any off-year presidency since John Kennedy is one that gives everybody like, whew, sigh of relief that the mega Republicans are not taking over the government again, et cetera. And so my judgment of running, when I announce, my intention is that I run again, but I'm a great respecter of fate, and this is ultimately a family decision. I think everybody wants me to run, but we're going to have discussions about it. And I don't feel in any hurry one way or another to make that judgment, today, tomorrow, or whenever, no matter what my predecessor does.
Early next year, or what's your thinking?
My guess is, I hope Jill and I get a little time to actually sneak away for a week around between Christmas and Thanksgiving. And my guess is it'd be early next year we make that judgment. But it is my plan to do it now. I mean, but, okay, I'm sorry. Karen Travers of ABC Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. WNBA star Brittany Griner today was moved to a Russian penal colony to serve out her 9-year sentence. Do you have an update right now on her condition? What do you know about that? And does this mark a new phase in negotiations with the Russians to secure her release? Can the U.S. now fully engage in talks on a prisoner swap?
Well, we've been engaging on a regular basis. I've been spending a fair amount of time with her wife about what's going on with her. And my hope is that now that the election is over, that Mr. Putin will be able to discuss with us and be willing to talk more seriously about prisoner exchange. That is my intention. My intention is to get her home. And we've had a number of discussions so far. And I'm hopeful that now that our election is over, there's a willingness to negotiate more specifically with us. Thank you.
And if I can, your press secretary had said that the U.S. government has continued to follow up on that significant offer, but also had proposed alternative potential ways forward with the Russians. Can you tell us what those alternative ways forward are and how Russia has responded to those?
Yes, I can, but I won't. Okay, I can't. I mean, you know, it would not be a wise thing to do in order to see if they would move forward. But it is I'm telling you, I am determined to get her home and get her home safely, along with others, I might add. April Ryan.
Of the GRIO.
Of the GRIO, excuse me, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, sir.
I got it right last time we did this.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Mr. President, I have a couple of questions on several issues. One, the Supreme Court. As you know, the Supreme Court has before it the issue of college admissions and affirmative action. What can and are you planning in case of a rollback that is expected? There are legal analysts that say that there will be drastic implications, there are tentacles from this, and they even say that this could impact Brown v. Board, the decision from Brown v. Board.
Well, you know, first of all, I asked our Justice Department to defend the present policy before the Supreme Court. And like a lot of pundits, I'm not prepared to believe that the Supreme Court is going to overrule the existing decision. That's far from certain, and I don't believe that. But number one, what I did to try to change it is object to it before the Supreme Court of the United States, our administration. Number two, there are a number of things that we must do to make it, and by the way, this is a case involving an Asian American in terms of getting into school, and whether there's affirmative action makes sense at all from the standpoint of those who are arguing against it. But you know, the fact is that we're also in a circumstance where there's a lot that we can do in the meantime to make sure that there's an access to good education across the board, and that is by doing things that relate to starting education at age 3, formal schooling at age 3, which increases not daycare but school. All the studies over 10 years show that that increases the prospect of someone making it through 12 years without any difficulty, no matter what the background they come from, by 56%. And I also think that we should be making sure that we have the ability to provide for 2 years of education beyond that, whether it's apprenticeships or community colleges. And we also are in a situation where I think that, for example, I want to make sure a lot of it has to do with finances as well, that we make sure that we have help for people who come from modest means to be able to get to school. You know, the cost of college education has increased 4-fold. And it used to be that a Pell Grant would cover something like 70% of the college tuition. Now it covers significantly less than that. So I want to increase the Pell Grants as well. But let's see what the Supreme Court decides. And I am hopeful, and our team and the lawyers that argued for us are not nearly as certain as the people you quoted as saying it's going to be overruled.
Next question, sir. The issue is inflation. The GRIO and KFF conducted a study of black voters that said inflation was the #1 issue, and we saw it in this midterm election. What can you promise concretely in these next 2 years that will help turn the pocketbook for the better in the midst of staving off a recession?
Well, a number of things. First of all, black unemployment is almost cut in half under my administration just since I began. More black businesses have opened up, small businesses, than ever before. We're now in a situation where we're providing, through the Small Business Administration, down payments for people buying homes, because most people accumulate wealth in the value of their home. Most middle-class families are like mine. My dad bought a home, didn't have it, just scraped together to get a home. By the time he was able to retire, he had built up equity in the home. That's how most people do that. But what I can't do is I can't guarantee that we're going to be able to get rid of inflation, but I do think we can. We've already brought down the price of gasoline about $1.20 a gallon across the board, and I think that the oil companies are really doing the nation a real disservice. Six of them made over $100 billion in the last quarter in profit. $100 billion. In the past, if they had done the two things that they have done before, one, invest in more refineries and producing more product, and or passing on the rebates to the gas stations, or, they sell the oil at a cheaper rate than they are selling it now, not taking advantage, and that lowers the price of the total gallon of gas because that gets passed on. So there's a whole lot of things that we can do that are difficult to do, but we're going to continue to push to do them. And the other thing is that one of the things that makes a gigantic difference is what are the costs that exist in the average family and the average black community. One, prescription drug cost. Well, we're driving those down precipitously beginning next year. And, I'll bet a lot of people in the African American and Caucasian community that need to take insulin for diabetes. Well, we're going to be reducing that cost. They're not going to pay more than $35 for the insulin instead of average of $400. And I can go down the list of the things that my dad used to say it a different way. At the end of the month, the things you have to pay for, from your mortgage to food on the table to gasoline in the automobile, do you have enough money to do it? And when it's done, do you have anything left over? And medical bills are a big piece of that, particularly in the African American community and the poorer communities. They need help. And so we're driving down all of those costs, and we've already passed the legislation to do that. It's just taking effect. So there's a lot of things we can do to affect the things that people need on a monthly basis to reduce their inflation, their cost of living. But I am optimistic because we continue to grow and at a rational pace. We are not anywhere near a recession right now in terms of the growth, but I think we can have what most economists call a soft landing. I'm convinced that we're going to be able to gradually bring down prices so that they, in fact, end up with us not having to move into a recession to be able to get control of inflation.
Mr. President, last question on humanity. Everybody else got some. Well, you're coming.
Okay, go ahead.
Last question on humanity. Sir, you can't legislate and you can't executive order out the issue of empathy or the lack thereof in the midst of this rhetoric, this heated political rhetoric. What's next?
Part of what I think leadership requires, and I hope I meet the standard, is letting people know you understand their problem. Again, my dad used to have an expression. He said, I don't expect the government to solve my problems, but I expect them at least know what they are, understand them. And like a lot of you, we've been very fortunate as a family, but we've also been through a lot of fairly tough times. And I've had the great advantage of having a family to get through them. when my first wife and daughter were killed when a tractor trailer broadsided them and killed my wife and killed my first wife and killed my daughter. And my 2 boys are expected to die. It took the jaws of life 3 hours to get them out there on top of their dead mother and dead sister. I understand what that pain's like. And when Jill and I lost Bo after a year in Iraq, winning the Bronze Star Conspicuous Service Medal, a major in the United States military, came home with stage 4 glioblastoma because he lived about between 200 and 500 yards from a burn pit that's 10 feet deep and as big as a football field, burning every toxic waste you could find. You know, I think that we understand what it's like to lose family members, mothers, fathers to cancer. All of you been through that kind of thing. We've been fortunate, though. We've had each other. We've had strong families, Jill's sisters, my brothers, my sister. And so what we can do to deal with that empathy is make sure there's help available. Make sure there's people who are there to help, whether they are psychologists or whether they're medical doctors or whether they're social workers. To be there to help just hold a hand. And for example, we can do an awful lot for a lot of families, the families you're talking about, if we reinstate this child tax credit. It cut child poverty by 40% when it was in place. I couldn't get it passed the second time around. So there's a lot we can do. And the empathy is not just talking about it, it's communicating to people you genuinely understand. And I hope a lot of people don't understand because I don't want people having to know. One of the things I've talked with Vivek Murthy about, and a lot of you have written about it, and you've written well about it, is the need for mental health care in America. You know, when we got elected, there were something like, 2, 3, 5 million people who gotten their COVID shots. Well, in the meantime, I got over 220 million people, all 3 shots. But in the meantime, what happened? We lost over 1 million dead. 1 million dead. I read one study that for those 1 million people, they had 9 people who were each one had averaged 9 people close to them. A relative, someone they're married to, a child, someone close. The impact has been profound. Think of all the people, think of all your children and your grandchildren who didn't have that senior prom, who didn't have that graduation party, who didn't have all the things we had that we took for granted, that impact on their psyche. So there's a lot we have to do. And empathy reflects itself not just in what a person demonstrates they understand, of knowing what people need and helping to make it happen. And we're trying to do that. And a lot of Republicans trying to do it too. I don't mean this is a partisan thing. A lot of people are trying to do it because they know we got a problem. Okay, excuse me. These 10 questions are really going quickly. Well, I've got to meet with some of my, talk to some of the Republican leadership soon. But anyway, Jenny Leonard, Bloomberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions. One, shifting back to your trip to Asia. When you meet with President Xi Jinping of China, will you tell him that you're committed to defending Taiwan militarily? And what are you hoping to get out of this meeting that will make it a success? Are you willing to make any concessions to him?
Well, look, I'm not willing to make any fundamental concessions because what I've told him in the beginning, and this is I've spent over 78, I think they told me, hours with him so far, 67 in person when I was vice president. President Obama knew he couldn't spend time with the vice president of another country, so I traveled 17,000 miles with him in China and around in the United States. I've met with him many times. And I've told him, I'm looking for competition, not conflict. And so what I want to do with him when we talk is lay out what kind of each of our red lines are, understand what he believes to be in the critical national interests of China, what I know to be the critical interests of the United States, and to determine whether or not they conflict with one another. And if they do, how to resolve it and how to work it out. And so, and Taiwan doctrine has not changed at all from the very beginning. So I'm sure we'll discuss China. Taiwan, and I'm sure we'll discuss a number of other issues, including fair trade and relationships relating to his relationship with other countries in the region. And so anyway, so there's a lot we'll have to discuss. You want another question?
Yes,
Everybody else got one?
You didn't
two or
say
three?
if you will tell Xi Jinping personally that you are committed to defending Taiwan.
I'm going to have that conversation with him.
That wasn't my second one. Sorry. Sorry, I actually have an unrelated question too. Mr. President, do you think Elon Musk is a threat to U.S. national security, and should the U.S. and with the tools you have investigate his joint acquisition of Twitter with foreign governments, which include the Saudis?
I think that Elon Musk's cooperation and/or technical relationships with other countries is worthy of being looked at. Whether or not he is doing anything inappropriate, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that it's worth being looked at. But that's all I'll say. There's a lot of ways. All right. Kristen, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I want to follow up with you on working with Republicans. Leader McCarthy again suggested that he is not prepared to write what he has called a blank check to Ukraine, and yet you expressed optimism that funding for Ukraine would continue, that the policies toward Ukraine would continue. Why should the people of Ukraine and this country have confidence in that, given the comments by Leader McCarthy? And just to follow up with you on your comments to Zeke, you said you don't need to do anything differently. If Republicans control the House, don't you need to recalibrate to some extent to try to work across the aisle with a Republican-led House?
Well, let me put it this way. What I meant was I don't have to change any of the policies I've already passed. That's what they said they want to go after. And so what I have is a simple proposition. I have a pen that can veto. Okay? So that's what I mean. I don't have to recalibrate whether or not I'm going to continue to, fund we're going to continue to fund the infrastructure bill, or we're going to continue to fund the environment, et cetera. We have to, I think there is a growing pressure on the part of the American people, expecting both parties and all elements of both parties to work out their substantive differences, and not just, I'm not going to do that because it would benefit that party. Just making it personal. So it remains to be seen what the makeup of the House will be. But I'm hopeful that Kevin and I can work out modus vivendi as to how we'll proceed with one another.
Will aid to Ukraine continue uninterrupted?
That is my expectation. And by the way, we've not given Ukraine a blank check. There's a lot of things Ukraine wants we didn't do. For example, I was asked very much whether we'd provide American aircraft to guarantee the skies over Ukraine. I said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to get into a third world war taking on Russian aircraft and directly engage. But would we provide them with all the rational ability to defend themselves? Yes. We provide those HIMARS. Well, the HIMARS, there's two kinds of, but in the average person's parlance, rockets you can drop in those. One that goes over 600 miles and one that goes about 160 miles. We didn't give them any ones that go to 600 miles because I'm not looking for them to start bombing Russian territory. And so we want to make sure that there's a relationship that they're able to defend themselves and take on what is purely the ugliest aggression that's occurred since World War II on a massive scale on the part of Putin within Ukraine. And there's so much at stake. So I would be surprised if Leader McCarthy even has a majority of his Republican colleagues who say they're not going to fund the legitimate defensive needs of Ukraine.
And just a quick one. Obviously, a lot of attention on 2024 now that the votes have been cast in the midterms. 2/3 of Americans in exit polls say that they don't think you should run for re-election. What is your message to them, and how does that factor into your final decision about whether or not to run for re-election?
It doesn't.
What's your message to them? To those 2/3 of Americans?
Watch me.
Okay, one more. Very quickly, we saw Governor Ron DeSantis with a resounding victory in Florida last night. Who do you think would be the tougher competitor, Ron DeSantis or former President Trump, and how is that factoring into your decision?
It'll be fun watching them take on each other. All right, David Sanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have a question for you about China, but before I do, I just wanted to follow up on something you said earlier. When you said it remains to be seen whether the Ukraine government is prepared to compromise with Russia. Previously, you've told us the only thing for the Russians to do is get completely out of Ukraine, go back to the lines that existed prior to February 24. Are you suggesting with the word compromise that you think that there is room for territorial compromise now?
No, I'm not. That's up to the Ukrainians. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine.
So what kind of compromise do you have in mind?
I didn't have any in mind. You have asked the question whether or not, if I recall, whether or not what would happen if, in fact, after I think the context is that whether or not they're pulling back from Fallujah and from the Kherson, the city of Kherson, and they're coming back across the river to the eastern side of the river, the Russian forces. And I said, what's going to happen is they're going to both lick their wounds, decide what they're going to do over the winter, and decide whether or not they're going to compromise. That's what's going to happen, whether or not. I don't know what they're going to do. But I do know one thing, we're not going to tell them what they have to do.
You were asked before about your meeting with President Xi. At this point, the Chinese government, by the estimate of the Pentagon, is getting ready to bring their force of nuclear weapons up to over 1,000 weapons, significant increase from what they've had for many decades. You've seen the threats from President Putin about the use of his nuclear force.
Remember how you all went after me when I said that was real?
And what in your view happened? Do you think he backed off because of that?
No, I'm just saying. I just found it interesting that Biden's being Biden's being an extremist, and it turns out you all are writing about it now. Kind of fascinating.
So my question is, do you think that they are putting together a real alliance, the Chinese and the Russians? And do you believe that you need to begin speaking with President Xi about some form of arms control if he's going to get up to a level of weapons similar to what the United States and Russia have right now?
No and yes. No, I don't think there's a lot of respect that China has for Russia or for Putin. I don't think they look at that as a particular alliance. Matter of fact, they've been sort of keeping their distance a little bit. I do think that it remains to be seen whether Xi Jinping has decided that, or backed off of his initial judgment that he wanted China to have the most powerful military in the world, as well as the largest economy. But he's a long way from both. But I think talk about nuclear weapons and location, the number of them, and access is important to discuss. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you very, very much. We'll do another hour a little later. Thank you so much. Another press conference. Thank you.
We expect you to do more of these in the future.
All right, so you can hear there President Biden again answering a number of reporter questions here, speaking for the first time since these midterm elections. And one of the things he talked about was the control of House. He said it will be very close. That's, of course, because we do still have some key races that have yet to be called. Thanks again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. And I did want to talk about one of those key races where we're going to have to wait for a few more weeks to find out the winner in this key midterm race that could decide which party controls the U.S. Senate. So this is the Georgia Senate race between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker. It is headed now to a runoff. We do have Fox's Jake Carolexis joining us from Georgia now. And Jake, why don't you give us an update on what the very latest is?
Well, Christy, even though ballot counters are still tallying votes at counting sites like this one, the Secretary of State confirmed there will be a runoff next month between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Warnock or Walker needed at least the vote to avoid a runoff and win the election outright, but both candidates came up just short.
Yes, there will be a runoff. We can look at the outstanding vote totals, and neither one would be over 50%. We kind of knew where it was headed, and we wanted to make sure that it was what it was going to be. And right now we're down under 10,000 votes, and we look at how many this person has and add all 10,000 to it, they wouldn't have 50%.
And Christy, this will be Warnock's second runoff. He needed one to win this seat originally 2 years ago, and this runoff is scheduled for December 6th. And depending on the results in Arizona and Nevada, the winner could swing control of the Senate. The other race we were keeping an eye on here in Georgia was for the governor's seat, with Democrat Stacey Abrams challenging Republican incumbent Brian Kemp in a rematch from 2018. And Kemp had a clear lead heading into Election Day, and he will stay in office after Abrams conceded last night. Christy.
Yeah, and Jake, I guess I'm just wondering and curious, since it is the second time Warnock's going to be facing a runoff election, have either him or Walker said anything about these results here today?
We have not heard anything today from either candidate, but they have both been confident in the last few days. And they both also acknowledged yesterday during their election parties that this could take a lot longer than either of them had hoped, but both remain confident that they will end up winning in the end.
All right, and it will be something we'll obviously have to keep a close eye on here all the way up to December 6th. Jake Carolexis joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for that update. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, but when we return, as we just heard, the Georgia Secretary of State had made remarks about this race. We'll play out that press conference right here for you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we are continuing to keep track of the very latest results as there are still some key races that are have votes being counted, those ballots still being processed in multiple areas across the country, and some races easily called. We were just talking with Jake Alexis, who was down in Georgia, where one of the races where the numbers were so close does mean that it's going to head to a runoff election for the senator candidates, both Raphael Warnock as well as Herschel Walker. So let's go ahead and bring you to that press conference that took place just a little bit earlier here today with the Georgia Secretary of State as they talked about this big midterm election.
Good afternoon, everyone. We thought about doing that about 7 o'clock this morning, but we figured you'd like more than 2 hours of sleep. But we just want to give you a little bit of update and some more information. We had a beautiful day yesterday in Georgia, and it's a beautiful day here again. It was just a very successful election day. We saw Georgians from all over the state cast their ballots to make their voice heard. It's still a wonderful thing. This vote, this democracy, this republic. I still stand in awe of what we saw and what our forefathers have built on this nation. Something so unique in human history. It's truly divinely inspired. That said, it takes people, lots of people, very hardworking people, to make it happen. So I want to give credit first to our elections team here in my office that is led by our director, Blake Evans, the deputy director, Dr. Jesse Harris, and Michael Barnes, our director of the Center for Elections. Their team has done amazing work. And they worked with the greatest county election teams that I think our nation has to do the tough, on-the-ground work of running polling locations, processing voters, and counting the votes. And speaking of processing voters, we had an average speed of processing voters at the polls that was simply amazing. We saw processing speeds of 48 seconds, and it actually dipped down to 47 seconds for a few moments. It was that kind of processing speed that led to 2-minute average wait times, across the state. I have a screenshot of it. Anyone wants to see it later. I read online that there was a person who wanted to test our line warming law. So he loaded his car with boxes and cases of bottled water to give the voters in line. So he started driving around, and his problem was he couldn't find any lines. And so he even said in the article, quote, "The system is running so smoothly today that no one lined up in the sun." So that is tremendous to see that kind of responsive and good results that we had at the county level. And I know all of you are probably voters also, and you probably had that same fantastic experience. And the credit for that goes to the counties, and it goes to the voters. The voters took record advantage of pre-election day voting. They had shattered the records for both absentee by mail and early in-person voting in a midterm. And we have seen that the counties almost fully complete the counting, and it's only a little after 2 p.m. on Wednesday. We see less than 10,000 voters to potentially be added to the count outside of the handful of votes that can be accepted by Monday, November 14th. Most of the races have a clear winner. In fact, Bee Nguyen and I spoke last night, and she graciously conceded. And I thank her for that. That's the way it's supposed to be. We need all candidates who come up short to acknowledge it and to come back and fight within our system another day if that's their choice. There is one race in our state that is going to be moving to the December 6th runoff. That is the race for the United States Senate between Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Our office has already begun the behind-the-scenes work to start building the ballots. So ballots are being built as we speak, and counties are making preparations. So some specifics for the process. Voters can request absentee ballots now through Monday, November 28th. There are about 150,000 voters who will receive an absentee ballot because they are on our absentee ballot rollover list. These people are either 65 or they're disabled. Our absentee ballot request portal is now open. Early voting must begin no later than Monday, November 28th in all counties. We do anticipate that some counties may likely have Saturday voting following Thanksgiving, as well as on November 26th. We are working with the counties to find out what their plans are on this front and as soon as possible so that their voters can make the best plans. This will be a very heavy lift for our counties because it's a 4-week runoff period, but I have confidence that they will take all the measures required to rise to the task. While we are working and preparing for the runoff, we all have our obligation to close out the November 8th election. Counties must certify by Tuesday, November 15th by 5 p.m. Then we move to the risk limiting audit. We will, quote, roll the dice, so to speak, on Wednesday, November 16th. Then the audit must be complete by November 22nd. And the state must certify by Friday the 25th. That's the day after Thanksgiving. It's a lot of work, but that's how the machinery of our democratic republic works. We welcome it because we know at the end of the day, everyone wants to know that we have honest and fair elections, and we do. I ask the voters to come out and vote one last time. We have no control over how many campaign ads our voters are going to see over the next 30 days, but we'll make sure that we have honest and fair elections. I want to thank the voters. I want to thank you for your strong participation. I want to thank you for just being so friendly and really working with the system. We only had 7 precincts out of 2,700 that didn't finish yesterday, had to extend past the 7 p.m. deadline. I want to thank the election workers. They worked long days yesterday, and they'll be working some long days ahead. I want to thank the poll workers, and I want to thank all of their families who support them. And a special thank you to our team. Thank you, and I will take your questions. Yes, ma'am. No, we kind of knew where it was headed, and we wanted to make sure that it was what it was going to be. And right now we're down under 10,000 votes, and we look at how many this person has and add all 10,000 to it, they wouldn't have 50%, likewise on the other side. And so that's why we're, going to tell you that there will be a runoff, and that's why we started building ballots this morning. Voters have their free will choice to vote all 3 methods. No excuse absentee voting, and if they want to, get your request in soon. Then we're going to have early voting. It'll be an abbreviated schedule. It'll be that 5 days plus most likely a Saturday, and some counties will do a Sunday. That's their choice, or on Election Day, which is Tuesday, December 6th. We give voters options in Georgia. They get to choose which one they like best. They have. It is what it is, and we have a 4-week runoff period. And so I know that the candidates will be working on that, and that's why we're working today building ballots. What we've shown is our team and the counties have shown that they can perform at the highest level. And I'll even go so far. I know every Secretary of State takes pride in what their election office does, but when I was in our war room yesterday looking at all the innovations and improvements our team has made, and I look at the work that our counties have made, that's why Heritage has recognized Georgia #1 for election integrity on the right side, and that's why on the left side, the Center for Election Innovation and Research has recognized Georgia #1 for voter accessibility. I would stack up Georgia against any state in the union. I think our team is the best, and I'd put it up against anyone. I think it's as good as the Bulldogs. Yes, there will be a runoff. We can look at the outstanding vote totals, and neither one would be over 50%. Gabe, do you have the date on that, or Ryan, Germany? We'll get you that date. By state law and House Bill 316, we're required to do a 90% risk limit. And so that means that we actually will do a sample size of the ballots that were cast. So it's not all the ballots, it's picking a sample size so we can verify the outcome of the race. And so it has to be within that 90% confidence level. And so that's why we talk about rolling the dice. So what those ballots will be, the number of those by county. And so we'll be selecting that, and we'll have a press conference tomorrow on now which race it is, and then additional details about the risk limiting audit. Well, we've always had, it was really probably before a 5-week runoff period. It's now really a 4-week runoff period for states. What happened when we went to the instant runoff for UOCAVA ballots, it allowed us to have just one runoff instead of the 9-week we had before. So that is really, I think, advantageous. So the counties are prepared already. They note that we're going to have this period of time. We're building the ballots, and then they're working on their back office systems to get prepared. Yes, sir. Well, I think it did, because if you look at what SB 202 did, first of all, it required that lines had to be shorter than 1 hour. So what the counties do, they performed. And yesterday I screenshot when we had line time of 2 minutes. And it really held that constant. Now, we had some places where it's 15 minutes, things like that. At 7 a.m., we had a few precincts that had to get their system in place, but it worked. And we kept those lines short. That then took care of the people said that, what about water? Well, people were politicking for 2 years ago, and so that took out that you're not going to be politicking within those zones. But with short lines like that, 47 seconds for check-in, you obviously didn't need that, even though it was a warm day yesterday, beautiful day. Also, we now have no excuse absentee voting, and no excuse absentee voting with photo ID. We had it with signature match, and we had actually been sued by the Democrat Party and the Republican Party. They both of them said, this is subjective. I said, no argument by me, because that's what I said we need to get away from back in 2018. We went to an objective criteria, which is driver's license with photo ID. And they've actually been using that in Minnesota for over 10 years. So if you look at then the proof of the numbers, the early votes, the absentee, we have just good numbers, and people are out there voting, and the system is working well. Yes, ma'am. Well, I want to specifically address that. It was a localized issue at Cobb County, and that Cobb County election director is actually one of our top, election directors. But she lost a staff member that had been there for 25 years, and a new person filled in, and she took full responsibility. And then when she realized the mistake was made, absentee ballots weren't sent out on 2 separate days. They overnighted those absentee ballots. And then they also included a next day air package to bring it back. And then they signed an agreement. Judge had a consent order with that county. But they're working and making sure that they'll check that and double check that in that process, because they realized that was a critical mistake, and that will be brought before the state election board after the election. Yes, sir. Where we have in the Senate race right now, it's a greater than 0.5%. Recounts are within the 0.5%, and so this will be just a runoff race. The top 2 vote getters will be in that. But with risk limiting audit, what I talked about was we have to require by state law to pick a statewide race to do a risk limiting audit, and really that's to give voters confidence in the process. And that's going back to 2020. We wanted to elevate that because of just the national dialogue that we were having at that time. And that's why we took it above the 90% as required. We actually took it to 100%. And instead of scanning it through the machines because they were disparaging the accuracy of the machines, we did 100% hand recount. and got virtually the same answer, probably in about 40 counties, but overall it never changed the results. So we'll do the standard process, picking a statewide race and then doing a sample size, and it's all based on mathematical and scientific procedures, and it'll be an open and transparent process, and we encourage all of you to dig into it so you can report back to your viewers and your readers.
All right, so once again, this Georgia race now going to be a runoff election. It will take place on December 6th between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and the Republican contender Herschel Walker. So we'll continue to keep track of that right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we're keeping track of all these races from across the country, some being called late last night, early in the morning hours, and some even happening later this afternoon. We'll take you into some more of these results. Going to take you to the Midwest coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're keeping track of all the latest results coming in here from across the country. Some races, close ones, and control of the Senate still in limbo as votes are coming in. Democrats have 48 seats and Republicans have 49 seats so far. In Wisconsin, Republican Senator Ron Johnson clinched a third term in office. This again coming to us just today. We do have Fox's Mill Hayes. She's joining us from Milwaukee to give us a little bit more on how close this race was. And thanks so much, Mills, for being here with us today.
Yeah, Shirley, well, those final results came in around lunchtime today, and what they said was that Johnson beat out his Democratic opponent and Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes by almost 28,000 votes. So it was still very close race between the two. But the way that polling turned out is that Republican incumbent Ron Johnson got 50.5% of the votes and Barnes got 49.5%. So only a 1 percentage point difference. While Republicans retained the Senate seat, Democrats kept the governor's seat. Democratic incumbent Tony Evers beat Republican challenger Tim Michaels by over 3 percentage points. And if we take a look at Fox News voter analysis, 54% of Barnes and Johnson supporters felt enthusiastic about their candidates. Political science professors that I've spoken with tell me that Democrats and Republicans in Wisconsin are more moderate than the candidates suggest, which might explain why supporters weren't more enthusiastic about the candidates. Party control in the U.S. Senate was important to 51% of Johnson supporters and only 47% of Barnes supporters. Earlier today, Barnes looked emotional when speaking with supporters after the loss.
Now, unfortunately, we didn't get over the finish line this time. But I know that this movement has meant so much to all of us. But just because we didn't get across the finish line that does not mean it's over.
Johnson thanked his supporters on Twitter, saying that he was really proud to represent the state for another 6 years. And Barnes did say that he reached out to Johnson over the phone after the results were finalized. In Milwaukee, Mills Hayes, back to you, Shirley.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Of course, this, again, just one of those races we were keeping a close eye on. Thank you for bringing us that very latest update. Mills Hayes joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do here for all of our viewers who've been here with us is we're going to step away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, continuing to play out some more of these press conferences. Since we were just speaking about Wisconsin, we'll take you into those remarks, the full press conference with Barnes when we return here in just 2 minutes. Thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Yesterday, we brought you full coverage all the way through the morning hours and now even here into the afternoon and post-election day. We're still getting in some of those numbers as the ballots are still being counted all across the country in some of these key races. So we'll continue to keep an eye out for more results. I'm going to take us into that press conference, though, that came to us out of Wisconsin, where we were listening in to Mandela Barnes. He conceded today after the Republican U.S. Senator Ron Johnson did beat him in their Senate race. Let's go ahead and bring you those remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes.
I want to say thank you so much, Congresswoman Moore, for being there since day one. And I want to thank everybody else for taking the time to come out this afternoon after such a long evening. Now, obviously, this is not the speech that I want to give, but I simply cannot thank you all enough for being there with me every step of the way. Now, I had a chance to look right now at the people who've been with me on this campaign through the highs and the lows, throughout a long, hard-fought primary that a lot of people didn't think we were going to come out of. You know, we were outspent in the primary, but we still found a way by bringing people together, building that broad, diverse coalition that the Congresswoman talked about. So excited to have my parents who've been with me every step of the way as well, who are behind me here. They have absolutely been my biggest supporters, and from now on, you don't have to hear what they did for a living. Just really want to thank them for the opportunities that they gave me. And I look out, I see so many volunteers, so many supporters, and even my staff, the team, I can tell you, I have the greatest supporters in the entire world. Thank you all so much. Also have the greatest team in the entire world. I told them I would never, ever, ever want to work against them. They put in the long hours. They never complained. They made me a better candidate, even when I didn't want to be. They stepped up in ways that I could have never imagined any campaign team stepping up. And I'm just so grateful, and I'm personally enriched because of this experience. And I'll tell you a little moment on our RV tour. I got a little emotional when the tour was winding down, and I looked at them and I said, well, never mind. And they said, no, you got to say it now. And I said, well, and I looked and I said, I honestly don't know what I'm going to do without y'all when this is over with. And I still feel that way today. Just want to thank you all for your refusal to settle for the status quo, for your refusal to settle for less, and your commitment to joining together to fight for better, to fight for more. And it's so appropriate to be here at the Sherman Phoenix because this is where we announced the campaign, July of 2021. Hard to believe it was almost a year and a half ago that we set out on this journey. But I got in this race because I believe that the American dream, the same one that gave me the opportunity to stand here as your lieutenant governor, is a dream worth protecting and a dream worth fighting for. I believe that our working people, our family farmers, and our children's futures are absolutely worth fighting for. I got into this race because I believe in the Wisconsin promise of a fair shot at success, whether you're a dairy farmer in Monroe or a thrift store owner in Superior, or a kid born on 26 and Locust, right in the heart of the city of Milwaukee. And I believe in that promise more today than I've ever believed in it before. It's a promise that's brought so many people together all across this state to fight for something bigger than ourselves. Like I said, a lot of people counted us out more than once. I think about the Marquette poll from 2-3 weeks ago, said we were down 6 points. A lot of people had given up on us, but y'all never gave up. And you showed the progress that we can make when we build coalitions, when we reach across the aisle, when we reach across communities, and think about the things that unite us rather than the things that divide us. When we stand together and we say that we deserve better, and that together we'll fight for it and we'll get better. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get over the finish line this time. But I know that this movement has meant so much to all of us, where just because we didn't get across the finish line, that does not mean it's over. And I did have a chance to talk to Senator Johnson, and I told him the same thing that I've been saying all along. Same thing I've been saying to each and every one of you since the start of this campaign. Reminding him that every single person in this state deserves a chance to achieve their dreams. Whether that dream is being able to send your kid to a quality public school, knowing they'll be able to come home safely at the end of the day. Or having the funds and support to start that small business that you've been thinking about for years now. Or being able to pass your family farm to the next generation. And also told them that I would continue to I would continue to work to help make this state into what I know it can be. And that's because I still believe that better is possible. And I'm in this for Wisconsin, for everybody who calls this place home, for every person gathered here today, and for the community that raised me to the person I am. I'm in it for the people like my grandparents, a union steel worker, a school cafeteria worker who worked their entire lives to lay a foundation for me. Because my story should never be the exception. This story should be the rule. Everybody should have a fair shot at success. I'm in it for the auto workers in Racine who've been on strike for the last 6 months. Who are still standing shoulder to shoulder to fight for fair pay, for benefits, and for health care. Those folks are the reason why none of us can give up. I'm in this for my friends like John and Lauren and so many others like them who've worked their entire lives. And then to still see the benefits they've worked their entire lives for get put on the chopping block. I'm in this for our kids who should know that opportunity is within reach, regardless of where they were born. and they should know that they can do anything they put their minds to. And together we still have so much more to do, and I'll never stop working for Wisconsinites to make sure we get everything we deserve. Now I know that you're all disappointed, and I'm disappointed too, because we all deserve better. But more than that, I'm determined. And this is not the time for us to tune out. It's the time for us to double down. It's the time for us to show up like we've never shown up before, to make sure that Ron Johnson, every political leader, knows that they answer to every person in Wisconsin, not just the people that voted for him. And I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity, but more grateful to have been able to share it with every person here. Now, over the past year and a half, I had a chance to travel to every part of this state. It's been the honor of my life to hear the stories and to have the important conversations about how we improve quality of life for every person across Wisconsin, regardless of where they were born, what language they speak, how they identify, or who they love. And whether or not we always saw eye to eye, I can tell you what it means that you at least gave me a chance. Because I do believe there's so much more that unites us than divides us, and all it takes is us reaching out and talking to each other to bridge that divide. Now, we knew this fight wasn't going to be easy, but hardly anything worth fighting for is easy. But I'm standing here today, ready to jump back in, ready to keep going, because I know that we're still in this together, and that's all I've ever needed. And I know that when times get tough, it can be easy to check out, but we should consider it pure joy when we face trials of many kinds, because the testing of our faith produces perseverance. And together, we're going to continue to persevere. We're going to organize for better, we're going to fight for better, and one day soon, together, we will all achieve better. And I can honestly say that I fought the good fight. I've run my race. And I kept the faith. And I want to thank you for having faith in me. I want to thank you all so much for this opportunity. And let's all move forward together, everybody. Thank you so much.
Once again, listening into the remarks made this afternoon from Mandela Barnes, who did concede and lost that Senate race to the Republican Senator Ron Johnson. Will continue to follow all of these races across the country. Do want to remind our viewers, too, that we're also keeping a close eye on the weather happening down in Florida. You can see those white caps on the ocean here at Daytona Beach, and it's definitely that water line coming up past the shore and starting to even make its way towards some of these buildings that are nearby. So we'll continue to keep an eye here on the tropical storm. This is Tropical Storm Nicole, which is expected to make landfall on Florida here tonight. Plus, keep you in all of these different races, giving you the details on the opponents, who's winning and who's lost in these elections. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see it is starting to begin to get very dark in Florida as they are getting later into the evening hours, and Tropical Storm Nicole still continuing to make its way towards that east coast of Florida. It is continuing to gain some strength before making landfall. So officials all across the state have been speaking about how they do want residents to be prepared for this storm. Let's go ahead and take a look at our radar here. You can see it is continuing to make its approach. It looks like it is going to be making landfall just a little bit north of that West Palm Beach area. And we have been seeing from our Fox weather teams that it is already starting to produce a lot of rain along the entire East Coast. It's also bringing some wind with it and relentless waves for hours here before this overnight landfall. So it is expected to increase to a Category 1 hurricane just upon its approach. It had made its first landfall just before noon Wednesday over on the Great Abaco Islands as well as in the northwestern Bahamas. And it is the first November named storm to make landfall in the Bahamas in 15 years, according to our Fox Forecast Center. So the previous one was Noel, which made landfall as a tropical storm back in November 1st in 2007. Prior to that, it was a Category 1 Hurricane Michelle that had made landfall on the Andros Islands on November 5th of 2001. So that's just something interesting that we've been hearing from some of our teams down in the Sunshine State. They did say that they, again, are continuing to track this storm. It is flirting between that hurricane strength and that tropical storm strength. It's bringing significant rain, it's bringing wind, and it's also bringing coastal flooding. It's impacting lots of residents there along the East Coast. It's going to continue to spread into Florida and up the southeast coast on this afternoon and into the overnight hours. Now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis did issue a state of emergency for 34 counties, and thousands of residents living along Florida's east coast have been asked to evacuate as Nicole has made its approach to the state. It is a very large storm, so regardless of its strength as it is approaching Florida and the southeastern U.S. area, they do say that there's so much threat of that heavy rain and flooding that's going to extend all the way to the mid-Atlantic and Northeast by Friday and into Saturday as well. So once again, we are keeping track of Tropical Storm Nicole. It's increasing in strength a bit here. It was carrying some sustained winds of about 46 miles per hour, some gusts of 64 miles per hour, according to the National Hurricane Center, when it was over the Bahamas. And it was also packing some maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour as it's making its way west here towards Florida again. So we'll be keeping a close eye here on this storm. Our Fox 35 teams in Florida also have had crews out on the ground. They've been keeping track of this storm for us as well. I want to play out some video that they actually had captured from just a little bit earlier here today. This showing us that there was a building that had collapsed at Daytona Beach shores. This happening just earlier here this afternoon as Tropical Storm Nicole was making its way to Florida. So already some parts here on the eastern coastline dealing with coastal erosion and building collapse. Our Fox 35 news crews again capturing this footage of a beach safety ocean building that had already collapsed near the beach coastline. Roads near the building also had been seen deteriorating quickly. So some residents near the beach had told Fox 35 News that they knew the building would collapse. Now, city officials again trying to evacuate some people out of that area. They did say that they have safety concerns for those who are trying to venture out and see that damage that Tropical Storm Nicole is already causing. Pieces of debris were falling off of buildings as of Wednesday afternoon here in Daytona Beach shores. So Tropical Storm Nicole, again, as we've mentioned, it had made landfall in the Bahamas late Wednesday morning. It did bring some maximum sustained winds up to 70 miles per hour expected now to make landfall in Florida as a Category 1 storm on Wednesday night. So we'll continue to keep track of this storm here for you. Residents in Volusia County, they're going to see some gusts up to about 60 miles per hour and rainfall up to about 4 inches with coastal flooding and 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Nicole is expected to weaken while moving across Florida and the southeastern United States Thursday into Friday. It's likely then to become a post-tropical cyclone by Friday night over the mid-Atlantic states. Live now from Fox, going to continue to track this. We'll take you even into some of our Fox 35 news coverage throughout the day. Let's go ahead, just pull back up that radar here for another moment. You can see it is getting closer, and we'll also keep track of once it does make landfall, the weather conditions that Florida residents are seeing and are impacted by. But this isn't the only thing we've been watching here today, as it's been gaining some strength on its way to Florida. And think they're still recovering from Hurricane Ian, who had come just more than 1 month ago. Of course, we know that had came on the west side of Florida, in the Gulf side of Florida, but it did bring impacts all across the Sunshine State, including that flooding. So residents, once again, were trying to get prepared ahead of time. So as I mentioned, we'll step away from some of this coverage here for you and continue to talk about where we're at when it comes to those votes that are still coming in. There's still some ballots that are being processed in multiple counties all across the country. Already we've seen some of these races that were close and very tight up through this afternoon, already seeing some of those candidates conceding to their opponents. So we'll take you into some more of this right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, giving you more content surrounding the midterm elections right here for you on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier this afternoon, we heard from President Biden. He was speaking about the results from this midterm election. And one of the things that he was saying was that control of the House still going to be very close. Of course, some of these key races, we're still getting in some of those details. And out of Pennsylvania, we did see Democrat John Fetterman secure the Pennsylvania Senate seat just last night. The race between him and Dr. Mehmet Oz was one of those most contentious races in the nation, but Fetterman won by a larger margin than many had expected. So what we want to do is, of course, bring you even more details here on this story. We do have Fox's Rebecca Castor, who is joining us here on Live Now from Fox from Philadelphia with the breakdown on how exactly this was pulled off. Hi, Rebecca.
Good evening, Christy. Well, Fetterman won with black voters and women, two key groups that we saw both candidates focus on during their campaigns. But we also saw a lot of focus on this race was on Fetterman's health. But our Fox News analysis shows that for most voters, they thought Fetterman was healthy enough to do the job. Now, this is after he only did one debate and refused to release detailed medical records. But voters were more concerned that Oz was not familiar enough with Pennsylvania to represent them. Oz took a lot of hits on the campaign trail for being from New Jersey, and that hurt him in this race. While polls had these candidates neck and neck before Election Day, Fetterman took the state by more than 3 points.
We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do.
Oz called Fetterman this morning to concede, sharing in a statement, "As a doctor, I always do my best to help others heal. That's why I ran for Senate. I hope we can begin the healing process as a nation soon." Now, with Democrats winning Pennsylvania, the Senate is still up for grabs with many races, or a few races, actually, I should say, still too close to call, Christy.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of those interesting races, as we said off the top, you know, that people were closely watching, and good to hear that Dr. Oz did call him and conceded to him. So we'll continue to watch what happens next in the state of Pennsylvania. Rebecca Castor joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Rebecca, for your coverage today. Let's go ahead and continue to take you back out to some of that weather coverage that I want to get into, especially since we do have Tropical Storm Nicole still making its approach to Florida. It's going to be impacting residents later this evening into those late night hours. And once it gets dark, it's going to be even more difficult for residents who didn't have to evacuate to maneuver through areas that are seeing an impact from that storm. We have our Fox 35 teams giving us some more coverage. They're right now showing the radar on where this storm is moving, as well as when exactly it's going to impact residents all across the Sunshine State. Let's go ahead and get into some of their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
But those were just sort of glancing blows. Those were just very big hurricanes. This one could actually potentially make a landfall in Brevard County, just upping the ante on everything. Right now, we're seeing wind gusts between 40 and 60 miles an hour. So far, we've had a peak gust about 65 miles per hour near New Smyrna Beach. Right now, 46 miles per hour at Palm Coast. But if you're on the beach, if you're kind of near the buildings, there's a wind tunnel effect. You'll see a lot of folks getting blown around down there in our live reports. I want to show you the structure, though, this thing using Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Here's the coastline, center of circulation right now over Grand Bahama, approaching Freeport. It's now officially a hurricane. This band, though, this band is the main band of bad weather coming our way. So even though the landfall tonight happens at 1 in the morning, we're going to start seeing conditions deteriorating exponentially with each passing minute on the coastline starting around 10 o'clock tonight. As this main band comes ashore, we'll see steady winds about 40 to 60 miles an hour with hurricane force gusts developing. And obviously, as you get closer to the eye, as that comes ashore, those gusts will become much higher as there's an eye wall that'll be approaching places like Palm Bay by 1 a.m. So the eye, the landfall, Port St. Lucie, let's not obsess over the landfall location there at Port St. Lucie, because the full force of this is actually going to be north of that eye in Palm Bay, in southern Brevard County. From there, it'll quickly race across the peninsula, but be on the same longitude, the vertical line here, as Orlando by 6 in the morning. So Orlando is also going to catch hurricane force wind gusts as Hurricane Nicole races across the peninsula, but by lunchtime, most of the action starts to wind down, but the damage will have been done. We're going to continue tracking this coming up. We've got a high tide coming up at 8:30. That's a very dangerous time now that the sun has set. Coastal inundation, Luann and Ray, will be the big legacy of this storm. All of the damage along the coast, while Ian's legacy was all the inland flooding.
Yeah, we're going to have a completely different coastline, I'm afraid, Brooks, when we have daylight in the morning and see just how much destruction has been caused by Nicole. Well, mandatory evacuations are in effect right now in both Flagler and Volusia counties. Flagler's order went into effect at 3:30 this afternoon, and Volusia County wanted everyone east of the intercoastal out by 4. And take a look at this video. This is why Volusia County officials want everyone to leave the coast tonight. A beachfront home is crumbling.
And the concern is that it will not be the only one when all is said and done. Several condo buildings are now being evacuated, too. Fox 35's Valerie Boyd joins us live from Daytona Beach shores. Valerie, we were all taken aback when we heard the sheriff say it's not a matter of if, but when buildings collapse.
Absolutely. It's very scary out here, and the wind is getting stronger right now. It's at 30 miles per hour, and you could see the building next to us, the beach safety building, is collapsed over there. There's some sea foam over there. Look around, even though it's supposed to be an evacuation, I see people across the way, and right next to us, there's actually people over here. Hey, you were just telling me the bridge is closed right now?
That's right. I just ran the bridge, and it was exciting, and I'm going to run it on the way back.
Well, no, you don't want to do that. That's putting yourself at risk. But
no off days.
No.
Got to get my times up.
No, we don't want anyone running the bridge. Everyone keeping safe. But you were saying it's closed now?
No, it's not closed yet. I got to get back.
Okay. Well, be careful and don't run the bridge. What's it like for you to be out here during this wind?
It's a lot of fun to see it out here, but I got to get home. I got to run the bridge before they close it.
Okay. Well,
right,
don't run the bridge. Okay. So again, you can see all the damage down here, and then we have lots of people, not lots, but several people still milling around, taking selfies, which is what the sheriff asked us not to do. And this is Matthew. Why are you out here still?
I'm just getting a chance to watch this hurricane. It's not going to make landfall yet, but just kind of assess the situation. Just kind of see it firsthand.
You're a college student.
Yes. I actually have a meteorology minor, so it's very interesting to me.
All right, but maybe you should go back to your dorm and stay safe.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Thank you very much. All right, so as you can see down there, you can see a little bit of the water. Whoop, there goes my hat. You can see the water is real choppy right now. And again, Sheriff Chitwood says around 12 buildings are of concern of collapse. And then here in Daytona Shores, again, it's 12 buildings. We're going to walk a little bit closer here to get out of the wind. Woo! It's kind of crazy. I'm going to stand right here by this wall. Okay. So there's a curfew again from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. Again, it's for everyone's safety. You don't want to be outside. This wind is just kind of crazy right now. And don't run the bridge. Back to you guys.
Valerie, you have me worried. Stay by that pillar. It is windy, and you weigh probably under 100 pounds. So don't go back into the wind. I know. Someone hopefully will bring you your hat. And by the way, the bridges are going to close at 7 p.m.
Yeah,
they said, the sheriff was saying earlier that at 7 p.m. you won't be able to go to the beach. So don't even go out there because you could get stuck.
And the curfew is until 7 a.m.
Exactly. So please stay off the streets. Well, some new video tonight that gives you a new angle of the destruction happening right now in Daytona Beach. You can see here the seawalls in this area have completely collapsed under the storm surge. And as we've been saying, mandatory evacuation orders are in place along the beach. And you heard Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood say he does not want another Surfside event in his county.
And that was very jarring to hear as well. Conditions in Flagler County are getting worse. This is a live look at the pier in Flagler Beach, or really the remnants of it, because it looks like it's going to go down at any point.
Yeah, it was heavily damaged from Hurricane Ian. Now they have caution tape up along the pier, and you can see the waves are still slamming into it, and it's crumbling as we speak. So let's get out to Fox 35's Matt Trezza. He is there live tonight. Matt, what are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, the pier is still standing, but the question is for how much longer, and it's really anyone's guess at this point. I'm not sure how well you can see off into the darkness. However, the white foam from the waves are literally coming up. You know, high tide is supposed to be just around 8 o'clock, so it's coming in, and you can see the waves, I'm not sure if it comes across, coming basically right up to the plants, everything that are just right on the edge of the boardwalk where I'm standing. So the water is coming in, and it's this high tide that has the potential to really take the pier down if it's going to happen. This is something that was slated for demolition anyway, so no one has been allowed out on it. However, still, it's a danger to the area. They don't want anyone out on the beach at this point. In fact, entirely off the roads, out off the streets, out of the beach. That is what the police in Flagler Beach want. They want to make sure that people stay hunkered down in their homes because the storm is coming, and it is coming in hot. You can see that the waves are very, very large, very, very high. They're slamming into the pier. They're concerned for the pier structure itself. They're also concerned for A1A, the road that we're standing along. South of us, just south of us, there's a big section of the road that's closed off because of the danger and risk of debris that's been getting washed up onto the road. They don't want people who are standing there, vehicles traveling over it, to get damaged. Now, north of us, it is open. We are very close to the bridge that goes over to the mainland from here. And they say if the wind picks up, they will close that bridge. And again, A1A is the main concern for officials in the area.
And it's better than what we thought it was going to be. So that little jog south that Nicole's taken has helped us a little bit. A1A, as you can tell, is taking quite the pounding, but we're hopeful that it stays intact thanks to, DOT put in some reinforced stuff, and we've got about 9 blocks that are closed right now just for safety, with water coming over the roadway and some broken coquina rock.
Another concern is the beach erosion. Now, because of previous storms, basically each time a wave smashes into the beach, as it goes out back into the water, it takes a huge amounts of sand out with it. And because of that, a lot of Flagler Beach has just been getting washed out into the waves. There's going to be a big infrastructure project aimed at bringing a lot of sand back to the area, but that is certainly not going to be helped by what we're seeing now and what we're going to be seeing over the next few hours. We're live in Flagler Beach. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thank you. It's really hard to see anything now that the sun has set. Yeah, you can't see the waves, you can't see if there's any beach erosion, and that's why officials are concerned. They say, the beach could be eroding, the foundations of some of these buildings could be collapsing, and you wouldn't even know it.
And that's why they want people to evacuate as soon as possible, and why they've been going door to door, as we saw in Volusia County.
Absolutely. Well, the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck is out on the roads tonight, tracking conditions in Volusia County.
Fox 35's Dave Puglisi joins us live on A1A, heading towards New Smyrna Beach. Dave, what are conditions like where you are?
Hey, Ray. So right now we actually just got off the causeway heading down Flagler Avenue to go to downtown New Smyrna Beach because we wanted to take a look at what things are like here right now. So let me give you a look at. Well, actually, no, you can see that. There we go. Sorry, that was my monitor. And yeah, it's a little bit hard to see due to those lights. But right now, this is that downtown area here in New Smyrna Beach, and it's pretty quiet right now. We're not even really getting much rain. A little bit of a drizzle going on, which has been kind of the case in this area since we came down here. Again, we want to get closer to the beach, show you what it actually looks like. But we were just over in Daytona Beach not too long ago, where we were talking to some people as they were trying to tie up their boats ahead of this storm. One of those boats actually got banged up pretty bad during Hurricane Ian. Here's what those guys had to say about what they're trying to do.
So we're doing everything we can to save the side of the boat and keep it from going onto the pier.
Hopefully his boat doesn't end up in the parking lot down over here at Mom Fufu's,
Now, again, back out here on Flagler Avenue as we head down. Of course, you can see this pretty recognizable area. Things are boarded up, some sandbags in front of stores. We're going to have the latest throughout the night as we give you more of a look at what things are like here in New Smyrna Beach throughout the evening. But that's the latest in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck. I'm Dave Puglisi. Back to you.
Dave, thank you. And you can find everything you need to know to prepare for this hurricane on fox35orlando.com. From closings to the latest forecasts, you can also get alerts sent right to your phone by downloading the Fox 35 News app. And you should really download that app right now, because if you lose power, you can watch our newscasts and get updates right on that app. You're watching Fox 35 continuing coverage of Hurricane Nicole. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much to our Fox team there in Orlando as they're continuing to follow now Hurricane Nicole. We're just getting the latest updates from our different sources, including NOAA, as it is now strengthened into that hurricane like you see here on the screen. This from the National Hurricane Center. Nicole becomes a hurricane as it makes landfall on the Grand Bahama Island. And of course, that is certainly big news. Just a Category 1 storm right now as it heads nearing Florida. You can hear those people in Fox 35 Orlando as they were providing an update there in that coverage, as they were more worried about flooding during Hurricane Ian. It could be wind and rain on the coast and the beaches on that eastern coast of Florida. That is what people are watching here. So we're going to keep our eyes on that here on Live Now from Fox as we continue on to cover this major storm there in Florida. Just Hurricane Ian happened just about 6 weeks ago. Now Hurricane Nicole heading in a reverse direction than Hurricane Ian did, but certainly less magnitude, but still can bring some damage. And they were telling people to get off the street and the bridges there, as lots of people were just sightseeing ahead of Hurricane Nicole. So this is one of the latest hurricanes we've seen down there in Florida. Of course, we're going to have much more coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is our XRAD weather monitor computer. You can see that it's heading toward Fort Pierce on the eastern edge of Florida, north of West Palm Beach. Of course, that is just the cone, so it could vary different degrees north or south based on that. So we will continue to follow it, but its imminent landfall is coming possibly tonight or early tomorrow morning. We're also expecting potentially an update from NOAA on the latest numbers there, as they are likely to give us an update. We're going to take that as soon as we can. But first, we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox.
Mac.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Once more, we are following now Hurricane Nicole as it is making landfall in the Grand Bahama Islands. Of course, we're following our Fox 35 team as they were covering this major storm here in Florida, the second hurricane in as many months down there in Florida. And of course, we're following it very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. And we're going to take our look out as our Fox associates, Caroline Elliott, is in Florida. What can you tell us about the latest update on now Hurricane Nicole and the latest just there from Florida? Caroline?
Well, Andy Mack, in the last half hour, Tropical Storm Nicole was upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. And right now, that landfall is still expected to be overnight. That top concern still is that storm surge, which could reach up to 5 feet in some areas. Now, here in Cocoa Beach, that wind and that rain has picked up significantly also in the last half hour. And it's expected to get even worse in the next few hours. For many cities across Florida's East Coast, this is the second hurricane in under 2 months. This storm isn't expected to be as strong as Hurricane Ian, but many towns are bracing for more flooding and even more damage while still trying to rebuild. In fact, some businesses in Cocoa Beach were still boarded up from Hurricane Ian, and people who live here are taking the warning seriously, but many tell us they're not evacuating.
Nicole is coming. We're here in downtown Cocoa Beach. The waves are already up to the boardwalks, and we probably have another hour or two before I will be getting home and boarded up.
November hurricanes are rare in Florida, but many homeowners, they had to take down their Christmas decorations, something that really isn't too common with your traditional hurricane prep.
Hurricanes are definitely coming, and I'm really surprised there's one in November. Honestly, the most we've done was took down our Christmas lights. We're not really preparing much.
And after making landfall in Florida, Hurricane Nicole is expected to move up Florida's east coast and will affect Georgia and South Carolina later this week. Andy Mack.
Thank you so much for your continued report. And it just became a hurricane within the last 10 or 15 minutes. We're expecting to hear from NOAA hopefully soon. But can you a little bit compare and contrast Hurricane Ian, because you were there on the coast in Florida as that was imminent. Can you describe maybe the differences you're seeing now as Hurricane Nicole is coming toward that east coast?
Right. From my perspective, the biggest difference would be how people are preparing. With Hurricane Ian, many people took those warnings very seriously, as again, it came through as a Category 4 hurricane. So you saw a lot of evacuations. You saw a lot more people boarding up, taking those precautions. Many people around here, the sentiment is, hey, this is a Category 1 hurricane. We've been through this before. We don't think it will be too bad. So that's what they're saying. But again, those officials are really telling people to still take this warning seriously.
Thank you so much, Caroline Elliott. Please be safe there in Florida. Category 1 storm, less than Hurricane Ian, but still a very dangerous storm. So thank you so much for your continued coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, we will continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We are hopefully getting an update from our NOAA team there in as they continue to track this storm. Here is our XRAD weather monitor, and we're hopefully hearing from some NOAA officials right now on Live Now from Fox. Let's dip into some of these conversations as they are providing an update. So let's listen in here as the National Association of Atmospheric Sciences continues on. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
I think over the next couple of hours you'll start to see that, and if you look at the satellite, radar imagery, you can kind of see it trying to do so as we speak. This will put it right on track, so that this is not a change or this is not unexpected. But we should start to see a bit more of a northwestward turn over the next couple of hours.
This was some of our NOAA information. There's some scientists providing it a quick update, a potential interview going on there as they were providing an update on Hurricane Nicole, as it just became a hurricane there in that just outside of the Bahamas, just a little bit north of the Bahamas. Of course, we're watching this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox as it's heading toward Fort Pierce, potentially the West Palm Beach area. So we're following that very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox as we continue on to cover this major storm, the second hurricane, one of the latest hurricanes Florida has ever seen. So we're going to take another quick break here and get into some other coverage from around the country as Hurricane Nicole is imminent to make landfall in the eastern edge of Florida. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we're watching now Hurricane Nicole as it barrels toward the eastern edge of Florida. We just learned in the last 15 or so minutes that it is now a Category 1 storm. It will certainly go back to a tropical storm as soon as it makes landfall and those winds lessen, because that is how they measure this hurricane cycle. We want to go back out, though, to our team in Florida, in Orlando, our Fox 35 team, as they continue to cover tracking Nicole, as it's the second hurricane there in the last 2 months. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
A lot of people, especially in the city of Orlando that were around some of our lakes, are still recovering from the impacts of Hurricane Ian. And I hate that we're here today talking about another storm that's impacting our community, but that's our unfortunate reality. So we need to pivot from recovery and focus on preparing for and weathering this current storm.
Other big talking points: if you plan on heading to a storm shelter, bring your own supplies like medicine, blankets, and pillows. If you have special needs, dial 311 and a ride can be arranged to come get you. More than 100,000 sandbags were given out yesterday, and all sandbag stations are now closed. Lastly, residents are urged to move all trash and debris piles away from the curb. Bag it all up if you can. This will help prevent storm drains from clogging up.
And Sanford police announced that storm shelters have now opened in 2 different places. The first one is at Bentley Elementary School, and the second is at Lawton Childs Middle School. They say these shelters should be treated as a last resort. Our coverage of Hurricane Nicole continues on the News Edge at 6:30.
Dear Santa, all I want.
You were just watching there that coverage from our Fox 35 team in Orlando as they're covering now Hurricane Nicole. A lot of coverage still ongoing, as you can imagine that the Fox 35 team has covered 2 hurricanes in the last 2 months, so quite a bit busy there. We're still looking at shots from around the country there. It's very dark shots right now from different scenes in Florida. Here's a shot as nightfall slowly progresses, and it will likely make landfall during the evening hours, and obviously a very dangerous situation for Floridians as Hurricane Nicole continues on down there. We're going to shift gears, though, here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover also the midterm elections. And we heard from President Joe Biden earlier today, taking questions from a variety of reporters, something we haven't seen in quite some time. He answered various questions about the midterm elections, what it could mean for the Democrats and also the Republicans, also what it means for the economy and a recession, which he says it will not. He believes there will be a soft landing in terms of that. So we were hearing from President Biden earlier today here on Live Now from Fox. We're also hearing from various different political leaders, including Democratic leadership in Washington, D.C. earlier today, as they were providing an update on the midterm elections as well. Let's listen in to several representatives here as they are discussing the balance of power on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you for coming. A short while ago, I spoke to my opponent, Michael Lawler, and congratulated him on a good win. And I pledged my support to him in transitioning this congressional seat so that the people we serve in the Hudson Valley don't have any interruption in the service they deserve. I also just took a call from the president and expressed our appreciation for his leadership on the issues that matter to the American people. And I said to him what I hope every American will see, that last night, House Democrats stood our ground. And we believe November 8th, 2022 will be a signature date in American political history. And we hope the high watermark of some of the anger and the division that we have dealt with this entire cycle, from January 6th on through.
Fox News.
And we hope for something better for our country, because that's what all Americans deserve. We are still working, and any fair person and responsible observer should understand that it will take time to understand all of the races and their outcomes. I just told you what happened in mine, and we will tell you what happens in each of them, fairly and honestly and transparently. But we don't know yet what the outcome will be in, at a minimum, a couple dozen races. And we don't know where the dust will settle. But I can tell you there's going to be a two-handle on it, and probably a lot better than that. And as we sit here, I can't, with 100% certainty, tell you who holds the House majority. But I will leave it to others to make predictions. We're going to do it the right way. And if we fall a little short, we're going to know.
You were just listening in there very quickly in Washington, D.C. on the balance of power. Certainly a lot of discussion around that right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, we're going to shift gears one more time and go back to what is now Hurricane Nicole. And we're going to be joined here live on Live Now from Fox by the acting director of the National Hurricane Center there, Jamie Roan. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us about Hurricane now Nicole as it heads toward Florida? What's the latest update?
Yeah, Hurricane Hunter aircraft were in surveying the system over the last couple of hours and found that it has strengthened and become a hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. And you can really see, you know, some of the organization here in the radar imagery as it starts to come into radar range. This is southeast Florida, the Bahamas here. You can really see the circulation. Now, this right here is some of the more impactful winds. They're starting to push onto the coast in southeast Florida. So residents in the path of the storm really need to get where they're going to be for the evening and stay there.
And we are watching the storm very closely. What are the type of Hurricane Nicole, what is it? Flooding? Is it the beach? Is it the rain? What is the biggest danger for people with a Category 1 storm like this?
Well, I think the story is going to be water with this one, both the coastal flooding and storm surge and the rainfall that's going to come with it, and especially if those two sort of coincide, if you will. And we're really worried, if I could change graphics really quick, about the size here. The size is really big. This orange here denotes just how big it is. And when it comes to storm surge, the size of the wind field or the size of the hurricane is often more important than the actual intensity. And so that's going to create significant storm surge impacts along the Florida East Coast, ultimately spreading into coastal Georgia and South Carolina.
That is good information there. But also in terms of just the time of this storm, Hurricane Nicole, we're in November now. How maybe rare or unusual is it to see a storm of this magnitude or reach Category 1 form and head toward Florida?
Well, a storm forming this late in the year is not unusual. That's why hurricane season extends to the end of November. What is more typical, though, is they often form out over the open waters of the Atlantic. They're more of a threat to shipping and marine interests. To get one to form this close to land, while not totally unusual, is certainly not the most common outcome.
And what do you want people to know? Because this is the second hurricane in the last 2 months that the people of Florida have had to deal with. What are you kind of advising people ahead of this storm as it's expected to make landfall somewhat soon?
Unfortunately, I fear a lot of people are fatigued by hurricane season. Once you get to this point in the year, a lot of people have sort of checked out from a hurricane preparedness perspective. I really want people to just to hang on for just a little bit longer and prepare for this one. Don't take this one for granted.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the acting director of the National Hurricane Center there, Jeremy Roan. Thank you so much for joining us. That's some good information, and we want to make sure everyone stays safe in Florida, as this is a storm not quite of the Hurricane Ian magnitude, but still a very dangerous storm. Thank you so much for joining us. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we want to thank those people as they continue to cover it. And certainly hurricane fatigue, you heard, is a big factor as Hurricane Nicole now heading toward Florida, southeastern part of Florida there. So that is certainly a big factor there as people need to be safe. Categories 1 storm. You heard the storm surge being a factor. So that is also something we're keeping an eye on as this continues on. I want to jump right back into our Fox 35 coverage out there in Orlando as they're covering this storm. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
We're going to likely see more structures fall because they're already so unsound. Look again out at the ocean. You see this huge wave. I mean, it was a lot bigger a second ago that crashed behind me. All of this used to be a beach. So this is highly concerning. And the more foam you see, you know, you've got a long way to go. I'm going to walk down just a little bit. We're going to be safe about this. But I just want to show you, there's the sand to the beach and the water is all the way up. Oh, there goes that foam just blowing around, all right? So look at this. You can see this particular log. Every time the water comes up, it comes a little further out. That's what we're watching right now, guys. The rain, again, coming down absolutely sideways, just pegging us in the face. And I'll tell you what, see where those cars lights are on up there? We are seeing a lot of wind. In fact, we got out of the car to walk down here. It was tough to even walk. It would blow you. And I'm not being dramatic. It's true. It was tough to walk. You can see all of that wind blowing right now as that rain's moving at just lightning speeds. This is only going to get worse as the night progresses. Brooks has been talking diligently about that. We've got a long way to go, but we're out here right now, and that's exactly what we see. Guys, back to you.
And Katie, you can't hammer that point enough. Stay away from this area.
Yeah.
It is not safe, especially with your pets. It's not a good idea.
Up and down the coast, we've been seeing people going to check it out. You know, she's trying not to be rude, but she's right. I don't think it's rude. It's just raw.
Stay away so that you can stay safe from this hurricane.
Yeah, and in other parts of Volusia County, evacuations are not mandatory, but they are recommended.
Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith spoke with a couple of people who plan to ride out the storm in Port Orange.
It hasn't even been 2 months since people living here at the Riverside Mobile Home Park had to deal with Hurricane Ian. Now they're bracing themselves for round 2 as they deal with Tropical Storm Nicole, bringing more rain and wind. Take a look here across the street from the mobile home park. That's the Halifax River, and a mobile homeowner I spoke with just a few moments ago told me they've already seen about a foot of water outside their home today. It has since receded, but they expect to see more of the same later tonight. Take a listen.
We're higher here and than the other mobile homes in the park, but this is so far so good.
The mobile homeowners I spoke with here in the park tell me that officials have come around already suggesting that they evacuate the area, but the 2 gentlemen that I spoke with a short time ago told me they are not going anywhere. One of them actually has a home not too far from their mobile home, so that is what they are going to turn to for their escape plan. Reporting in Port Orange, Marlisa Goldsmith, Fox 35 News.
Lisa, thank you. In Brevard County, it is also recommended that people along the barrier islands there get out now.
Yeah, Fox 35's Alina Shirazi continues our team coverage in Satellite Beach.
We're here at Cocoa Beach, and it seems like all throughout the day, people are still trickling in here by the water. If you take a look out over here by the edge of the ocean, you can see people are still crowded around. They're taking pictures. They're looking around. They've gathered with their families. A lot of people here are true Floridians. They were born and raised. They are sticking out this storm. And as always, when we're here at Cocoa Beach, we always seem to see people that sort of linger and stick around. Again, the Office of Emergency Management is not recommending that you do that at this time. They're recommending that you have a plan. The best thing to do right now, folks, is to stay inside. Mother Nature does not ask for forgiveness or permission. So it is best to make sure you have a plan in place, and if you have somewhere to evacuate to, you do that as soon as possible. Actually, there are a few snowbirds who are also sticking out this storm. We thought that there would be some of the ones to linger, but they're also sticking out this storm. We spoke with one from Canada. He says it's one of his first hurricanes since he's moved here to his beach home, and he's going to hunker out the storm. How do you feel? Are you anxious? Are you...
I think not so much because of what just happened with Ian, and they're saying this is not near as bad. So we were here for Dorian, and we went to Orlando for safety because all our kids said, you got to get out of there.
There are 4 shelters sprinkled throughout the county, ranging from the northern to the southern tip, so emergency management officials want to make sure everyone has somewhere to go. Right now, the wind is really picking up and the sand is just making its way, picking up throughout the beach. So I can tell you the conditions are only going to deteriorate as the night progresses. We're going to see Tropical Storm Nicole transform into that Category 1 hurricane as projected. So again, guys, stay inside, stay safe, and follow the wise words of your officials. In Cocoa Beach, Alina Shirazi, Fox 35 News.
And we've already seen it. Nicole has transitioned from a tropical storm into a hurricane. And in Volusia County right now, police are going door to door, forcing people to evacuate.
And that's because they're concerned that as the night goes on and the erosion continues, buildings are going to come crashing down because the surf has eroded the foundations. Fox 35's Valerie Boyd joins us live in Daytona Beach shores. And Valerie, I know law enforcement was going door to door making sure people had left their condos.
That's right, Ray. In fact, right now I am at the Pirate Cove condo. You can see inside it's totally desolate. That's because it's already been evacuated. Hundreds of people left. The sheriff tells me that 2 people decided to stay behind, but he made sure he got that on body cam. Joining me right now is Deb and Braden. Tell me, what is this like for you guys?
This is kind of surreal. I come to the beach almost every weekend, and it's really sad to see what's happening, especially after Ian.
Are you at all concerned about your safety by being here right now?
When we first got here, it wasn't so bad. We were down at International, but coming here, it's a little more scary. The winds are a lot stronger coming through this, and the waves are way higher than I've ever seen at the beach.
That's right, and I have to say, I met these guys here because they tried to find my hat for me. That flew off on my last live shot, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We're heading home now.
Okay, well, stay safe, you guys.
Thank you, you too.
All right, bye. All right, so there is obviously an evacuation in effect, as well as a county-wide curfew from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. You don't want to be out here. The winds are really, really strong. Felt like I was going to be blown over during my last hour. So just be real careful if you're going to be out and about, but stay in if you can.
All right, Valerie, thank you so much. And we should mention that there are shelters open right now. Hinson Middle School, Heritage Middle School, and Creekside Middle School are all open right now for folks who need shelter from this hurricane. Our coverage of Hurricane Nicole continues on Fox 35. Be sure to download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app as our meteorologists track Nicole. And in case there are power outages, as Luann has mentioned, you can watch our newscasts on your app and get the latest information. Brooks is back after the break with the latest track for Hurricane Nicole.
Just watching our Fox 35 team there as they were providing an update on Hurricane Nicole there in southeastern Florida as they were hit the second time. And we just heard from the National Hurricane Center. They're the acting director, Jeremy Rohn, just a little bit ago. We're expecting to hear from our Fox weather team coming up in just a little bit. So we're going to keep it here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover this major storm from Florida. This is our XRAD computer weather monitor as we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly a lot of coverage there in Florida as it just strengthened. I want to put up this tweet one more time here on Live Now from Fox. The National Hurricane Center officially making it official as Nicole becomes a hurricane. It made landfall in the Grand Bahama Island and it is heading toward southeastern Florida. We are going to be joined now by our Fox weather team and Will Nunley, who's in South Carolina, where the path of Hurricane Nicole will head as probably a tropical storm. Will, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us about what your location is seeing right now, and what are people doing to prepare for a tropical storm, another one heading towards South Carolina?
Hi, Andy. Yeah, can you believe that we're talking about another hurricane, and this one a historic hit for so much of Florida, and the path of this hurricane, very unique. It's going to affect so many people, but I don't want people watching tonight to really get caught up in the cone that they see. That is important, and that does represent the center of circulation, but there are going to be so many areas along our coast in the coming hours here in the Georgia and South Carolina coast that are going to get a very powerful side of all of this weather. And we have a lot of implications here ahead for a lot of these areas. So let's talk about what we're going to be experiencing here in Georgia and South Carolina. We understand from the National Weather Service office here in Charleston, where I'm located tonight, that we are going to have a lot of our activity picking up in the morning and really stretching all through Thursday into Thursday evening. So what you're seeing take place in Florida, going to be wrapping up there in the coming hours and then moving north in our direction. And so we do have storm surge at play here. We have the likelihood of power outages and schools really reacting from Glenn County, that's down near Brunswick, Georgia, all the way up here to Charleston, are starting to cancel or have those learn from home days. And that's going to be really the best advice that we can give a lot of businesses and a lot of schools in these areas, because you don't want to have school buses out trying to get kids home in the height of this storm, because flash flooding is going to be a real factor here, Andy, over the next 24 to 48 hours. We're in the low country, in the heart of the low country. It does not take much for rain to cause a significant flooding situation, and so that's what we're going to be looking at here. Certainly by this time tomorrow night, we're going to have some roads that are going to pose some major concerns. I was speaking here, I'm along the beautiful Ashley River. These are boats that you can barely see in the distance here behind me, and there are people out on those boats, and we've been checking in with them all throughout the day with them saying, hey, is it going to be safe for us to be here? Probably so, but it's going to be a rough day and a rough night. And so this is going to be a lot for people who are along these coastal areas to pay attention to. And Andy, we've had a couple of great days here. It's been beautiful. It was warm here yesterday, sunshine. The hotels are reasonably full. And I mentioned that because I want people who are vacationing in this area. Maybe you have friends or family out on Tybee Island, Hilton Head, Sea Island, any of these areas, Beaufort, Bluffton, Charleston, that have been on trying to scoop up a little bit of vacation here, even though we're in fall. To be aware of what's developing, because it's going to be a rough 48 hours or so ahead, Andy.
Because, yeah, well, and like you said, people maybe not aware just based on the timing of this hurricane coming in November. It's still hurricane season, but we don't really see one this late. And we were talking with the National Hurricane Center Acting Director, Jamie Rohn, and he mentioned maybe hurricane fatigue, where people maybe not preparing as much as they were for Hurricane Ian, but the damage and the storm surge and the rain and the flooding, like you said, still could be very present there in low-lying areas like you're at. Have you seen that from people? Are people taking this one seriously, or have you seen any fatigue from those people?
Here in Charleston, it's been the talk of the town, and I've been out. I spent a lot before we started our live reports this afternoon. I went out and went to some stores, talked to some people, and it certainly is catching folks' attention here in the coastal Empire and Low Country, because they didn't have too many effects, incredible effects from Ian like we saw in Florida. But you talk about that fatigue, and I can imagine that is definitely a factor, especially on the Florida side of things. Not only the fatigue from this, but the damage they already have to deal with. You have compromised structures all across the state of Florida that were affected by Ian. So that's something to keep in mind, that they're dealing with back to back these situations now. And one other thing I'll mention when we talk about clearing up from previous natural disasters, we had a crew here working just behind us throughout most of the afternoon, jackhammering on concrete. And I was asking what project they were working on. They're actually repairing damage from earthquakes that have happened here in South Carolina over the past year. It was enough to crack some concrete around one of the resort pools here. And so they're having to really clean up from another natural disaster as another one is on the horizon.
Definitely. That is certainly very interesting. Well, Will Nunley from Fox Weather, thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate your coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Stay safe there in South Carolina as Hurricane Nicole, possibly a tropical storm by the time it gets to you there. But stay safe in South Carolina. Thank you again.
Thank you, Andy.
All right, we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is our computer weather monitor. As you can see, the cone, and Will, as he was talking about it, that has some variability, so we don't want to make sure people are looking at it. That's the exact path, because it is not the exact path, and people should take this one with a lot of caution, because it can bring a lot of rain, a lot of wind, storm surge, flooding, different things there to Georgia, South Carolina, and of course Florida, as it slowly makes its way there as now a Category 1 storm. Coming up after the break, we're going to hit some of the other big news from around the country, including some of the midterm elections. We know we were just on our coverage of tracking Hurricane Nicole there for quite some time. We're going to shift gears a little bit coming up after the break and get into some more politics as the midterm elections, some races still yet to be called, including out of Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. We're going to get into some of those races coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We're getting these new updates hot off the press there as we continue our coverage of the midterm elections yesterday and into today. Of course, we heard from President Joe Biden as he took questions from reporters on the midterm elections. I want to get out to a state that we're still looking into very closely, as the race is still yet to be called by our Associated Press associates there, as the Senate race still very up for grabs. The governor race in Nevada also up for grabs. Let's listen in to our Clark County team as they were providing an update earlier. The Register of Voters, Joe Gloria, has an update there in Clark County, one of the biggest counties for population in Nevada. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. The election department is making an effort today to try to get as much information as we can so that the general public understands exactly what the process is going to be over the next week. So I've got a little agenda here with a lot of information. I'm going to ask that you let me get through my message here, and then when we're done, we'll give you an opportunity to ask some questions. I need to remind you all about some deadlines that are very critical in everything that we're doing here. So the mail can come through until this Saturday, as long as it's postmarked by November 8th. And we will continue to pick up mail on a daily basis. We've made arrangements with our main post office. The cure runs through Monday, which is November 14th. So anybody on the cure list, which means we couldn't match their signature to what we have on file, they have until Monday, close of business, in order to get that ballot cured. Provisionals. The NVSOS needs to send us reports. Those won't come any earlier until next Tuesday at the earliest, Wednesday at the latest. So we can't count provisional ballots until we've got that report from them. So we're hoping that those will get counted by Wednesday. And then the canvass is on Friday, November 18th. That will be at 1:30 in the Commission Chambers at 500 Grand Central Parkway. So a little bit about the daily activity that we're going through here in Clark County to complete our count. We're going to hold a press conference every day to give out new information, new numbers, and give the media an opportunity to ask any questions related to what we're doing to process ballots. The mail will continue to process every day, and the cure processing takes place every day as well. Currently, on the website, which is available to the general public, we've got 9,579 people who have been entered into the cure process. Of those, 5,396 have not yet cured their ballot. That number will continue to grow until we're finished processing mail ballots. The daily hotline for the general public, if you receive notification from us that your ballot has gone to the cure, please dial 702-455-6552 in order to get assistance to cure your ballot. That hotline will be open Thursday and Friday from 7:30 to 5:30. On Saturday and Sunday, we will also continue to staff that to give members of the general public as much opportunity to cure their ballot as possible. We'll be open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on that hotline over the weekend. And Monday is the last day. Monday will be open from 7:30 to 5 p.m. in order for people to cure their ballot. Provisional validation will also be going on a daily basis. Right now we've got, and that number should not change, 5,555 provisional ballots that have come in through the early voting and election day period. So we've got staff that are fully focused on getting those processed from now until we report to the Secretary of State. We have to make sure that those voters were eligible to be registered. Once we confirm that information, then we mark that as a ballot that we can count. Those are electronic. Those are not mail ballots. Those are electronic and recorded on the in-person voting machines. We're going to publish a release of updated results every day that we count. So we'll have the press conference. We still haven't determined exactly whether it will be the same time every day, but we will have that press conference every day, and every time we count, we'll put a new update out on the website for everybody to see. The current status, which I'm sure everybody is most interested on. So the mail that will be tabulated today represents the drop-off boxes from Monday that we sorted and put through the system yesterday, and the Tuesday United States Postal Service pickup. So we have 14,718 mail ballots that weren't read last night that will go in today. Those will be reported in the evening when we release our new results report on the website. The USPS pickup for today was over 12,700 ballots. So those are beginning the process of going through the mail, through all of the processes leading through counting board and then sent over to count. That's what we've received. We still don't have the estimate on the drop boxes from yesterday, but I can tell you that there's a considerable amount of drop boxes that we received that had a considerable amount of ballots, but I can't give you that count. As soon as we have that, I will make it available this afternoon. Let's go through Thursday through next Wednesday, just briefly, and then it'll be time for you all to ask any questions you may have. So for tomorrow, we'll be working on processing Postal Service ballots as well as the cure. For Friday, again, it's the Postal Service and the cure that we'll be working on processing. For Saturday, that's the last day for us to receive the mail ballots. So that'll be the last day that we're working on processing those to get them to count. And the cure. Sunday needs to be determined. So we don't know yet if we'll have anything to process on Sunday. Everything starts to slow down on the ballots that are coming marked November 8th. So we don't know yet what we'll be doing on Sunday. Monday's the last day to cure. We'll be going in. Tuesday needs to be determined. Statutorily, that's the last day I can read mail ballots in. So whatever's outstanding, we have to have it in by that day. Wednesday, that'll be our provisional day. So by that time, we should receive the report from the Secretary of State, and we'll be prepared to load those into the system. Thursday, we'll be completing our canvass work that leads into the canvass on Friday, which again
of power. We want to thank you so much for continuing to watch us here on Live Now from Fox as we cover these big races from around the country. And we're down to just 3 for that balance of power decides the control in the Senate. We got Arizona, we have Georgia, and we're also looking at the state you were just talking about, Nevada. We are joined now by Fox's Ashley Soriano. You've spent months covering this race in Nevada. You're in North Las Vegas now. What can you tell us about the latest update and also potentially when we could see a result there in Nevada?
Good evening, Andy. Well, they will be counting. It's a lengthy process, as we know, that could take days or even over a week to finally know the results in this Senate race. The final tally really comes down to Clark County, which includes Las Vegas. That's where a majority of the state's votes come from. The Elections Department says they've finished counting all in-person ballots. They're still processing and counting those mail-in ballots, which really is now with about 22,600 more votes for the entire state. The Registrar of Voters told the media this morning that the county still has about 14,700 mail-in ballots from Monday to process and count, and we should know those results sometime tonight. That's on top of the nearly 13,000 mail ballots received just today.
we expected the timeline to be what it is. I think turnout was good for a midterm. We definitely got more election day turnout than we did in 2020G, but the dynamics are so much different now that we have mail ballot going out to all voters, so it'll be some time.
Clark County has a unique mail-in ballot process. They actually mail these ballots to all registered and eligible voters without them having to request one. Definitely a waiting game for not just Nevada, but the entire nation to find out which party will control the Senate. Andy.
Definitely, and it's obviously one of the three, but you have two races that are still kind of up in the air. In terms of how people are reacting to this, are they used to this kind of a little bit of a slower process? And maybe what are both sides saying as we've seen watch parties from all over the country? Maybe what are the candidates saying?
Yeah, so both candidates here, Laxalt and Cortez Masto, at their watch parties last night, they told their supporters that, you know, they're confident, they're hopeful, but just be patient. Patience is key. And we know that, you know, with the voting process, especially since 2020, when it comes to certifying the results, counting, processing, all of that. But as you heard from the Clark County Registrar of Voters, he said that they are on track with their timeline according to the legal rules that they are following. Andy.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for your continued coverage. Hopefully we'll hear some results later on tonight and potentially a winner over the next couple days. Thank you so much for your continued reporting there from Nevada.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, we'll continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in there to the Registrar of Voters there, Joe Gloria. I want to jump back into some of those remarks you just heard from Ashley Soriano. We appreciate all of our Fox associates and their coverage from around the country. Let's listen in back to some of those remarks earlier from Clark County.
Well, I reported to you what we've received today. Right. It's over 12,700. So yes,
48,000 more, but it's the same number.
I can't give you any estimates on what that will be, but we have to process them through Saturday.
Are you anticipating in thousands? Or still
I don't give any. There's no way for me to tell. So why would I say what I think there might be?
Final results before next Thursday. Is there any chance you'll report out the total Clark County results before 10 days out from the election, November 18th?
Repeat your question.
Is there any way we'll know the final results before November 18th?
You'll have the final unofficial at some point, probably Thursday before the canvass. But it's not official until we canvass.
Okay, so we want to have final results unofficial until then.
That would be the latest that we can have that out there.
Joe, what is the goal? What is the goal to have everything counted, the unofficial results? You mentioned the 18th, but what's the goal before that?
Well, we don't know what we're going to receive through the mail, and so we know what our statutory deadlines are as far as when we have to have them in. So we know by Tuesday statutorily, we have to have everything read through the mail. So I don't have any idea really.
Have you increased the amount of people to help process all the mail-in ballots?
No, what we've done is ensured that we're fully staffed in all of the areas.
What's considered fully staffed?
Fully staffed. Every piece of equipment that we have available to process mail will be in use, and we will have the staff there to staff all of that equipment.
And how many people does that mean?
Oh, it's hundreds.
At what point during early voting is the county allowed to count the mail-in votes?
We can start 15 days before Election Day to start processing them, but we don't release any tally until election night. We have to receive verification from the Secretary of State's office that all counties are done. So we weren't the last county to be finished last night. We were waiting for some other counties to finish up before we reported.
You mentioned that the ballots that were dropped off on Monday are beginning tabulation today. Was there an opportunity to include those in the tally on Monday as well? Like,
No.
it seems like there is a delay time that you could have maybe opened those boxes Monday.
No, we opened them. But it's a long process of events that go into validating that ballot, validating the signature, getting it to the counting board where the ballot is separated from the return envelope, and then taking it over to tabulation to count. Right there.
You said that you didn't have an estimate of the number of ballots that were in the drop boxes yet?
Not yet. We will this afternoon, and I will report it.
Do you know how many drop box locations did have ballots?
All of them. In Clark County, every single vote center has a drop box. So we try to make it as easy as we possibly can for the general public to get those ballots into it. So every single location where we voted yesterday had drop boxes, and this department as well.
Oh, so they were separate than when people went and actually voted?
No, they were at those sites.
At those sites. So
Yes.
those are just the ones that are not counted? The ones
All of those ballot boxes are being processed right now to empty them out, and we'll have that number by this afternoon.
And how many numbers are there? How many boxes were there?
Over 300.
Over.
Just to be clear, so the 14,718 ballots that you say you will release results today?
Yes.
Mailed in, right? So aside from that, we're still waiting for the drop boxes that came in on election day?
That's correct.
So, and just judging from what you've seen in the past, what are the numbers like on a daily basis from these drop boxes? Are they usually larger?
I don't have any numbers to give you on that.
Okay, but we still have to get all the drop boxes ballots that came in on election day.
They're being processed as we speak.
Okay. Aside from the 14,000.
How many ballots in queue are waiting to be tabulated in-house, Steve?
Right now, today, I think I gave that number to you was 14,718.
So those are the numbers that you just explained will be released today.
Today they will be reported on. Yes, ma'am.
That's mail and boxes?
Please, sir. Wait till we finish.
Thank you. Yesterday there was a report on Twitter from John Ralston that said you had a resource issue yesterday with counting election day ballots. Was that a correct report?
I don't have any knowledge of what Mr. Ralston is talking about on the staffing report. As I mentioned, we're making absolutely certain that we're fully staffed in the areas. We've got full commitment from county management and the county commission to make sure that we have the resources available. We hire these individuals from temp agencies who provide folks to come in and assist us with the processing of mail. It's been a long process. They're into their 16th, 17th day, so sometimes we lose staff because they're just tired of working every single day. Some of them are older, so we're replacing those workers as need be every single day. In the back.
Yes, hi. Have we seen any encounters of issues or concerns throughout the counting and processing process last night or through today?
Can you be more specific? What do you mean by encounters?
Yeah, no, just any issues or challenges that...
Nothing that stopped us from processing or completing the ability for people to come in and vote last night. At 7 o'clock, we had staff from the polls go to the end of the line, and every single voter who was in line at 7 o'clock got the opportunity to vote last night.
Joe, I got a quick.
Sure.
Probably three. One of them is you are counting
You were just listening in there to Nevada as the midterms still ongoing. We had elections yesterday, one of 3 very key Senate races that we're keeping an eye on. Of course, we're also watching in Georgia and also in Arizona, a very key race there between Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs. I want to put up a number right now just to show you the latest numbers of that governor race there, that governor race between Katie Hobbs and Kari Lake. Right now, Katie Hobbs leads by just mere percentage points and fractions of those percentage points. We wanted to be joined, though, now by our Fox 10 associate, Steve Nielsen, who's continuing to cover this out of Maricopa County. What do we know right now as votes are still being tabulated in this very, very key race, this very close state? Steve?
Yeah, there should be a significant vote drop here in less than an hour. We've been told 6 o'clock local time, so less than an hour we should have a significant number of votes that drop here. But if you're looking at your screen and when you're looking at these votes come in, you're forgiven if you're a little bit confused at home because it says 99% of precincts reporting, but yet we're still talking about hundreds of thousands, more than 400,000 votes that still need to be counted in this race. Basically, all of the precincts, all of those voting centers on Election Day, those have all been counted. It's the other votes that we're still waiting to hear from, and that kind of solves the answer here. You'll hear a little bit about where all of these different batches of votes come from now. In the big races, election night came and went, and there's no clear answer who won.
We understand that the people of Arizona are very anxious to get the results.
So what's left to be counted? Quite a lot, actually. The county recorder says on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they received 86,000 early ballots. Those ones have already been signature verified. They're going to be tabulated likely today. Another 50,000 ballots were received on Monday. Those are going to be signature verified today and then be tabulated tomorrow. Here's the big number. 275,000 early ballots were dropped off on Election Day. It is going to take a long time to signature verify all of those and get those tabulated. It might take several days. For comparison, that's 100,000 more than were dropped off on Election Day back in 2020. And because of that printing issue on Election Day, 17,000 ballots were put into that box number 3. Those still need to be processed at some point over the next few days. And by the way, 7,000 provisional ballots were also cast on Election Day. You do the math, you add it all up, we're talking about more than 430,000 ballots in Maricopa County alone yet to be tabulated. The Republican County Recorder says the biggest delay is the sheer number of ballots dropped off on Election Day.
This number is immense. And it's a conversation that probably Arizona needs to have in terms of public policy, because this is a number that keeps on growing. It's in many ways, it's wonderful. Arizonans appreciate the ease of the voting process and that you can just take your early ballot and drop it off on Election Day, but it does inhibit us from having a higher percentage of returns available within the first 24, 48 hours.
It's going to be a lot more than just 48 hours to wait for the full results here. In fact, the county is saying that they hope to have 95 to 99% of all votes tabulated by Friday evening. So still at least 48 more hours until we get to that point. And with how close these races are, we may not be able to call any of them until we get to that point. They expect to only release results daily as they get these tabulations going. So again, less than an hour from now, we should have one batch. That'll be from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday votes that they got. And then going forward, they'll be able to tackle all of those votes closer and closer to Election Day. And I do have to add, what'll be interesting to watch here, and one of the quirks in the dynamics, as you likely know about Maricopa County here in Arizona, the largest county in the state, early votes skew favorably for the Democrats. Election Day votes skew favorably for the Republicans, significantly so. So these are votes that are early votes, but they're right next to Election Day. So it'll be very interesting to see if they go towards the Democrats or towards the Republicans. If anyone tells you they know the answer to that right now, they don't. This will be really interesting to watch going forward.
That is a ton of great information there, Steve, about the ballots and about the counting process that is going on in Maricopa County that's got a lot of national attention. And I was just going to ask you about about that, the way these skew, because we saw Katie Hobbs with a significant lead on that first batch of votes that we saw from Maricopa County in that lead. Can you give us a little bit more insight into maybe like when Democrats vote, when Republicans vote, and maybe how much Lake needs to make up, and if it's possible to overtake Hobbs in the end?
Absolutely. You know, this is really a recent phenomenon in the state about how these votes skew early towards Democrats, day of towards Republicans. It's because of the last 2 years since 2020. A lot of the pushback from Republicans in the state that they were election deniers, concerned about voting, so they don't like the mail-in process. They want to vote on Election Day. That's really kind of been the impetus of this. What we're seeing right now is right at 8 o'clock last night when the votes were released, that was 900,000 votes that were all very early votes. That's why it was so heavily in Katie Hobbs and the Democrats' favor. Overnight, though, they were finally able to tabulate 99% of the precincts. That's what made this heat neck and neck here. So now it's just these last few days, and we'll see what really happens here. But I can't imagine we'll be able to call any of these races before Friday. So you're going to be waiting a lot longer here in the state of Arizona probably than anywhere else.
Patience is key there in Arizona. Thank you so much, Steve, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it greatly.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much as we continue here on Live and Now from Fox. We appreciate all of our Fox team as they provide so much good information. I want to take us out back to those numbers. As you can see, the governor race there, very, very, very tight to say the least. Some 4,000 or so votes separate Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, and Kari Lake, the Republican, in that gubernatorial race in Arizona. Of course, the Senate race in Arizona, a lot of people also discussing between Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. That one a little bit more lopsided, with 66% reporting Mark Kelly, up 51% to 46%. You can see a wide margin, some about 50 or so, or 80 or so thousand votes there separating Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. But that one also, like we heard from Steele Nielsen, could take a little bit of time. We're expected to hear an update from Maricopa in terms of those numbers within the next hour or two here on Live Now from Fox. We will provide you updates in our fancy graphic system as they come, and we'll also have an update from Maricopa on any other different press conferences they might hold. But earlier today here on Live Now from Fox, we heard from Maricopa County, as we just talked about getting a lot of attention and different ballots and how they're counted and tabulated. I want to take us back to these remarks from some officials in Maricopa County in Arizona as they continue this midterm process to make sure all these votes are correctly attributed and also counted. Here's more from Maricopa.
Hello all, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time all late last night. As you know, the Recorder's Office is responsible for early voting. We have a very successful early voting season. That's the 26 days before the election day. Yesterday, obviously, we received over 900,000 early ballots. Those were signature verified, those were processed, those were sent forward to tabulation, and those were included in the results. Many were included in the initial results. We are now, from yesterday's election day operations, shifting back to that early ballot processing. And so what we have already done is we received approximately 86,000 early ballots on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before Election Day Tuesday. Now, what my team did is we do what we always do with early ballots, is that we scan that barcode that links to a registered voter. We make sure that that's a valid registered voter. We make sure that voter hasn't cast a ballot previously, and then we capture an image of that signature affidavit. Then we load that into our database and we review the signature. Once the signature is matched, we send it forward to a bipartisan ballot processing team. What that team is that team sits over there. It's a bipartisan team, different parties sitting across from each other, taking those ballots out of the green affidavit envelopes, making sure that the ballot isn't damaged, making sure that it's not torn, making sure that it doesn't have red ink on it, making sure that it doesn't have coffee on it, anything that would inhibit it from being tabulated. So as I mentioned, we've already processed those, and that was about 86,000. We've sent those ahead to the board for tabulation. Now, we also received approximately 50,000 early ballots on Monday. So those were dropped off and received on Monday. Those ballots are currently undergoing processing. So again, they've already undergone that signature review process. They've been signature verified. They've gone through that audit queue, and now they're with the bipartisan team. We will have those done today, and then they will be moved forward to, again, the board for tabulation. Finally, and this is the big number that is bigger than ever before, we received approximately 275,000 early ballots dropped off yesterday on Election Day. So that is what we were doing late last night. My team and I, if you saw us in the warehouse, we were receiving back those early ballots that are returned from the voting locations after the voting locations are closed. We're then sorting those. We're then processing those, we're sending them in, we're image capturing that signature, and what we will be doing today and tomorrow and the next day is we will be reviewing the signatures of all of those 275,000. Once they go through signature verification, once they are deemed good signature, once they go through an audit queue, then they can be sent ahead to the board for tabulation. This number is immense. And it's a conversation that probably Arizona needs to have in terms of public policy, because this is a number that keeps on growing. It's in many ways, it's wonderful. Arizonans appreciate the ease of the voting process, and that you can just take your early ballot and drop it off on Election Day, but it does inhibit us from having a higher percentage of returns available within the first 24, 48 hours. But it is important that we do signature verify all of those, because it is how we confirm your identity. In the November 2020 election, which of course I was not here for, but I can still pull statistics from, there were about 170,000 early ballots that were dropped off on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. So obviously, in just the span of 2 years, despite my best efforts, over 100,000 additional people returned ballots just by dropping off an early ballot on Election Day. So that is what is going on in the world of early voting, and I'm now going to turn it over to Bill for tabulation.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Appreciate all your work and your team's hard work. Thanks to everybody for being here again today. We understand that the people of Arizona are very anxious to get the results, but again, pursuant to state law, as Stephen just talked about, it's going to take a while. And again, today we're asking for their patience, but we also want to give people a good idea of what is happening and what will be happening in the days ahead. So roughly about 1.1, almost 1.2 million votes that have already been reported. So that's what people are aware of when they go on the website. Take a look at that. That is what has been reported so far. But we've got, as Stephen just mentioned, over, and we don't know the exact numbers, but over about 400,000 votes yet to be counted and reported. And that's going to be taking place, and those are mainly, as Stephen mentioned, these are mainly the early votes that have been dropped off since Friday, including yesterday's very large number of at least 275,000. So again, that process is going to go on the recorder's side of the House, and when they have gone through that full verification process, then they will be turned over here to be tabulated. And that's going to be taking place over the next few days. I just want to speak for a moment about day of Election Day activities. So we had approximately 250,000 voters who checked in to vote in person yesterday. And the lion's share of those numbers have already been reported. They were reported last night into the wee hours of the morning, and we want to say a huge thanks to the team back there for all that they did, everyone out in those vote centers, the poll workers, in getting all of those figures in. Of course, you all learned about the Box 3 yesterday. And again, just to be clear on what Box 3 is, these are the ballots, in-person ballots yesterday that were not read into the tabulator. We have approximately 17,000 of those ballots that were in Box 3. So we want to set expectations on that. First thing is the team here now is going through the quality assurance on those ballots, making sure that we don't have any double counts, making sure we know exactly what we're looking at here. Okay? But to talk about the full number of in-person ballots yesterday, we have about 7% of the total of in-person ballots yesterday that went into box 3. So that's 17,000 ballots is about 7%. We always have ballots that go into box 3. We always have ballots that are not read into the tabulator, but that is a higher percentage than normal. But again, we're only talking about 7% of those ballots from yesterday. So those will go through the quality assurance check, and those will be tabulated throughout the week. I don't have exact times, dates, when that's going to happen, but we'll be going through that process during the week. And so now let me talk about reporting that's going to take place. So we will be reporting updates on new numbers every evening. The plan is that we'll be doing it one time a day in the evening, and when we do that, we'll provide the updated totals, and we'll tell you the amount of votes that are being reported at that time, including the breakdown on whether those are early ballots or whether they are ballots out of that box 3, whether they are additional day of ballots. So we want to make sure that people understand that. This group here is going to tabulate ballots every day. As they get processed, we will be tabulating. So we have Veterans Day coming up, a holiday. They will continue to tabulate on that day. We've got the weekend coming up. We will continue to tabulate. But as I have been saying, we have anticipated that we would have 95 to 99% of all the ballots counted and reported by Friday. We have no reason to change that estimate. If we do, we'll let you know. But again, that is still where we anticipate being as we move forward that. So, and one other thing I did want to note is the provisionals. So we had 7,000 provisionals yesterday. Those are in-person folks that were asked to vote a provisional vote. There are a variety of reasons why they would do that, including maybe they didn't have their ID or other reasons, or maybe it showed when they checked in, showed that they had already voted, maybe they had voted early, but we had 7,000. Those 7,000 provisionals are actually fewer than the number of provisionals we had in 2020. And in 2022, we actually had more people voting in person day of than we did in 2020. So again, those numbers are excellent, very low numbers in provisionals compared to historic numbers. So with that, we'd be happy to open it up for any questions that you might have for Stephen and I.
Sarah? I'm not sure who to ask this to. I'm hoping to get a little bit more granular if I can. Can you give us a sense of like how many ballots were Braille, how many provisionals, and how many like overseas ballots? I know that's a lot, but can you give us a little bit of a breakdown of whatever you have?
Absolutely. So in the early ballot universe, the overwhelming majority will be normal early ballots. Braille ballots typically only make up a few hundred out of every election. UOCAVA ballots only a few thousand. So when we talk about 275,000 plus early ballots being dropped off on election day, the overwhelming majority
we had sheriff's department there. We had
typical early ballots.
Sheriffs from other cities. We had,
and I should say on the early ballot topic, another thing that we will be doing, and Bill mentioned Veterans Day, and this is how this came to mind, is we will be curing signatures. So if we originally deem your signature to not be matching, and then we send it to a manager, and the manager also says that does not seem to match, you have 5 business days, so not including Veterans Day, in which to cure that signature. We will also be attempting to contact you in any way possible, in the evening by phone, in the day by phone, by text message, by email, by letter. But if you are proactive, then you can go on to beballotready.vote, and you can make sure that your early ballot was tabulated. Now, if you were an in-person voter with the board, then of course you would just see it as you feed your ballot into the tabulation machine.
Stephen, I have...
Hang on a second. Let's start over here. We'll come across.
Hi, Chris Anthony from CBS News. Just two things. One was a quick detail question. You said 50,000 some kind of votes were being tabulated today?
So 86,000 early ballots were processed by my team and were handed over to tabulation, and I believe those are in tabulation right now. Additionally, we are processing the 50,000 early ballots that were returned to us on Monday, and we will have those transferred over to the tabulation team by the end of today, such that then they can move forward with their tabulation process.
And is yeah, that's separate. That's part of the 400,000 we're talking about.
Correct. So when Bill's talking about 400,000, the lion's share of those are going to be mine, but those early ballots, which is going to be the 86,000 approximately from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, already going on in there. The 40,000 from Monday, already being processed, and then the 275,000 dropped off yesterday, which we are now signature verifying because we scanned those in 4 or 5 a.m. last night.
And it's 50,000 from Monday.
From Monday, approximately.
And
yes, sir.
my other question was, and this could go to both of you. Already last night we heard people at the Republican Watch Party calling the Maricopa County election criminal, calling it rigged, incompetent, and corrupt. How do you respond to that?
Certainly not. Early ballot processing went very well. We had very few issues. We responded to issues throughout the early ballot processing on average in less than 30 minutes. I think our voter registration database was cleaner than it's ever been. I'm proud of the work that we've done on that. In terms of issues reported over that 26-day period, it was remarkably low compared with previous years. And I'll let you, Bill, speak to.
So first of all, I just want to clear up, again, we do not have a number at this point that we anticipate we will report today. So we're not sitting here saying we're gonna report 50,000. We will see how many we have. We will tabulate and report as many as we have completed, obviously following all the necessary processes. And I'll speak directly to the issue of in-person again. I apologized yesterday. I will do it again today. What happened yesterday, we cannot have a repeat of. We are already looking very closely at what happened. Obviously, our team was able to come up with a fix yesterday for what happened, so that allowed those vote centers to get back online. But again, we are going to do a deep dive on this. This board will get to the bottom of exactly what happened, and we will do what needs to be done. The board has demonstrated that in the past when we have had issues, and we'll do that again. That relates, I think, to the word incompetence. Again, there is no perfect election. Yesterday was not a perfect election, but again, we will learn from it and do better. I would say again, this team, our techs and our poll workers, worked quickly to get these issues fixed. With regard to comments like criminal or rigged, there is absolutely no basis for that statement. We made a commitment at the beginning of this year to make this the most transparent election in the history of Maricopa County. I think both the Recorder's Office and the board have stood behind that. When they say criminal, I don't know what they're talking about. 2020, again, as I say often, one of the most scrutinized elections in the history of the world here in Maricopa County. I'd say this one is getting pretty scrutinized too. We welcome the scrutiny. If there are fraud issues, the county attorney's office was on the phone with lawyers for the Republican Party and the Democratic Party all day long. There was a lawsuit that was filed in Maricopa County Superior Court. I didn't follow the entire hearing, but I don't think the word criminal came out of the mouth of the lawyers for Blake Masters' campaign, for the Arizona Republican Party, the RNC, rigged. I do not believe that was what came out of their mouths. So again, if they have allegations, we will take a look at it. But otherwise, I absolutely reject those statements. They're without basis. And the elections workers, the poll workers who dealt with a very difficult situation do not deserve to hear those words, to have those sorts of words thrown at them. And this board is going to stand behind what happened yesterday, figure out what happened, get to the bottom of it, make those changes that need to be made.
You were just listening to some strong words there from Maricopa County officials as they were discussing the election yesterday. Certainly a printing issue made that an imperfect process there. Well, coming up after the break, we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about the election, but in terms of what it might have impacted on the market. This was the look at the closing bell today here, down some 650 or so points there. A lot of red on the screen after maybe not as much red on election night as a lot of people predicted. We're going to have much more coming up after the break on this. Up next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. That was the look at the closing bell today at the New York Stock Exchange, down some 600 plus points there. A lot of red on the screen today after the midterm elections, which may have not seen as much red as a lot of people possibly predicted on those very important midterm elections. We're going to be joined now by an economist, Michael Santo, economist and a consultant there. And it was the worst decline in a day following an election in a decade. When we look at the markets, obviously a lot of people not very happy by going down some 600 points. What are your initial takeaways from the market just a day after the election? Michael?
Well, I think there's probably a bunch of factors going on. Disney, a component in the Dow Jones, since you show that index, and sometimes the S&P 500 is a better index, had a really bad day. It was down more than 12%. They put out bad numbers. Most of the issue is Disney specific. But overall, the market was a very bad day, but the market had recovered a lot going into the elections, anticipating a positive outcome and wanting the Democrats not to have a firm hold on Congress because they believe that the Democrats might tax too much. I'm not completely certain that the market's completely disappointed with the outcome because some of the candidates who lost on the Republican side were not your traditional pro-business Republicans or not traditional in any way. And so there could be extremes and excesses that could be harmful to business. And so I think that I think it's like a complex picture here. And while Governor DeSantis, I'm here in Miami, Florida, is a very, very smart man, for example, he kind of picked a fight with Disney. And I'm mentioning that by coincidence, but that would be unusual because those are huge theme parks, which I happen to have gone with my girlfriend over the weekend, wonderful theme parks. And that's unusual, even if he disagrees with their politics. So he kind of shows both sides of the Republican Party. He's very, very pro-business, but then he takes these populist positions against major corporation state. And this has nothing to do with the political issue they're fighting. I just think that sometimes business comes first, even if you disagree with the Disney executives or their employees. And that reflects a populism beyond what we've seen with the Republican Party before. So I think actually the market might actually like this outcome. They don't necessarily want Biden impeached. In fact, I'm sure they don't, but they don't want him to tax a lot. If they are, in fact, major institutional investors disappointed, it may be because they're worried that if the Republicans have a very slim majority in the House and might not even have a majority in the Senate, maybe they can't stop excesses on the part of the Biden administration in terms of too much regulation. But I would just say that I wouldn't quite necessarily assume that the market's entirely unhappy with the results as they are.
Definitely, and it's just a piece to that puzzle, like you said, and it drops some 645 points, and a lot of people might point to the midterm elections, but it is certainly a factor as well. But like you said, maybe the markets actually like the outcomes from that night. But we've also seen a lot of turbulence in terms of social media and different things like that with Elon Musk and Twitter, but also Facebook and Meta. What can we know about maybe the layoffs that are expected to come from those, and maybe how that will impact the markets as well?
Well, the layoffs on the part of Meta, and of course, hopefully the viewers remember, that was how Zuckerberg decided to rename his company Facebook, because he's invested tens of billions of dollars, or moving to invest tens of billions of dollars in this metaverse, and he perhaps is neglecting the core businesses of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. I think he's reassured investors today with the painful layoffs. Nobody likes layoffs. You can see the pain in his voice and in his face as the video that was leaked to his employees announcing the layoffs. But he, as Kramer on CNBC was saying, was spending kind of like a drunken sailor, and there has to be some discipline here. So Facebook was, I believe, quite a bit up. Maybe it was down from its highs of the day. I think it was slightly above 5%. There's a lot of concerns with what Elon Musk is doing with Twitter, but it's no longer a publicly listed company. So that's kind of like Elon Musk's problems and the people who partly financed, including the big banks that gave something like $15 billion. It does not look good right now. He's not off to a good start. That's pushing down Tesla stock because he has once again sold Tesla stock after he repeatedly assured his investors he wouldn't do it. The Tesla stock is very richly valued, even having come down a great deal. It has to accomplish what we've never seen before, which have a car company make more money than even Apple. Like, it's valued as if, and also they haven't really addressed the issue of how they can continue this outstanding growth. Yes, Tesla has outstanding growth, but how they can continue it with looming clear shortages of lithium, which one day we'll address. There's no shortage in the world of lithium, but our ability to process and refine lithium is limited. And if we get into a fight with Chinese, it will get worse. But as far as one of the things that almost certainly aggravated the drop in the stock market, it's the one of the biggest cryptocurrency companies. I always forget the name, actually FTX, I think it is, in Miami, and they're calling it the Lehman Brothers of cryptocurrency. They've named our stadium here, our basketball stadium. The company is going to go bankrupt. It's a Lehman moment in a sense, but it should not have systemic risks to our economy, but it is perhaps making the stock market nervous because this, for the crypto world, like the big cryptocurrencies, this is a major cataclysmic event, and that cannot be underestimated. The crash of the largest company involved in cryptocurrencies will likely be viewed in textbooks of the future history and economics as a major turning point. It may even if it's not appreciated for months or a year, it could be a death blow to the major cryptocurrencies. You see Bitcoin, for example, down a lot. It's in a multi-year low. It already came down 70%. Now it's down 75%. This is serious for the cryptocurrency world, but the amount of losses are not huge compared to our stock exchanges. So I think that when you ask what happened today, I do need to add one thing. Remember the old saying in the stock market, buy in the rumor, sell in the news. So clearly the market was buying in the rumor that the Republicans would take at least the House, and the Republicans have won the House, so you sell in the news. So even if the historical pattern is to rally on election day, the investors largely got what they want. The Republicans getting some sort of majority in the House. So some of it doesn't necessarily mean they're disappointed with elections, and they have to deal with this Federal Reserve that may be determined to create a very ugly recession, like in 1982, because the Fed chairman, Volcker, in 1982, when Reagan was president, ironically, he was actually appointed by President Carter, the president before, really, really got tough with interest rates. It caused a brief but painful recession, but it is now viewed as perhaps the major factor that conquered 1970s inflation. So the 1982 recession, triggered by very, very aggressive, hawkish policies by the Federal Reserve, is now viewed by many people as the major, if not the key, basically the key factor that conquered 1970s inflation. So that could be good in the long term if it ends the inflation, but it could be a little bit painful in the short term. And Wall Street is not having fun with the Federal Reserve raising of interest rates. And that is constantly looming now. When does this end? It's painful medicine at best. And you have to understand that that is going on, and that's probably a more powerful force than Congress at this point as far as Wall Street is concerned.
And you covered certainly a lot of points there that I was going to talk about, was the crypto market as well as FTX and different things. So thank you so much, Michael Santo, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Like you saw, the market's moving downward today, but also not necessarily an indication of the election and the midterms and what's to come, but certainly also a piece to that puzzle. So thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much again as we continue to cover some of the biggest stories of the day. Again, that was the stock market earlier today here that we watched on Live Now from Fox, down some 600 points there, but a lot of movement in the different areas of the world, including cryptocurrency, in terms of social media. Also, we're expecting to hear some October inflation numbers coming on Thursday, so we'll have all of that covered. It all kind of comes into this whole big market there as it was down some 600 points. We're going to shift gears coming up after the break. We're going to head back down to Florida. Hurricane Nicole, now a Category 1 storm, barreling toward the eastern edge of the Florida Panhandle. We're going to have much more on that coming up after this quick break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Here's a look at our XRAD computer weather monitor as Hurricane now Nicole strengthened into that Category 1 storm as it nears Florida. Of course, we're continuing to follow this here on Live Now from Fox. And I want to bring in our Fox weather team who's in kind of the middle of it. Hopefully we can get out to our associate Brandy Campbell as we're watching this storm slowly unfold toward Florida. You're in Vero Beach, Florida. What can you see now as this Category 1 storm is heading your way?
Well, right now it's just very windy out here, and we've had pretty consistent rain for over an hour out here as it's been scattered throughout most of the day. But if you look out to the ocean, there's a lot of sea foam, definitely some big waves coming and going, and every now and then we're having a splash over this seawall.
It's certainly a very, very strong storm as it just strengthened into that Category 1 storm. Have you seen a change in the weather? Has the rain started to pick up? Has the wind started to pick up? What other changes have you seen just in the last hour or two?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the winds, honestly, they've been coming all day. But once the sun went down, I would say they started to pick up a lot. I wouldn't say in the past hour or so it's been even more so or stronger, but they're consistent. Every now and then we do get a little gust. I'd say like right now, this is a gust that we're getting. But things are definitely progressing, I would say, especially with the rain continuing.
Definitely. It's going to be hard to stand up a little bit as this Category 1 storm. It's just a Category 1 storm, but still very windy, very dangerous. We were talking to other people for Fox Weather down there, Will Nunley, including our National Hurricane Center. Are you seeing any people? Are there any residents around, any tourists around? And maybe are people staying inside? What are you seeing in terms of the people of Vero Beach?
Right. Well, thankfully, right now, where we're standing, which is along part of their boardwalk, I don't see anybody. But throughout the day, we've seen a lot of folks coming here taking pictures and just looking. But in the past hour and a half, I'd say it's been pretty quiet. But otherwise, a lot of people coming to check things out. And they've been doing that up until really tonight. But I think a lot of people are probably now trying to avoid the rain since it hasn't really let up yet.
Definitely, a lot of rain still to come, and flooding certainly a possibility. With those people that you did see, has there been any hurricane fatigue? Because this is the second hurricane Floridians have seen in the last 2 months. Have you seen people just a little bit tired of preparing and weathering hurricanes?
Well, I think for the folks that we've spoken to on this side, they're more so just shocked that we're getting one this late. They did go through Ian, and they did have some of the impacts from it. They didn't seem too fatigued from it, but more so shocked and not too alarmed. But we do know this storm is serious, and officials here, they do want people to take it serious because some of these folks might see some water accumulation just from a regular storm. We're expecting 3 to 5 feet of storm surge here. So if you're getting on a regular storm, it should be more intense this time around. And then you have the wind that you're adding in on that. And this is going to happen more than over, an hour or so when a normal storm will come through off of the shore of Florida.
And we've talked to a lot of people from Fox Weather, and we've talked to you during Hurricane Ian as well. Can you contrast the two storms and maybe how different they feel for you from your perspective? As you're in various different locations in Florida for both storms. Can you compare them a little bit?
Well, for me, I rode out Ian in Orlando, which is obviously more inland, and maybe this is the most that I felt when I was in Orlando, honestly. It wasn't as intense. I think it was a Category 1 when it got to that area. But obviously we know this storm is not as significant as Ian, but should definitely still be, taken just as seriously, because you don't know how you personally, wherever you are, could be impacted.
Definitely. Brandy Campbell, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You stay dry, stay safe, as well as your photographer out there. We appreciate it, and we will continue to track now Hurricane Nicole here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you again.
Of course.
All right, thank you so much as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Here's our XRAD weather monitor as we're looking as it slowly makes its way toward Palm Beach, toward Wellington, Florida there on Live Now from Fox. Of course, those are very important stories we're watching here. We want to take you out to Volusia County, which is in Florida there as they are preparing for the storm. Here is some remarks from their officials as they are asking for potentially some evacuations for people that just a month or two after Hurricane Ian. So certainly a lot of movement there in terms of the hurricane season as hurricane season goes through mid to late November. So let's listen into some officials from a county in Florida as they provide an update here on Live Now from Fox.
The Information Director for Volusia County Government, and it is 2 p.m. Wednesday, November 9th. With us today we have Emergency Management Director Jim Judge, Beach Safety Ocean Rescue Deputy Chief Tammy Melfers, and Sheriff Mike Chitwood. A hurricane warning and a storm surge warning has been issued for the coastal areas of Volusia County, and a tropical storm warning and a flood warning for the rest of Volusia County. The storm's shift slightly southward overnight has moved Volusia County out of the cone. However, this is in no way puts us out of harm's way. This storm is extremely large, and we are still going to receive a significant amount of rainfall and wind. Jim is going to talk with you more about the details of why we shouldn't just focus on the storm's cone. The impacts of the storm are already being felt, and the worst has yet to arrive. The storm's high tide this morning has exposed the true vulnerability of our coastline. One of our county's coastal bathroom structures has already succumbed to the ocean. Deputy Chief Tammy Melfers will speak more in depth regarding the coast in just a moment. As a reminder, the mandatory evacuation order for certain areas of Volusia County went into effect today at 10 a.m. this morning, November 9th. Those who have needed to evacuate should be evacuated by now, If not, people in these areas need to evacuate immediately. Please, don't take this lightly. The threat to your life and your family, it's very imminent, especially if you're on the coast. Shelter information is available at volusia.org/PIN, or you can call the Citizens Information Center at 866-345-0345. Individuals must complete their evacuation by 4 p.m. today, so you've only got a couple hours. This is not the time to wait around and see, what happens. By doing so, you're putting yourself at risk and your family's life at risk. At this time, I'll turn it over to our Emergency Management Director, Jim Judge. Jim?
Thank you very much, Kevin. The weather update, I really want to be honest with everyone in the fact that, now that the cone has, looks like the hurricane will make landfall around Vero Beach tonight at around midnight, but by no means are we out of harm's way. We still can anticipate strong tropical storm force winds throughout Volusia County, through midday tomorrow into tomorrow early evening. So we still have the rest of the day today, all night tonight, through the day tomorrow for those continuous tropical storm force winds. We are continue to be under a hurricane warning. However, the chances for hurricane force winds, even hurricane force gusts, have diminished quite a bit. But again, just because you see that cone, off to the south and then up to the north, that by no means puts us out of harm's way. So, with that, we still are experiencing 35 to 45 mile an hour sustained winds coming in off the ocean. We still have the potential for 4 to 6 inches of rain. We had 1 to 2 inches of rain yesterday. And again, the Halifax River, we have had reports of water coming up over docks and into backyards as we have the Halifax River increasing to 2 to 3 feet all along the intercoastal waterway. This is a very large storm. If you look at the size of the state of Florida, this thing is like over 400 miles wide as it comes in. We do have shelters that are open, and of course you can go to our website for that specific information. But we do have 4 shelters open. There's still plenty of capacity for anyone who still feels the need to evacuate to get to a safer location. We have Creekside Heritage for special needs, Hinson and University High School for general population. Of course, the fair is closed. But we continue to have those high tides. Again, tomorrow morning, we anticipate the high tide at 9:23 a.m., and that's about a foot higher in the morning than it is at high tide in the evening. So the good news is that it's moving at about 12 miles an hour. So once it does make landfall down around the Vero Beach area and then move to the west and then, of course, back to the north and even up into the Big Bend area, I guess the takeaway is that we're not out of the woods, folks. The beaches are incredibly rough, incredibly dangerous. So I know we're going to have Tammy Malfers come up and talk more about the beach conditions, but by no means let your guard down because we may get periods of light rain and even less wind, but don't let that, give you a sense that we're out of this because we are no way is that the case. So lots more to come tonight, overnight, through the day tomorrow. Of course, we'll be spending the night in the Operations Center, and our Citizen Information Center lines are open if you have any questions that you'd like to call to talk to somebody directly. And with that, let me bring up Tammy Malfers, our chief with Ocean Rescue Beach Safety.
Thank you, Jim. As Kevin mentioned, hold on 1 minute, please. Okay. I'm going to pick up where Jim left off, and I'm going to tell you that the beach is not the place to be right now. It's not the time to go and take pictures or video, and 100 likes on social media is not worth dying for. The surf is extremely rough right now, and Mother Nature doesn't play nice, nor does she play fair. If the water catches you, you have a greater probability of dying than living. As we've already discussed, the structures across our entire coastline have been weakened as a result of Hurricane Ian. The impacts of this storm are already worsening their conditions and damaging those unharmed by Ian. Don't assume that because a pier, walkway, or structure show no signs of damage or are accessible that they are safe. I can promise you they are not. As Jim mentioned, just try to hunker down, Ride out the storm in a coastal, if you try to ride out the storm in a coastal residency or hotel, it's risking your life. It's not smart or safe to try to go onto the beach. Sadly, our county experienced a beach fatality at the hands of Hurricane Ian. A woman was caught in the ocean and was not able to be saved. We don't want this to happen again. Like I said earlier, by going to the beach in these conditions, you have a greater chance of dying than living. At this time, Sheriff Mike Chitwood would like to speak.
I can't stress enough what Tommy just said and what Jim had said. From Ormond by the Sea all the way down to Bethune Beach, there are...
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft. We're at the top of the 6 o'clock hour here. We want to thank you for being with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in now to Volusia County, Florida officials prepare their residents there for now Hurricane Nicole. It's a Category 1 hurricane. Remember, we've been following our X-RAD weather system here about its trajectory. Now, remember, it's expected and slated to make landfall late tonight or early into Thursday morning there. You can see it's still off the coast of southeastern Florida. In the meantime, we want to move on to some of these other stories. We want to thank you for being with us. I know it's been a very, very newsworthy couple of days here with the midterm elections and the results that have come in kind of piecemeal from some of these races that we're still waiting for. We're going to get to that in just a moment. And if you've been with us throughout the day, we've been showing you 2 car chases in both the Dallas area and Los Angeles, where you just got aerials over yet another one, this now in Orange County, California. Let's take this right now as Fox 11 Los Angeles are going to be narrating you through yet another police chase.
Idea this is coming, and you've got this van driving out of control, desperately blowing through stop signs, blowing through red lights, making wild turns, driving on the wrong side of the road. This is extremely dangerous for all the people that just happen to be trying to go home after a long day of work.
And this is Artesia Boulevard, a major east-west thoroughfare here that parallels the 91 freeway. We just saw the 5 freeway overpass from Artesia Boulevard here. But you're right, Alex, Christine, you can see, and it looks like the left back brake light is out on that vehicle. Coming up on a very busy intersection here on Artesia Boulevard. Let's see what this driver wants to do. Unclear if there's any other individuals in that vehicle. He's making a right turn. He's going to avoid that. And now he's in some sort of parking lot of an industrial compound. But looked like he hopped off the curb onto this street, Valley View Avenue, which is a north-south thoroughfare there.
And because this is a stolen van, it may mean that the police don't know who is in this particular van. Also, this person doesn't seem to have a whole lot of regard for this van as well. It's not their van. And you see them basically, you know, messing this thing up. And this thing could completely lose control at any moment.
As we watch this here, we want to show you the video earlier where the vehicle is ramming the police.
Wow.
That's trying to box him in.
That's force. Once he tries to use that vehicle to get away, to ram a police car, that's force with a deadly weapon there. So that's going to be part of the charges here too. Trying to get up and back, it's hard to tell if there is a passenger in there as well. Look at how brazen this guy is. So, yeah, this was a pursuit. Unclear, though, if there are any ground units right now, but they do back off because of the dangerous nature, because of what we saw happen today with that morning pursuit that you mentioned, Alex.
We're watching here as he appears to be boxed in, but apparently he gets away from police, and the pursuit is on, as we're seeing to the left of your screen in the smaller box. But watching this here, you can see why police now consider this person very dangerous.
No question about it. And he got away. Guns were drawn there, and perhaps there wasn't enough backup by the police department there. Starting in Fullerton, at least that's what we understand this pursuit. He just kept pulling up, backing up hard, ramming that patrol car, trying to get out.
Look at that. And then made a pathway for himself. Impressive with the turns here.
Up on the curb there, then he's going to make a right. This is the part where we picked it up just prior to going on air, and we did see that this individual was being pursued. You can see that officer outside the vehicle. It just doesn't look like there was 2 officers there. It doesn't look like there's another one running to get out of the way. And unclear if those were Fullerton officers. I couldn't see the emblem on the side of that patrol car, but we do there's another patrol car there against
against traffic again.
A very busy stretch of Valley View here, oncoming traffic. Now making a left, thankfully, getting those other individuals out of harm's way here. Rosecrans and Valley View. Now on Rosecrans here.
Whoa, against traffic again.
He is in the wrong direction, wrong side of the road. Now he's going to get on the right side and picking up speed yet again. Our Extreme Nav system always have you covered with our Skyfox there, the emblem up on the top there. Rosecrans Avenue, ripping at high speeds there, upper right corner of your screen. That speedometer gives you an idea how quickly that suspect that we're honing in on is going.
Yeah.
Initially, we thought this came in as a possible just a vehicle violation. They boxed that vehicle in.
Oh, what's
they
this?
lit him up.
Whoa.
Up on the curb. So reckless here.
Very reckless, and you have to wonder, is this person on some kind of drugs, the way they're driving?
Yeah.
And the way they're acting with police right there, with they had their guns
up on the
drawn.
sidewalk, on the sidewalk.
Kind of behavior, very erratic.
And a sense of restraint from police as well. I mean, they had their guns drawn. Whoa, you wonder if this thing's going to lose control. They chose not to shoot at the tires or do anything to sort of, at that point, I think when that person was asking that desperate to try to get out of there, they just kind of let him go.
And that black helicopter you saw flying at a lower altitude than Skyfox up above there, that likely was one of the law enforcement helicopters.
There you go.
There's a unit there. We widen out. We see the unit there trailing this individual now on Marquardt Avenue at Larwin Avenue, circled there. And you can see all the addresses of the adjacent residential structures there nearby. Again, a high-speed pursuit. We're still trying to ascertain how this started. Definitely in Orange County, possibly in Fullerton, possibly just as a simple vehicular violation. They lit this individual up. It looks like he had pulled over. They boxed him in a complex, a condo, an apartment complex, and he didn't want to give up. And you saw him ram that patrol car several times to get out of the way. There wasn't a lot of backup yet there. He lost his tire there.
Flying.
Not a surprise, and unclear if that was a spike strip or if it's just because he's been driving so recklessly up on the curbs, hitting those curbs hard, driving erratically beyond such a reckless pursuit here now on Imperial Highway.
That's a big vehicle, too, to perhaps lose a tire. And the way that person's driving at those speeds. What baffles me, too, is the road just a second ago was wide open, yet that driver still drove in the middle.
Whoa! Lots of sparks there.
Hopefully that will bring this to an end sooner than later.
The thing is going to go much longer, but we've seen...
Patrol car into a gas station.
Whoa!
And this is where it gets dangerous. And he's, he doesn't have as much control, being that he's lost that back left tire. And this is a high-sided vehicle as well. We already saw him hightail. He doesn't care. This guy does not care. He is revving hard. You could see the smoke. And they got to do something to bring this to an end here.
And you think about this innocent person in this car on the right, who's now in their car, wasn't expecting this to happen.
And this is a situation, Alex and Christine, that this driver is so wanting to get away. What will he do? Is he armed? Will he try to
Look at the sparks flying, too, trying to get away.
We've seen this before, those rev-ups where they just can't move, and he's hitting the pedal to the metal right now. That's why we're seeing the sparks and the smoke here. Officers out of the vehicle, guns drawn here, being told to give up. That officer is in harm's way big time. This driver did not care
drivers here.
Well, you worry, too.
That may be parked. It might be a parked vehicle.
You worry, too, about the vehicle catching fire? Or that person taking off and trying to carjack somebody else. Obviously, their state of mind is in disarray because of their behavior. And so officer safety here is crucial right here.
F-17, so I believe that's the code on top of that unit there. So I believe that could still be Fullerton. An initial report said this pursuit started in Fullerton. They would be the lead agency, and they're continuing on pursuing this individual. He can't move. It looks like he did sideswipe, as you said, a parked car there, Alex and Christine, on Carmenita Road here, guns drawn, waiting for backup there. Where are the other officers? That's what we want right there, to give the backup and perhaps block that vehicle in on the front side.
Rick, how about the vehicles there on the right of our screen that are stuck there at the light? How frightening it must be to be at that light kind of boxed in right there, witnessing this as you look over. probably wishing you could get out of the way quickly.
And officers have to be aware of that as well, because we don't know how
this whole van could catch on fire.
We don't know exactly that gas tank, because he's revving that vehicle. We continue to see the sparks. The rim is that lane of Carmenita Road isn't even blocked yet. But you can see motorists saying,
there's police there.
We don't want any part of this. Here comes another unit on the front side, which is very dangerous for those officers, because now they're going to be on the front side.
Look at the fire now starting from the sparks as this driver continues to try to get away. Previously, they were able to get away when they were boxed in, but this whole thing could catch on entirely on fire.
There's no question. The gas tank there, it's obviously those flames are so close.
Starting on the front now.
Now it looks like there could be some sort of fire on the front. And this driver, and if there is an occupant in there, they can't get out because they're on that passenger side. We don't know if there's anybody else inside that vehicle besides the driver. Again, this started, if you're just tuning in, everyone. Oh, there he goes. He hopped out.
Whoa.
It's a foot bail. He got out that passenger side there, and he's on the run now. He is on the run down this neighborhood, and you can see...
There aren't many police around.
No, we're going to watch this guy, and is he carrying something? Could he be armed? Could he carjack? Commandeer another vehicle at this time?
Hopped up on some sort of drugs.
I think if he was going to do that, he probably would have tried at this point. So he's just going to be on the run.
He doesn't seem to be acting very rationally at this point.
No,
so
not at all. His stamina, we'll see how long that lasts. But we're hoping that police helicopter obviously has eyes on this suspect. And what we would do if there wasn't a... There's a squad car there.
Okay.
And here comes some other ones. Making a turn into this residential area. If you heard the lights and sirens, anytime you have a situation like this, please stay inside. Doors and windows locked. Now this is dangerous. He's on the side part of this home.
Wow.
And you could see more officers arriving on scene here, and we hope this will come to an end, because he was hopped the fence into another home, into the backyard of that home right there. And I'll tell you what, there is Inez Street. That's the side street there on the left side.
Oh, no,
that's not the suspect.
That's just a kid?
No,
or an adult?
Yeah, just coming out to see what's going on.
Oh, goodness.
And I'll tell you what, we're going to have to go back and see, because he was driving so erratically. Too many people outside right now. Again, if you live in this neighborhood here on Inez Street, it's always so important. Somebody pushing a stroller, perhaps, on the sidewalk on the left side there.
I mean, they may have no idea what's going on behind them there. That man walking very casually.
And the officers may also, in this situation, they got to assume that everybody's a suspect, too.
Yeah, hopefully they got eyes on him, and they do know that what he was wearing, they're gonna spread that to all the ground units. We're hoping that there he is right there.
No.
Look at that.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
There's an altercation here.
Oh, man.
There's an that's the suspect.
Are they fighting him?
That is crazy. He's trying to get into the truck.
Whoa.
That is their truck.
Oh, man.
No, get out of the way. Please get out of the way.
Come on.
Are they shooting him?
Wow.
Was that gunshots?
I don't. Oh, and he's off. He stole that contractor's vehicle.
Oh, my God.
And he's on the run again, just as I had thought. He was going to try to commandeer another vehicle, and he is on the move yet again.
So you wonder where
that the residents of that home were not injured. There was some sort of altercation.
They stole his keys, right? It had to have, right?
Again, if there is not a law enforcement helicopter up there, I guarantee we will be providing that information.
But you have to...
We're in touch with law enforcement. We've done it in the past so that they know that now he's driving this contractor's pickup truck, ripping down Leffingwell Road here at Louise Avenue. Starting in the Fullerton area in Orange County, Fullerton police, we believe, there goes the officers the opposite direction. They were making a left turn there off of Imperial Highway. Now back on Imperial Highway.
This is one of the more dangerous pursuits we've covered in some time.
And you mentioned this morning, you were here where you saw that one this morning.
That one was wild, but that one didn't involve at least 2 different carjackings.
Wow.
Well, we don't know if the first one was a carjacking. We know that it was a stolen vehicle. I mean, you have to wonder if this guy's armed. Because somehow, I don't know if it was a fight that led him to but somehow this person got his hands on that guy's keys, right?
Yeah, that begs the question. Were the keys already inside the vehicle?
Or was that the struggle?
Was that the struggle? Was he's pulling the keys out of his pocket? And it looked like, I don't know if it was gunfire or something, but it looked like there was something that went off there during that altercation as well. We don't know if this suspect himself is armed. We don't know if those guys happen to have a gun.
And this is a situation, there's no holding back now. There's no backing off and just doing an aerial survey of this pursuit. All hands on deck. All law enforcement and the agents, all law enforcement agencies, I should say, are aware of what's going on. There's that helicopter because of the altitude, because it's below Skyfox, a few hundred feet above ground level, down in the dirt, as we say, likely tracking this vehicle here. Again, a stolen truck. As far as we know, that was a random incident where that suspect foot-bailed in the original vehicle, the van, went through a residential neighborhood, ended up in a home with his contractor's vehicle, had some sort of exchange or altercation with at least one of perhaps 3 other men there, and was able to get in this vehicle, started up, and the pursuit is on 2.0 in the second vehicle.
And that's always the fear when you have a suspect who's had this behavior, that they're going to do anything they can to get away, and everybody is vulnerable and at risk. And as I'm looking at this shot here, you can see that the sun is setting. It's getting darker out,
and now he just turned off his lights just as you make that point about the sun setting. You wonder also if that van that we saw may be on fire at this point.
What happened to deal with that situation?
Yeah.
Exactly. Fire's been called out there.
And let's hope also that maybe our team can work to re-rack that video of what happened when they stole this, because we've got to watch that again to try to figure out what happened there. But now this person's got a whole new vehicle, fresh set of gas, new energy, clearly desperate, and on his way once again. Man, you got to feel for everybody in this neighborhood. If you know somebody that lives in Whittier, send them a call, give them a call or send them a text. Let them know about this, because this is a dangerous situation, and everybody's got to be, aware that this person's potentially coming in their neighborhood. And if they get out of this, they may be desperate to try to attack somebody else.
Well, it was really sad to see how this went down, because you could tell the people on the left of our screen had no idea what was going on behind them. We had all hoped that perhaps police had this suspect cornered, that they had eyes on this suspect, and then he pops out in the driveway, and you saw that struggle, gets the keys, takes off in this vehicle.
You wonder why they were outside, but maybe it was just you keep hearing all this commotion, you want to see what's going on. I mean, some of that is a bit of human nature.
It seemed like they were doing other conversation.
Yeah, and also wonder, what we don't know, and this is total speculation, is does this person know that person, and was there some connection
by the
there
struggle, though?
as well?
By the struggle, you have to wonder.
Yeah, but you have to think, now up on the island there, against traffic yet again. Now this is on Florence Avenue. Florence is an east-west.
Oh, my gosh.
Head on, so close to those 2 vehicles, so erratic. We're just hoping that law enforcement in Whittier, the LA County Sheriff's Department, Whittier Police, Fullerton Police, the lead agency, again, all hands on deck to try to bring this to a safe conclusion here, because this guy, for every second, for every minute that this pursuit continues, having watched how brazen, how aggressive, how reckless he is, somebody's going to get hurt if they don't bring this to an end. And they're not, I don't think they're going to back off, as we say sometimes, to let him ease and calm himself. They're going to get this guy. I mean, they assaulted officers. This guy assaulted officers with his vehicle. He commandeered another vehicle out of a home. And I think because of the randomness, because Alex and Christine, you asked, did he know those people? He got into a situation where his vehicle didn't work anymore. He was trying to get away. That tire was out. He was gunning it, couldn't get away. He decided to pop out and just start running, and he ended up at that home. That's what I think happened. I don't think he has any connection.
And because, the police didn't have more backup when that original van was stuck and looking like it was about to catch on fire, they weren't able to get him while he was on the ground, right?
Yeah, it's a tough, wow, look at that. And he's able to actually meander and move that vehicle pretty good, despite the fact he's clearly not in a good mental sense right now. Running from police. Who knows what this individual was originally wanted for, or if he has wants. All we have heard initially, against traffic again there, and you could see darker conditions out there. The sun has long set here in Southern California.
And lights out.
The illumination of the lights. He turned off his lights for a while, and he continues to just drive recklessly here through the streets of Whittier.
Well, you feel for the officers who have to deal with someone like this with such uncertainty, and the way this person is working so hard to get away. You have to wonder at what lengths they'll go to get away. And we still have the question, is this person on some kind of drug that they're behaving like this so erratically?
And you also wonder now, Christine, as Rick sort of suggested, do some of the policing tactics potentially change now? And in that original incident where they let him go, or, you know, are they more aggressive in trying to make this thing end?
Yeah, here we go. Another very busy intersection in Whittier, Norwalk Boulevard. That's the street he's on there. He's got a red light here. Is he going to make a right turn or try to cross over that busy Slauson Avenue? You know Slauson, it runs across the basin and East-West Street, and you could see here that he decided to make a right turn on Slauson Avenue from Norwalk Boulevard, staying in the Whittier area, needling his way through traffic dangerously at a high rate of speed. We have not seen any units tailing close by. In fact, we saw other units arriving on the scene going in the opposite direction. Again, I hope that the media airships up there, including Skyfox, that one helicopter, that dark-colored helicopter that was flying much lower at a lower altitude than us up in Skyfox, we always give those law enforcement airships plenty of space so that they can do their thing and they can have eyes on these suspects. Hopefully, that intel has been spread to ground units all over this area in Whittier, near the 605 freeway, up on an island there, busy intersection again, Sorensen Avenue at Slauson. The evening rush hour is on. Again, every minute that this pursuit continues, the danger that this driver is putting, this suspect that is running from police, is putting those individuals, not only in other vehicles, pedestrians, bicycles as well.
So the suspect has been on surface streets for quite a bit here. At one time was on the freeway. We talked about this being in Anaheim and Fullerton PD being involved. Now in Whittier. Been in Whittier for a few minutes here now. Traffic here, again, the issue slowing this vehicle down, but this driver finding ways to get around the traffic, whether it's a right turn or weaving through traffic. I'm wondering if this driver is going to try to stay on surface streets or find a freeway somewhere to
making a right there off of Sorensen Avenue onto Lambert Road.
Wrong way again. Wrong way again. Oof.
So close.
You think about all the lives that have already been impacted by this. That original van was stolen, so whoever that belongs to, now their van is done. You had an incident where the van, when it was stopped, bumped into another car that's probably been severely damaged by this. We now have this incident where it'd be fascinating to hear from the people who were involved in that altercation, who now have lost their truck. Is now randomly, they have to watch going through the streets there with their property. You wonder if they were injured in that struggle too, when it looked like there was a fight and something was going on there, how this guy was able to get the keys. And this thing's still not over yet. I mean, usually we see these pursuits, it kind of just involves the driver and that's it. But a lot of lives already impacted by what we're seeing here.
And he hit a number of vehicles, Alex and Christine. I counted a number of cars that he either sideswiped, he rammed,
bumper car style.
Hit. So a stolen van, we assume that did occur. Perhaps he was lit up while in that van just for a traffic violation. He knew, this car came back stolen. Officers are on me. I got to get out of here. That's when we saw him ram that patrol car, put those officers' lives in danger. That is deadly force right there. Was pursued for miles through Orange County, through Garden Grove, out of Fullerton, into Whittier now, and then was able to commandeer this pickup truck, this pickup truck, a contractor's truck here. Now he's slowing down, and he may not see units behind him, so he is getting a little calmer. It does look like there is a night sun up there lighting this vehicle up, and if that's a law enforcement a unit that's doing that, airship, or if it's one of the media ships, because we have night suns as well. That's unclear at this time. But we have eyes on them. The other media ships do. We believe that one helicopter, that dark-colored helicopter flowing at a lower altitude than we were up in Skyfox, but now he's picking up speed, is flying and tracking this and alerting, giving all units on the ground, all points bulletin. This guy is moving too quickly. endangering lives across this area of Southern California, and this needs to be brought to an end.
He did turn on the lights for the vehicle because those surface streets there, that neighborhood
That's
area
a parking
was
lot.
very
Let's
dark.
see what happens. This is a big parking lot of some facility.
And we also don't know how much gas is in that vehicle.
Look at him.
Yeah.
There could be somebody pushing a cart out in the...
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
People pulling in. Unclear what this is. Magnolia and Hadley, still in Whittier, and now really busy. People coming and going, perhaps from a grocery store, a Target, something. Looks like several businesses there. And now he just made his way around that. Now back out. There's that night sign. You can see that illumination lighting this vehicle up. This stolen. We believe it's stolen. We don't think he has any connection to this vehicle. We saw it live here on Fox 11.
Certainly looked like a stolen vehicle.
Exactly.
If that's a friendly exchange, I don't want to be friends with this guy.
And I do not think that he had any connection with those individuals. I could be wrong, but just seeing what happened, how his van became disabled because of that left rear tire. He was trying to get away, revving it up. He knew that, you know what, I can't get away. I don't want to be taken into custody. And that's why they run. They run because they don't want to go to jail, obviously. He was able to hop out the passenger side of that van.
Okay,
here it is. Here's
here
the
it is.
altercation. Here's the
So
altercation.
on the right-hand side is earlier. This is the altercation.
There's a woman down there. There's a woman, a small dog, and a couple. Look at that.
Wow.
Look how they try to block the suspect from taking the vehicle.
They were trying to shut that gate to prevent him from leaving.
And they went in front of
look
the
at
vehicle.
that. That's assault on those men.
Oh.
Wow, look at that. Their dog.
The dog almost got run over,
now
too.
He's running out. The dog's running out, and probably the gate was supposed to trap him. Now the dog's running onto a busy street.
Wow. That poor family.
This is something else. This is a situation where we hope and pray that nobody has been badly injured yet. From what we've seen, there's been a number of situations where where the van initially struck other vehicles. That altercation there at that home.
Yeah, can we maybe watch that one more time? Do we have that video one more time? The altercation.
That was scary.
Yeah,
stuff
so let's look at this one more time. So is that a gun? Like somebody's holding something.
I see what you're seeing there, Alex.
And then, yeah, that potentially shots are fired. He gets in there. You see the dog is barking. You see the guy trying to stop him. And then he gets out of the way. He realizes he might get run over. And it looks like he's shooting at him. And then the guy just keeps going, almost gets his leg run over.
The dog runs out in the street. Then he runs after his dog. You could see that in the bottom left there.
Wow, and somebody else was running.
And he had to hop a fence to get into the backyard of that home. So, again, the randomness of this. And he's driving a little bit more calmer, a little bit more conservative now, looking in his rearview mirror, seeing that, all right, I'm not seeing any officers. He's got to have an idea. What's that light on me coming from above? Perhaps, but he's not ripping through intersections.
And you wonder
he's slowing down.
How his body can handle all this. Is he under the influence of something?
Adrenaline.
And if he's not, how much adrenaline do you have? I mean, at some point it starts to wear down.
He ran across a busy street after exiting that van, out of the passenger side, ran across that street, down the street, then popped over into that residential area, went through one backyard, then hopped the fence to get into the backyard of that home where we saw that altercation. Has he run into a little dead end or something? That's probably it. A cul-de-sac or a dead-end driveway. So
this is the kind of place where they could potentially box him in if there were officers right behind him, but there aren't.
Hey, he did a little three-point.
Although they tried to box him in earlier and it didn't stop him, so.
Well, here's a little information we're getting from Fullerton Police. So they're saying the suspect fled from an attempted traffic stop around 440 in the Auto Center Drive in Santa Ana 5 freeway. The suspect was originally in a dark-colored sedan. At one point stopped, jumped out of the car, tried to steal a parked pickup in Anaheim.
All right.
Couldn't break into that vehicle. Is he stopping?
Here we go. He's
stopping?
No, I think he's lost right now, and he's seeing that this area right here perhaps has a lot of dead ends. That area of Whittier, I do know, has a major rail service that goes through it, and when you do have that, there aren't a lot of thoroughfares. So perhaps he's running into those dead ends. And trying to just get out of that area. Beverly Boulevard now, still in Whittier. Unclear if that's just random that he's in Whittier right now or if he has a connection. As I always say, they at times will go back to an area that they're familiar with. But it doesn't appear from what we've been watching here the last couple of minutes that he is familiar with that area. What we can see, though, not a lot of police activity on the ground.
Well, let me tell you what we didn't see. Okay, so again, this started out where he tried to steal another car. It was in a sedan, then took off running into an apartment townhouse complex. That's where we saw him in the white van where police had blocked him in. So that was another vehicle that was stolen, and that's where we picked it up.
Yeah, this is
right
the video
there.
of that.
Yeah, so apparently they were chasing him already through this complex on foot and jumped into this van. And look at the officers there. They get out of their vehicle. They get out of the way for their own safety, which means by ramming the police car over and over, this driver is able to push it back and get it out of the way so that that van can actually make an escape.
And those are heavy-duty cruisers, and that is a Fullerton unit there. I can see it now, the emblem and that F on top. They always have numbers on there. And there goes the tire. There goes the back tire. And the timeline, as you just mentioned, Christine, with this pursuit, wow.
So then, okay, so let's watch this portion. So goes through a gas station, barely bumps a vehicle there, then is going to get basically stuck because they're not going to have enough room here with this parked car and traffic, bumps that car, and then that van's done. The van can't go anymore. It's stuck. And you see the sparks. The van almost looks like it's about to catch on fire. And then a little bit later on, the driver gets out of that thing and then jumps out across traffic and runs and gets away.
Yep, he pops out the passenger side, runs across, jumps across the hood of that sedan there that sort of blocked him in. And those units, those SUVs, those police SUVs are heavy-duty vehicles. But you saw that van was able to ram it when it was stuck in that residential area several times, putting those officers' lives in danger. Deadly force used there, was able to push them back just enough to do a turn to get out of that area. And then the pursuit of this van was on, which you're saying, Christine, was the second vehicle.
Well, the problem here is there weren't enough other officers around to catch this guy once he jumps out of the van. There was just the one police vehicle.
Here we go. Here's the altercation on the ground again. This is the altercation on the ground. This is how he commandeered the pickup truck, the contractor's vehicle. Dog. There's a woman there. Two other men.
Yeah. So,
now they're trying to shut the fence.
Watch what it looks like a gunshot here. Boom, it looks like a shot is fired there. Potentially another one aiming what looks like a weapon, but that doesn't seem to stop this guy from taking that vehicle.
Gosh, those poor people. You know, and that truck, you know, could be that man's livelihood.
And there's no reason to think if this person has already stolen two vehicles that he wouldn't be willing to steal a third.
There's no question. I mentioned that earlier. He's going to, how brazen he was, how aggressive he was running. I was surprised that he didn't try to commandeer a vehicle even sooner, to carjack another vehicle. He's trying to get away. They run because they're not in a good mental state. People always ask, why do they even go? Because they want to get away, and they have an idea in their head that they can. And we have seen some that are able to get away. This guy, man, I'm hoping that that all hands on deck, like I said, nearby LA County Sheriff's Department, all of the police involved as well. And you can see here now a lot of units arriving on scene here. We're back live here, so we are seeing those units perhaps enclose on this this pickup truck, this contractor's vehicle.
We're showing this wide shot here because our chopper needs fuel.
2.5 hours.
The chopper is going to peel away, try to get some fuel, and get back up in the air and bring in more coverage.
Just like officer safety is their first priority, the safety of our folks in the chopper is our first priority.
That's right. I know that firsthand.
So we're going to let them do that, and then we'll see if this thing is still going once they get fuel. In the meantime, I know it's frustrating because we'd like to see what happens there. We'll try to stay updated. We talk about
All right, we thank our Fox 11 Los Angeles team there. Wow, what a wild police chase and so many twists and turns there. We'll, like Fox 11, kind of stay with it. If the chopper refuels and they find it yet again, of course, we'll keep you updated on if police, stop this from happening. They make an arrest. So we'll have updates for you on that particular police chase. The third police chase of the day here on Live Now from Fox. 2 there in Los Angeles County, 1 in Dallas earlier this afternoon. So not sure what's going on nationwide about that. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about some of these key international headlines, the war in Ukraine updates there. Also, what could a new House Republican majority do when it comes to funding for the war in Ukraine? We'll have more on that in 2 minutes.
A potential major setback for Russia in its invasion of Ukraine. Russian officials announcing they're withdrawing all of their troops in and around the Russian-held southern city of Kherson and bringing them across a nearby river. Kherson is the only regional capital Moscow has taken in its 8+ months of war.
I understand this is a very difficult decision. At the same time, we will save the lives of our troops.
Taking back Kherson has been a main objective of Ukrainian forces for months now. They've been slowly gaining ground. There have been signs of Russian military movement, but Ukrainian officials fear this could be a deadly trap.
We cannot say absolutely that their statements correspond to their actions.
It would be welcome news for the people of the region. They've either left or been evacuated by the Russians, having endured months of war.
The situation is tense. The city is empty. Everyone is very nervous because the shelling has intensified.
This as battles continue on several fronts. Russia targeting Ukraine's electric grid, knocking out power for millions. Amid talk by the U.S. and allies that Ukrainian President Zelensky should begin to think about talking with Russian President Putin. Don't tell that to former Ukrainian President Poroshenko as he and others rush supplies to the front line.
But this is the price Ukraine should pay to be free, to be democratic, to stop the crazy maniac Putin.
On TV here, President Zelensky confirmed that something was happening around Kherson, but added, our emotions must be restrained. And in comments late today, President Biden indicated that Washington was aware of Russian problems, but then backed off a line that suggested it might lead to a compromise between Kyiv and Moscow. Complicated stuff. In Kyiv, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
Okay, Greg, thanks so much. Let's talk about this even further and a number of other headlines. We're going to be joined right now by former diplomat Brett Bruin, friend of Live Now. Brett, good to see you. I guess that is the main question, and Greg kind of included it in his story there, on whether or not Russia might be bluffing. So we heard from the Russian Minister of Defense, Sergei Shoigu, announcing this today, and they have, throughout the duration of the war, announced similar retreats and kind of how they spin them to the Russian people kind of take different forms. But what are you thinking on this?
Well, look, Russia always has a few dirty tricks up their sleeve. That being said, Andrew, we have seen a series of retreats starting back in the early days of this war when the assault on Kiev and other parts of the country collapsed, and Russia has not been able to mount a successful trap or to force Ukrainian forces into some situations where they would be able to use their retreat in a more strategic way. So every indication at this point, and obviously I no longer have access to the classified documents, but every public indication would suggest that the Russians are trying, and under new command in Ukraine, to re-establish their lines, their defensible lines. And it's important to note that the position in Kherson had become increasingly exposed. And I think it was the determination of the new commanders. They just couldn't justify trying to hold that position. But symbolically, this is a big hit for Putin.
Yeah, and Brett, just to be more specific on what this withdrawal means, that Russian forces are pulling out entirely from the western bank of the Dnipro River there in the south of Ukraine. So we'll just have to wait and see. I just want to show some of the video as well. This was Russian Defense Minister and his kind of colleagues today just announcing this on Russian state television. And so not every day that you see some of these officials there over there in Moscow. In the meantime, I wanted to get your opinion on this Washington Post report as well that really broke over the weekend, I believe on Saturday, having to do with Biden administration folks speaking off the record to reporters at the Washington Post about, pleading and urging with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to at least be open to doing diplomacy with Vladimir Putin. Not, pushing it forthright, but at least being open to maybe starting some of those talks. I'm going to read from the story itself. They say the Biden administration is privately encouraging Ukraine's leaders to signal an openness to negotiate with Russia and to drop their public refusal to engage in peace talks unless Putin is removed from power. Is the Biden administration softening right now on this?
Oh, they are. And let me be honest here, if I could, for a second. As a former White House official, this is a very coordinated attempt to try and jumpstart negotiations. I think it's misguided. One, the Biden administration has not performed particularly well on these high-stake negotiations. Saudi Arabia and the OPEC Plus deal most recently clearly collapsed in front of them. And what I think they're trying to achieve here, if I could read the tea leaves, is they want some sort of peace process to get started. Even if it doesn't arrive at a deal, it at least provides them a path, a light towards the end of this tunnel that we're all in at the moment, with war on the horizon. And let's not forget, and I know we're going to get into it, the prospect of a Republican Congress. They might cut back on some of that military aid, so they're trying to get ahead of that. But I don't think it's a smart strategy for the United States to pressure Zelensky into making these kinds of concessions. If he wants to do it, that's fine. But these kind of leaks to the Washington Post, which are designed to signal and add pressure to Zelensky and his team, are just, quite frankly, dumb diplomacy.
Oh, wow. Speaking of diplomacy, though, and President Biden had a news conference today. He took questions from, several reporters there in the east room of the White House. One of those questions was around something that's kind of tangential to the war in Ukraine. It's still a major story, and that, of course, is WNBA star Brittany Griner. We got the news just yesterday that Moscow is transferring her from a prison in Moscow to a remote penal colony. Secretary of State Antony Blinken there yesterday saying, we strongly protest the movement of Brittany Griner to a remote penal colony and the Russian government's use of wrongful detentions. I'm committed to bringing home Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan as soon as possible. Now, Brett, I know they can't kind of show their cards and play their hands here, publicly at least, but are you confident that these back-channel negotiations are ongoing at this point? We haven't heard a lot about it recently.
No, and again, I don't understand the logic here, because the White House and the State Department have come out and said, look, we're willing to give away all of these things. We'll free a Russian arms dealer. We will offer all of these concessions at a time, by the way, that Russia continues to desperately seek propaganda wins, let alone some actual negotiations with the United States. We've refused to meet them. We've refused to talk to them about anything else, but somehow the detention of these Americans has pushed the Biden administration into direct concessions and communication with Moscow. I absolutely, we need to do everything we can to free Americans that are unjustly detained overseas. But I also think we've got to approach it in a much smarter way, because if, as the Biden administration has shown, such desperation to get this done, we're actually, I think, worsening and prolonging the detention of those Americans as Moscow tries to extract more concessions. But two, we're creating a really dangerous precedent, which says to Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela or Xi Jinping in China, hey, if you take hostage, if you arrest, detain Americans, we'll be willing to hand over all of this stuff, even if you're committing terrible human rights violations, conducting a war in another country.
Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. I always am kind of, on my heels about if we're going to get any news about some type of prisoner swap, some type of deal that's going to be leaked, and we're going to see, Brittany Griner, Paul Whelan on some tarmac somewhere, but that hasn't come just yet. I want to read another quote that was in that piece in the Washington Post. One U.S. official who spoke to some of the reporters off the record said, Ukraine fatigue is a real thing for some of our partners. Is Ukraine fatigue a real thing for possibly some of these House Republicans who will be in a new majority on Capitol Hill, albeit a slim majority? Do you think there's going to be enough will, political will rather, for more funding to the Ukrainian war effort?
Well, look, I don't believe that Republicans, including Kevin McCarthy, Mitch McConnell, are going to want to own the collapse of a country like Ukraine. So, no, I don't think we're going to see a massive shift in U.S. aid towards Ukraine. They may try to threaten to reduce it and see if the Biden administration will play ball, providing them with something in return. But I do have to say the credibility of the United States is on the line here. And if we should change course, we used to say, Andrew, that politics stop at the water's edge. When a democracy, especially a democracy that's fighting so hard for their freedom, is in danger, the United States should not walk away. The United States should not play politics with the lives and certainly the freedoms of people who are doing everything they can to push back against an invasion of their country from an outside aggressor like Russia.
All right. As always, Brett Bruen, just really great insight as we are going into the 9th month of this war. It still goes on. Ukrainians making really substantial gains, though, on the battlefield, and diplomacy continues here at home. Brett, thanks so much for giving us your time.
You bet.
Okay, in the meantime, we want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting an update on some of these races we were following just yesterday, including the mayoral race there in Los Angeles. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this pretty busy Wednesday night here. We want to thank everyone for joining us for 24 hours yesterday as we brought you some of these election results from all across the country in so many different statewide races. Let's focus on one of those races where it's very, very close, but we might not figure out who won for some time. That, of course, is the mayoral race in Los Angeles. And joining us to discuss this even further is Fox 11's Phil Schuman outside of LA's City Hall. Phil, thanks for being with us. I guess my first question is, why are these results going to be taking so long there?
Well, the short answer is that the vote by mail ballots are still coming in. They don't actually start the count until the polls closed last night at 8 o'clock. And then here in Los Angeles County, they accept ballots that have been postmarked by Election Day for up to a week after Election Day. So that's why the results won't be finalized for some time. However, they do have the preliminary results, of course, and what they're showing, Andrew, is that this race between longtime Congresswoman Karen Bass and billionaire developer Rick Caruso, a first-time candidate, is essentially split 50-50. I spoke with Caruso today and heard from Bass as well. He's still giving out hugs, but Rick Caruso says he's moved from campaign to governing mode.
This is the transition time now, and we're spending a lot of time talking about that.
Before he went in for lunch with staff and friends at LA's iconic Langer's Deli, we spoke about the mayor's race. He, of course, knows this is, quote, far from a done deal, in his words, having essentially split the vote in early results. Do you view this as half the people voted for you or half the people voted against you?
I view it that I've got a responsibility to 4 million people to serve them, and that's what I'm going to do. Whether you voted for me or not, I'm going to serve you and work hard.
Meantime, Karen Bass, who talked about moving forward together at her watch party last night at the Hollywood Palladium,
we have a vision for this city,
chose not to make any public appearances today, sending a tweet which read in part, "We're already rolling up our sleeves to launch urgent solutions for homelessness, crime, and affordability." The results are slow in coming on purpose. Same-day voters have to be validated, signatures on all the mail-in ballots have to be verified, and the count continues as ballots postmarked by Election Day are still accepted for 7 days. So the idea is to get it right, not get it fast. As the two wait, who has the edge?
Today, Caruso, I think, feels better than Bass, but Bass has got to be optimistic.
Loyola Marymount political science professor Fernando Garrett explains why he thinks Caruso should be more optimistic.
When he first entered the race, he was at 6%. He keeps climbing. He got to 30% in the primary. The polls recently had gotten him to the 40s, and now he's at 50%. The momentum from that perspective is clearly with him. If the momentum continues with those ballots that haven't been counted, he will be mayor.
And Andrew, as you heard from Professor Garrett, who is a longtime observer of Los Angeles politics, that's if momentum continues for Caruso. The conventional wisdom is just thrown out the door at this time of this election. Even the experts, and you talk to political experts, pundits, all the time. They just cannot predict where this mayor's race is going to go because there are so many outstanding ballots, and we just don't know what part of the city and what group they represent. Again, we'll get another update on Friday. We don't expect to have final numbers by then. And then next Tuesday and Wednesday, rather Tuesday and Friday, that's the schedule. It has to be certified, as they say, by December 5th, and then a new mayor takes office in December. So will it be the congresswoman or the first-time candidate, the developer? They both talk about the need for change here in the nation's second largest city.
Yeah, Phil, we really, and what you were alluding to, might not know a winner until December the 5th. Have you talked to, people there in Los Angeles, friends, family, colleagues? Are they kind of annoyed, though, that it takes this long? I know everything has to be right, obviously, and they need the time to process all of this. But would they rather have results a little bit quicker?
It depends who you talk to them on. Some people would, some people understand the process. I mean, this is largely fueled, Andrew, by the mail-in ballots. Everybody in California gets a ballot in the mail automatically now, whether they request one or not. Back in the June primary, some 90% of all the votes that were cast were sent in by mail ballot. We don't expect that to be that high this time around, but people understand that this is the process that the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder uses, and for the most part, they accept it. I mean, would they love to know the results by last night or today? Sure, but it's not going to happen.
All right, and Phil, just lastly, are we going to expect to hear publicly from both of these candidates later this week, you think?
You know, it just really depends. I mean, Rick Caruso was out today largely, to be honest, because the news media was asking for him. You know, he wanted to accommodate us. He went to that deli by MacArthur Park, which is near downtown Los Angeles. If you've ever been there, sort of kind of helps make his point that incredibly popular restaurant, which has been there since the 60s, now closes at 4 p.m. because of safety concerns for employees and customers. That's a reflection of that area, which, by the way, has a brand new city council representative as of this recent election. So will we hear from Caruso and Bass? Most likely. I mean, we've heard from them almost every day for like the past year, although they may not really have anything significant or new to say until we get some new numbers.
All right, as always, Fox 11's Phil Schuman with the latest on this key race that we were following here on Live Now last night. Phil, we always appreciate it. Talk again.
Okay.
All right, in the meantime, it looks like we do have aerial pictures up over this police chase yet again, and so we want to dip into that. Oh, looks like we just actually lost them, unfortunately. That police chase that we were bringing you is still ongoing there in the residential streets of Los Angeles. We get more on that, we'll bring it to you, but we just lost our shot. We were going to go to that. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting into some more of this weather coverage. Take a look at the trajectory here of what is now Hurricane Nicole. It's at a Category 1 storm. That is the strength as it is kind of hovering there off southeastern Florida. We're going to hear from our folks at Fox 35 in Orlando. We'll also be bringing you more and more updates out of some of these midterm races. We remember at the top of the last hour, got yet new numbers in Maricopa County. So we'll hopefully update some of these key races in Arizona for you as well. We also heard from President Biden today at this press conference there at the White House. So a lot in store in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are over this police chase yet again. This is live We just lost the shot. Oh, here it is. Okay, viewer discretion is advised. It looks like this is coming to an end now. We're going to keep this shot up. We're going to put up a banner just to show you what you are watching. And look at all of the police response right there to get this under control. Now, remember, viewer discretion is advised as officers try to bring this into custody. Let's go out now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles for more.
Known location was Hacienda Heights. This is saying East San Gabriel Valley here. It also should be noted that this reported stolen van, lost a front tire, was rolling on rims, sparks flying here. It's ending up here at the service station, this mobile station on Gale Avenue and South Hacienda Boulevard in the East San Gabriel Valley.
Alex, I want to point something out that I think we missed. If you look on the right side of your screen, there's a sedan there. I just saw a violent confrontation with sheriff's deputies and some individual there. Unclear what that was about.
Yeah, somebody's on the ground right there.
No, we'll be able to show this video again. There was a violent altercation between sheriff's deputies. Why? That's unclear. I did not see, at least from when there was so much going on. That suspect, see, that's not the suspect we saw. But he's being taken into custody.
So who is that guy and what led to that?
Exactly. So I believe that the driver who was originally being pursued, who stole that vehicle in Fullerton, then a van, then this contractor's vehicle, now trying to rev back. Sheriff's deputies are pulling back there.
This time. So earlier, we saw two different incidents where this person stole two different vehicles, and there weren't many cops around. And so because of that, and now you see some weapons pointed at him, the person was able to get away. This time, there's a lot of law enforcement in every direction. This person is not getting out of this situation and going to steal another vehicle. This thing ends here, is the approach you see from law enforcement.
But this is the situation where, do we know if that suspect is armed? There's a canine unit there on the left side of your screen. You can see those officers, those canine officers holding that dog, and that is one way. And those are officers. That dog is an officer of the law, and that dog will go into that cab and take care of that suspect there that has endangered so many people across Orange County and southern LA County on this Wednesday night here. Unclear what happened. We're going to have to go back and see about why that other individual was taken into custody, but there was some sort of there was some sort of altercation between that man, if he was driving that white sedan there, because it was not the suspect. The suspect's still in the cab of that contractor's vehicle, and guns are drawn. Those are LA County Sheriff's units there. That is a sheriff's emblem there at the mobile station on the corner there that we just saw. Initially started this pursuit in Fullerton.
Okay, so this was originally picked up in Anaheim. When we brought you these live pictures in the 5 o'clock hour, it was a stolen van. Then that suspect got out of that stolen van and then carjacked. That was something to see. I know we do have that video. We'll show that to you eventually. But that moment when that suspect carjacked this contractor's vehicle here, then this is the second suspected or second carjacking that is involved in this latest pursuit. Now we've wound up here. Fullerton police at one point backed off because it was so dangerous, and LASD known to be the lead agency on this.
So as Skyfox starts to move, first up, now we're seeing a fire on the back right of where they're trying to get out. And then you also can see what looks like bullet holes on the driver's side window. And you wonder if the driver was hit by them, and you wonder what his health is right now. You see that bullet hole right there, right by the driver's window right there. Yeah, and so you wonder, he's got to recognize that this car's on fire, and how long, at least 2, maybe 3 bullet holes that we see right there. As well. Wow.
He's still
this thing's lighting up.
He's still trying to rev it up. You could see the damage to that LA County Sheriff's Patrol car there, that SUV. That was a violent collision. Again, use of force with that vehicle, that suspect's vehicle that he commandeered in that neighborhood from a family's home, and he used that vehicle. Now they're backing off again.
For their own safety. That thing could explode.
And that makes me think of last week's pursuit, Rick. And by the way, we're hearing that these are bean bags being fired off here. When we covered the stolen big rig cab, and that caught fire, and that suspect had to literally jump out to save his own life of that burning cab, and that did explode. So now we have a similar situation, not exactly the same, of course, but a similar situation where that could be the case, where the suspect has no other choice but to get out.
And Marla, look at the front driver's side wheel, too. Looks like that thing's basically down to nothing.
Yeah, we know that tire was lost, and I don't know if that was the result of just the damage that this vehicle has dealt with throughout the pursuit, or if there was a spike strip involved at one point or another. We know that this suspect was weaving dangerously in and out of traffic with those poor unsuspecting drivers having no clue that this suspect was coming up from behind them. So now we're here. This is all coming to a wild end here in the East San Gabriel Valley.
And let me tell you where exactly this is here, Marla, because I know we keep, you see the bottom there, we keep saying Fullerton. This started in Fullerton, a multi-vehicle stolen pursuit in Fullerton. Fullerton was the lead agency. It went through Northern Orange County, and it's ended here. This is in Hacienda Heights. It's just north of the 60 freeway at the corner of Hacienda Boulevard and Gale Avenue, the mobile station there, a very busy intersection. Count all the deputies there. This is an area, the law enforcement is the sheriff's department. They do the policing there. That's why they're on the scene. But as I said earlier, Marla and Alex, all hands on deck with this. Yeah. This was a man that was driving a vehicle endangering many people across Southern California, on the road, in homes, pedestrian traffic here. No regard for any life, any safety, including officers, including deputies, as we just saw moments ago. Mobile station here, again, if you're just tuning in, north of the 60 freeway, Hacienda Boulevard and Gale Avenue on the northeast corner of those two streets.
So you wonder now what law enforcement's going to do next. What they could do, they've got those shields there, they could approach the vehicle and force this guy out, which we have seen in certain situations. They don't know, though, if he's armed, and he might be able to shoot back at them. That's part of the reason for the hesitancy here. But, you know, I guess they can wait him out as long as possible, too. In the past, we've also seen them bring in, like, SWAT vehicles and move him in that way. Although it's hard to imagine how the driver is able to move this vehicle at this point, Marla. It seems like that thing isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
What I'm taking note of, and Rick, you can chime in here, as we look at the demeanor of these officers down there. What do you make of that? Because obviously it's an extremely tense and dangerous situation.
It's a bad guy, and they know he'll do anything. He's already threatened officers. He already attempted. There's the first time when he had stolen that van, he rammed that vehicle. Those were Fullerton police officers. You see the F09 on the top, the emblem on the side, passenger side there. That's a heavy-duty Fullerton police SUV, and he was able to back up, hit that vehicle enough. Those officers didn't have much backup at that time. Otherwise, they would have tried to box him in. He didn't care. He continued to back up, ram the vehicle, was able to get out of that area, that parking area of a multi-unit, either condo structure or an apartment structure there, and then the pursuit was on. This van eventually lost a tire. He couldn't move. Here it goes right there on cue. He lost the tire, and then it wasn't drivable. He decided to do what we call a foot bail, jump out of the vehicle. The vehicle was catching, that van was catching fire. He got out on the passenger side, climbed across the hood of another vehicle, ran down a busy street in Whittier, went into a residential area, hopped over one fence into one home, then another fence into another home. That's where he had an altercation with a family. Here's that. Here we go. This is what happened at that home in Whittier. And that's those people. There's a woman and two men there. He was able to suspect in the dark colored clothes were able to get the keys, or the keys were already in that contractor's vehicle, and were able to get out.
And almost ran two of them over, by the way.
And this poor dog. There was two dogs in the front area there, and the one dog runs out. One of the men tries to run after the vehicle, perhaps the livelihood of one of these men. That contractor, there goes the dog onto a busy street, lower corner. Who knows what happened to the dog? Here, we're going to slow it down. That looks like there was a gun possibly shot. You mentioned that earlier, Alex.
Although we're hearing now that it may have been a knife.
Okay.
Or some sort of incident involving that, too. But there definitely was a clear conflict here and a struggle. Yet that suspect, we look at it.
There it is. That looks like it could be a knife or something.
Something happened there. And then off this person goes.
how did he get those keys unless they were already in that?
That was my assumption, that someone left those keys in the ignition because it was such a quick getaway, despite the little struggle there. But then
how
got
do you
away
know that?
quickly
How do you know that?
and cleanly, right?
Grabbed keys out of the guy's hand. He just perhaps had them with him, but no, or the keys were in the in that truck. They're badly damaged. You could see the holes on the driver's side there. Just the driver inside that vehicle. We saw it. He pulled into this mobile station. If you're just tuning in, north side of the 60 in Hacienda Heights, on Hacienda Boulevard, corner of Hacienda Boulevard and Gale Avenue. Here's how it all ended.
Okay,
now
let's
watch
this.
Also,
Boom.
I want to see.
Wow.
Watch this white sedan too. We know that's the suspect. He almost hits a gas tank, or he does. He clips it there. Then he backs up and rams that LA County Sheriff's unit hard. Here he goes, boom.
Yeah.
Now watch this guy. Watch the white sedan there on the right side. He does a little loop around the vehicle, and then deputies come, and I don't know. Watch what happens, though. Keep your eyes on the right side with that white sedan there. He opens the door. Now something happens. Now look at that. Look at the activity.
Few people are getting out.
What was going on there?
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack and try and figure out. And at this point, it's pure speculation on our behalf.
Yeah,
there were multiple people that came out.
He just got hit. That vehicle just got hit as his pursuit was on. But then, for whatever reason, deputies went after a couple of people, it looked like, right, Marla?
Yeah.
Inside that sedan.
Can we maybe re-rack that and watch that again to try to figure out what happened there? Because that was very strange. I mean, there were a lot to unpack in the ending of this. First off, when we get that video back, you'll see that the sheriffs, it seemed like, sort of knock him in the back as almost a comeback from what happened earlier in this pursuit. Okay, let's watch this. So we're heading now
the sedan.
Towards the gas station.
They hit the sedan.
That thing's hit.
Sedan gets hit, just waiting at the light.
Yeah. And so now sparks are flying.
People are running from other vehicles there near that van. I don't know if that was an Amazon van. I know they have an Amazon facility nearby.
Right. Wait, the live picture. Look at the live picture. They're moving in.
We're moving in. Let's go live. Let's go back live. Let's take this full.
Here. They have these guys. Yeah.
Whoa! Breaking the window.
Let's see if they let the dog in. The canine units there. Let's see if they're going to let the dog in there. That'll get him out of there.
So you put hands up. Hands up.
Yeah, it does look like he may be complying here. Door open, both doors open. That's a king cab there. And they're going to pull this guy out and take him into custody and take him to jail. Wow. A number of infractions. A use of force, multiple stolen vehicles, injuring other individuals, innocent people on the road. Wow, what a night. And we just hope that nobody through this process was seriously injured. I know we're going to try to attempt to go back to that family who belongs to that contractor's vehicle, where we will have a complete update.
Now they're going to the other side.
Yeah, they have to clear the vehicle completely, throw up the four fingers. Before we see the four fingers, meaning code for all clear, it's not over. There's the suspect, and he's giving up relatively peacefully after all of that.
After all that. It looks like a relatively young man.
Yeah, wow. Something else. Thankfully, he is in custody. And we just hope, because we did not see all of this, how it first started.
Yeah, I mean, the big questions that we're going to try to unpack for our news at 10 o'clock tonight. What was the original traffic violation? What led to the stealing of the first vehicle? What happened actually between this guy and the people he stole the second truck from? What was the deal with that other vehicle we just saw a few minutes ago? Why were those people put into at least detained for a moment? And what is the criminal background potentially of this person?
And that white sedan, what was that all about? That sedan was at the intersection, just waiting at the red light. That sedan was hit violently as the suspect rolled up to the mobile station. Again, this is in Hacienda Heights. If you're just tuning in north of the 60 freeway at the corner of Hacienda Boulevard and Gale Avenue here. I said all hands on deck with this. Count those sheriff's deputies there, Marla and Alex. Wow.
Yeah, LA County Sheriff's deputies bringing this to an end.
There's that video again. Let's watch the sedan.
Okay.
Let's watch the sedan. Suspect rams slightly the gas tank. That could have been something else. You could see the driver of that Amazon van. He says he doesn't want anything to do with it. He takes off. Then the Suspect backs in, rams that sheriff's deputy SUV. But watch the white sedan on the side here of what happened. He just got hit. He was in an innocent car just at the stoplight there at the corner of Gale and Hacienda Boulevard. All of a sudden, somebody got out of the vehicle. Then he gets back in the driver's side. But here comes the deputies.
Wow.
I wonder if those deputies.
Wow.
They couldn't have thought that he had anything to do with the situation. We don't know.
So we're just getting some new information because we have our Gina Silva on the ground, and she actually made contact with the group of individuals whose contractor truck was stolen. We're learning from Gina that they just purchased that vehicle. They just put $5,000 down on it. They just got it, and now it's been carjacked.
I said. That's his livelihood, probably. You know, he's got a new vehicle. He can go out and do his thing, whether he's an electrician, a contractor of some sort. And he tried to save that car and protect his family. And this guy who's being taken into custody did them wrong in a huge way.
Look at this scene. My goodness. Okay, so we do know, as mentioned, Gina Silva, she's on the ground. She's working to get all of this put together for us. Quite the story here that she has to unpack. Coming up for the 10 o'clock news.
Yeah, maybe we can get to her or maybe we can get to her.
All right, we're going to step in here. This is Andrew Kraft with Live Now from Fox. We want to thank you for joining us here. You were just listening in to the great narration there by Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters Marla Tellez, Alex Michelson, Rick Dickert there as they walked us through all the twists and turns and the many dramatic moments that we were just watching there. Suspect now in custody, but it was 2 vehicles. He went through so many different neighborhoods, crashed into so many different cars, but is now has been apprehended by police there in Los Angeles County. So quite the scene. You saw so many of those police officers there, law enforcement officials who tried to get this under control. They're now putting up the yellow police tape as this is now concluded. And so they got the suspect out safely. And so a peaceful resolution there. But remember, we always got to say viewer discretion is advised. In the meantime, we want to just show you some of the other Live Now looks that we have right now. Live look at the White House. We heard from President Biden earlier today there. We're going to be showing you that full press conference a little bit later on. He took a number of questions from reporters reacting to some of these midterm election results that we got in throughout the night. And then, of course, we also have this pretty interesting story here. Let's take this. Take a look at this. Okay, right now at Christie's Art House, the auction house, they are having their biggest sale in the auction house history, in all auction history. So this is the art collection of the former co-founder, the late co-founder of Microsoft, Paul Allen. And Christie's is auctioning off his vast, vast art collection that's worth upwards of $1 billion, according to Christie's there. So always interesting to see some of these pictures inside of Christie's art house there. We don't really see this a lot, but this is the former collection of Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen, who died a couple of years ago. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting updates out of New York about some of the local and national elections that took place there last night. We'll also be giving you the latest updates on what's going on with Hurricane Nicole. We'll be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando. But let's just go out before we go to the break. Take a look at this tweet from Fox's Bill Malugin talking about the pursuit. He said, "This pursuit in LA is by far the craziest I've ever seen, at least in my years of working in the market. Insane." And so there you can see police still trying to assess the scene, take stock of some of the damage to some of these police cruisers. Looks like fire is on the scene now. So if we get any more details on who that driver was and what this was all about, why did it get started, we'll bring that to you here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this very busy Wednesday night, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. Take a look at this scene overhead there in Los Angeles at this intersection, at this gas station. This is what we were following for most of the last hour. The situation has now resolved itself. A suspect is in custody after leading police officers on a wild pursuit. So we'll check in on that story if we get any more details. Also, we're checking in on this story here out of South Florida, where now Hurricane Nicole is a Category 1 storm off the coast there of southeastern Florida. Evacuations have been in order. We're going to check in with our Fox 35 Orlando folks to see how conditions are looking there. And then, of course, this in New York City, which is quite interesting. Oh, we just lost the shot. We were showing you Christie's auction house auctioning off what's one of the biggest lots in history, $1 billion worth of art that used to belong to the former co-founder of Microsoft, Paul Allen, who passed away a couple of years ago. In the meantime, let's get a balance of power update. Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol. And so we're going to be showing you an update from Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram one day after the election. Remember, some states still have ballots to count. Remember, it's really up in the air about how the Senate might turn out. Now, the House is looking more like a very, very slim majority for House Republicans, but a majority nonetheless. Let's listen to Chad Pergram.
Democrats fared better than analysts expected, but Republicans surged in Florida and upstate New York. The GOP toppled a giant, the Democrat in charge of House election efforts, Sean Patrick Maloney of New York.
House Democrats stood our ground, and we believe November 8th, 2022 will be a signature date in American political history.
Control of the House may not be known for days, but Republicans are forging ahead.
We will be in the majority, and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority.
Kevin McCarthy's angling for Speaker, Steve Scalise for Majority Leader. But a narrow GOP majority could hamper McCarthy's quest. McCarthy stumbled to succeed Speaker John Boehner 7 years ago, lacking the votes.
I'm supporting Kevin. I know a lot of people like to focus on all of the drama in Washington.
It's about the math. The Freedom Caucus could oppose McCarthy. Some conservatives aren't convinced he's committed to aggressively chopping spending or sold on impeachment. Other Republicans oppose those tactics.
That's not something that I support at this juncture without a heavy investigation. Impeachment has been weaponized over the years.
The Speaker isn't the member who collects the most votes. McCarthy must win an outright majority of the entire 435-member House. Democrats expected House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to retire, but they now believe the attack on her husband emboldened Pelosi to stay. The lack of a red wave could also boost Pelosi. The Speaker is now off to the climate conference in Egypt without tipping her hand.
That's a conversation for another day.
The president's party hasn't fared this well in a midterm since President George W. Bush after 9/11. Republicans are stumped about why they performed so poorly, especially since President Biden's approval ratings are in the tank. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Okay, Chad, thanks so much. Live Now look there in New York City. So we're going to stay away from Washington for just a moment here, but we're going to still talk about some of these races that were happening up and down the Empire State there. We're going to be joined right now via Zoom by Fox 5 New York reporter Teresa Priolo. And Teresa, thanks so much for being with us. I know you were so busy last night covering a lot of these races there in New York. Let's start off, though, with the big race everyone's talking about, of course, the governor's race there. A lot of people had thought that maybe Lee Zeldin could pull this one out. That was not the case. Kathy Hochul winning her first full term. What is she saying tonight?
Yeah, it's really interesting because if you looked at the polls prior to yesterday's election, the polls were anywhere between 4 points and 11 points between Kathy Hochul as well as Lee Zeldin. So that's not that big of a spread in a state that runs heavily Democratic, where there are roughly like 2-to-1 Democratic voters to Republican voters. So you would think that Kathy Hochul would have been cruising to victory easily, but that's not what happened. Only 6 points separated Hochul from Zeldin. Now, that's the way the numbers were sort of shaking out. This is historic. She is our first elected female governor. She has her work cut out for her. She's going to have a tough budget season ahead and all of that. But at least for today, she is sort of beating the drum of, hey, we ran a really tough race. It was a hard fight to the finish. Now let's sort of get to work. She, you know, in the final weeks of the campaign, final days, final weeks of the campaign, she was really starting to pick up though on some of the Zeldin messaging, which was crime and economy, crime and economy, crime and economy. And we know that that's what New Yorkers are talking about right now. That's what they care about. They care about the economy and they care about crime. And so that also, we saw that also in a lot of the other congressional races. If we leave the statewide races, and if we leave sort of New York City proper and we go to say Long Island, 4 congressional races went to Republicans. So we didn't see a statewide red wave, but we did see sort of a mini wave or a ripple on Long Island with 4 different seats going to Republicans.
Yeah.
They were certainly helped by Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin obviously lost, but there's no doubt that the momentum that he has created across the state worked in the favor of these 4 Republican candidates. I mean, you know, so we'll see how that shakes out. We'll see how that changes the balance of power nationally. We'll see what sort of influence these lawmakers have going forward. But you know, there certainly was a mini red wave, if you will, on Long Island.
Yeah, that's so interesting because everyone's saying the red wave was centered in Florida, and then to what you were speaking to what was going on in some of these, you know, congressional districts for, you know, blue Democrats and incumbents there, and districts where Biden won by 7, 10, 15 points back in 2020, and then you saw Republican, you know, upticks there and taking some of those seats. So, like you said, a mini kind of red wave in New York. It's kind of too early to tell if that's, you know, some type of bellwether for 2024. But let's talk about those congressional races because I'm really, you know, everyone's talking about Sean Patrick Maloney, the DCCC chair, and his loss last night to Republican challenger Mike Lawler. We showed some of his concession speech today, Maloney's. But Teresa, he is the guy that has to get all these incumbent Democrats reelected, but he couldn't do it for himself. That says something.
It certainly does. I mean, that was a race that nobody was really paying attention to until the sort of very end. And we interviewed both Sean Patrick Maloney and Mike Lawler, and this was, for all intents and purposes, a nasty race. There were insinuations of racist flyers in terms of Mike Lawler, that he was somehow connected to racist flyers. There was an ad from a few years ago that was allegedly connected to Lawler, showing some anti-Semitic remarks about a deeply religious community in Upper Westchester and Rockland County. So there were a lot of nasty things going back and forth. It's certainly not an easy or sort of a nice fight by any stretch of the imagination. And I believe the final numbers are something like 1 percentage point separates the two of them. So, you know, when you talk about races that were hard fought, you can't talk about New York without talking about that specific race. And as you're right, Maloney's whole job was to get Democrats elected. If you look at Long Island, he didn't do that great of a job. If you look at his district, 17th, he didn't do that great of a job. There were other places where Democrats did win, certainly. We'll see what his future is and what his career looks like going forward. But yeah, this, you know, people often think of New York as this deep blue state. It is. Mm-hmm. But you do have to remember, it's a very big state. There are people from all different walks of life. There are certainly large swaths of this state that are deep red areas. It doesn't mean it's all, but if you look at Staten Island compared to the other boroughs here in the city, that's a Republican stronghold. If you look at different parts of Western New York, where Kathy Hochul is from, right, you know, a lot of them went to Zeldin. So while we like to paint things with a broad brush, especially in the media, we are a blue state, sure, but we have some very deep red pockets. And those voters really came out in force yesterday. Yeah, I mean, you brought up the district that Kathy Hochul is from, the Buffalo area. And, you know, she was underperforming there. I was really struck by that fact up against Zeldin. One more congressional race, Teresa, I want to talk about. That, of course, was on Staten Island, kind of this rematch between Nicole Malliotakis and Max Rose. What happened there? Max Rose was kind of outspoken. He said, you know, President Biden shouldn't run again. He was too old. And speaking of Maloney, too, President Biden made some phone calls. He came to campaign on behalf of Maloney. He couldn't get him across the finish line. But back to Staten Island, what happened there? That's a really interesting race, too. So just to give some perspective for those who might have not been following, because a lot's been going on. Yeah, Max Rose held the seat. Malliotakis won it from him. And then now Max Rose is challenging Palatka again, and she won this seat handily. I mean, there was no question about it. Some question the messaging. Democrats have not been very consistent in their messaging this election cycle. She, from the beginning, was hammering crime and economy, crime and economy. He was talking about abortion and her record on abortion. Not that abortion doesn't matter, not that that's not an issue that that wouldn't bring New Yorkers out to vote. But when you look at what New Yorkers care about, what they were voting on, this seems to be a wallet election. And they were voting based on the economy, based on their sort of lot in life at this point. Staten Islanders are deeply Republican. Not all, of course, but by and large, if you're going to be, have a generalization about it, they're Republican. So the fact that Max Rose won as a moderate Democrat originally was really interesting. That was the interesting part, not that she took it from him, that he was able to get it to begin with. And he just frankly couldn't capture it back. She's very, very popular. She had the support of former President Donald Trump. Although interestingly, when she talked about the support that she had from him, when we interviewed her, she would really mention him by name. She wasn't, I wouldn't say, distancing herself from him. Don't want to go that far, but she really was trying to stand on her own accomplishments and pointing to her record in Congress and how she is sort of one of the people of Staten Island. They see themselves in her and vice versa. And that seems to be what carried her over the line. My question is, can these two people do anything else now? Because they keep running against each other. So Max Rose needs to find another job, and Palatka needs to go do the one now that she has been, elected to do. I don't know. I don't think that any New Yorker wants to see these two go head to head again. But somehow.
And we'll have to see what Sean Patrick Maloney does next. I mean, he's a very young member of Congress. He's a young Democrat, too. So a lot happened there in New York last night. It's so interesting, too. Teresa Priola, as always, we appreciate your insight into these New York political headlines and stories, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Have a great night.
In the meantime, we're going to get another update from New York as well on some of these other national races. But let's listen in to Sean Patrick Maloney from earlier today. He made some remarks. He was commenting on his loss there to Mike Lawler.
Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you for coming. A short while ago, I spoke to my opponent, Michael Lawler, and congratulated him on a good win. And I pledged my support to him in transitioning this congressional seat so that the people we serve in the Hudson Valley don't have any interruption in the service they deserve. I also just took a call from the president and expressed our appreciation for his leadership on the issues that matter to the American people. And I said to him what I hope every American will see, that last night, House Democrats stood our ground. And we believe November 8th, 2022 will be a signature date in American political history. And we hope the high watermark of some of the anger and the division that we have dealt with this entire cycle, from January 6th on through. And we hope for something better for our country, because that's what all Americans deserve. We are still working, and any fair person and responsible observer should understand that it will take time to understand all of the races and their outcomes. I just told you what happened in mine, and we will tell you what happens in each of them, fairly and honestly and transparently. But we don't know yet what the outcome will be in, at a minimum, a couple dozen races. And we don't know where the dust will settle. But I can tell you there's going to be a two-handle on it, and probably a lot better than that. And as we sit here, I can't, with 100% certainty, tell you who holds the House majority. But I we'll leave it to others to make predictions. We're going to do it the right way. And if we fall a little short, we're going to know that we gave it our all and we beat the spread. And I want to thank our candidates who were remarkable, whose hard work and dedication fueled the defense that defines what happened last night. I want to thank all of our volunteers, all of our donors, all the people who believed in us, who read that we didn't have a chance and went to work anyway. In this life, how you handle defeat is as important as how you handle success. And we had an equal measure of both last night. I want to thank my Democratic colleagues for their support. And I want to tell you, it is the honor of a lifetime to work with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's a remarkable and historic figure in American politics. And without her, so much of this would have been for naught. And just on a personal level, I've learned so much from her, and I will always treasure the time we've spent over the last 2 years traveling around the country working on this project. I want to thank the DCCC staff, starting with my Executive Director, Tim Persico, and all of the people who work here. They're about half my age, most of them, and they are smart, and they are decent, hardworking people, and they believe in something bigger than themselves. And I couldn't be more proud of them. And I think they're going to look back for the rest of their career and boast about being part of the team that delivered this result in 2022. With all the forces and all the money arrayed against us, and everybody's saying we couldn't. And I hope they're proud of that. But they're still working, because we've still got work to do. And the work doesn't stop with one race or one cycle. But we're proud of our president. We're proud of the values we stand for. We're proud of the legislative accomplishments we've won. We're proud of our candidates and our supporters. And we will keep working to give you all the results as fast as we can in a way that is fair and honest and follows the law, because that's what the American people deserve. Happy to take a couple of questions. Go ahead, Andrew.
Can you preview for us what the DTRIP plans to tell members in this noon call?
Right. We have a call scheduled at noon to discuss the results with the caucus. It'll be a slightly more detailed version of what I've just told you.
Mr. Chairman, given everything you said about how uncertain the final results are, what message do you think the American people were trying to send yesterday?
I don't think the American people have given up on democracy. And I think with all of the headwinds and all of the damage from the pandemic and the Trump years, there's still a beating heart to American democracy, and I think you saw it last night. They're not giving up on people with common sense and good values. And by the way, we don't have a monopoly on that. We're not perfect. And there's many good Republicans and independents out there. But I think enough of us, as the president said in his inaugural, still believe in this project that the American people can be proud of themselves for staying in this fight with us. Paul.
How painful is it that DCCC Chairman Sean Patrick Maloney had one of the best nights of a DTRIP chair in the last 10 years, while Hudson Valley and Sean Patrick Maloney took it on the chin?
Yeah, I don't want to make this about me.
But
I don't like.
In New York, you guys also lost 2 or 3 other seats.
No, that I want to guarantee you, there's not one seat on that board that I don't mourn the loss of, and it is that competitive nature that will also, allow me to answer your question honestly and say I don't like to lose. But my opponent won this race, and he won it fair and square. And that means something. And so I'm going to step aside. And I had a good run. And I have an incredible husband who's been with me for 30 years, including right now. And we got 3 great kids, and we have been blessed beyond anything I could have imagined as a young man. And so I'm deeply grateful to the people of the Hudson Valley for giving me their voice and their vote in Washington for 10 years. I'm not going to whine about it. I'm gonna do this the right way, and the right thing to do is to say the other guy won, to wish him well, and to pledge my support, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to take pride in my service, and then I'm going to talk to my family about what comes next.
You mentioned that you spoke with President Biden earlier. What was his message to you about the results last night? What is his perspective?
Well, I think like all of us, he's very interested in where we end up. Like I said, it's better than anybody thought, and that's good for him. And I really mean it when I tell you that the president deserves real credit for tackling the crises that he found when he came into office. He hasn't got everything done he wants to do. He's not perfect, but I tell you what, he's a good, decent man doing important things for the American people. And I think last night should encourage him that despite the opposition, despite the anger and the hatred and the lies that he has faced, the implacable obstruction that he has encountered, that he's making progress, and that we're going to get through this together. And it's because of his leadership and the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats and all of our candidates and all of our supporters. And we're going to go back to work to finish the work of this cycle and to carry forward with the values that have propelled us.
How did you beat
One more.
What specifically did you do in the last weeks and months that helped you to beat the spread, as you said, investigations of how you performed?
Look, I think we'll have more to say about that, I think, as we know more. But for today, what I'll tell you is that Tim Persico, my executive director, built the best team in American politics. And they believed in each other, and they believed in our candidates. And we resisted the temptation to chase shiny objects, and we were disciplined and focused, and we did the work. And I'm a big believer in doing the fundamentals, and I think we did that well. But look, the results will speak for themselves. I've always said I will be judged by the results, and I'm as okay with that this morning as I was 2 years ago when I told you the first time. Thank you guys very much.
Okay, so you're just listening in to Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, who is the chair of the DCCC and now is a victim of redistricting there in New York. There was newly drawn lines. He moved to a new district and then lost to his Republican challenger, Mike Lawler. So this is a pretty big upset for Democrats, especially because Maloney's entire job at the DCCC is to get incumbent Democrats reelected. We were just speaking with Teresa Priolo, and he could not do that for himself or his campaign there. He was a little choked up talking about his career, talking about the staff he's worked with at the DCCC. In the meantime, we're going to get to some of these more national races and some of the results in just a moment. Take a look at this tweet, though, from Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram. Remember, we showed you live the press conference President Biden had just earlier today from the East Room in the White House, talking about how he's eager to work with Republicans, though he was quite bullish on how the night turned out for Democrats. Chad Pergram's reporting, according to the White House, that the president spoke by phone this evening with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. So that's quite interesting. We're going to go out to New York in just a moment to get a kind of recap update on some of these national races as we have one of our reporters standing by. All right, we're going to step away from that. Let's continue, though, talking about these midterm races, how the president, how the White House is responding, how Republicans are responding as well. We want to be joined by Fox 5's Sharon Crowley, though, there in New York City. And Sharon, thanks so much for being with us. You've been tracking this all day about how some of these Democrats, some of these Republicans are responding. We got results still outstanding in some races. Who did you speak to and what do we know?
Yeah, well, actually, President Biden we heard from today, 24 hours after the fact. And what's so interesting about the midterm elections is that we are still counting votes in a lot of key states. And, you know, while it does look like Republicans are poised to take the House, the Senate is still up for grabs. And people are still, especially in a place like Arizona, still counting votes. And some votes, as you know, in Georgia, they're going to have a runoff election. And right now, both parties, Democrats and Republicans, just basically trying to figure out what message voters were trying to send.
Our intention is to run again. That's been our intention, regardless of what the outcome of this election was.
President Biden says he wants to run for president in 2024, but needs time to talk with the First Lady and others, pushing off an official decision until January. His remarks coming after Democrats stopped Republicans from sweeping away control of Congress in a so-called red wave.
Well, we had an election yesterday. And it was a good day, I think, for democracy.
Well, it does look like Republicans are poised to take control of the House. The Senate is up in the air. Senate races in Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia are still too close to call. It's prompting a runoff in the Georgia Senate race between Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Trump-backed candidate Herschel Walker. In some races, the former president's endorsement turning out to be more of a liability than an asset since many of his picks lost. One contest getting a lot of attention happening in Pennsylvania. Republican Senate candidate TV Dr. Mehmet Oz lost to Democrat John Fetterman, flipping a red seat to blue.
Fetterman's victory over Oz is one step closer for Democrats and one step back for Republicans.
Ashley Koenig is with the Eagleton Institute of Politics at Rutgers.
The results don't look that great for the former president. And in fact, you know, him wanting to be seen as some sort of kingmaker of candidates and of winners last night doesn't really seem to have come to fruition.
In Florida, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis was reelected in a landslide victory, generating buzz that he could mount a strong challenge to Donald Trump in 2024. For his part, the former president teased he's got a big announcement next week.
And it certainly remains to be seen, former President Trump, what kind of grip he still has on the Republican Party after so many defeats in the midterms. Another race that we're still following here is the gubernatorial race in Arizona. Former President Trump backed Carrie Lake for that job, the Republican, and against her, she's running in a very close race with Democrat Katie Hobbs. So we're still waiting to get the final numbers on that one as the ballots continue to be counted there. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Sharon, we're going to be speaking with our Fox 10 Phoenix reporters about some of those races here in Arizona. But so interesting to hear from President Biden today. You were mentioning former President Trump, and now there's some reporting out there from some who follow the former president very, very closely that they may possibly have to, you know, postpone this big announcement at Mar-a-Lago, depending on the political considerations at play. So we'll have to keep our eye out for that. And then, of course, we got the official word, the official letter from Kevin McCarthy today, telling his colleagues in the House Republican Conference that, yes, he will run for the speakership. So a lot interesting. Final thoughts, though. I know there in New York, it was also very interesting last night.
It sure was. And I think, as you heard Teresa tell you, and, you know, we've been following here Long Island, you know, we had our own red wave on Long Island, but, you know, so many other races, Democrats did well. And, of course, Governor Hochul. It's been such an interesting race, and it was so unexpected, especially in the last couple of weeks leading up to this, to have a Republican candidate really put up quite the fight for Governor Hochul before. It was not an easy win for her. It turned out she did win by a sizable margin, but it was not expected. It was expected usually in the midterms. Democrat, blue state, as New York is, it's pretty easy. You know, we expect no big surprises. There were a lot of surprises last night.
All right, Fox 5's Sharon Crowley there live for us in New York City. Sharon, we appreciate your time and your reporting, and we'll talk again.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, in the meantime, we do want to kind of keep it moving here. We're going to take just a last commercial break this hour. When we come back, though, we're going to be showing you in full the press conference President Biden held earlier today from the East Room of the White House. According to Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich, this is the first official press conference the president has held on American soil since January of this year. That's quite an interesting statistic. All right, we'll see you in 2 minutes with more. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this very busy Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up on the top of the 8 o'clock hour here Mountain Time, almost 10 o'clock there on the East Coast. We're going to be bringing you updates on some of these results and some of these elections that are still outstanding. Remember, we were just speaking with Fox 5 New York's Sharon Crowley about all of these races, including the Arizona governor's race and the Arizona Senate race. We'll hopefully be speaking to some of our Fox 10 reporters in the 9 o'clock hour about where those races stand, with more and more ballots coming in, more and more results being tabulated, being counted. Remember, we also got the news out of Georgia earlier today. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, confirming that the Georgia Senate race will now enter into runoff territory between the Democratic incumbent, Raphael Warnock, and his Republican challenger, Herschel Walker. Now, that runoff is going to be on December the 6th in just about a month's time. And then, of course, we want to get you updates on Nevada as well. We heard from the Clark County registrar there, Joe Gloria, earlier today from Las Vegas, saying he's going to be holding daily press conferences, updating the press and the public about where the counting stands in Nevada. And then, of course, we did get a concession statement in from Dr. Mehmet Oz today, conceding the race to his Democratic challenger, John Fetterman, saying, "This morning, I called John Fetterman and congratulated him. I wish him and his family all the best, both personally and as our next U.S. Senator. Campaigning through our great Commonwealth was the honor of a lifetime, and I will cherish the memories and the people that I met." I was previewing as well President Biden's remarks just today at the White House, that press conference that he was holding there. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Before we do, we want to just check in on this major developing weather situation out of South Florida. Take a look at that. That is Hurricane Nicole at the moment at a Category 1 strength. It is working its way into southeastern Florida there. Fox 35 in Orlando is tracking the storm. They're speaking to the reporters in the field, kind of bearing with the elements there on this night. Let's listen to what they have to say as they track this storm.
News starts now. Tracking the tropics.
All eyes are on Hurricane Nicole as we brace for landfall. Thank you for joining us for our special extended coverage of tracking Hurricane Nicole. I'm Luann Sorrell.
I'm Ray Vieta. We have a team of reporters all along the coast as the weather gets worse.
Volusia County is under a curfew right now. It went into effect at 7 p.m. and it's going to be in effect until 7 a.m. So stay indoors. Those living east of the Intercoastal are also under a mandatory evacuation order. Mandatory evacuations were also issued for coastal Flagler County. And this is why officials want everyone living along the coast to get out.
Yeah, this video shows it all. It's the seawall at Daytona Beach, and it is crumbling. The powerful waves are chipping away at it. Fox 35's Valerie Boyd joins us live in Daytona Beach shores. And Valerie, police are actively evacuating condos, and you were out with them doing rescues. Did you see anything? Anyone being rescued?
Actually, it was kind of quiet, but let me show you this. This is the truck that I was on. It's called a high water rescue truck. Needed a ladder to get up top. We went from Daytona Beach shores all the way to Ponce Inlet. I'm going to show you the front of the truck here. It's just a huge truck. Deputies were telling me that they are going to be going up and down all night throughout A1A to make sure there's no flooding, to make sure that people are safe. If you take a look here, the wind is getting stronger. And the rain is coming down slightly, not too bad right now. Of course, I am at Pirates Cove Condominium. You can take a look. There's not a whole lot happening over here, and that's because this whole building was evacuated. Evacuated because it's one of 12 structures that the sheriff says is unsafe. Unsafe because they're worried it's going to collapse. And there's also 22 other homes in Willwood by the street over there, down that way, because they evacuated because, again, they're worried that those homes are going to collapse. So, of course, back here, deputies are going to be going up and down the streets, making sure that everything is okay, making sure that people stay safe. And as Luann said, curfew is in effect till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Back to you guys.
Valerie, if people are just joining us tonight, can you explain why officials there in Volusia County are worried that some of those buildings could come down? It's all because of what Hurricane Ian did to the coast, correct?
Correct. So during Hurricane Ian, there was a lot of damage to the beach. Lost a lot of sand, a lot of the dunes, a lot of the structure that those buildings sit on, you know, like the foundation. And so they didn't have enough time to repair that damage from Ian. And so now here you have Nicole coming in, and they are so worried that one of these buildings could come down. And that's why they are telling everyone to take this evacuation seriously.
Yeah, we've already seen, Valerie, you showed us the damage to the seawall. There was like a beach rescue facility, a restroom area that also fell into the water. So, Valerie, thank you so much for keeping us posted on the situation out there tonight.
And the sheriff even told Valerie that it's a matter of when, not if. And he says he doesn't want another Surfside condo collapse to happen like it did in South Florida. So, of course, they are very concerned about that being a real possibility in our area.
Yeah, and some of those buildings already deemed unsafe. That's why they're going door to door, forcing people out of their homes, because they're saying this could come down at any moment. You can't stay here.
It's a scary situation along the coast. And Volusia County Schools says several shelters still have room. Creekside Middle School is open to everyone. Hinson Middle and Heritage Middle are open to people with special needs only. The University High School shelter was closed. All shelters are pet friendly. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner and Ian Cassette joining us now.
So, guys, what can we expect for the rest of the night and into the morning?
Well, these are the hours that things will deteriorate. They're also the hours when night has fallen. So, you know, Ian and I were talking about this. We see the live shots out on the beach, and one thing we're not seeing is the water, because it's dangerous to be out there right now. So we're not going to have a full breadth of what's happened until the first light of day tomorrow. And we've got to get through this high tide, which happened at 8:30, and another one tomorrow at 9 a.m. before the damage is really done. That's it. Let's get to the nuts and bolts of this thing. Hurricane Nicole, winds of 75 miles an hour, making it inland over the next several hours. Expected to make a landfall around 1 or 2 in the morning, close to Indian River County. That would be Vero Beach. or as far north if it lingers over the water as Brevard County for direct landfall. But regardless of where the center of the circulation goes, it's got a very broad wind field that extends out several hundred miles with tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds that go out about 75 miles as far as the wind gust potential goes from the center of circulation, placing Orlando right in the heart of that potential tomorrow morning. This arrives around the middle of the night, and by the middle of the afternoon, it'll be gone. So this is going to be a quick hitter tomorrow morning. We're going to have the worst of it on the coastline starting about 1 or 2 in the morning, continuing through about 9 or 10 in the morning. The worst of it for Orlando begins about 5 a.m. and continues through about 11 a.m. before it transitions over to the Gulf side. Right now, we're seeing wind gusts of 48 miles an hour at Palm Coast, 50 in Titusville, 45 miles per hour as you head farther south. And our Fox model, exclusive to Fox 35, a very critical tool during Hurricane Ian and proving its worth again here with Hurricane Nicole. Forecast wind gusts between 60 and 90 miles an hour at the time of landfall here in Brevard County around about 1 a.m. with wind gusts beginning about 60 to 70 miles per hour inland as the center works northward and westward into Osceola County by tomorrow morning just before daybreak. Winds continuing with gusts as high as 50 to 60, maybe even isolated 70 mile per hour gusts as we get into the middle of tomorrow morning. And as this goes northwestward at a rate of more than 10 miles an hour, you can tack on that forward speed on the north side of the system for the wind gusts potential, which could exceed hurricane force, leading to widespread power outages around the region. So that's a look at what the winds are doing as far as the forecast goes using our exclusive and very accurate Fox model. For a real-time look at them using our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, here's Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Ian Cassette. And Ian, in addition to the gusty winds associated with these outer bands, we've also been tracking water spouts.
Yeah, this is one of the many things that we have to look out for with these tropical systems, and we have already seen some that sign of rotation out at sea. Now, I will say currently there is nothing active, but we did have a threat earlier. So here is a look at the storm winds, and what you're seeing is the green being towards the radar, red or green rather towards the radar, red away. Those are showing the winds going opposite directions. Right there, you can see right here, there was a little bit of circulation there, and that kind of moved along and is now onto shore. This is no longer a threat, but it is a reminder of the threat that we're going to have tonight, especially for some of our coastal communities, as we have that potential for a bit of rotation. You have a large spinning system, and that could lead to the isolated threat of tornadoes. It's not a great threat, but it is there. It's an isolated threat of tornadoes for the night. So radar-wise, when we're looking at the rain that we're currently seeing, we're still seeing some very heavy rain, and we're going to be watching for the potential for the large area of rain to quickly move in. And we've had some scattered showers so far, but the core of the system is going to be moving in soon enough. So it's already starting to move closer, farther to the south, farther south down there into Indian River, and it's all moving to the northwest. And we'll be seeing this progressing towards us. So far, just a few squalls out there, but those conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate here as we go on through the rest of the night and before that storm does eventually make landfall.
Ian, thank you. And indeed, we've been using the Fox model to track some of those bands. And the outer bands of this thing that have been hugging offshore are going to start lapping onshore pretty soon here. We're seeing it already around Jupiter Beach. But eventually, once the actual center of the hurricane makes landfall and we catch the eye wall, that'll be where the greatest wind gusts and the greatest rainfall rates occur as soon as 1 a.m. from Yeehaw Junction to Palm Bay. But then look what happens as this progresses inland. We could find the attractions. We could find Kissimmee. We could find Orlando downtown in the inner eye wall, the worst part of the hurricane, where you have a tornado threat, you have a sustained wind over 60 miles an hour with hurricane force gusts, and you have rainfall that's falling between 3 and 5 inches an hour occurring. So there's going to be a window tomorrow morning, probably right before daybreak, where the worst is hitting, and it'll quickly exit the region, allowing us to probably start cleanups tomorrow evening. So that's one difference between this and Ian. Hurricane Ian was a real slow go. This one is a real runner. That's for better or for worse. All right, Ray, Luann, back to you.
All right, thanks, Brooks. We've been showing you the situation in Volusia County all night long, the wind and rain really picking up.
Yeah, and now the Halifax River is already flowing over the street and approaching some neighborhoods. Let's get out to Fox 35's Christy Kern. You see her live there in that area. So, Christy, what is the latest out there?
Well, Luann, Ray, the wind here is really starting to pick up, but the bigger concern, at least right now, is the water. Again, like you just said, the Halifax River, that's right behind me. It is quickly quickly making its way across the road and flowing into this mobile home park. This is the Riverside Mobile Homes in Port Orange. And again, you can see just how much this water is coming in. Just to give you an idea, we got here about 45 minutes ago, and at that point, the water was only up to the road. And in that short time, it's already made it all this way. Again, quickly approaching these mobile homes. This area here and people who live here are still recovering from Hurricane Ian just a little more than a month ago. We've seen some tarps on some of these homes. We've also seen some sandbags that are outside the doors and also some windows that are boarded up. Police came by this area earlier and they said that they were recommending that people leave and get out. Still, some people here are staying and they plan to ride out the storm. We spoke with one man who came by just a little while ago. He was checking out the water levels and he quickly decided that it was time for him to go somewhere else.
I did not know this was all happening. It came in quick, I guess. I was working and I was down south and I came up here and then I got back in town and then now this is all happening here, so I think time to get out of here.
Now, that man told me that he just finished cleaning up from Hurricane Ian just yesterday. Now he says he's going to have to do it again. And also, just to give you an idea just how impacted people in this area were, that man says that he lost his car during Hurricane Ian because it flooded. So he actually is about to borrow his neighbor's car to leave this area and go somewhere else. Live in Port Orange tonight, Christy Andrews, Fox 35 News.
All right, Christy. Wow. So they are getting a 1-2 punch situation there.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, to lose it, wow. Well, our Fox 35 Thunder Truck is tracking Hurricane Nicole.
Fox 35's Dave Puglisi is joining us live in Cape Canaveral. Dave, how are things looking there?
Things aren't looking too bad here, Luann. Take a look for yourself. Here we are right here at Cape Canaveral at the port where we could see some of the shops are closed up, a little bit of water pooling up here in the streets, but the winds are really starting to pick up. You'll see it there on the palm trees as they sway quite a bit, but it's as you can imagine, pretty quiet. And as we were coming across the causeway, things were starting to get a little bit dicey. That's where the water was starting to get up close to the road, not fully there, but getting close in some of the lower areas. So as soon as we finish this, we're going to head right back over. So the last thing we want to do is get caught out here. But our camera's getting covered by some of the rain. We keep getting slapped with those bands. There are times where the rain stops, times where it keeps going. But right now, this is what the Cape Canaveral is looking like right now. And as we continue to track this storm, but we're going to have more throughout Brevard County as we continue to watch where this storm is coming from and see it make landfall here. But so far, just a lot of wind and rain. So that's the latest here in Brevard County. Dave Puglisi, back to you.
Dave, thank you. A lot of these bridges will be closing once that wind speed gets above like 35 miles per hour. Some of the bridges shut down. So if you're not out yet and you plan to evacuate some of those coastal areas, you need to get out now.
The good thing, too, is that there are not a lot of cars. We haven't seen any cars in his picture, so people are heeding the warnings and staying inside, which is exactly what they need to be doing.
Yes. Well, Fox.
All right, we just wanted to show you off the top of the show there at Fox 35 Orlando as they track Hurricane Nicole as it is now a Category 1 storm. Remember some of the forecasts.